story is starting. So I thought I should make use of what little peaceful time I have left by getting as much rest as possible. Ha! Such wishful thinking. Ding! And then there is this matter. As I lay on my bed, in front of me, a blue translucent holographic screen was being projected out from the smart bracelet in my hand. On the screen, the messaging app was opened. In the chat history, someone shared their GPS map location with me. Below that they also sent a message. == Quinn Darkstar, come to this location or else I'll come to you. == yeah so. No matter how many times I read it, it sounds like a threat, an angry threat at that. TCH. But what choice do I have other than going? I mean, I can be a coward and not go. But I would have to face him tomorrow in class. Nah, it's better to do this outside the class. Letting out a lazy sigh, I sat up straight on my bed. There goes my last peaceful evening. Chapter 95. Shoo, cold gusts of wind. Setting sun beyond the blurry horizon. Tombstones marking the graves everywhere. The smell of death in the air. Such is the scenery around me. Yes, the location where Quinn wanted to meet me was not some cafe or restaurant but a graveyard. Yes, I put meet in quotation because I doubt we'll have a peaceful chat here. I mean, I get that he's a necromancer and all, but this is too on the nose, not to mention dramatic. For protection, I have my null attribute light arrows with me. Yes, the very same ones which I used in VR. And I also have my armor. So I don't think I'll die instantly if he were to attack me right here. Of course, the question is, will he attack me? Fweesh! Suddenly, cold chills ran down my spine. My throat dried up and my heart raced as I felt my skin crawl. I knew this feeling very well. It's something that acts as our instinctual defense mechanism, telling us to flee or fight immediately. It was the feeling of fear. It was the feeling of death trying to embrace me. Slowly, I turned around. I saw dozens of eerie creatures made entirely of shadows inhabiting the graveyard. I was surrounded. I was surrounded by the souls of the dead given form by shadows. You call me here and you come late? The creatures of shadow made way for their creator. A boy with short, messy black hair appeared amidst the crowd of shadow creatures, slowly walking his way toward me. An ominous aura oozed off his figure, but his face remained unchanged. With empty black eyes akin to a deep dark abyss, he came face to face and stared down at me. Wait, is he taller than me? Just a couple of inches, I guess. Do you have your armor on under that clothing? He asked, pointing at my chest with his chin. I was wearing a thin black shirt. It was unbuttoned until my collarbone. If I had something underneath it, he would be able to see it. So why did he ask? Is he stupid? Last time you seemed to have conjured it out of thin air, Quinn spoke. Is it a compact relic that can change shape and size? Ah, so that's what he means. Yeah, I shrugged. You can call it that. Why do you ask? Do you plan to make me use it? Depends, he replied. On what? I asked. Cling. On you, he answered, taking out one of his daggers from the belt on his waist. Answer me truthfully, and I will let you live. So you plan to kill me? I scoffed. Remember what happened last time when you tried to do that? All I remember is you pulling some cheap tricks to fight me like a coward. Quinn bared his teeth like a dog. But what will you do now? I called you on my turf this time. You have no traps here. I couldn't help but smirk as I heard him. Cheap tricks, you call them? Sure. How do you know I haven't set up any traps here? Stop bluffing. Quinn barked out. Oh, okay. I raised my hand with a smile on my face. But you still can't kill me. Aside from the fact that you have to break my nigh impenetrable defense, our smart bracelets can send out a distress call to the cadet council and instructors if our heart rate stops. And there could also be witnesses nearby. Ha! Quinn let out a scowl. Do you know what this place is? I frowned and looked around. Ah, a graveyard? I know this is Outer District 21, but why is there a graveyard here? These graves belong to the cadets who graduated from this academy and went on to become soldiers in the Union military. Quinn started to explain. They were all orphans who had no one in their lives. Somehow, they managed to earn enough money or find wealthy sponsors to support them in attending this academy. Upon their passing, the academy carries out their wish to claim their body and bury them here, among their comrades and their family. I see, I said while raising an eyebrow since I was genuinely impressed. Quite touching. I knew that by the way. Of course I didn't know that. This stuff wasn't mentioned in the novel. Or was it mentioned, and I just skipped the info dumps? Anyway, attaining the financial means to enroll in the top military academy in the world or acquiring a sponsor, so you can do that as an orphan requires an incredible level of talent. I mean, even in my old world, how many people can say they attended their dream college with little to no financial backing from their parents or guardians? So yeah, it's safe to assume that all of these people were probably high-ranking soldiers in their time. But Quinn's head shook in dissent. It's not touching, it's tragic, he said. The fact that they have to fight in wars is tragic alone, but to secure their survival in these wars, they need to spend money. They shouldn't be required to do any of this. Why can't they live a regular life? Why can't any of us live a regular life like those bastards who can't use mana? We are mere children, for heaven's sake. We didn't start this, nor did we ask for any of this. And the most terrible thing is that unlike in the past, this war isn't being fought for trivial reasons such as land, wealth, or fighting against oppression, prejudice, or injustice. No, this time we're fighting for our survival, so there's no one to blame. All we can do is just keep on fighting and hope to make it out alive so that we can retire and put this burden on the next generation. This world is just so cruel. Yeah. This is awkward now. I didn't expect him to give me such a lengthy speech about the tragic world condition at all. Should I say something? I should say something. But what should I say? Damn it, it's been so long since I spoke that if I try to say anything now, it'll be even more awkward. No, anything would be better than this awkward silence. Come on, you dumbass. Say something. Say anything. So finally mustering up the courage to break this awkward silence, I spoke, so what do you think about pink handcuffs? What? What? What does that question even mean? What do you think about pink handcuffs? The fuck does that mean? Ah. I'm an idiot. Or maybe Kent's idiocy is rubbing off on me. Anyway, my point is, thankfully, Quinn ignored my remark and began speaking again. Since these are the graves of the orphans, no one comes here to visit them. So you mean to say that if you kill me here, no one will witness anything? I asked. Exactly, a blood-curdling grin formed on Quinn's lips. By the time the cadet council or the instructors will arrive here, you'll be dead. And I'm pretty sure from this range I can cast a spell fast enough to kill you before you can use your relic. Yeah, good plan, but we've had this talk before, I shrugged. If you kill me, the cadet council will know about Shia. And that's why I'm hoping we won't have to resort to that, Quinn responded calmly. Answer my questions truthfully, and I'll let you live. No, no. Don't try to go back on your words now, I raised and shook my index finger. Remember our bet. We agreed that if I defeat you, you will become my ally. Oh, and guess what? I did defeat you. You said pawn, not ally. Quinn gave me a scornful look. What? You said I'll have to be your pawn, not an ally. What? How could I ever? I'm pretty sure I said ally. As nerves bulged on his forehead, Quinn took in a few long deep breaths to calm himself down. Seems like he was barely holding himself back from hitting me. Hee. Okay, maybe it's not a good idea to pester a necromancer when his shadow slaves have me surrounded from all sides, but hey, I can't help myself. Besides, I could swear I said ally and not pawn. Ahem. Anyway. I'll decide whether I want to work with you or not after I hear you out, Quinn said, massaging his eyes. He then removed his hand from his face, revealing a mad glint in his eyes. Of course, if your answers don't satisfy me, I'll give your name to Kai Wiseman. I frowned. Kai Wiseman? Is he already after me? The mock war only ended today. I expected him to make a move soon, but didn't this it would be fast. It's fine though. This doesn't interfere with my future preparations. I'll move as I had planned and ignore Kai for now until I get strong enough. But to do that, I'll have to shut this guy's mouth. If you don't know him, ask around. He is furious that some mysterious person has ruined his plans. Although he hasn't discovered your identity yet, I could just tell him about you anytime I want. If you think you're smart, it's because you have never met him and you don't know what that guy is capable of. For a second, I saw a tint of fear in Quinn's eyes. Fear? Why would he, Quinn Darkstar the Calamity Bringer, need to fear some run-of-the-mill side villain like Kai Wiseman? No, I must be seeing things. Shaking my head, I dismissed such stray thoughts and agreed. Fine, I said to Quinn. Ask your questions. Chapter 96. How did you know about Shia? I knew this question was coming. And unlike the last time, I can't shrug it off. I have to answer him. But what should I say? I read a novel in which you were a major antagonist. Then the author of that novel killed me, and I reincarnated here in this world as Lucas. Surely I can't just say it like that, right? Not only is it not believable at all, but it also sounds stupid. Sighing, I began to reply. I have my sources to get information. Lies. Quinn exclaimed in discontent. No one should know about Shia's true identity as a turned vampire. To anyone else, she should look like any of my normal shadow slaves. And yet, I know about her, I replied. So clearly someone knows about her. And that someone supplied me with this information. Who is it? Who is the person who gave you this information? Quinn questioned. Good, he's buying my lies. Nope, I shook my head. I can't tell you anything about him. If I do, he'll do more than just take my life. Seeing me firmly reject his query, Quinn clicked his tongue. I'll have you answer my question one way or another. But for now, answer my second question. How did you beat me? With clear hesitation in his voice, he asked. What do you mean? I frowned, confused. In the mock war, how did you beat me? I was even more confused. Dude, you were fighting me. You should know how I beat you. Quinn pressed a hand on his forehead as if he was dealing with a mentally challenged 9-year-old kid. He repeated his question in a slow and annoyed tone. How did you know I was the traitor? How did you beat me? It seemed as if you knew about everything that was going to occur in our battle beforehand. For example, you strategically placed those small flashing marbles that momentarily blinded me and left me stunned in the building, where we ended up fighting long before the actual fight began. Do you possess the ability to see the future? Is that your gift? Oh, so that's what you mean? I replied, clapping my hands together in understanding. No, I don't have a powerful and not to mention unique gift like future sight. But I can let out a strong burst of magical energy from my body and create a mana explosion. You remember when I created that Azure Blast, and we fell to the bottom floor during the fight? That was my gift, Imana Burst. Quinn was even more confused than before. Then how did you know I was the traitor and all the moves I would make? I planned and predicted everything, I replied matter-of-factly. I had a hunch that you were the traitor since you were acting suspiciously. It was a hunch derived from logical reasoning, a deduction with no proof, you can call it. You didn't object to Nero becoming the commander for the mock war. I don't remember you objecting to any of his orders either. You're the type of person who wouldn't follow an incompetent leader on the battlefield. And while Nero is strong, he is not a leader. Oh, and do you remember in the cafeteria when Nero used his bloodlust and choked nearly every person who was present there to death? You had a look of jealousy on your face then. But aside from that, you didn't kill even one enemy cadet during the war. Quinn looked taken aback. It was clear that he couldn't believe he was outsmarted in a head-on battle by a sheltered, rich noble boy. And to think I was also able to observe the changes in his expression amid that chaos? Of course, he was a little skeptical. After a moment or two, he finally asked, you confronted me based on these random hunches. Well, yes, I admitted. But it was a calculated risk based on my observations and analysis of your behavior. And as for the marbles, I strategically placed them beforehand, knowing that they would be useful in disorienting you during our fight. Then, I purposely led you to smash me into that building with your spell so that I could use those marbles, subtly manipulating the flow of the battle. It was all part of my plan. Quinn's body shuddered for a second, and his breathing became erratic. He then shook his head and said, "No, it was more than that. Those light enchanted arrows. You had them in your smart bracelet, meaning you brought them with you knowing you'll have to fight someone with an affinity for darkness." I nodded and replied, "Well, yeah. As I said, you started acting suspiciously before the mock war even started. I just took some necessary preparations based on my hunch." Quinn looked surprised and asked, "Wait, why are you talking like you've known me for years when we haven't even had a conversation before? You talk about my behavioral change, but how do you even know who I am?" "Of course I do. You were a major villain in the novel, which was based on this world. But how the fuck do I tell you that?" Sighing, I replied calmly, "I've been keenly observing everyone since the day Academy started. By now, I can more or less tell what everyone is like." Taking a deep breath to process all the information I dumped on him, Quinn stroked his forehead aggressively. Of course it was a lot to take in. He was doubtful before, but now I confirmed it. The fact that I had manipulated our entire battle from the beginning, along with the claim that I successfully read him, analyzed his personality, and devised a plan to defeat him based on it long before he even made any move, left him speechless. However, what irked me was that there was not a speck of hesitation, denial, or fear on his face. Instead, with the calmest possible tone, he muttered, "You are a monster." Chapter 97. Monster. This wasn't the first time I heard someone calling me this word. I did terrible things in my past life, instigating fights between two friends, manipulating or gaslighting my girlfriend, and bullying a boy in high school to the point he jumped off the roof. Oh yeah, I never talk about that last part because I'm not proud of it. Thankfully, the boy survived the fall and only broke his leg. Hey, in my defense, that boy wasn't your innocent nerd type guy. Oh, no. He used to be a bully himself. I just tried to give him a taste of his own medicine. Or at least that's what I tell myself. I took it too far and pushed him to the point of committing suicide. The scary part is I didn't feel guilt. Don't get me wrong. I felt remorse but not guilt. The scariest part is I did it for fun. And instead of feeling ashamed of my actions when I heard he jumped off the roof, I was bummed out that I didn't get to see him jump. I know I'm not a good person. And there were many times when people found that out. Some people found out because I let them in, some just thought rationally about the situations I caused by manipulating them and traced the blame back to me, while others were more skeptical from the start. Either way, when they found out, they only had one thing to call me, a monster. I'm sure that even Amelia, who has seen a glimpse of what I am capable of, thinks of me as some kind of a monster. Of course, I don't care about it. Unlike in my past life, I'm not doing what I'm doing for fun. My survival is on the line here, and I'll do whatever I can to survive. Even if it means sacrificing the whole world. Better them than me. I raised an eyebrow at Quinn's remark. You call me a monster? Look around. Who summoned all these shadow monsters? They're not monsters, Quinn corrected, his eyes scanning the creatures made of shadow surrounding us. And you know what I mean. Your genius is unsettling. Is that a compliment? I shot a smirk, but my expression quickly turned serious at the next moment. But anyway. Now I want you to seriously answer one of my questions. Why are you working with Kai? This is something that has been bothering me since I discovered Quinn's identity as the second traitor during the mock war. And earlier, I also saw a flicker of fear in his eyes when he mentioned Kai. In the novel, Kai was just a minor villain, meant to be a greater challenge than Lucas, but smaller than Quinn. After all, Quinn was meant to be the last obstacle to stand between the heroes and the final boss of the story, the vampire monarch. So why was a future villain of Quinn's caliber scared of a minor character whose role was to serve as a stepping stone for the hero and his allies? Just when I was immersed in those puzzling thoughts, I saw a troubling look on Quinn's face. He knows about Shia, he said, stuttering. What? Wait, what? At this point in the story, no one should know about Quinn's necrophilic love life aside from me. Okay, I know I worded it weirdly, but that's not the point. How in the world Kai Wiseman, a throwable character, knows a fact that shouldn't be public at this point in the story? How did he dash? Before I could ask him that, Quinn began speaking again. And when I tried to confront him, Quinn averted his gaze and looked away. It was clear whatever he was trying to say was something that had been weighing on him. When I tried to confront him, he single-handedly defeated me and my legion of shadow slaves. My mind went blank for a couple of seconds when I heard that. Did Quinn just say that he utterly lost to a side character? He lost to someone other than Nero in a battle of strength? I mean, I defeated him too, but to do that, I had to severely nerf him beforehand. And even then, I barely managed to put him down. And he says that Kai Wiseman, who was only supposed to be a small-time character in the grand plot of the overall story, defeated him head-on with his Shadow Legion fighting alongside him? Foo-oo. Releasing a long breath, I composed myself and aimed to approach this situation with a calm and logical mindset. It was crucial for me to systematically assess all potential variables, weigh countless probabilities, and meticulously examine this new information. In just under a second, several deductions appeared in my mind. Albeit all of them were baseless right now, I could see any of them being true. It's too early to conclude anything, but I think if Quinn is being truthful, then that could only mean two things. Either Kai is a transmigrator like me or he is a hidden boss. Personally, I am leaning more toward the second case. According to what I have seen of Quinn in this world and read about him in the novel, he isn't the type of person to fall to the dark side just to gain strength. I mean, I know Quinn was jealous of Nero's power and potential, but it was not to the extreme where he would have shaken hands with the vampires. Especially when it was the vampires who killed the love of his life. While reading the novel, I just thought that the author created a plot hole by messing up the continuity in Quinn's character personality, to add an element of shock and surprise for the readers. But now that I have experienced such discontinuities myself, like the gap in Lucas' backstory, I don't think they were plot holes anymore. Quinn had never done some of the things he did in the story, unless someone was manipulating him, pulling his strings and making him dance to their will from behind the pages. A hidden boss. I see. The dots connect now. Many things that I discarded as plot holes while reading the novel make sense now. This changes my plans. I can't ignore Kai now as I had planned to do. I'll have to make my move soon. As I was in the middle of those thoughts while stroking my chin, Quinn called out to me. Anyway, slowly, a crooked grin formed on his face. I think it's time I bring you to Kai. Ha! I knew it. From the start, this was a trap. This guy had no intentions of switching sides. Chapter 98. There was around a 5-step gap between Quinn and me. Swoosh! And in a split second, the necromancer covered that distance and stood in front of me. Fioe Kuek. Before I could activate my armor, Quinn grabbed my neck and started applying pressure to his grip, slowly choking the air out of me. Nah, he said. I can't let you use that armor of yours. It's bothersome. With his other hand, he placed the blade of his dagger on my throat. If you dare utter a word and try to summon your armor, I'll slit your throat. Normally, I would try to call it a bluff, but right now, the glint of evil madness in his eyes assured me that Quinn was actually ready to kill me. Raising my hands, I slowly nodded my head and displayed my surrender. Good, he replied. I called you here to get a hint about how Kai knew about Shia. But from the look on your face earlier, it seems like you also don't know that. I don't, I slowly spoke, barely shaking my head under Quinn's crippling grip. Is it possible that you two could have the same informant? He asked. Of course it's not possible. The information I have on this world and this maniac is taken from a novel. How in the hell would Kai have the same informant as me then? Maybe? I shrugged. I really don't know. That wasn't even a lie. I genuinely don't know how Kai got this information. Fine, he nodded in answer. You are useless to me. But if I present you to Kai, he will be delighted. As I thought. From the way he was talking, I don't think Quinn has told Kai about my identity yet. Which means I still have time to shut him up. Remember, whatever happens after now is on you. Quinn looked at me. A flicker of fear again flashed in his eyes. He will break you. Why are you so scared of him and not me? Is he really that strong? Is he really that smart? Smarter than me? Well, I guess I'll know that soon enough. But before that, for now, let's make one thing clear. You need to fear me, not him, Quinn. I let out a scoff before loudly yelling out, Mana burst. Quinn widened his eyes, surprised that despite his clear warning, I was risking attacking him. Suddenly, tendrils of azure energy appeared around the area before the necromancer could react. Swish! A bright, blinding light flashed and a loud thunderous sound followed before a huge azure explosion occurred with Quinn and me at the epicenter. Boom! The force of the blast hurled the necromancer several meters back, causing him to hit the ground hard. After rolling a few times, he quickly regained his footing by getting up on his feet. As the dust settled, the ground beneath me showed visible cracks and a huge crater had been dug out. I stood tall in the center of the crater, staring intently at Quinn. I had chosen to use my gift instead of my armor. Why? Because my armor was a relic that would take at least a few seconds to activate. My gift, on the other hand, could be cast almost instantly, which was faster than even those who could use silent chanting to cast spells. Arg, groaning, Quinn took out another dagger from the belt on his waist and held it in a reverse grip. You're done. Phoenix's Emperor. Before I could summon my armor, one of the shadow slaves of Quinn, a giant black mantis made entirely of darkness, lunged at me with its side swinging down on me. TSK. Clicking my tongue in frustration, I swirled to my right to dodge the incoming attack. Thwam. The side of the giant mantis hit the spot where I was standing as I jumped a few steps back away from the mantis to safety. Quish. But to my surprise, a sharp sound akin to a blade cutting into the air behind me fell in my ears. Spurt. Before I could process what was happening or determine my next move, a searing pain coursed through my body. Something had pierced my back. Arg, as a muffled cry of pain escaped my lips, I realized that the necromancer had already snuck up on me and plunged his dagger into my back. But when? When did he sneak up on me? I couldn't even see his movements. Was he that fast? Right now, with no sedatives present in his system to impede his mind and body movements, Quinn was coming at me with all his strength. Ah. Quinn murmured with ecstasy. I've been anticipating this sensation. The feeling of slicing through your flesh and spilling your blood. You see now? You're not as invincible as you thought. Despite the pain throbbing through my body, I clenched my teeth in frustration and acted quickly. Click. Cling. With 2 quick flicks of my right-hand wrist, a hidden blade sprang out from under my sleeve. Quinn, who had already anticipated my move, twisted his blade, which was still plunged into my back, before pulling it out and stepping back. Arga. I cried out in agony but didn't let the pain stop me. Because if I stop here, then I'm as good as dead anyway. I swiftly twirled to my left to turn around. Using the momentum I gained from the spin to thrust my right hand forward at Quinn, I aimed to impale the necromancer in the chest with my now not-so-hidden blade. But I wasn't quick enough. Quinn lifted up his dagger and blocked my hidden blade with no effort at all. Clang! Sparks flew and a sharp sound of metal clashing against metal resounded through the area. I was about to try to summon my armor again, however. Thwack! Kuah! Before I could do so, a mana-enforced kick landed flat on my stomach. Air gushed out of my lungs and I fell to my knees while violently coughing up blood. Weakly, I raised my hands and faced my palm at the black-haired boy. Ignis Ratto! Thwack! I tried chanting the fireball spell, but Quinn quickly sped up to me and landed a roundhouse kick at my chin, making me sideways on the ground. Arg! From the force of the kick landing on my chin, I momentarily blacked out. Vision slowly returned, but I had no strength in me to get up. Damn it, he was strong. I didn't even get the chance to fight back. You see now, a cold voice rang in my ears as I saw Quinn walking to me through the bottle glass blur in my eyes. This is the difference between you and you, Quinn said, squatting down. He grabbed me by the hair and lifted my head up to match his gaze. I tried to break free, but I still hadn't recovered enough to move yet. You may be smart, but you can't defeat strength with intelligence, he spat with a snarl. You can't defeat me in a fair fight. You should have brought someone to help you. But I guess you never expected this meeting to be a trap, huh? You became overconfident after beating me with your cheap tricks. This is the difference between Kai and you. He stays 2 steps ahead of everyone all the time. When you think you have won, it only turns out to be something he had planned all along. That's why he's dangerous, and you are not. That's why I'm cautious of him and not you. Thwack. Finishing what he had to say, Quinn thrashed a fist into my face. Now, stay down until I call Kai. Cutting him off, I weakly parted my lips and let out a trembling voice. Why you rewrite? I should have brought someone to help me. I can't defeat you alone. This meeting was a trap. Why didn't I think of this? Quinn frowned as he looked at me. He was about to say something when... Swoosh. Huh? Thruck. Ah. Suddenly a glowing white arrow whistled through the air and stabbed Quinn in the back. Oh, wait. My lips curled up into a smirk, my voice slowly regaining more clarity and strength returning to my body as I said, I did think of this. Letting go of my hair, Quinn straightened his body and turned around to look at the person who shot that arrow. TSK. In the distance, he saw a black-haired girl with forest green eyes disdainfully matching his gaze. With an irritated look in his eyes, Quinn took out the arrow on his back and broke it. Of course, he didn't fail to notice that it was the very same light enchanted arrow that Lucas used in the battle against him. It was then he realized I had a plan all along. I knew this was a trap. Quickly the girl knelt another arrow on her bow and stretched the bowstring back in an arc, pointless. Quinn yelled as Amelia shot another arrow at him. Swoosh! The arrow traveled through the air and reached Quinn in an instant, but the necromancer merely swung his dagger and broke the mana-infused arrow with no effort at all. Get her! Quinn yelled, and all his shadow creatures quickly started rushing at Amelia. But just then, he sensed someone behind him. He turned around only to see me up on my feet already. TSK, just stay down. Now you see how frustrating it is? I replied and summoned a bow along with my last remaining, null attribute light arrow. Fine then, Quinn cocked his head slightly and an ominous aura suddenly enveloped his body. Seeing that, I quickly readied to shoot my arrow too. My null attribute light arrow can dispel a low-level dark magic spell. It can also deal a great amount of damage to someone with a dark elemental affinity. Since Quinn was already hit by one of those earlier, I knew he would be in a lot of pain right now. But I also know I can't hit him with this arrow head-on like this. He's too fast for that. If only I could stop him for even a split second. Heh, a bloody smirk formed on my face. Quinn bent his knees slightly and took a low stance. To defeat me, all he has to do is dodge my arrow once and close the distance. After that, I would be finished. A glint of madness flashed in my eyes and I loosened the grip on my bowstring. Time seemed to have slowed down as my arrow shot forward in slow motion. Quinn tensed his calf muscles, about to move to the side to dodge my arrow. Right at that moment, I yelled out, activate. As if waiting for that cue, 5 tiny orbs of light lit up from below the ground under Quinn's feet in a circle. Quinn's eyes widened in horror as he recalled something like this happening before. Q-ish. Toon. A bright light blanketed Quinn's vision, blinding him for a split second and rendering him stunned, unable to move. Sprut. And that was all the time I needed for my glowing white arrow to reach him, stabbing him directly in the chest. Chapter 99. Kook. Arc. Violently coughing up blood, Quinn fell on one knee. Crack. He pressed one of his hands against his chest and broke the glowing white arrow sticking out of him with another. However, getting shot with 2 null attribute light arrow had already worn him down. Like poison taking effect on his body, Quinn felt a burning pain shot through his veins. Light cut through the darkness. The null attribute effect from my arrow was really hurting Quinn, who had the darkness affinity. Even his dark magic spell, necromancy, which was constantly casting, was now dispelled since he didn't have enough strength to keep supplying his shadow slaves with mana. Shoo, the creatures made of darkness who were rushing at Amelia instantly disinterested and vanished into shadows. Ha! Ha-ra-ra. Meanwhile, right before me, Quinn was gasping for air and circulating mana throughout his body to regain some strength. I could see the pain and rage in his eyes. Ha-ha. He should have given me this look of agony and suffering before, and maybe then I would have spared him some mercy. However, this is not enough. Did you know, in my family in the Morningstar household, after a child awakens their mana core, they have to tame these canine mana beasts called wind wolves? The process of taming, according to Lucas' memories, is simple. You just make the difference in power between you and the beast you wish to tame clear from the start. Establishing a clear power differential from the outset ensures that even if the beast becomes much stronger and more ferocious than you, over the years, it will remain obedient and never disobey you. So what do I need to do here to make Quinn submit to me? I need to assert dominance over him and make the difference between our power clear. I need to show him despair. I need to tell him that he can't defeat me. Although I'm much weaker than him currently, I have a hidden ace up my sleeve ready to play. Leering pleasantly, I mumbled in a soft yet vicious tone, Phoenix's embrace. Quoosh! In a flash, a searing blaze consumed every inch of my being, painting me in a brilliant scarlet hue, and a pair of wings made entirely of flames appeared on my back. The ruby embedded in my chest intensified in luminosity, casting a fiery glow that pierced through the merlot flames, engulfing my body and burning up the shirt I was wearing to ash. Then, a stunning armor of gleaming gold and crimson materialized over my upper torso, and the flaming wings on my back extinguished. Phoenix's embrace. The Knight of the Starlight's gift has been used in the making of 9 indestructible armor, which is crafted by a skilled dwarven blacksmith. When attacked with magic spells or physical objects, the armor can reduce the strength of the attack to 1/10 of its original power, ensuring the user's protection. Once shed, the armor provides a significant boost in all stats and grants an extra life to the wearer. The armor can be summoned again, provided the user does not lose the additional life. KRTZZ. Through the crackle of embers, I walked over to Quinn, who had managed to get up on his feet. Discard. I yelled as I was just a few steps away from the necromancer. Cling. The armor on my body shattered and blew up into scarlet flames, leaving me without its 9 invincible defense. But instantly, a potent crimson aura erupted and engulfed my body, causing an electric surge of energy to ripple through me and setting every hair on my body on edge. The sheer intensity of the experience was quite overwhelming. I could feel the raw power coursing through my veins like a raging inferno, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Attack 332, plus 300, endurance 318, plus 300, speed 339, plus 300, stamina 334, plus 300, mana capacity 3000, plus 2500, mana core rank silver 2, iron 2. In the novel, Nero possessed the relic, Phoenix's Embrace. However, he almost never used it for defensive purposes. He had another, similar relic for that which he got from Liz after the mock war. Then what did he use it for? He used it to boost his stats. One of the main features of Phoenix's Embrace was to provide an extra life and a massive boost in the user's stats if they shed the armor. It's called Embrace Discard. Embrace Discard could grant the user an extra life and a massive boost in stats upon shedding the armor. It acted as a limit breaker, allowing the user to surpass their natural limits and unlock a power beyond their natural potential. For instance, if someone had reached their maximum potential at the platinum rank, using Embrace Discard would boost their stats to the immortal rank. This feature is particularly useful when one reaches the higher mana core ranks where the difference between each rank is a significant 1000 stat points. Currently, my physical stats were only boosted by 300 points while my mana capacity got an increment of 2000, and I had merely entered the second level of the silver rank. Nevertheless, I was momentarily stronger than Quinn, who was at bronze 3 right now. With this, I can defeat him. No, I will defeat him especially when he is unable to use the necromancy spell or any other dark magic spells, after being hit by 2 null attribute light arrows. Despite Quinn having years of battle experience over me, the odds are not in his favor. Right now, I aim to make it clear to him that in the future opposing me would be pointless. Quish! As soon as I came near him, Quinn immediately threw a straight at me with his right hand and attacked first. His fist was enveloped in a dark, ominous violet aura and it sped toward me at breakneck speed. I, however, effortlessly ducked under his speeding arm while sidestepping to my left. Without giving him a chance to react, I threw a straight of my own and hit him dead in the chest. Thwack! I then stepped forward and willed mana into my right arm, enforcing it to an inhumane extent and hitting him with an uppercut under his chin. Thwack! Cuck! Disoriented from the impact, Quinn let out a groan as he stumbled back. To catch him before he could regain his footing, I took a step forward again but... Thack! Quinn slammed his head against mine. To his horror, it did nothing to me. Chapter 100. 5 minutes went by. One after another, I threw a punch from the left, followed by a kick from the right, and finished with a knee thrust towards Quinn's abdomen. However, he skillfully predicted my movements and dodged them with ease, ready to make his own counters. Despite his agility, Quinn couldn't seem to gain the upper hand, and every so often, he would slip up and fail to dodge my attacks. This was one of those times. I balled my left fist, enforced it with mana, and threw it straight at Quinn's solar plexus. However, he must have anticipated that move since he quickly twisted his body to the side and evaded it. Unbeknownst to him, it was a feint. If he had been in top condition, he would have seen it. I straightened my right palm like a sword and thrust it at Quinn's throat, hitting him directly in his Adam's apple. Thwack! Kook! Thwoom! Immediately, with a small burst of energy, I connected a solid kick across Quinn's face, causing a contained explosion to erupt that amplified the pain he felt. Car! I didn't stop there, however. I grabbed his head by his hair and continued to mercilessly thrash punches after punches at his face, giving him no time to recover. Thwack! Thwoom! Thwack! Thwoom! I continued to use Mana Burst at a small stage whenever I landed a hit which caused small eruptions to occur every time my attacks connected. It increased the damage and made it harder for Quinn to defend himself, concussing him with every hit. In no time, Quinn's body went limp and his eyes became unfocused. I let go of his hair and let him fall back flat on the ground. Without a shred of mercy, I mounted on top of him and pinned his body down. His face was bruised and his eyes swollen. I think I broke 1 or 2 of his teeth too. This still wasn't enough, however. I needed to make sure he would never even think about going against me in the future. Ignis Row Team. I chanted in High Elven and raised my hand. On top of my palm, a fireball quickly materialized. I poured mana into it and the color of the bright red fireball changed to blue. I brought down my hand and Quinn widened his eyes. He crossed his hands over his face to defend his vitals, but I hit him in his chest. Boom! Coo-ah! The fireball exploded as soon as it connected with his chest, causing Quinn to violently cough up blood. He summoned a dagger from his smart bracelet into his right hand. Mustering up what little strength was left in his body, Quinn swung it at face. But before he could deal a hit, I grabbed his hand. You're still resisting? I tightened the grip on his hand. Stay down, Quinn. Submit and I might show you mercy. As I said that, I kept tightening my grip on his hand until it made a crackling sound. Crack! Arg! Through gritted teeth, Quinn let out a scream as the bones in his hand cracked. You see now, Quinn? I said while raising my hand again and casting the fireball chant. It's me who you should fear. Remember this moment, Quinn. Remember when you were below me, quivering in fear as I kept striking you. Engrave this into your soul. Quinn widened his eyes in terror again as he saw me bringing my hand down to hit him with a blue fireball again. Boom! Of course, I didn't stop there. I kept spamming fireballs. Explosions erupted again and again as the fireballs struck his chest. Of course I didn't forget to hit him in the face. What? I detest handsome guys. Only I should be allowed to possess a handsome face. Boom. Boom. Kaboom. L. Lucas. I only stopped spamming fireballs when I heard an alluring, almost soothing voice ring in my ears. I sighed and turned around to look at Amelia. She had a concerned look on her face. I raised an eyebrow and asked, what? He'll die at this rate, she replied in a worried tone. What? I replied absurdly. This guy? Nah. Now way. You have no idea how strong he is. I don't even think is capable of dying. What? Why are you pointing at him? With a finger pointed at Quinn's body being pinned down below me, Amelia responded, just look at him. As my eyebrows furrowed into a frown, I turned my attention to Quinn. And I was left speechless. His eyes were rolled back as a terrified look was plastered on Quinn's face. His mouth was agape, quivering, and clothes were burnt to rags. Only wounds and bruises were visible on his body. I won't lie, but he truly seemed to be on the verge of death. Oh boy. I think I went a little overboard. But all I did was give him a little beating and strike him with some exploding balls of fire. Albeit my physical stats were significantly higher than him, so every punch I threw at him must have hurt like hell. Not to mention, I poured a lot of mana in the fireballs I struck him with too. Well, it's his fault anyway. Quinn thought he had lured me into a trap, but it was actually the other way around. If instead of underestimating me, he'd used his full strength to beat me from the start, I don't think I would have stood a chance. If he had even fought me using all his summoned shadow slaves, he could have easily subdued me. But as I said, in the end, thinking that he could easily defeat me was his biggest mistake. After witnessing all that I could do during our battle in the mock war, he should have been more cautious of me. But anyway, everything went according to my plan more or less. I made him think that he had won until the very last moment. I made him think he was the one hunting me. But just when everything was about to go his way, I showed him that he could never win again. I let him know that it was me who was hunting him. I showed him despair. Now every time when he would even think about going against me in the future, he'll remember this moment. He'll remember how futile it is to fight me. Sighing again, I got up and threw a small glass bottle Amelia. That's a healing potion. Apply this on him. Chapter 101. After Amelia applied a bottle full of healing potion to Quinn's wounds and bruises, she walked up to me and stood behind me. Meanwhile, I too applied some of the healing potion to the area where Quinn had stabbed me earlier. It took around 5 minutes for the effects of Embrace Discard to die down, and all my stats returned to normal. The duration for which one can maintain the effects of Embrace Discard is directly proportional to their mana core rank. Someone with a stronger mana core like Nero would be able to maintain his boosted stats for a long time. However, there was a side effect of using Embrace Discard that I experienced but wasn't mentioned in the novel, executing pain. The pain was anguishing. It felt like every muscle fiber in my body was being ripped asunder while every bone in my body cried out in agony. Additionally, my head felt like it would explode at any moment, and my abdomen, where my mana core was situated, felt like it was on fire. Despite the waves of pain assaulting my body, I maintained a poker face because I couldn't afford to show weakness. Not here, not now. What irritated me was the fact that such a side effect of using Embrace Discard wasn't mentioned in the novel, so it came off as a surprise. I don't like surprises. I want everything under my control, so it irked me to an extent I couldn't describe. Nero, who used Phoenix's Embrace hundreds of times, never experienced any pain whatsoever. This could mean one of two things: either the author was too lazy to describe things, which wouldn't be surprising since he really was a bad author, or Nero never experienced pain because he was broken. Come to think of it, Nero's pain tolerance was incredibly high in the story. I remember reading about a vampire cutting his hand off, and Nero just stood there and fought back, unfazed and displaying no pain whatsoever. Would you mind putting on a shirt? Why are you standing so close if you have a problem with me not wearing anything? My shirt was burned to ashes when I used my armor. So currently, I was not wearing anything on top, causing Amelia, who was standing right behind me, to display discomfort. Because I don't want him to kill me first when he wakes up, Amelia shrugged. So you're fine with dying after me? I looked at her absurdly. Of course, she nodded. Since that way, I would be able to see you die. Amelia. That's my name. You're ruthless. HMPH. Shaking my head, I took out a spare shirt from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet and began to put it on. And oh, Amelia coughed. You owe me one. Remember when you almost fucked up and gave our victory away to Class 1, C8 in the mock war? Who saved you then? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, was it me? I think it was me. By that calculation, I owe you nothing. TSK. Wow. Did this chick just click her tongue at me? The audacity of this girl. Yes, before coming here, I asked Amelia to accompany me since I knew I would need an element of surprise while going against Quinn. I gave her one null attribute light arrow and asked her to shoot Quinn on my signal. Needless to say, she missed my signal on purpose and let Quinn land an extra hit or two on me. TSK. This girl. What now? What's that red thing on your chest? It wasn't there before. Is that the armor relic that you used earlier? A frown appeared on my face as I heard Amelia's question. How in the world do you know it wasn't there before? At my question, Amelia merely sealed her lips and averted her eyes. It looked like she was holding back an urge to say something. Then I remembered. I saw it in Lucas' memories. While forcing himself on her, he took his shirt off. Before he could go any further, his father and sister broke into his room and got him off her. Wow. There was only one way I could have made this conversation awkward, and I just did that. I have a talent for fucking things up. Letting out a long sigh, I massaged my forehead. I debated whether to apologize or not, but then quickly decided not to. Though I did decide to answer her question, yes, it's the very same armor relic. I can summon that armor from this ruby on my chest. Oh, I see, Amelia nodded back. So I guess that massive outburst of power you displayed earlier was an application of this relic. Yeah, I replied. Once I shed the armor, I gain an increment in my stats. Is there a cooldown time? There is not. Wow. This relic is broken. Broken? I guess you can say that. I get 9 impenetrable defense, and when I want, I can boost my strength. If I die, I'll be brought back to life once. As long as I don't die, I can use the armor again. It seemed like a broken relic to me too at the start. After all, that's the reason the first thing I did after coming to this world was obtain it. However, now that I know there's a side effect to using Embrace Discard, I don't think it's broken anymore. Now, to some people, I might be sounding like a pussy. Being scared of little pain. To those people, I just have one thing to say, come take my place. Come and fucking take my place. Experience the pain I'm currently experiencing, and then say those words. I don't even think I can use embrace discard twice in a row. My body wouldn't be able to handle the strain. It will break. Still, I guess it wouldn't be wrong to call it broken. Amelia sighed, I have to admit, rich young lords are on a different level. I raised an eyebrow, barely holding back a laugh, I'm sorry. What? Well, she began, you used an illusion relic during the mock war to change your appearance, you used 2 arrow relics against Quinn now, and you had this same armor relic at that time too. Those things aren't cheap. I'm not rich, I replied, shaking my head with a bitter smile. I told you before. I just have connections. Connections to the god of this world, I'm assuming, Amelia said, rolling her eyes. I couldn't argue with that, so I just shrugged. I mean, I really do have something akin to a connection with the god of this world, so I guess she is right. But I'm not an elite young lord anymore, I said. I just have my surname, but my noble titles were revoked. Even in the Western continent, I don't have any authority now. Yeah, who's to blame for that? TSK. This girl. Ha, Amelia let out another short sigh. But still, an elite must be fun, no? People bow their heads before you wherever you go. You do whatever the fuck you want with no consequences. You can have the prettiest girls, drink the fanciest wine, and have your bodyguards beat up anyone who may offend you for even bumping into you down the street. It must feel good, right? The frown on my face grew deeper. Where does she want this conversation to head? I mean, I think I have an idea of what she wants to talk about. So with an arched eyebrow, I played along, Amelia, do you hate elites? Amelia gave a short chuckle, noticing that I had understood her intentions. I don't hate elites. I hate when elite young lords act entitled to everything. They think they deserve fancy treatment just because of their birthright. They act as if everyone should automatically respect or fear them, even though they have done nothing to earn it. Some nobles even discriminate against commoners just because they were born with a silver spoon. I see. So this is what she was trying to say. Everything she said described the old Lucas. So that's her plan. She is trying to guilt-trip me. Why? Does she still want me to apologize? I began to respond, but Amelia interrupted me. I know not all elites are like that, she said, taking a deep breath as if she were preparing to unload a heavy burden off her chest. Why you weren't like that before? Wait. What? Confused, I tried to interrupt, but she continued speaking. But after your awakening, you changed. Your personality flipped, and you became depressed. I heard that you were having a hard time with your brother and your family, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I wanted to help you, to console you, but you closed your heart to everyone. You stopped talking and started pushing people away, including me. You didn't even let me in, and that hurt. Amelia, I tried to interject again, but she kept talking, her words flowing out rapidly. You even started getting involved with the wrong kind of people and bullying commoners in our school. You also acted as if you didn't know me, and when I tried to confront you. Hick. Her voice trailed off, and she began to hiccup and sob. Amelia, finally getting a window, I quickly interrupted her, shocked by her words. What are you talking about? If you wanted to have me that way, all you had to do was ask, Lucas. Amelia raised her voice, her body shaking, but her head still down. I would have gladly given you everything I had. So why did you act like that? Why did you force me? Why did you break my trust? And when I asked you to apologize, you... Amelia, calm down, I said, grabbing her by the shoulders. She took a few sharp breaths before finally calming down. Amelia, answer me this one thing, I said while trying so hard to not let my voice break. In the next moment, with my tone barely above a whisper, I asked, did I know you before the incident? Going from what I've read in the novel and the memories that I inherited from the owner of the body I'm currently in, Lucas did not know Amelia before he tried to force himself on her. They were in the same class. However, they never interacted or knew each other prior to shortly before Lucas' little horny show. But if that's the case, then why is the girl in front of me acting as if she had known Lucas long before that? To answer me, Amelia raised her head and matched my gaze. My heart sank seeing the sight in front of me. Tears were running down her blushing red cheeks. Her emerald green eyes, filled with tears to the brim, vulnerably looked at me. Did you know me? She looked at me with a saddened look. It was as if she was mourning a time that was but long gone. We were friends, Lucas. We were friends since our childhood. Blank. My mind was blank. Remember what I said about not liking surprises? Yeah, scratch that. I now hate surprises. What the fuck is this plot twist? Nothing like this was mentioned in the novel. Moreover, nothing like this was in Lucas' memories. I mean, if they really known each other since childhood, then Lucas would surely remember about it, right? So then why? Why do I not have any memories of interacting with her before that incident? As I looked at the sight of Amelia crying and sobbing, for some reason, I felt my chest tightening and twisting in pain. Before I could even think about saying something, Amelia wiped the tears off her face and continued. And although you pretended to not notice, you knew that I had feel larg. Right when she was in the middle of her point, a dissatisfied groan cut her off. Both Amelia and I instantly dropped this topic and looked over at Quinn. His limp body was finally starting to move, and he was getting up. Chapter 102. God, this is awkward. Why is no one saying anything? Quinn had sat back up and was looking in our direction without uttering a single word. My hands were on Amelia's shoulders as we both looked back at him. Like statues, all of us kept staring at us for a minute straight. I considered speaking something out of sheer awkwardness at first, but looking back at my history of making situations like these even more awkward, I stayed quiet. Wait, now that I think about it. My shirt was unbuttoned. I was grabbing Amelia. Her eyes were swollen, making it clear that she was crying. I quickly let go of Amelia and took a few steps away from her. With a dry cough, my eyes darted over to Quinn, and I gave him a serious look. Sensing the situation, the necromancer got up on his feet and matched my gaze with the same energy and perhaps a little caution. Good, he was cautious of me. It means that he was finally starting to see me as a threat. It's understandable since he got his ass whooped by me for being overconfident, not just once but twice. Quish! Swish! Don't even think about it. Quinn suddenly clenched his fist, and I watched as darkness began to rise from his feet, signaling his attempt to summon his shadow slaves. Judging by the amount of darkness surrounding him like a vortex, I can only assume he was about to call forth Shia. Reacting quickly, Amelia knocked a mana-infused arrow on her bow and aimed it at the necromancer. While I applauded her reaction time, I knew that she wouldn't be able to stop Quinn if he managed to bring out Shia. I can't do anything against the two of them either now that I'm too weak to use my armor again for a while. So I did the next best thing. I brought out my edit pen from the smart bracelet on my hand and pointed it at him, at the clothes he was wearing, to be precise. Needless to say, seeing an ordinary red quill pen, Quinn was more than confused. What is he trying to do with a pen? Thoughts like this were clearly visible on his face. However, seeing the deadly serious look in my eyes, Quinn decided not to make any moves. He had already seen me pulling some less than possible stunts, so he probably didn't want to risk anything. Fear is a survival instinct. If you see a lion while walking down an empty street and you don't feel fear, you'd either be stupid or a quiet American kid with a shotgun in your backpack. You fear a lion because you clearly know that it's capable of killing you if you keep approaching it. That's why you feel fear. It's your mind telling you to avoid your doom by turning around and running away. Right now, Quinn felt something similar. His instincts yelled at him to back down and heed my warning. Wise choice. If he hadn't stopped casting the spell, I would have caused a spike to erupt from his clothes and impale his abdomen in an instant. Let's just have a civilized conversation, I said as I stored my pen in the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet. Because if you decide to attack me now, I will go for the kill. Quinn appeared hesitant and had a look of frustration on his face. Despite his inner conflict on whether to attack me or not, he reluctantly agreed to my proposal. Again, a wise choice. Although I know I can't truly kill him since he's the perfect necromancer, is someone who walks on the boundary of life and death daily, I can surely hurt him really, really bad. And somewhere deep in his gut, even he knows that to be the case. Nodding after seeing him back down, I raised a hand in front of Amelia, and she responded by lowering her bow. Amelia, I said, not averting my eyes off Quinn even for a second. Thank you for helping me out. You can return to your apartment now. Amelia looked at me with a frown. A hint of concern was visible somewhere in her eyes as she asked, will you be fine with him alone? Are you worried about me? I raised my eyebrows, but Amelia didn't reply. She merely looked at me with a conflicted look before turning around and walking off. Only after she left the vicinity did I open my mouth to speak with a short chuckle. Damn, we really messed this place up, huh? Around us, several broken tombstones stood in front of some wrecked graves. A sign reading, Respect the Dead, was hung at the entrance of the graveyard. Clearly, we did a very bad job in that regard. And for some reason it made me laugh. Perhaps because I was the one who wrecked most of the graves here by using mana burst. Just get to the point. Quinn, however, displayed no interest in the state we had rendered the graveyard in. What do you want? Taking a deep breath, I answered, you know what I want. I want you to work with me. Switch sides and be my ally. Ha! Quinn scoffed at my statement as if I had said something ridiculous. I'm serious, Quinn, I pressed. I know you don't want to associate with Kai. Just switch sides and work with me instead. Of course I don't want to associate with him, but do you think I have a choice? Quinn replied with a scowl. Not only is he strong enough to kill me, but he's also smart enough to get away with it. But Ian, even if I admit you are as smart as him, you're not nearly strong enough. Quinn continued, not giving me a window to speak. You may have defeated me, but Kai is a beast incarnate. You can't ever defeat him. Damn. Is he that scared of Kai? After taking a deep breath, I paused for a moment before speaking. You were right, I admitted to Quinn. Perplexed, Quinn asked, what? I mean about what you said earlier, I clarified. We're just barely old enough to be called adults. It's not fair for us to be conscripted and sent off to fight in wars. This world is in chaos and we're caught in the middle of it. As I spoke, Quinn gazed at me expectantly. Individuals like Kai Wiseman use chaotic times like these to climb to power, I said, placing a hand over my heart. But I won't follow in their footsteps. My goal is to end this war and create a better world. A world where no child will ever have to fight, no one will have to lose their loved ones, and no sons or daughters will be left orphaned. I'll build a world of peace. It'll be a world where we can be free. At the core, Quinn Darkstar is just a boy who was forced to fight on the northern border. There he fell in love with a girl and lost her to an unexpected vampire attack. All his life, somewhere deep down inside, all he ever wanted was to bring an end to this war-filled world of the world that took everything from him. But along the line of his life, after facing setbacks after setbacks, he finally gave up. The final straw was drawn when he helped the vampire monarch awaken. Instead of thanking him, the monarch absorbed Shia in front of his eyes, erasing her from existence. Subsequently, the vampire monarch mind-controlled Quinn and made him attack the Union military, resulting in the deaths of millions of people. Knowing that Kai Wiseman may have been behind all of this, manipulating Quinn from the shadows during his time at the Global Academy, it's heartbreaking to imagine how tragic Quinn's life must have been. He had been someone's puppet his entire life, starting with his father's, then Kai Wiseman's, and ultimately the vampire monarch's. Maybe that's the reason why whenever his monologues appeared in the novel, he always talked about freedom is something he never had. You will end the war. Quinn looked at me skeptically. I will, I replied earnestly. I wasn't lying. If I wanted to survive, I really needed to end the war. I needed the Union military to win against vampires and Callus. So you tell me, Quinn, I stretched my hand out to him. What will you do? Will you help Kai accomplish his selfish pursuit of power, or will you help me create a world where we can be free? Quinn's hands trembled as he contemplated my words. But you're not strong enough to go against Kai. Not now, I replied. If Quinn is right and Kai really defeated him and all his shadow slaves, then I really am not strong enough to defeat him right now. The emphasis, however, is on right now. But I will bring him down, I declared. I will destroy Kai Wiseman after the King's tournament in 4 months. You're crazy. Am I? Maybe I am. But I have already proved myself to you, haven't I? I have defeated you twice even though I'm considerably weaker than you. But that's only because you underestimated me both times, that's right. But I still defeated you. I predicted every move you made, every trap you set, and I countered them all in advance. Kai Wiseman will meet the same fate. I will bring him down. Decide, Quinn. Do you want to be scared of him, or do you want to break free of this war-filled world? Quinn looked at me as if he was looking at a madman. As if I was someone who didn't know what I was talking about. Are you serious? I am serious, Quinn. I give you my word. But after a long, silent consideration, Quinn nodded his head and gave me the answer I had already predicted him to give me. Fine. I'll work with you. Chapter 103. The fervent glow of the moon's silver light illuminated the city streets teeming with nightlife as the cadets relished their time here. It's been a long time since I had a drink, so I contemplated going inside one of the bars on my way to the apartment, but in the end, I decided against it. After our unit's victory in the unit test, we gained a significant amount of merit points. Currently, I should have something around 3,600 MP, merit points, on me, so I had enough to spend on drinks. For reference, 1 MP is roughly equivalent to $1. Even after taking out monthly rent, yes, the apartment housing is not free. The academy takes rent from the cadets if they are not in the top 16 and other necessities. I'll still have enough on me to enjoy a little. Nevertheless, I also need to consider saving some of the money to purchase additional weapons arts. Furthermore, I still need to pay off the debt of 5,800 MP for the spear art that I obtained through Kent. And aside from that, I'll need to buy many mid to high grade potions to boost my mana core rank soon. Yes, it's about time I start growing stronger. As I promised Quinn, I will have to deal with Kai after the King's tournament in 4 months. Talking about Quinn, since I finally managed to nab him to my side, I have given him a few instructions to follow. First, he will continue working under Kai and report all his movements to me. Second, he will not act on his own and will follow my orders to the word. Against these set of rules, Quinn has also put up a condition of his own from his side. If I am unable to bring down Kai Wiseman by the end of this 4-month time limit, he will reveal my identity to him. And might I add, Kai Wiseman is really starting to get on my nerves even though I haven't even met him once yet. If my theory is really correct and he's some kind of a hidden boss, I will lose my mind. I already have enough things to deal with enough future scenarios to avoid as it is. I really don't need unexpected obstacles like these to pop up and block my path. I like situations to be under control. This might sound contradictory coming from me, who said I like chaos, but when I'm in the middle of it, I like predictability. So when I came to this world, I knew almost everything since I had read the novel this world was based on. I relaxed, thinking that everything was going to be under my control. Even if I make changes to the flow of the plot, I am smart enough to predict any butterfly effect and avoid any major consequences coming my way. But soon enough, as fate would have it, things started to spiral out of my assumed control one by one. First, a guy named Hugh Jass appeared out of nowhere. He was a character that wasn't mentioned in the novel, even though he totally should have been. But it was fine. Till then, I could predict the flow of the plot to some extent. But then, at the mock war, I found out about there being 2 traitors in Class 1A1, and it was again something that wasn't mentioned in the novel. But I managed to make the best of that situation too. I predicted it happening in advance and took the situation under my control once again. However, one thing was clear to me, I can't trust what I've read in the novel. But even until that point, everything was still manageable. So what if I can't completely trust the novel? I can still work with the knowledge based on Lucas' memories. Turns out I can't do that either. I can't even trust Lucas' memories since clearly there are either gaps in them or someone has altered them. Before I could even wrap my head around this newly revealed information, the fact that Kai could be a hidden boss came to light. I mean, really, God? Really? Not only you authored a shitty novel based on this world, but you also did a very shitty job doing that. Why the fuck would you leave out details this big while writing a story? Why? I swear to God. I will kill the fucking author someday. He could very well be a god, but I will kill him. Hurrah. Letting out an extended sigh, I took step after step toward my abode. Even though there was so much important stuff to think about and plan ahead, my mind was stuck on what Amelia had said earlier. It's not surprising to know that Amelia and Lucas could have been childhood friends. Despite being a commoner, Amelia's father was one of the Western continent's well-established merchants. According to what was mentioned in the novel, Amelia's father paid regular visits to the overlord of the Western continent, Reynold Morningstar, the father of Lucas, Adele, and Yelena Morningstar. It wouldn't be impossible to imagine that her father must have used to bring Amelia to the Morningstar mansion while paying visits to Reynold. From there, they could have developed a friendship of some sort. And judging by the dramatic tone and the way Amelia was crying, they must have been close. This, however, begs the question, why did he do what he did to Amelia? If they really were that close, then why? Maybe someone mind-controlled him? Maybe it's the same person who altered Lucas' memories? Ah. Damn it. I'm way too sleepy to think about all this. It's like trying to solve a puzzle with half of the pieces missing. Today was supposed to be my last peaceful evening for a while. Now everything is confusing and messed up, and my resting time is ruined. I'll just go home and do what I do best, ignore all my problems until they go away all by themselves. Works every time. As I reached my apartment complex, I saw a fetching fair-haired girl walking out of the building's main gate while carrying 2 sizable traveling bags. It was Grace. From the looks of it, she was moving out. Her swollen red eyes made it evident that she was crying this whole time. I knew this was going to happen, but I couldn't have guessed that she would decide to move out so quickly. As I've mentioned before, the lodging that the academy provides isn't free. You have to pay the rent with merit points. And since I'm going to take all of Grace's merit points for the next 6 months, she couldn't even buy necessities, let alone pay rent. Of course, the academy wouldn't evict the cadets from the city if they were unable to pay rent. For those who were unable to earn enough merit points or failed to meet the deadline, the 7th outer district of the academy city offered free lodging. While the accommodations may not be luxurious, they still provide a place to live, albeit in a small tent. Hello, Grace. Nearing her, I put on a bright amicable smile on my face and waved as if I had been waving to an old friend. Long time no see. Noticing my presence, a foul expression took over Grace's face. With contempt in her eyes and venom in her tone, she spat, "You will pay for this." Whoa, dramatically raising my hands, a sarcastic smile formed on my face and I let out a few chuckles. I'm so scared, Wara. Okay, I won't lie. I was kind of enjoying it. Laugh all you want right now, Lucas Morningstar. She looked at me in pure, unadulterated hatred. But I will make you pay 10 times for what you've done. Sure, waving my hand again to dismiss her words, I walked past her. Do whatever you want. Just spare me this third-rate villain threat. I could feel her staring daggers at my back as I walked off. I have more or less achieved all the objectives I had set for the first arc. Grace's life will now start to get miserable due to my efforts, and I have successfully taken Quinn under me. Additionally, I have improved my image in the protagonist's eyes and accumulated a significant number of merit points. Despite a few setbacks, such as Nero having to use his gift despite my attempts to prevent it, I have learned from my mistakes and given my best effort. Although I can't say my actions were able to significantly change the ending of the first arc or the start of the main plot, I have put myself in a favorable position. Not to mention I've started to affect the fate of people around me. That is enough for me now. Now, it's time to acquire some power-ups. Oh yeah, it's that time. The mock war has ended, and the following arc will start tomorrow, marking the time for me to make my next move. What will I do? Well, as I've mentioned before, while most of the relics that the protagonist used won't appear until Volume 3, or I have no way to obtain them at present, there is another means of gaining strength that I can pursue. It's time to acquire a mythical beast egg. Chapter 104. In the spacious apartment hall, 4 people were present. A tall, imposing man with tan skin stood quietly by the wall while a scary yet handsome black-haired guy yawned on the couch. In the center of the room, a blonde girl quivered in fear as an intimidating man stood before her. He had a well-built frame and shoulder-length dark orchid hair, with burning eyes fixed on the girl. As he massaged his eyebrows, seemingly trying to calm himself down, his patience eventually wore thin. He willed mana into his right leg and thwack! A strong, mana-infused kick landed on the blonde girl's stomach, making her clench her stomach in pain. You had one job, the man who kicked the girl yelled madly. Thwack! Kuah! He then kicked her again, which made her buckle down and collapse on the ground while violently coughing up before letting out a shrill cry of pain. Kai, you'll kill her. Alberto voiced his concern from his spot against the wall. TSK. Kai clicked his tongue and brushed his fingers through his shoulder-length dark hair, tying it into a bun. He repeated his words, a little calmer this time. You just had to keep your identity hidden and report every detail to Alberto. If you had done that, he would have taken care of Class 1A1. Grace trembled on her knees as Kai raised his voice again. Alberto watched the scene unfold, wanting to intervene but decided to keep his life instead. In fact, now that the mock war has ended, Alberto knew that he couldn't have changed the outcome no matter what had happened. His defeat was set in stone the moment he decided to go against Nero. Why? Because Class 1A1's Lord Commander, Nero Dekrauf, was a devil in human skin. Alberto couldn't help but shudder when he thought back to Nero's display of power. He remembers how he had almost dealt the final blow to Nero when he chanted something and a brilliant red sword appeared before him. As soon as Nero gripped the sword, a massive explosion akin to a nuclear blast occurred, toppling the whole city and killing everyone there, his enemies and allies alike, in an instant. Alberto didn't even get the chance to get his thoughts in order when he found himself out of the VR, confused until he realized he had lost. Alberto didn't even have time to process what had happened before he found himself out of the VR, confused until he realized he had lost. He knew that he stood no chance against Nero. In fact, he even believed that with his gift, Nero might actually be stronger than Kai himself. Quinn, who had been bored until now, decided to get involved. Not true, he interjected with a yawn. Even if she had done her work perfectly, I doubt Alberto would have won. Kai frowned at Quinn's words but quickly nodded in understanding. True, he said. If what you all report is correct, then Nero Dekrauf, that bastard is too strong. Alberto wouldn't have stood a chance against him anyway. Although Alberto knew this to be true, hearing Kai say it irritated him for some reason. Why don't you go and fight him, you fish-eyed bastard, is what Alberto wanted to say to him. But instead, he put on a fake smile and spoke in a pleasing tone. Ha ha. True. I'm not strong enough, but if it was you, Sir Kai, it would have been a different story. Shut the fuck up, Kai rolled his eyes, uninterested in Alberto's flattery. Alberto wanted to retort but instead forced a bigger smile and bowed his head like a dog with no self-esteem, happy to receive recognition from his master. Regardless, Kai continued as he turned his gaze to the girl on the ground. You failed to do your job. If you failed to do something as simple as this, then I have no use for you. Feeling his vexed gaze on her, Grace trembled in terror. She didn't want this. She was scared. All she wanted to do was just run home and spend time with her younger brother. Hick! Tears filled her eyes to the brim as she started sobbing. The image of her father flashed in her mind. Seeing her in this state made Kai even more annoyed. He squatted down and gripped Grace's face tightly. Father, please save me, she cried out in her mind. Do not fucking cry. Kai yelled. If you so much so even shed a tear, I will kill you. MNHH. Through cuffed cheeks, Grace nodded her head before Kai let go of her face and she gasped for air. Actually, Kai's objective for instigating the mock war between classes 1A1 and 1C8 was never to let 1C8 win to begin with. He just wanted to examine all the talents in 1A1 to determine if there was someone who could pose a threat to him and his plan to ascend to the position of president. In a way, since Nero displayed his true strength, Kai had already achieved his goal. Then why was he so infuriated with Grace? It's because he disliked having useless people around, and right now, after getting her identity exposed and failing to do what he had asked of her, Grace was being just that, useless. Noticing that this was not going to end well for Grace, Quinn decided to interrupt. Kai, I don't think you should be focusing on her right now. At his words, Kai let out a deep sigh. True, I should be focusing on Nero. He's a bigger threat than I had imagined. Alberto asked, what should we do? Kai stroked his chin, contemplating Alberto's question, and when he was done thinking, a distorted grin spread across his face, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Spread the news. Ensure that everyone worldwide knows about Nero's gift, he ordered. This was a calculated move on Kai's part. If Nero's gift became widely known, there was bound to be someone who would seek it for themselves. Even if most people dismissed the news as mere rumors, Nero's life would remain in constant danger. This would create an opportunity that Kai could exploit. By removing Nero as a rival for the presidency of the Global Academy, he would achieve his short-term goal. And Nero is not the one you should worry about. Quaking in terror while panting heavily, Grace let out in a trembling voice. The one you should look out for is someone else. Kai raised an eyebrow as he looked at Grace's figure. She was on her knees and her blonde hair was disheveled, clearly not resembling someone from a noble household. Her eyes were clouded with fear and anxiety, yet a flicker of rage was visible in them. That rage, however, was not directed at Kai. No, it was directed toward the person she was speaking about. Who are you talking about? Kai questioned, more than a bit curious. Is it Lucas Morningstar, the guy you talked about? Yes, Grace nodded while wiping blood coming from a scratch on the side of her lips. Aside from finding out my identity, he also somehow managed to make his fingerprints from my jersey disappear. I hate to admit it, but his intelligence is a threat. Yes, quickly, Alberto chipped in. Jason, my head strategist, also mentioned something like that. That guy predicted Jason's moves before he even made them. If not for that one blunder at last, we would have lost without Nero even getting the need to interfere. Kai couldn't help but stroke his chin again. Right. According to the report he got, Lucas Morningstar was a threat. Kai had met Alberto's friend, Jason. Even he had to admit that Jason was smart. For someone to outsmart him so easily is a difficult task. But before Kai could come to any decision, Quinn spoke up. Lucas is a puppet, he said. I'm pretty sure someone else is pulling his strings. Turning his eyes toward the necromancer, Kai furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Elaborate. I think Lucas is being controlled by someone else from the shadows, Quinn began explaining his point. There is someone else, probably from our class like Amelia or Anastasia, who is using him as a front to cover their actions. You mean someone else is taking the actions while Lucas is just putting on a show? Yes. Hence the puppet analogy. Why do you think so? Quinn took in a deep breath. Well, have you heard about Lucas' reputation? That guy is a degenerate sheltered rich boy. There's no way someone can be smart enough to pull what he pulled during the mock war. Besides, if it truly is Lucas, do you really think he would be stupid enough not to hide his actions? He is definitely someone else's pawn. He is being used as a front to misdirect us and keep our attention away from the real puppeteer. Kai nodded again in understanding. That's true. Someone smart enough to outsmart Jason would definitely conceal their identity by using someone else as their puppet. Exactly, Quinn exclaimed. Wait, did you get to know the identity of the person who defeated you? Kai inquired to Quinn. You said you were going to meet up with that person last night. So, who are they? I don't know, Quinn replied instantly as if he was prepared for all these questions beforehand. They never showed up. They are being cautious, Kai concluded. Maybe it's the same person who's pulling Lucas' strings. Maybe, yeah. Or could it be that it was Lucas? Kai theorized. Maybe he was the one who defeated you at the mock war, and yesterday he beat you up until you sided with him. That could be a possibility, right? Maybe you are trying to cover Lucas' name here. Maybe you have switched sides? Quinn couldn't help but let out an absurd dry laugh. In truth, Kai was on point. But of course, he couldn't just admit that to him. So instead, he started spitting lies with a straight face. Nah, he said. Firstly, whoever it was who killed me in the virtual world really didn't show up yesterday. Secondly, Lucas is too weak to defeat me. Kai scratched his forehead while deep in thought. True. His core rank is only at Iron 2, so there's no way he could defeat you. Quinn gave Kai a long look as if trying to get a read on this guy. The reason for this was when he talked about mana core rankings, it reminded him of something. At the start of the academy, Kai invited Quinn out to a gathering of cadets belonging to noble and high background households. They formed a group named Young Elites. During that meeting, Quinn asked Kai for his mana core rank, and he revealed it to be on Bronze 2. However, in just a matter of weeks, Kai somehow managed to rank his mana core up to Silver 3. It was a near impossible feat. Not only that, but when he fought Kai, it seemed like the latter had years' worth of combat experience. Even Quinn's battle instincts weren't as honed as his. It was clear that there was something fishy about this guy. By the way, as Quinn was about to continue the conversation, Grace started yelling. No, 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 she cried out while grabbing Kai's leg. You guys are being fooled. This is exactly what he wants you to think. It is Lucas who's pulling everyone's strings. Believe me. Kai looked at Grace in shock. After the amount of beating she had received, she should be terrified to even be anywhere near Kai. Yet, right now, she was grabbing his leg and yelling at him. Even Quinn was surprised a little. The fuck? Kai jerked his leg off Grace's grip and thrashed a punch in her face, breaking her nose. Thwack! Heek! Letting out a gasping cry, her body fell back from the force of the punch. Why you don't understand, even as blood streamed down from her nose, Grace kept repeating her words. He wants you to think this. It's him. Seeing her behave erratically, Kai thought maybe he had punched her too hard. He looked at Quinn, to which the latter just shrugged back. It seems I'll have to investigate this guy myself, Kai muttered to himself. But I told you, you don't need to bother. Before Quinn could convince him to not get involved with Lucas, Kai waved his hand. I've decided, he declared. I'll see him for myself and then decide if he's really the one pulling the strings or if he's just another puppet. Chapter 105. Foo-oo. In a dimly lit apartment room, an alluring black-haired girl sat cross-legged on the ground. White steam rose from her perfect figure as sweat dripped down her forehead. She opened her clear emerald eyes and blinked a few times. I did it, she said to herself. She had managed to advance her mana core rank into the silver stage and entered its first level, Silver 1. Going up a level is not that difficult, however, breaking through a stage to enter the next takes a lot of time, effort, and energy. For example, getting one's mana core from Bronze 2 to Bronze 3 is easier than getting it from Bronze 3 to Silver 1. To advance into the next stage, one has to forcefully compress their mana core, and add layers upon layers of mana over it to create a new mana core over the already existing one. Needless to say, the necessary process of compressing is hard and painful, and it can't be avoided. However, there is a way to fasten it. To cover their already existing mana cores, one needs to gather mana from the atmosphere. This process of gathering mana through the atmosphere can be long and tiring. However, one could fasten this process by obtaining some mid to high-grade mana potions that could provide the required mana instead to envelop their already existing mana core instead of gathering it from the atmosphere. Dak! Amelia fell back, tired. She wanted to sleep, but looking at the clock, it was already 6:54 a.m. now. Soon her class would start. TSK, Amelia clicked her tongue in resignation. I guess I won't be getting any sleep today either. Actually, her plan was to relax and maybe binge-watch a web series or two after coming back from the virtual world yesterday. However, before she could even get changed and sit down to watch something, a certain someone called her. Who else could it have been but Lucas? At first, she decided to ignore it, but he kept spamming calls and texts until her patience wore out and she answered. He asked for a favor and sent a GPS coordinate. The location was the one and only graveyard in Academy City. He told her to come meet him there and explained the situation. He also told her a rather detailed plan and instructed her to shoot Quinn with a light enchanted arrow on his signal. All in all, the plan went pretty well, and Lucas was able to subdue Quinn by the end, thanks to her and some of his rather expensive-looking relics. However, the thing that was stuck in her mind was what happened after that. She said some things to Lucas, and now she couldn't get it out of her mind. This was the reason she couldn't sleep after coming back last night and decided to train instead. Letting out a frustrated groan, Amelia smacked her face. Why the hell did I say all that? When Amelia was around 6 years old, on a windy winter morning, her mother passed away. She passed away from an illness. Doctors couldn't save her, and even advanced medical technology didn't provide a cure. Amelia felt her emotions die that day. She stopped laughing. She stopped talking. She didn't even cry during her mother's funeral. Her father started taking care of her after that. He would never let her out of his sight since he knew how devastated she was. Even when he had to work, he would take her with him. Her father was a small yet well-established businessman who dealt with the trade of mana beasts' cores, an important yet dangerous ingredient used in various types of potion making. Since he was only one of the few names in this dangerous business in the Western continent, he had to regularly show his reports directly to Reynold Morningstar. One day, her father took her to the Morningstar mansion when he had to pay his regular visit. She still remembers that day vividly. It was a huge mansion, around 10 times the size of her own house. It had a huge front yard pool, backyard garden, and made robots, those things were expensive back then. While her father visited the Overlord's personal office, Amelia waited patiently in the mansion's guest room. Despite coming from a well-off family, Amelia was still in awe when she saw the luxurious guest room at the mansion. That day, in that guest room, she met that boy for the first time. Lucas Morningstar. He was beautiful. His skin was as fair as snow, while his hair looked as if they were made from the strands of cloud. His eyes shone in a bright shade of scarlet, while a charming smile was plastered on his face. That was the very first time Amelia saw someone as beautiful as him. And maybe it was also the first time she felt her heart skip a beat. However, it was only for a moment. She actually knew who this boy was. He was in the same school as her, and since he was from one of the 4 ruling houses at Morningstar, he was undoubtedly famous. Both girls and boys wanted to befriend him and get close to him, some for his looks and others for his background. As if that wasn't enough, the word was that Lucas Morningstar was also extremely intelligent and talented in academics, war strategies, and martial arts. He was a true genius. Anyone would want to get close to him, but not her. In reality, she just wanted to be left alone. She didn't even want to be there, but her father literally dragged her out of her room. Unfortunately for her, Lucas had no intentions of leaving her alone. He approached her and tried to talk, introducing himself and asking about her, but since she had no interest in talking, she kept ignoring him. The day ended, and Lucas' pretty face was starting to annoy Amelia. The boy did not know how to shut up. After her father's work was done, she went home with him, relieved that she didn't have to listen to the boy talking anymore. But of course, her luck wasn't that great. Next week, when she returned with her father again, she found the boy waiting for her in the guest room. The same happened the week after that. And the week after that. And the week after that. Months passed, and whenever Amelia would visit the Morningstar mansion, Lucas would be there waiting for her. They would talk for hours. Only he talked, and Amelia listened. They would also play around the mansion. Amelia would try to run away, and Lucas would try to catch her, thinking she was playing tag with him. Time passed by like this, and 1 year passed. They both were put in the same class at school. So now, Amelia had to endure Lucas every day. However, by now, she was starting to get used to being around him. The boy was annoying, and he sure talked a lot, but she could tell he was kind and funny and sweet. There was much more to him than the genius tag that people had given him. Slowly but surely, she started to open up to him. Being around him was starting to get less annoying every day. Although she still didn't start talking, she was beginning to laugh and feel joy. The sorrow she felt after her mother's passing was starting to fade away. But the kids at that age can be troublesome to deal with. Do you see her? Why does that girl not talk? She's always so gloomy when she's in the class alone. Yeah, but whenever Lucas comes to talk to her, she starts acting normal. But I haven't seen her talking with him either. Why does Lucas even bother to talk with someone creepy like her? Guys, I think she can listen to us. She's looking this way, creepy. It started like that. And soon, she became the target of class bullying. Lucas stood by her, but it wasn't enough to fend off all the bullies. Although no one would bother her when she was with him, he couldn't be with her every second of the day. Whenever she wasn't with him, they would start to bother her again. Not so long after, being in school became unbearable, even with Lucas by her side. She would cry at night and try to keep a brave face during the day. But one day, the bullying suddenly stopped. The students who used to bother her got suspended. Although she was initially confused, Amelia immediately figured out who was behind all this. They will never bother you again. That's what Lucas said to her. That day, for the first time in a while, she cried in front of someone in front of him. That day, it was also the first time in a while that she spoke up, "Thank you," while sobbing. Their friendship only deepened after that incident. Amelia and Lucas, they both were inseparable. It would be rare to see one without the company of the other. Of course, it didn't take long until she started having feelings for him, feelings stronger than friendship. Every second that she spent with him only made her fall only harder for him. However, one day everything started going downhill. They arrived at the age when they awakened their mana core. As it happens to be, they both awakened their mana cores on the same day. Amelia awakened an immortal stage potential. Needless to say, she was happy. But when she visited Lucas to let him on the good news, she was left shocked. Lucas Morningstar, once an unparalleled genius, awakened a mana core potential that was barely high enough to be called average, gold. That was the day when Lucas started shutting people off. She got to know that he was having problems with his family. His twin brother, who she had only seen supporting Lucas until now, flipped and started bullying him in school. His sister started ignoring him, much like his parents. And the people who wanted to get close to Lucas until the day before suddenly started laughing at him in front of his face. Amelia tried to help her as she tried talking to her and standing by him as he did for her, but Lucas pushed her away too. Then he changed for the worse. Alcohol, drugs, women, he was merely a teenager when he started indulging himself in all of that. His personality only worsened and Amelia tried to talk to him many times, but he acted like he didn't even know her. It was painful for her to watch him like this. However, one day when they were 14, he started showing interest in her again. Only this time, he was acting like a scum. He tried to forcefully get her in his bed. And one day, he almost succeeded. That day was the most painful day she had to go through in all her life after her mother's passing. She cried for weeks after that. She wasn't saddened by what intentions Lucas had, instead it was how he tried to achieve them. If he wanted her that way, all he had to do was ask. But instead of doing that, Lucas betrayed her trust in him. He betrayed their friendship. She swore to herself that day that she would never forgive him. She would never even see his face. Yet, after 4 years, when she finally met him again, she found he had changed. He wasn't acting like a scum, but he wasn't his former self, either. He was awkward and unreadable. However, the way he talked, the way he walked, and his bad habit of biting nails when he was deep in thought were all the same. Even though she swore to herself never to forgive him for what he did, Amelia found herself talking to her again. But when she mentioned the past, Lucas acted as if he didn't remember it. He surely remembered that incident, but not their time before that. It made her think, did he lose his memories or something? Is it possible that all those years ago, someone messed with his beep? Beep. Beep. Right when she was in the middle of reminiscing about the past, her alarm clock started ringing. TSK, clicking her tongue in frustration, Amelia got up. It was time for her to get ready for the academy. She could think about all this sometime else. Besides, what happened in the past couldn't change, no matter how much she may think about it anyway. Chapter 106. So that's about it. It's fine. I kind of expected this to happen anyway. Quinn and I were right outside our class, talking in a tone barely above a whisper. What were we talking about? Well, Kai decided to meet Alberto, Grace, and Quinn this morning. He wanted a detailed report about what happened in the mock war and all. Right now, Quinn is catching me up on what he did in the meeting. Apparently, Grace received one hell of a beating from Kai. Good. This means, soon she will be kicked out of the young elites. In no time, she will be alone and vulnerable, with no friends or allies by her side. Then, and only then, I will put on a display of mercy and lend her a helping hand out of the sheer kindness of my heart. Heh. Anyway, aside from this, Quinn alerted me about the fact that Kai was soon going to come after me. Even though Quinn tried directing his attention away from me, Grace, in a fit of fury and madness, begged him to come after me. Of course, I expected it to happen. Even though I told Quinn to convince Kai about there being a hidden mastermind in our class, I knew Grace would stick her nose in between. After all, Grace did know that I was the one Kai should look out for. It's fine though. Grace is a variable I can't control yet. I did a good job by letting Quinn put the idea of a possible secretive mastermind in Kai's head. You expected it. Quinn furrowed his eyebrows in a frown. He was clearly confused. By now, you should know one thing about me, Quinn. I looked at him with a slight smile visible on my lips. I'm the kind of guy who always tries to think ahead and anticipate what might happen. I like to consider all the possible outcomes before making a move. It helps me stay ahead in the game and ensure that the conclusion turns out to be my victory. I chuckled lightly. I don't mean to sound too dramatic, but that's just the way I approach things. I like to be prepared for any situation, so I can stay in control and come out on top. It's just my way of doing things. Quinn gave me a long look before sighing. Yeah, so do you have anything ready for Kai? Do you know how you'll approach him? Not yet, I replied. Didn't you just say you like to stay ahead, though? Quinn arched an eyebrow. No, I shook my head. I mean, I will not yet approach him. I'll let him make the first move. Won't that put you at a disadvantage? It won't. Every move that he can make and every step that he takes are all already accounted for. Don't worry. He will lose. I see. Nodding my head after convincing Quinn that everything was under control, I turned around and started to leave for the class. However, before I could even take a step, Quinn's voice called out to me from behind. Lucas, he called, making me halt. Those marbles that you used to concuss me, when did you put them in the graveyard? Oh. It was still on his mind. Didn't I tell you already? I said, without bothering to turn back. Every action my enemies take, I predict them all in advance. You calling me out to the graveyard was a possibility I had considered as soon as the mock war ended. After all, that is the only place with no people around, even on weekends. So, after leaving the virtual world, I went straight to the graveyard and dug up the ground to hurry those marbles there. After you called me there, I deliberately arrived early and stood before the spot where I had buried the marbles so you would stand right on top of them. It was only a matter of making you believe that you had won before I would show you the disparity of going against me. I didn't even need to turn around to see that Quinn had a mix of fuck you and a wow, that was smart look on his face after I made the reveal. Click. Smirking, I clicked open the classroom door and went inside without a hitch. Today is going to be a big day, after all. Today the class trip arc will start, the first main arc of the story. How are you, Kent? Ah. I am, good? Oh, you are? Don't worry. You won't be for long. Kway hee hee. Dude, don't laugh like that. Currently, I am sitting right next to Kent. As I greeted him, a creepy smile slowly emerged on my face. Seeing me acting this way, Kent started sweating profusely, clearly on edge around me. What's going on, you ask? Well, during the mock war, Kent initiated a punch bet between us. And since my contribution ranking was higher than his, he'll have to let me punch him 5 times. He was stupid to make that bet in the first place. I was the one who was commanding the flow of the battle. So it's no surprise that I was ranked higher than him. Well, in his defense, when he made that bet, Amelia was set to be the head strategist. He thought he would rank higher than me since I had not much to do. Heh, this poor fool. Artilda, just the thought of punching him right in his stupid face makes me tingle in excitement. Okay, fine, he said resignedly, sitting up straight and leaning his face toward me. There, punch me 5 times. Oh, Kent, I said, shaking my head in mock sympathy. You have no idea what you've just gotten yourself into. You think a few punches right now is all you have to worry about? Think again, my dear friend. Because I have something much worse in store for you. Kent's expression shifted from defeat to confusion as he tried to process my words. But before he could say anything, I continued. I won't set you free right now, I said, my smile turning into a twisted grin. No, that would be too easy. Instead, I'll trap you in a lifetime of misery. Every time you see me, you'll be filled with dread. You'll never feel safe again, never be able to relax. I'll be like a shadow, always lurking just out of sight, ready to punch you in the face at any given moment. And when I do, you'll wish you had never crossed me. I could see the fear growing in Kent's eyes, only adding more to my ecstasy. At the end of it all, when I'll deal you the 5th and final punch, I continued, my voice low and menacing. You'll be driven to the brink of insanity, unable to bear the mental torture that I'll put you through. And then, and only then, will I let you go. Kent's eyes widened with fear as he realized the grave mistake he had made in challenging me. He had thought it was just a harmless bet, a little game to pass the time. But now, he found himself staring into the face of pure evil. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Mwahaha, can you guys please shut up? As I was right in the middle of my villainous laugh, Amelia, who was sitting right behind us, interrupted. And besides, you can't drag a bet for a lifetime, she said, resting her chin over her hand. Of course I can, I frowned. We didn't make a rule opposing it. No, I mean, you possibly can't, Amelia explained. At most, you can only drag it until 6 months before you'll either forget about it or have punched him 5 times by then. Heh, I scoffed. You underestimating me is nothing new. But don't worry. I'll prove you wrong. Whatever. By the way, Amelia turned to Kent. What was your contribution ranking anyway? 69. Kent exclaimed in an overly proud tone as if he had accomplished a divine feat, org. Nice. He, right? Amelia rolled her eyes, but I was proud of him. Heh. So what do you guys think the vice president will reward us? Kent asked in a curious tone. Amelia stroked her chin. Maybe early access to the Academy's AI, Athena? Most definitely no, I shook my head at her answer. Why? Both Kent and Amelia asked in unison. After the mock war when Grace filed a false complaint against me, as compensation for wasting my time and degrading my reputation, I asked for early access to Athena. But Yelena denied it because I haven't even completed the first semester yet, so I don't deserve it. I explained. Basically, getting access to Academy AI is impossible until after the first semester. For a second, both Amelia and Kent had an expression on their faces that screamed, you have a reputation. Before I could pass any comment on that look, however, Amelia mocked in a teasing tone, that complaint was false. Are we sure? I looked at Amelia with an I am so done look, ha ha. Very funny. Though, on a serious note, maybe she just didn't give you the access because she doesn't like you. Kent commented. Yeah, it's a possibility. She does hate me after all, I nodded. But I know what she'll offer and it's not early access to Athena. Oh, you do? Tell? Kent asked excitedly. She'll give us a 3-day class trip to a city of our choosing anywhere in the world. She'll also reward us with merit points based on our contribution rankings. The higher your contribution was, the more MP you'll receive. A class trip? And we can go anywhere in the world for 3 days? I mean, isn't it going a little bit overboard? I don't think she'll do something like that. Kent replied in a skeptical tone. Wanna make a bet? I suggested. If she doesn't offer us anything like that, our punch bet will be cancelled, and I'll treat you to a party instead in any club you want. However, if she does give us what I said, our punch bet will be doubled. Meaning, you'll let me punch you 10 times. Please don't do it, Kent. Amelia tried to save Kent from a fate much worse, but the greed of escaping this bet blinded the blue-haired elf. I accept. And just like that, Kent made another decision that he'll come to regret while Amelia could only sigh in the back. Click. Swoo. Just then, the door to the classroom clicked open, and a chilly wind washed over the whole classroom, signaling the arrival of the Queen. Chapter 107. Yelena elegantly made her way to the podium after entering the classroom. Standing there in front of everyone, she swept a cold gaze across the faces of the people present. There are 11 cadets absent today, she commented. When roll call was taking place, we were made aware of 11 absent cadets. But it's impressive how quickly she counted the heads present here in such a short time. Yes, they were probably exhausted from the VR war. From the front, a black-haired guy with sharp red eyes raised his hand and replied. Yes, it was the hugest guy. TSK, Yelena clicked her tongue. You first years have no idea how tough being a soldier is these days. If that little mock war exhausted you, then you will never survive the real thing. To be fair, those 11 absent cadets were not to blame here. In fact, many of the cadets present here right now had color drained from their faces too. Again, it's not their fault. Even though the pain factor was reduced to 80% in the VR world, getting stabbed, slashed, or pierced was still painful. Think about the people who died there. They really experienced death. That agony of suffering and dying must have inflicted severe trauma on them. And from the look on her face, Yelena also understood this. She heaved a deep sigh before she began speaking again. PDR. Well, I guess it's understandable. Some instructors did warn me that a virtual mock war could be too much for you all. She admitted. Fine, then suddenly, Yelena clapped her hands together as if she had gotten an amazing idea. Originally, I was only going to reward you guys with merit points according to your contribution rankings in the war, but now I'll add something else to the rewards too. Kent's face was suddenly filled with dread as he muttered, no, 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 from his seat right beside me. It was at this moment he knew, he had fucked up. Ha. Amelia sighed sympathetically from behind us and said, I warned you. As for me, I patted Kent's back to offer some comfort, acting as if the reason for his misery wasn't me to begin with. Meanwhile, Yelena continued. So along with the merit points, I'll also reward your class with a 3-day-long trip. Consider this a short vacation and release that mental strain. Dash, a trip? Dash, so, we won't have to go through Instructor Matterhorn's class? We don't have to go through Combat Arts class for 3 days? Dash, a vacation? Finally. Dash, but where will we go? Oh, Runeheart City maybe. Kia. Needless to say, everyone's mood quickly got better as soon as Yelena mentioned a vacation. Marry me, Yelena. Dude, what the fuck? Ah, right. I forgot she is your sister. And while everyone was excited about the trip, Kent was yelling at Yelena to marry him. This guy. Where will you get to go, you ask? The one who topped the contribution ranking chart will decide that. Yelena turned to Nero as she said that. Suddenly, the whole class fell silent and all eyes turned to Nero, who quietly sat by the window. Judging by the fact that no one was sitting within 5 seats of him, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out that he was currently being shunned by everyone. It was to be expected. After all, he did display a godlike gift during the mock war. And not to mention, the last explosion that he used to kill Alberto also killed many of our own allies. That means many of the people he killed in the virtual world were currently present here. These people would obviously try to maintain a safe distance from him. Many were still traumatic, while some were angry, and others just felt jealousy or inferiority toward him. Anyway, the bottom line is, Nero Dekrauf has become a social outcast. And thank heavens for that. I mean, what happened wasn't good and it wasn't something I wanted. However, if not for him taking all the attention, all of those emotions from all these people would have been directed toward me. I mean, I did manage to do some near impossible things myself in the mock war, if I say so myself. I became the head strategist, I led us to victory by demolishing Class 1C8's battlefield tactics, and I found the existence of 2 traitors within our ranks. There's also the fact that I defeated Quinn in a duel. Of course, it's a good thing that this fact is not public yet. And also, Grace falsely accused me of assaulting her. Although I've been proven innocent, it's good that no one is paying attention to this matter either. Oh, yeah, talking about Grace, let me tell you one thing. She has become an outcast too. Normal cadets are avoiding her because she tried to sabotage our class. Noble cadets who are part of young elites have been forbidden to interact with her by Kai. Ella isn't talking to her because Grace lied to her. And although my reputation isn't that good, the fact that she tried to frame me for something I haven't done isn't being taken lightly by the court of public opinion. She is miserable already. I stole a glance at her and saw baggy black patches under her sleepless eyes, her once beautiful blonde hair disheveled, unkempt clothes, and bruised cheeks, everything clearly indicating that her condition wasn't good. Yet, I relished it with a smile. It's just the first day. I hope she won't break too early. Dash, but why him? Dash, sure, he ended the war, but he also killed many of our own soldiers. According to the rules of real wars, that's a crime, no? Dash, org, I don't like him. I never liked him. Look, Yelena rolled her eyes. I don't care whether you like him or not, but the right to decide this class trip's destination remains with him. At the commotion, Nero merely let out a sigh and stood up. I really don't care. You can let Anastasia, who was second in the contribution rankings, decide it train. Just when Nero was about to refuse his right to choose the trip's destination, his smart bracelet rang. It was a text notification. Frowning, he decided to ignore it and continued speaking. As I was saying, you can let Anastasia, who came second, train. But before he could finish, another text notification rang. Still deciding to ignore it, he continued again. You can let Anastasia, who came second in the contribution, train. In the contribution rankings, train. Train. Decide where we train. 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 TSK. Finally, after his smart bracelet kept ringing with text notifications, Nero clicked his tongue in annoyance and opened up the messaging app. Only after scrolling through tens of spam messages did he turn around and give a long look in my direction. All the eyes in the class moved between Nero and me, clearly confused as to what was going on. Ha! Nero sighed again and turned to Yelena before hesitantly declaring, I guess, we're going to Sylvesterine. Chapter 108. In the novel, Chase became close to both Nero and Anastasia during the mock war. Although he started seeing Nero as a love rival not soon after the mock war ended, he still considered him a close friend. By the current point in the novel, they had become good friends. So even when the whole class was shunning Nero, Chase sat with him. PD times so in the story, when Yelena asked Nero to choose a destination for the class trip, Chase helped Nero by giving him a city name he wanted to visit. However, in this world, Chase never got closer to Nero since I interfered with the plot. Although I earned some edit points from it, now Nero is all alone. This means there's no one who'll convince him to name a city for our trip, as he has no interest in things such as vacations. However, I really need to visit the same city they visited in the novel. I need this class trip to head exactly where it was headed in the story. And so, to make it possible, I sent Nero some texts. I asked him for a favor. I asked him to name Sylvesterine City, the Silver City of Elves, as the destination for our class trip. And just as I had wanted, he complied with my request. If he had ignored my text and given up his right to choose, I would have begged Amelia to ask Anastasia to name Sylvesterine City. So yeah. Fortunately, I managed to save some of my dignity. Why do I want to visit Sylvesterine City this badly, you infer? The answer lies in the fact that a former member of the 7 Abyssal Vampire Kings is currently in hiding there. Although that Vampire King was a woman, in the novel, she was still referred to as the former Abyssal Vampire King, and not Queen. I don't know why. Anyway, moving on to the point, Vampire King is hiding there and in her possession lies something that I desire. She has a mythical beast egg with her. My plan from here on out is simple. I will go visit the Sylvesterine City, track down the Vampire King somehow, and kill her before I snatch the beast egg from her. Now, let me tell you one thing, Abyssal Vampire Kings are strong. They are the 7 supreme rulers of the vampires and their strength is only second to one in the Vampire Monarch. The objective of these Vampire Kings is to somehow awaken their Vampire Monarch, who's still in his cocoon. Yes, vampires are born from cocoons. I will give you a lesson about their life cycle some other time. For now, let's get to the point. In order to awaken the Vampire Monarch, the vampire species must nourish them with living beings that possess mana, whether they be elves, dwarfs, humans, or even other vampires. The amount of energy provided to the Vampire Monarch increases with the mana core ranking of the organism. Simply put, the higher their mana core's ranking, the more nourishment they'll provide to the Vampire Monarch. In some cases, vampires resort to abducting children with high mana core potential from the northern continent, and raising them specifically to serve as perfect nourishment for the Vampire Monarch. This is because children with high mana core potential grow up to become threats to the vampires, and it's difficult to subdue them and take them to the monarch without killing them. When a person is killed, their mana core breaks and the mana inside them disappears. After that, they are just a lump of rotting meat to the vampires. Therefore, subduing children with high potential, but no strength is much easier than fighting them when they have grown up and cultivated enough strength to match their potential. From time to time, other vampires may try to steal the high-quality food meant for the monarch's nourishment. However, doing so is a capital offense that carries the penalty of death among their kind. So when a certain Abyssal Vampire King committed the very same offense, she was sentenced to death. However, since she was one of the strongest individuals of her kind, killing her proved to be challenging. In the end, the Abyssal Vampire King fled with one of the high-quality nourishment materials. She managed to slip under the Union military's border, severely injured and weakened. She changed her appearance and hid in the Silver City of Elves, Sylvesterine. After a year, the other Abyssal Vampire Kings dispatched an assassin to find and eliminate her. The assassin tracked his target and trailed her to Sylvesterine City. Coincidentally, Nero and his class were also on a class trip there at that time. As fate would have it, their paths crossed and some of the cadets discovered the assassin's identity. Class 1A1 engaged in a fight with the assassin, but unfortunately, many of them were killed before Nero was finally able to defeat him. That day, along with those brave cadets, hundreds of civilians were also butchered, and countless homes were lost. It was a tragedy. The tragedy of Sylvesterine City. But that wasn't the end of it. Since the assassin was killed by the Global Academy's cadets, the former Vampire King who was in hiding lived. In Volume 3 of the novel, all her injuries were recovered and her strength was regained. However, for some unknown reason, she lost her mind. She came out of hiding and went on a massacre, killing hundreds of thousands of people. She repeated the tragedy of Sylvesterine, but this time, it was much, much worse. Following that incident, the Central Continent wasn't able to recover in time and Spider took advantage of it. They waged a war of rebellion against the central government, worsening the situation even further. Chaos is what came after that. Needless to say, I can't let that happen. If what happens in the novel is to be repeated, then it will be disastrous for my survival. So, I have two objectives here. I'll kill the deserted Vampire King now when she's severely injured and weakened. I'll take the mythical egg in her possession. And then, I'll run the fuck away. What? You don't expect me to fight the assassin and save the cadets who died in the story, do you? Yeah, thanks but no thanks. As far as I'm concerned, my safety is my first priority. I won't endanger myself for some strangers. Better them than me. Besides, I'm sure Nero will handle everything on his own perfectly fine. Foo, letting out a deep breath, I slipped inside a black deep-neck t-shirt. Next 3 days are going to be rough. After combing my hair and putting on the most expensive watch from my collection, I looked in the mirror. Damn, I was handsome. Even though I dressed in some casual clothes, blue jeans, black tee, and a red shirt on top, damn, I looked hot. I couldn't help but admire myself for a minute. If only I had this face back on my Earth, I could have been a model. Hey Tilda, only after I was done appreciating my handsomeness did I whisper out loud, status. Suddenly a translucent blue screen appeared in my vision and I scrolled down to see my edit points. Status edit points 1978 After interfering with the plot countless times now, I have accumulated a large sum of edit points. Nodding in satisfaction, I slung a traveling bag over my shoulder and got going. I've done my preparations for the class trip. It's time to go now. I'm ready for the second arc of the tragedy of Sylvesterine. Chapter 109. After exiting the train at the station, I headed toward the spot where our class was supposed to meet today. Global Academy's teleportation gate. Global City is a bustling metropolis that can sometimes make you forget that it's an island surrounded by invisible walls. These walls are inscribed with powerful runes that can nullify both physical and magical attacks, providing a sufficient amount of time for the inhabitants to evacuate in case of a disaster. However, if the threat originates from within the city, there is no way to escape the island's walls either. Simply put, there's no way to get in or out of this place at will, making it one of the safest cities in the world. Of course, since I and thousands of other cadets are here, it clearly means there has to be at least one way to access the city. Well, yeah. One of the only ways to enter and exit this island is through the teleportation gates located at the north and south ends of the city. Yes, teleportation is a real technology in this world. It's made possible with the spatial runes introduced to us by the elves. The teleportation gate in the south end is used for entering the island, while the one in the north end is for exiting this place. So yeah, right now, I neared the meeting spot with quick steps. I was late. As for why I was late, well, I may or may not have lost my way while coming here. Ahem. Look, some people are born with a bad sense of direction, okay? Besides, God had to have given me some faults, or else I would have been perfect and posed a threat to his authority. Ahem. Dash, there he is, Lucas Morningstar. Dash, okay, that makes 88th and completes our attendance. You guys look around and make sure everyone is present. Anyway, I soon reached my destination. Taking attendance were two second-year cadets, a lean, muscular boy with brown hair and a dorky appearance, and a stunning cherry-pink-haired girl with an athletic yet curvaceous physique. They are Drake and Emma, and they will be supervising us during our trip. And since both of their academy rankings are in the top 200, they could also handle situations where it requires us to fight. It seemed like I arrived last since, as soon as I appeared, Emma closed the translucent notepad in front of her before crossing off my name. Quietly, I walked over and joined the line of cadets from the back. In front of us was an empty field as far as our eyes could stretch. The land was covered in cobblestone, and one huge rectangular frame made of some kind of metal was erupting out from the ground. Right next to the colossal rectangular frame was a desk. A lady dressed in a blue and white receptionist uniform stood behind that desk expressionlessly. Where to? She faced our upperclassmen and asked, and how tokens? 88 tokens to Sylvesterine, Drake answered, and one by one, the lady started giving us round metal coins. These coins were called tokens. Without these tokens, if one tries to step through the teleportation gates, then their body would be ripped to shreds by the spatial distortion caused during the process of teleportation. As for why Drake only asked for 88 tokens, it's because only 88 out of the 100 cadets were present here. One of the rules of the Global Academy, or any prestigious academy at that, is that cadets can't take an announced leave from classes. Here in the Global Academy, you can buy a leave day with merit points. Albeit it's a bit costly, that way you won't be breaking any rules and receiving punishment. However, since around 11 cadets didn't show up for the classes yesterday, Yelena forbade them to come on this trip. Those poor souls must be suffering in harsh training drills run by that crazy martial arts instructor, Raven Matterhorn, right about now. Aside from them, one other cadet wasn't allowed to join this trip either, Iquin Darkstar. For outright disobeying his orders on the battlefield as the acting Lord Commander, Nero had him sent to the training drills along with the rest of the 11 cadets too. Ha! Even though I know that Quinn is tough, I pity him for this. For 3 days, they will be forced to work out and exercise without any breaks. I just hope he will survive. Well, I don't think it will affect the plot of the current arc so much because Quinn didn't do much at the trip in the novel. He just stayed in his hotel room and only ever came out to eat breakfast once. He ordered room service for everything else. Honestly, I am that kind of person too. I prefer staying in the hotel rather than exploring, so I get him. Maybe my bad sense of direction is also to blame for this behavior of mine. Dash, here. Ah, thank you. Soon, I was given my token to me by Emma. And after she was done handing those out to everyone else, she joined the dorky-looking boy in the front. Please visit, attention, everyone, Drake shouted to make himself heard. Follow us through the teleportation gates, one by one. As you all know, it's possible that some of you might feel a bit strange for a moment, but don't worry. It's a typical reaction when using the gate for the first few times. After he finished explaining, everyone nodded their heads to indicate they understood. Drake sent back a nod our way and turned around. Sheen. The giant rectangular frame which was coming out of the ground glowed in an azure blue hue. The space inside the rectangle started to distort as visible ripples erupted in the fabric of space. Come, Emma said as she and Drake stepped through the rectangular frame before disappearing into thin air. Whoosh. I've seen Lucas using the gate once when he entered this city in his memories. But I was still pretty excited to try it out myself. Why wouldn't I be? Teleportation in my world was a technology that we had yet to develop. So as soon as Emma and Drake went through the gate, I eagerly started walking to follow them along with the rest of my classmates. Wait. Arg. What the hell, dude? Leave my collar. But before I could go anywhere near the teleportation gate, someone grabbed my collar from behind, making me stop in my tracks. To my surprise, it was Nero. After I stopped, he let go of my collar, and I turned around to face him. What? I asked, slightly annoyed. Why? Nero gave me a narrow look. Why did you ask me to name Sylvesterine? I scratched my back. How am I supposed to answer a question like this? The suspiciousness in Nero's eyes grew, and he looked at me as I took a little too long to answer. Lucas, what are you planning? He asked. I dramatically put my hands on my chest and replied, me? I am not planning anything. I just wanted to visit Sylvesterine City because my mother is an elf. She used to tell me about how beautiful that city is, the city of elves. Although I don't talk to her much now, I always wanted to visit that city, and I thought I would not get a chance before our second year. Sorry, I know it's a selfish reason. As I made up a story, the look in Nero's eyes softened. Fun fact, Nero's mother was an elf too. She used to tell him stories about Silveserine. It was her hometown. Nero had wanted to visit the place when he was a child. However, after his father killed her, Nero got so caught up in the notion of revenge that he forgot these little things about his mother. So in the novel, when Chase asked Nero to name Silveserine for the destination of this trip, it helped Nero remember all the stories his mother used to tell him. Those memories helped him get through the tough time when everyone except a few people in his class were shunning him. So, basically, I was telling Nero his own story to use his emotions and get him off my back. And from the look on his face, it worked. No, it's not selfish. Nero softly muttered and patted my shoulders. Come on, let's go. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle as I watched Nero's figure fade and disappear into thin air after stepping through the gate. Easy. Shaking my head, I finally walked up to the gate. I was the last one left remaining to step through it. With excitement, I entered the gate and passed through the ripples appearing in the space. Swoosh! Suddenly, the scenery around me changed. I wasn't in a field anymore. I was on the terrace of a tall skyscraper. In front of me were high-rise, silver-colored modern buildings with a touch of Gothic style to them. Although I wasn't able to admire the scenery for much longer, a strong wave of nausea hit me like a truck. Aroo! It felt like I just got on my feet after hanging upside down from a tree branch. Yeah, it felt weird to explain. Although, it only lasted for a moment, and I was normal again in no time. Phew, as I let out a deep breath, a smile formed on my face. Whoa, I was feeling excited. I was excited about exploring a new city. For the first time since I could remember, I didn't want to stay in my hotel room. This will be fun. Chapter 110. Welcome to the central continent and to the city of Silveserine. As soon as I recovered from my slight feeling of nausea, I heard an alluring voice greeting us on our arrival from behind. Along with everyone else, I quickly turned around to see a beautiful elf with silver locks and a charming face, wearing a blue and white receptionist uniform, standing behind a desk. Next to the silver-haired elf was a huge rectangular frame teleportation gate, similar to the one we had just stepped through. Thank you, Emma returned the elf's greeting. We will be on our way. Your return is booked after 3 days, right? The elf reconfirmed. Yes, Emma nodded. Okay, have a safe trip. The gate will be ready for your return 3 days from now. The elf performed a short bow and flashed a wide smile. Usually, I don't get swayed by pretty girls, but damn. Even I had to admit at this point that elves are beautiful. Sure, Drake nodded before addressing us. All right, folks. You have the next 7 hours to explore the city at your leisure. Then, meet Emma and me at Clancy Lushue, the hotel where we'll be staying, for dinner. Once dinner's over, feel free to sneak into each other's rooms to make out or hit up a club. We don't care. We'll no longer be responsible for keeping tabs on you all after dinner. Since this trip was made in a hurry by the Cadet Council, other than exploring the local area, we had nothing to do today. Tomorrow we are supposed to go sightseeing and shopping, and the day after that there's a masquerade ball for us to attend. Of course, instead of a masquerade ball, there will be a massacre call. Heh. See what I did there? Okay, it wasn't funny. Jokes about massacres and mass murder aren't funny. I get that. I learned that lesson in 5th grade when I tried to make a joke about World War II. Anyway, as soon as Drake announced we were free to explore, everyone ran toward the terrace exit, clearly excited. Bro. Suddenly, I felt an arm wrapped around my shoulder. It was Kent. Did you see that elf chick? She was hitting on me. Shaking my head, I got his hands off my shoulders and started heading toward the terrace door myself. How was she hitting on you? I asked, knowing that I was about to regret it later. Didn't you see how she was smiling while looking at me? Kent replied with a goofy grin. Dude, I facepalmed at the sheer stupidity of this guy. She was smiling at everyone. She's a gate receptionist. It's her duty to smile at tourists. Bro, I'm certain she was smiling at me. You know what? I'm certain I can bag her in these 3 days. You can totally not bag her. I'll give you one better. I'll get to 3rd base with her before we leave this city. Yeah, buddy, listen to me. It's impossible. We'll see about that. As Kent and I waited for the elevator in front of the terrace exit, I noticed a lone guy standing around the corner with his hands in his pocket, looking bored. In the novel, Chase was with him when everyone else was outcasting him. But since I changed the plot, he was standing here alone. For some reason, I felt guilty about his situation. I contemplated whether to invite him with us, but before I could manage to choke the words out of my throat and call out his name, hey, man. We see everyone else is being a pussy and avoiding you. It's getting on our nerves. So, wanna hang out with us? A tall, lean boy with shoulder-length brown hair tied into a man bun walked over and asked Nero to tag along with him and his friend. It was Chase. Yeah, man. It's not cool. They are on this trip because of you, but they still have the audacity to ignore you. And behind Chase followed another light brown-haired guy with clear hazel eyes. Although he wasn't short, he wasn't tall either. His strong features, like broad shoulders, suggested that he was a half-dwarf. And indeed, he was a half-dwarf. He was Elijah Steel-forged. Are you both sure? Hey, Nero. We saw you from back there and thought about asking if you want to explore the locality together. But now it seems like you already got it right. When Nero was about to reply to Chase, a blue-haired elven girl walked over to the duo and started speaking. It was Asta Aquaheart. Along with her, Amelia and Anastasia were also present. However, before she could finish what she was saying, Chase cut her off. Oh no, you 3 can totally join. It'll be fun. Although he was supposed to be replying to Asta, his eyes were stuck on Anastasia. Damn, that guy was simping hard. Right, so I was thinking maybe a bar or a casino. What? Lame. Let's go to a park or something. Oh, and that isn't lame. As the group started discussing among themselves, a faint yet clearly visible smile formed on Nero's face. It seems like I didn't need to interfere after all. Please visit. Even though I don't believe in the notion of fate myself, sometimes it feels as if the universe conspires to make things happen in a predetermined way. The plan was for the main characters, Anastasia, Amelia, Elijah, Chase, Asta, and Nero, to become friends after the first arc. Despite my initial doubts that their friendship would come to fruition due to my interference with the plot, it turns out I was wrong. It wasn't my doing that brought them together, as they were drawn to each other naturally. Although they don't realize it now, in the future, when they'll look back at their friendship, the day when they all met, they will call it the work of fate. You just gonna stand there? Shaking me out of my thoughts was Kent's voice. He called out to me as he stood inside the elevator, holding the door for me. Look man, I know you sometimes like to act like a main character spacing out in the distance, but I've been holding this door for well over a minute. Suddenly, Kent stopped and frowned. He then looked at where I was staring and then quickly nodded with a mischievous yet understanding look. Oh, sorry. You were stalking Amelia like she stalks you. It's fine. I'll hold this door for another minute. Just tell me when you're done. Shut up, dumbass, I said absurdly before entering the elevator. Don't go spouting me. Wait. What do you mean by how Amelia stalks me? Pressing the button for the bottom floor, Kent looked at me strangely. You haven't noticed. You're all she looks at in the class. At first, she used to look at you with utter revulsion, rage, and disgust. But now all that has somehow turned into confusion, sadness, and annoyance. I looked at Kent with my mouth agape. My jaw was practically touching the floor. I had some idea that Amelia paid extra attention to me, but I didn't know to this extent. But what came off as a bigger surprise was the fact that Kent, of all people, noticed not only this but also the subtle changes in Amelia's behavior. Now that I think of it, this guy also noticed my expressions during the unit test when I didn't want him to reveal about me being a spearman. I see. So he is one of those guys, huh? The people with selective intelligence. They are unrivaled geniuses in one field but a total dumbass in everything else. Close your mouth, bro. I'm not your dentist. Kent closed my mouth, hanging in surprise. Shut up, I sighed and rearranged my thoughts. So where are we going? I was thinking of hitting up bars and picking up some hot elven girls. Nope. Oh, come on, Lucas. Remember when you asked for my smart bracelet in the mock war? You promised to accompany me to pick up girls whenever I ask. You can't go back on your words. Instead of a club, let's go to a casino. Yelena rewarded us 800 credit points each, which is like $65k to spend on this trip. Although it was a generous sum for a mere 3-day trip, I needed more, and I needed it quickly. Tomorrow, I plan to fight the vampire king hiding in this very city. I need a lot of high-grade mana potions so I can cultivate my mana core and break to the bronze stage before tomorrow. That way, when I bring out my armor to use its embrace discard feature, my stats could be boosted up to the gold stage. To do that, I don't need to buy high-grade mana potions. I can just buy dozens of low-grade ones and use my edit pen to upgrade them all. But buying even low-grade potions would require me to have a big fund. A lot bigger than what I currently have. So what better place to look for money than a gold mine? Casinos are gold mines. And this city, where we are currently, is equivalent to Paris and Los Angeles on my Earth. So in a way, this whole city was a gold mine for me. What? No, Lucas, casinos are lame. I say we go to a bar. Nope, we're heading to a casino. Bro, I hate to play this card twice, but you made a promise. You can't go back on your words. Foo-oo. You are right. I never go back on my words. Good. Now let's head to a but that doesn't mean I can't make you go back on yours. In this cubicle elevator, Kent and I were alone. Still 10 floors were left before we hit the ground floor. A creepy grin spread across my face, and I clenched my fists. Lucas. Listen to me. I'll just have to punch you until you let go of the idea of going to a bar and agree to go to a casino with me. No. 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 It hurts me more than it hurts you, pal. It hurts me more than it hurts you. Smearing off the non-existent tears from the side of my eyes, I threw my fist right at Kent's face. Thwack. Chapter 111. That was surprisingly easy. It only took 2 punches to make you give in. Shu Duk Donna. You used mana. Yeah, and you use your hands to block. It's a punch bet, Kent. You don't block the punches of the punch bet. That's the rule. Snojish snot. No, it's not. Well, it is from now. I Johnny glocked kush Shu Duk Donna. I only blocked because you used mana. And that must have been hard for you. Now, toward becoming rich we go. As we wandered through the streets while navigating using GPS, I handed a bottle of healing potion to Kent. His face was all swollen and messed up. Heh. Maybe I enjoyed myself a little too much. The city of Silvesterine truly lived up to its name as the Silver City, with its glorious blend of modern and Gothic architecture in the form of high-rise buildings. Although Silvesterine was primarily known as the City of Elves, I noticed other races, such as both humans and dwarfs, also bustling up and down the streets. What particularly caught my attention was the silver coloring of every building, which seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. Additionally, tall trees were planted along the sidewalks, with green vines growing on the buildings. I couldn't help but marvel at the sight of tree leaves falling down and covering the streets. Despite their advanced magic technology, the elves' love for nature as a race was clearly evident in the city's design, which incorporated natural elements with modern architecture. The beautiful serene atmosphere of Silvesterine left me entranced, and wait. Where are we? I scrolled the holographic map up and down as I halted my steps. It showed that we had arrived in front of a casino. However, there was no such thing in my sight. Oh no, are we lost again? Lucas, I want you to tell the truth. Are we lost again? After applying the healing potion to make his swollen face return to normal, Kent turned to me and asked. No, of course not. I naturally lied. Taking in and letting out a short burst of breaths, Kent grabbed my smart bracelet and took a read at the holographic map. Lucas. Why yes, Kent. We have arrived at our destiny. The map says to look to your left. We are currently looking on our right. Frowning, I spun around Anne. Yeah, there it was, Royal Cards Casino. Huh. So the map was right. Now tell me another truth, Lucas. Kent wrapped his arms around my shoulders. How the fuck can you mix up between left and right when you have the intelligence stat above 180? I don't know, man. I cried out. It's hard for some people. Kent sighed helplessly and shook his head. I suppose so, he said. Hey, by the way, we're heading to the casino, but be careful not to get addicted to gambling, okay? If I see it becoming a problem, I'll intervene and get you out of there like the true bro I am. 3 hours later, Kent please, just let it go man. No. I'm so close to victory. I can feel it. I can feel the sweet taste of victory, Lucas. Just one more round, and I'll win. 3 hours had passed since we entered the casino. Kent, who warned me about not succumbing to the addiction, was now acting like a deranged gambling addict. He was sitting at a seven-toed peat poker table, and I was standing behind him, observing everyone else sitting there. Hearing his dejected voice, a beautiful elven woman sitting beside him consoled him. Oh, it was a close call. You'll get it next time. Close call Maya. Please visit. It is quite easy to identify pushovers like Kent. To me, it was blatantly obvious that everyone sitting at his table was working together to scam him. Initially, they allowed him to win on purpose to get him hooked. After a few rounds, they alternated between letting him win and making him lose. In recent rounds, however, Kent has been losing consistently. He has already lost all of his money in the last pot. If he continues to play, he will go into debt. I can't let that happen now, can I? With an exasperated sigh, I shook my head. Kent, get up. BB bro, I can still play. Just one more round, and I'll get all the money back. No, you won't. You don't have the money to play on, I tried to reason with him. But Kent derangedly looked at me and his eyes moved to my left hand. On my left hand, I was wearing one of my watches. That. Give me that. I'll take back all the money with it. I quickly hid my hand behind my back before Kent could lunge at me to snatch my watch. No, you'll lose this too. Come on, man. Please don't do this to me. Give me that. I promise I'll share the money with you too. No, you'll definitely lose my watch too. Shaking my head, I suggested, get up, Kent. I'll play the game from here. Kent looked at me for a moment before hesitantly nodding his head. Bro. Go easy on us. The elven woman sitting right next to him said to me in a playful teasing tone. Yeah, come. It'll be fun. Ha 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 ha. Playing with rich kids is always fun. All the other guys sitting at the table welcomed me to the game as I took Kent's seat. Heh. All of them are underestimating me. Good. I want them to do that. In gambling, there are only two ways you can win. Either cheat or leave everything on luck. However, if your opponent is cheating, it would be stupid to wait for your luck to shine. Although I don't know how these guys are cheating, or more precisely, I don't want to bother knowing, I'll just cheat myself. With a smile, I summoned all the chips that I had cashed in at the counter of the casino. I'll go all in and conquer this place. Seeing the chips suddenly appearing in my hands as the smart bracelet on my right hand shined in an azure glow, a guy sitting across me frowned. A smart bracelet with dimensional storage, he asked, looking at me. Are you from Ethereal Academy too? Giving him a short glance, I found that he was around my age. Admittedly, he was handsome with a chiseled jaw, sharp brown eyes, and silver locks. Nothing compared to me, of course. No, I shook my head. We are from Global Academy. Ah, I see, the guy nodded back. I'm from the Ethereal Academy and my name is. He didn't ask, don't care. His previously handsome face went stiff and nerves bulged up on his forehead as I cut off his introduction. Ah ha ha ha. An old man with a beer belly sitting beside him laughed loudly like Santa as he patted his back. After he was done laughing, the old man finally suggested, okay, let's start the game. Oh, 1 second, I raised my index finger before bringing out the edit pen from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet. What's that for? The elven woman right next to me voiced her curiosity. Just a good luck charm, I said. Everyone shrugged, but in the next moment, we finally began the game. Chapter 112. 12 pots later. Everyone was sweating profusely in both anxiety and anticipation. The dealer had already dealt 2 cards face down and 1 card face up. Quickly, everyone checked their cards to see what they were playing with. Needless to say, everyone kept their poker face on. Since the elven woman was dealt the lowest face-up card on the table, she was required to make the first bet. She looked at the silver-haired boy who claimed to be from the Ethereal Academy. The boy nodded and she bit her lower lip before bringing in the chips. 4,000 credits. Call. The old man with the beer belly went next and dropped the same amount of chips. Raise, the silver-haired boy decided to heat things up by raising the bet. 8,000 credits. Call. Somehow suppressing a mocking scoff, I called the bet and pushed 8,000 credits worth of chips on the table. That was around half of all my money right now. I started from 800 credits, and after winning 10 out of 12 pots, I had around 17,000 now. However, this was still not enough. After the betting was over, we were again dealt 1 card face up each. This time, the old man with the beer belly got the best card out of us 4, so he had the authority to either check, call, or fold first. Check. He decided to wait and let everyone else bet first. 400 credits. I went next and threw 2 chips worth 200 credits each on the table. Heh. Why don't you play with kids if that's how you're gonna play? The silver-haired boy ridiculed before raising the bet. I'll raise him 4,000 credits. I rolled my eyes. Everyone at this table was wary of me by now. They had sensed something was off since whatever they were doing to cheat earlier with Kent wasn't working now with me. Out of the 12 pots we had played, they only won 2. They even asked the dealer to change the deck since they thought I had somehow marked the cards. But even then, they still kept on losing. For anyone wondering what I pulled to make it possible, well, I just used my edit penny not on the cards, but on this game table. Item, 7 card stud table condition, good description, a 7 card stud table at the Casino Royal cards. As long as Lucas Morningstar sits on this table, he can win whenever he wishes. Edit, active make me win whenever I want. Hair. Genius, right? By now, it was clear to everyone that I was cheating, but since they had no proof, all they could do was shut up and play with the hope that I'll lose like the other 2 times. But this boy from the Ethereal Academy, he's too dumb to see that. He probably thinks I'm just winning with luck or something. I swear to God, rich kids are stupid. After he raised the bet, all eyes on the table went to the elven woman. She had a troubled look on her face before she finally spoke in a low voice, fold. And just like that, she was out of the game. Call. The old man threw 4,000 credits worth of chips and ended this betting round. Another round of face-up cards was dealt. This time, I got a king of hearts, which was the best card on the table, so I went first with a nod. 1,600 credits. Ha. Call. Call. Both of the remaining players called my bet and we were dealt one face-up card again. This time, the silver-haired boy had the highest card on the table, so he gave the bet. 1,000 credits. Call, please visit, fold. I called his bet while the old man folded his hand with a defeated look while rubbing his beer belly. For the last time, the remaining players were dealt a face-down card. Aside from me, only the silver-haired boy was left. 1,000, he threw the chips. Raise, I threw all of my remaining chips. 5,000. This was it. I had no money left. Raise, he replied. 10,000. I shrugged, signaling that's all I had. He looked at me with a mocking smirk. Is that all you have? And here I thought you would be rich, he scoffed before his eyes scanned me and landed on my watch. That watch is nice. Ha. I let out a short chuckle. It indeed is, but this watch will cost you more than all of your chips combined. Fine, he said before summoning a dozen more chips from his Ethereal Academy's smart bracelet. I'll raise you by 50,000, he said. You don't need to call the bet for the same price. But if I win, you will get down on your knees and kiss my shoes. You'll apologize for your rudeness. If you don't like it, leave all your money and scram. Are you for real? Kent, who was about to chime in with a mix of absurd and angry look, stopped when I raised my hand in front of him. Instead, I took my watch off my left hand and threw it on the table. Deal. Lucas, Kent looked at me with concern. You don't have to go so far away, are you addicted too? So you're admitting you're addicted? It's fine, I said with a smile. Don't worry about me. Hey ha ha ha. Bwah ha ha ha. You fool. But suddenly when I accepted his offer, the silver-haired boy exploded in a series of hysterical laughter and discarded 2 of his cards before showing his hand. Ace of hearts. Ace of spades. Ace of clubs. Ace of diamonds. 9 of spades. This was his hand, a 4 of a kind. You idiot. Now you'll have to kiss my foot. Aga ha 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 ha. Both the elven woman and the old man's eyes lustered. Their previous pale faces regained some color and a grin spread across their lips. Why do you think I've lost? It's clear, the elven woman interjected with a sympathetic chuckle. You were given 2 face-up king cards. King of hearts and clubs. Your other 2 face-up cards were 7 of diamond and 2 of clubs. Which means, even without seeing your remaining 3 face-down cards, it's obvious that you don't have a straight or royal flush, the silver-haired boy commented in a haughty tone. So, at best, you can have 2 more kings under you sleeves which will allow you to create a 4 of a kind like me. But even still, my hand will outrank yours since I have 4 aces with me. Heh. He was right. To beat him, I needed to have a royal flush or a straight flush. But my face-up cards made it obvious that I had none of those hands. However, I'm Lucas Morningstar, I said while looking the boy in the eyes. What is your name? HMPH, the silver-haired boy humped while cocking his head. If only you had shown me this respect sooner. My name is Jace Blackwood. Remember it when you get down on your knees to kiss my shoes. I knew it. This guy was a young master. The moment I laid my eyes on him, I knew this was the case. The reason I provoked him earlier was that I knew he would raise my bets for something petty like making me kiss his foot for apology. Call it my young master instincts since I myself was in the body of one. Jace Blackwood, I said before discarding 2 of my cards and revealing my full hand. Only a straight flush or a royal flush can beat 4 of a kind. However, there is one more hand that can do that. Acquiring this hand is only possible if you're playing with wild cards jokers. Fortunately, since we were playing with a fresh deck of cards, the jokers weren't separated yet. I started putting my cards on the table one after another. That simple action of mine caused everyone present here to react in some form of shock. Some gritted their teeth, some had their eyes falling out of their sockets, while some jumped in happiness. A king of hearts. A king of clubs. A king of diamonds. A king of spades. And a joker acting as the 5th king. I had just revealed a 5 of a kind hand. Chapter 113. It was around 6:30 in the evening. It was almost time for Class 1A1 to arrive at their hotel for dinner. Nero and his group were on their way to the hotel, with Anastasia leading the way and using a holographic GPS map to navigate them. As they walked, Anastasia spoke up, stretching her hands after an intense bowling session. Wow, I've never been bowling. That was awesome. Amelia cocked her head to the side as she replied in a surprised tone, really, Sia? You've never been bowling? But yeah, that place had the biggest bowling lanes I've ever seen, so it's good that was your first experience. Wait, why did you call her Sia? Chase interjected with a question, confused. Amelia shrugged. I always call her Sia. Chase frowned at Amelia's answer and turned to Anastasia with a puppy look. Can I call you Sia too? Ha. No way, but before Anastasia could answer, Amelia jumped in. Only I can call her that. Huh? And why is that? Chase raged in half jealousy and half absurdity. Because I came up with that. Amelia replied with the same energy. Meanwhile, Anastasia attempted to calm them down by waving her hand in between them, but it seemed to have no effect on the argument. You know, Asta poked Amelia's shoulder and twiddled her fingers. We've been friends for a long time, but you never gave me any nicknames. Realizing her mistake, Amelia was quick to apologize. Wow, you're right. I'm sorry, however, her apology was cut off when she suddenly remembered something and crossed her arms. Wait, you didn't give me any nicknames either. Asta hesitated. I wanted to give you one, but since you didn't give me one, I thought you didn't want us to become close enough to call each other by nicknames. No, that's not it, Asta. I'll give you a nickname right now. But what should I give you? As Amelia touched her chin and began thinking of a nickname, Chase's absurd expression grew even more pronounced, and he started making a fuss again. Hey. Don't change the topic. I want to call Anastasia by a nickname too. It's fine, Chase. If you want, you can call me by a nickname. Yeah, buddy, you can call me by one too. You. No. I don't want to call two gross grown-up dudes by nicknames. Seeing him so worked up about it, Nero offered to let him call him by a nickname. Even Elijah joined and offered him the same. But Chase blatantly rejected the offer in a disgusted tone, which just made the boys burst into laughter. A faint smile appeared on Nero's face after their laughs died down and the conversation trailed off to a different topic. It had been so long since he hung out with people he could call friends. Lately, all he could remember was working out and training in order to become strong enough to have his revenge on his father one day. He thought he would take a few months easy after entering the Global Academy, but then the mock war happened and his plans were ruined. After that, his whole class started shunning him. It wasn't anything he had never anticipated, though. People fear the level of strength they can't reach. By extension, he knew he would either be hated, feared, or worshipped for it if he ever were to reveal his gift. Nero knew he possessed the strength that not many can reach in their lifetime. He was ready to walk the path of solitude. After all, it wasn't an unfamiliar path for him. Since the day he saw his mother getting killed, he had been walking that path since it was the only route that led to the pinnacle of power. He wasn't afraid of continuing to do so. However, he never expected that he would find people who would be willing to treat him normally even after he revealed his gift. But here he was, exploring a new city with people who weren't afraid to keep him company, enjoying and laughing like a normal teenager. The smile on his face grew more visible as he lifted his head and decided to join the conversation. Hey guys, let's visit that. But just then, when he was about to speak, Nero's eyes darted to a spot in the distance and settled on two well-dressed men who looked to be around his age. One of them appeared to be an elf with short, messy blue hair and long, pointed ears. He wore black shades that concealed his blue eyes and a lavish black Armani suit. The other man, though walking beside an elf, a race known for their beauty and magic, looked otherworldly. His silver hair was neatly combed to the side and his scarlet red eyes peeked over his silver shades. He donned an even more expensive-looking three-piece red and white luxury suit. As the two of them walked down the street while exuding an air of confidence, they were accompanied by 4 elven women, each wrapped around their hands. Needless to say, Nero was shell-shocked. Why? Well, because he knew those guys, that's why. After a second or two, he shook out of his surprise and pointed the finger at the two guys. Hey, you all. Do we know them? At his words, everyone followed his index finger, pointing in the direction, and scanned the two men. And just like that, everyone else was left shocked too. Right at that moment, the blue-haired elven boy tugged the silver-haired boy's sleeves and pointed with his chin in their direction. It seemed like the duo had spotted them. Without wasting any time, they started moving toward them from across the street. When they arrived in front of them, the blue-haired elven boy was the first to speak. Hey, guys. Didn't expect to see you all here. So, how's the trip going? You're Kent, right? Nero scratched the back of his head, and Kent took off his shades before replying. Yeah, man. It's me. Holy. Nero then turned to the silver-haired boy on Kent's left and spoke, so this must be. Lucas? No shit, Lucas ridiculed before taking off his shades too. What up? The fuck happened to you too? And who are these women? Amelia was the one who raised the question that had been pressing in everyone's mind. Life happened, Amelia, Kent smirked while putting his shades back on, taking a dramatic pause in order to look cool. Although none of the people present here wanted to admit it, in those rich clothes and 2 beautiful elven women wrapped around his arms, he was indeed looking cool. Life happened, and we suddenly became millionaires. Lucas completed his bro sentence to make this sequence even cooler. Then we picked up some hot babes, Kent said, flicking back his blue locks. Now, Kent. What did I tell you about treating girls with respect? Lucas said as he playfully pinched the cheeks of the women in his arms, making them blush and giggle. Oh, yeah. My bad, Kent grinned. I mean, we picked up some very respectable ladies. Anyway, ladies, introduce yourself. He. I'm Akia. And I'm Kia. My name is Ria. You can call me Dia. With another round of short giggles, the women introduced themselves as they pinched the sides of their lavish dresses and curtsied in an elegant fashion. Oh, nice to meet you ladies. While everyone else was baffled, Chase shrugged and pointed at Amelia and Anastasia. Meet them. They are Leah and Sia. No. Anastasia quickly waved her hands while Amelia turned to Asta and said, I don't want to be called Leah. That sounds like a hooker name now. Yeah, I'll think of something better. Okay, but seriously guys, Nero turned to Lucas and Kent. Did you guys spend all your trip money on clothes and hooker, respectable ladies? What? The money that council rewarded us? That money is not even enough to buy our suits, Lucas scoffed. Kent pushed back his shades and let out a scoff too. Right. We just went casino hunting. Casino hunting? Yeah, we went from casino to casino and conquered every one of them. Until we were kicked out of every one of them, that is. So you guys gambled? Amelia commented. No, weren't you listening? We didn't just gamble. We conquered. We conquered every game that there was in those casinos. Blackjack, Indian poker, roulette, and even slot machine. We won and won until they had to kick us out. We were kings. Well, I mean, Lucas won most of the stuff. I was there just for support. But I may have won $1 million of two with him too. Ha ha. So you are good at gambling? Amelia turned to Lucas. Lucas shook his head with a scoff. No, Amelia. I'm good at winning. Whoosh, only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard after Lucas dropped what he thought was cool but what, in reality, was a cringe line. Blurg. Wait, I'm going to throw up because of the sheer cringe I just experienced, Amelia said while retching. Hey, that line was cool. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Bro, I love you but that was cringe, Kent shook his head. Lucas glared at Kent and then turned his gaze back to Amelia before tapping on his smart bracelet and opening the internet search engine. After a bit of scrolling and searching, he said, oh, is that so? Let's wait here, you two. Maybe a fuck will fall in my hand and I'll give it to you both. Okay, bro, that was cool. You just searched up that comeback on the internet, didn't you? You're still on your smart bracelet. You just searched that comeback. As Amelia yelled and Kent clapped, Lucas kept scrolling the webpage he had just opened before saying, I'm sorry, Amelia. My garden of fuck is barren as of now. I promised to grow some fuck in it so I can give them to you. But as of now, I don't give you a fuck. Stop reciting internet comebacks. That's literally the opposite of cool. No, bro. That was cool too. Stop encouraging him. As that chaos continued to wage on, Nero let out a dry cough. Anyway, guys. We are on our way to the hotel. It's almost time for dinner. Wanna join? Oh. Yes, please. Kent jumped at the offer without even thinking over it. The reason for this was that a few minutes earlier, Lucas insisted on leading the way to the hotel. Kent tried to talk him out of it, but it seemed like it hurt Lucas' pride, so his stubbornness to read the map and lead the way only grew. Lucas was good at many things and an absolute genius at most, but his sense of direction was that of a chicken, maybe even worse than that. Okay, a bit taken aback by Kent's overexcitement, Nero nodded. Not me. I have to go somewhere first. Lucas took his arms off the elven women around him and said, see you later, ladies. Oh. So soon? Shame, we wanted to spend some more time together. Well, see you sometime else, I guess Tilda. As the ladies walked away, Kent frowned. What? Where are you going? It's something personal, but I'll see you back at the hotel. Bye. Wait. With that, Lucas dashed off from there as Kent could only stretch out his hand. He'll definitely get lost. Chapter 114. These are all worth 45,000 credits each. Those over there all range around 22,000 credits. Okay, pack them. Which ones? All of them. You can't sell them all? Should I go someplace else? No. No, good sir. Please wait a few minutes, and I'll get your order ready. Do you need a cloth bag or I know, I have dimensional storage in my smart bracelet. Oh, can you use mana, good sir? Are you a cadet? Yes, I can. I am a cadet at the Global Military Academy. Oh, good. We provide a special discount for cadets, sir. Oh. Okay, do you need to see my ID? Yes, please. After separating from Kent and the main cast, I wandered around the city for a bit in search of an alchemist shop and soon stumbled upon one. So without any delay, I entered the shop and made an order for a variety of low-grade mana potions. Since my order was needlessly big, around 30 mana potions, even the shopkeeper was a bit taken aback. Even though they were only low-grade, they were still pretty expensive. Fortunately, I had made more than enough money to easily buy half the items in this shop if I wanted to. For reference, I roughly made around 7 million credits. By the way, miraculously, I didn't get lost on my way here even once. Now if I get back to the hotel without getting lost again, it would truly be a miracle. It didn't take long for the shopkeeper to ready my order and hand me a huge cardboard box. Sir, here's your order. Thank you. I took the box from his hands while thanking him and storing it in my smart bracelet. By the way, sir. If you don't mind me asking, why is a cadet buying mana potions from outside the academy? The shopkeeper asked curiously. He had a point. The global city was separated from the outside world in more ways than one. Aside from being walled off, the city had its own ecosystem, its own currency, rules, regulations, and even government. Yes, although the central government still has authority over the cadets in the global city, the ones who truly rule over everyone there is the Cadet Council. Of course, that, in no way, means that the Cadet Council shares the same authority as the central government, the ones who rule over the world with an iron fist. No, the Cadet Council has no power in the real world. Since many of their members go on to become great leaders or soldiers in the future, they are treated highly for the potential they hold. But that doesn't mean they can hope to go against the central government, now or ever. No one can go against them. Anyway, back to the topic. Since the global city has its own ecosystem, it's almost independent of the rest of the world. Everything there is cheap compared to the outside world. For comparison, let's do this, 1 credit is equivalent to 80 or so merit points. A mana potion I bought from here that cost me 22,000 credits would only cost me around 88,000 merit points. That's just a little over 1,000 credits. Yes, there's that big of a difference between buying the goods in the global city versus the outside world. Alcohol, weapons, daily necessities, martial manuals, alchemy potions, and everything else that is there is much cheaper than their cost in the outside world. How does the academy make that possible? By providing career jobs to retired soldiers with nowhere to go and no family to return to in the outside world. Master craftsmen, great chefs, best-of-the-line alchemists, gifted farmers, aside from workers and laborers, every job is handled by either robots or retired soldiers who once graduated from the global academy themselves. How does that not crash the currency of the outside world, then? Well, for starters, you can't convert merit points, the currency of the academy, into credits, the real-world currency. Secondly, you can't buy stuff from the global city and sell it to the outside world or vice versa. The AI in your smart bracelet would alert the cadet council in that case. However, that doesn't stop you from using the academy's product on yourself in the outside world. By extension, it also won't stop you from buying goods from the outside world and using them while inside the academy. But, of course, doing this would be stupid for obvious reasons. If you can get something for cheap, then why would you pay a high price for it? The reason for that is, I can get rich quickly in the outside world but not in the academy, where my wealth and status depends on my academic performance. But since telling that to a stranger would be embarrassing, I gave him a made-up excuse. I ran out of merit points in the academy. And since we were out on a trip, I thought about filling up on supplies from the outside world. Oh. I see, good sir, pressing his hands tightly like a good businessman, the shopkeeper smiled. So, anything else the good sir would like to buy? No, this good sir would like to receive the bill. Oh, right away, good sir. After paying the bill for my purchase and exiting the alchemist shop, I made my way to the hotel. On my way, I detoured through the slums of Sylvesarine City. A great politician once said, if one truly wishes to understand the state of a nation, one should seek out its impoverished citizens. Yeah, even a city as magnificent and beautiful as this has slums. Every city in this world has these kinds of places. Not everyone was able to stand back up after the awakening that shook the world 7 centuries ago. Some people used the chaos happening at the time as a ladder to ascend to powerful positions and capitalized on the situation. They went down in history as the new leaders of the world. They set up ruling families and noble houses, allowing the generations after them to run the world for centuries to come. However, the people who were busy surviving back then couldn't do anything of the sort. They just suffered much like how their descendants are suffering now. The gap between the strong and weak is so wide now that it can't be crossed anymore unless you become strong yourself. The rich keeps getting richer while the poor suffer in castaway places like slums. The condition of Sylvesarine is no different from the rest of the world. Even though it's called the Silver City for its beauty and wealth, not everyone is still happy. As I entered the slums, I didn't see sky-rise buildings covered in silver or lush greenery adorning the streets. I saw starvation and poverty. Scrawny children running around with sticks in hand, houses made of wood and clothes, and men and women roaming the streets in rags. Naturally, I was getting many stares and I was aware of them all. The reason for the staring eyes was my uselessly expensive suit and my overall good appearance. As for why I was here, well, the Vampire King is hiding in this slum. No, I wasn't here to fight right now. I just wanted to scout the battlefield ahead of time to come up with some plans. Not only do I need to force her to come out of hiding, but I also can't drag a civilian into the bloodshed that'll happen tomorrow because of me. Don't get me wrong. I don't care about a stranger's life. I'm one of those I'll let the train run over 5 people to save a person that I know kind of guy. However, if I can avoid a loss of life with no negative consequences affecting me, then of course I'll choose to avoid the loss of life. Besides, if the military police were to find out that civilians were endangered because of a cadet, I would face punishment harsher than simple increments in my training time. To be honest, if I abide by the rules, I should alert military police about this situation and let them deal with the Vampire King in a much safer and more professional manner. However, if I allow them to do that, then they'll seize everything they would find in the Vampire King's possession. That includes the mythical beast egg that I'm after. And I'll die before I let that happen. If I want my future plans to succeed, if I want to survive this doomed world, I need that beast egg. I'm not exaggerating. I had thousands of different future simulations running in my head for the first few weeks when I came to this world. I thought about thousands of different possible ways my life could go in this world. Every life that I imagined ended up either with me dying before the final war or being too late to save this world from its doom. The reason for all that was that I couldn't get strong faster and break through my potential. The only way I can prevent it from happening is by getting that beast egg now, or coming up with an alchemy potion that can break mana core potential. And since I'm no alchemist, and a potion that can break through mana core rank potential won't appear until the next 2 years, I only had one remaining option to choose. Of course, I'm only a human, so my calculations aren't absolute. It's not like everything I imagined would go exactly like that. And it's also not like I know the future. There are thousands and millions of hidden variables that I couldn't factor into my calculations simply because I don't know them, or I'm incapable of it. For example, I don't even know what decision I would make 3 hours from now, let alone the decisions that others could make 3 years from now. However, I'm strictly talking only about the future possibilities that I predicted here. I'm talking about the worst of the worst of the worst cases. Worst decision that I would have to make. Worst decision that others would make. Worst ways the actions of the people around me would affect me, only cases like that. And if there's one thing that makes me proud of myself is that I prepare for the storm before it even rains. I believe in Murphy's Law, everything that can go wrong will go wrong, that too at the worst possible moment. If I prepare for the worst, if I doubt my closest, and if I keep on thinking calmly in any situation that presents itself, then no scenario in the world can ever surprise me. That way, everything would be under my control. As I was about to exit the slums, I felt someone tugging on my clothes from behind. I turned around to find a young, around 7 to 8 years old girl, fairly looking better than kids her age here, pinching my pants with a saddened look. She had moppy orange hair and fair skin smeared in mud and dirt. Contrary to her dirty appearance, her clear hazel eyes looked at me with nervousness and distress. Yes? I questioned. Do you have something that my mother can eat? I don't, I said before bending my knees and facing her at her height. I dug my hands into my pockets and took out a copper alloy coin with the number 40 engraved before handing it to her. But I have money, I told her. 40 credits will buy you enough food for yourself and your mother. Suddenly her eyes lusted with delight and elation before she nodded and ran off. Seeing that, many other kids quickly swarmed me and started begging. Although I didn't have much physical money on me, I gave away everything I had before, somehow making my way out of the people crowding me. Foo, as I let out a deep breath while leaving the slums and heading for the hotel, a smile formed on my face. Phase 1 completed. Chapter 115. In a dimly lit room, a silver-haired boy sat cross-legged on the ground right next to a large bed. Ha! 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 His heart was slamming hard against his chest as if it was about to burst out, making his breathing ragged. Despite the sweat drenching his tank top and slacks and the sensation of needles piercing his skin pores, he persevered with his eyes firmly shut. He clenched his teeth and gritted through the pain until a sudden, searing sensation engulfed his abdomen as if it was set on fire. MRGHHHH. Thankfully, the boy had the foresight to bite down on a towel, muffling what would have been an agonizing beastly scream. F-woo, thud, suddenly, white steam began to emanate from his body, and the boy collapsed onto the ground, completely devoid of any and all strength or will to even twitch his muscles. Ah. Ha. Ha. Gasping for air, his hands desperately reached for a water bottle on the bed, his hands slick with sweat and devoid of strength. Twice, the bottle almost slipped from his grasp before he finally managed to grip it tightly. Bringing the bottle to his lips, he twisted the cap open and took long, thirsty gulps of water, relieved as he finally felt a cooling sensation wash over his body and numb the burning pain. Foo-oo. Finally, he let out a content sigh as he couldn't help but say, I did it. I'm not dead. Naturally, it would be a devastating loss for the world if a young man as stunningly handsome as him were to perish at such a young age. Even in his current state, drenched in an unbecoming layer of sweat and too feeble to lift a finger, he still managed to embody the very essence of beauty. Ha! Let's not beat around the bush, that young man, the one who has captured the hearts of many maidens with his exquisite looks and otherworldly charm, is none other than yours truly. Now one would ask, why was I in this condition? And my answer to that would be, I tried breaking my mana core through the iron stage last night. Yeah. Yesterday, I arrived at the hotel and had the best dinner of both my lives before heading straight to my room to cultivate. Before I sat down to cultivate, however, I used my edit pen on the 30 low-grade mana potions that I had bought and upgraded them all into mid-grade ones. It did cost me a lot of edit points, around 876, if I remember correctly, but it was totally worth it. As I started cultivating, I was on the brink of breaking through Iron 2 and entering the Iron 3 level. Throughout the night, I drank all the upgraded mana potions and eventually broke through to the Bronze 1 stage. However, the pain I experienced was excruciating. To make things worse, I had to keep quiet to avoid disturbing other guests on my floor. So I couldn't even scream to relieve the pain. It felt as if all the bones in my body were breaking, and my abdomen was put under a hydraulic press. Then it felt like my body was set on fire before it finally calmed down. And the whole process was repeated once again. It was hell. Actually, normally breaking one's mana core through levels and stages isn't that painful or hard. However, since my potential was low Gold 3, I will only experience more pain the more I try to break through the stages until it becomes impossible for me to go past the gold stage, without letting the pain kill me first. Simply put, the closer one reaches their potential, the more difficult it is for one to make a breakthrough. For instance, Nero would have had a relatively painless experience when breaking through the bronze stage, unlike my near-death ordeal. Ha! Anyway, now that I have leveled up, it's time to complete my quest. It's time to kill the Vampire King and take what I came here for. GRWWW. But before that, I should stop the rumbling in my stomach by grabbing something to eat. Status name Lucas Morningstar, face image, race human _ strength 62, plus 30, endurance 48, plus 30, speed 69, plus 30, stamina 64, plus 30, accuracy 88, plus 12, charm 440, plus 1, intelligence 188, plus 1, mana capacity 1000 or 1000, plus 500, mana core rank bronze 1, iron 2, mana core potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL, 2 archer LVL. 2 _ techniques weapon arts, 1000 falling lightning needle strike, LVL 1, 98%, 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL 3, 70%. Combat arts, soul smashing killer fist, LVL 2, 75%, breathing technique breath of vitality _ affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low blessing mana burst possessions phoenixes embrace semi-divine editors pen divine edit points, 778 == after ordering room service, I took a refreshing bath and practiced some martial arts. Then I got ready and decided it was finally time to get going. But just as I reached in front of my room door, I decided to check my status to get an idea of how I was doing. As I looked at my status, I couldn't help but stroke my chin while being immersed in deep thoughts. My physical stats were looking more on the average side. But I didn't have very many magic spells. After this is over, I should get some spells. Also, I should get some archery arts too since I am about to master the one I'm currently using. My progression was already at 98%. It won't be long before I make it 100%. Foo-oo. Okay, I should get going. I took in a few deep breaths before looking at the room clock. It was 8:53 AM right now. By 8 PM, everyone has to be back at the hotel to attend dinner. I have no plans to join my class for sightseeing and shopping today, so it gives me roughly 11 hours to search for the Vampire King and kill her before I have to come back. Click! With determination, I clicked open my room door and stepped outside. Most of the people were still sleeping, while others were in the buffet hall for breakfast. So without getting spotted, I took the lift and easily snuck out of the hotel. After coming out, a smile formed on my lips as I stretched out my hand, opened my palm and quietly said, track. Schwing. Suddenly, several azure threads appeared out of my hand and laid out on the street. These azure threads were only visible to my eyes. Remember the coins I gave out to those slum kids yesterday? Yeah, they weren't normal coins. Item, tracking coins, relic, condition, good, edited description. This relic consists of 20 coins. When distributed by Lucas Morningstar, the coins can imprint a mark on the first person who touches them. Later, Lucas Morningstar can visualize the paths that lead to these individuals. It can only be used once and one coin can only mark the first person who may touch them. Edit, active let those who receive these coins by my hands be marked, and reveal to me their trails whenever I command it. In the novel, it was said that the Vampire King compelled children of the slums and drank their blood to survive. Usually, the vampires drink mana-rich blood. The reason for that is, unlike humans, elves, or dwarfs, vampires don't have the ability to draw mana from the atmosphere. By extension, they also can't cultivate their mana core normally like the other races do. So instead, they rely on the mana from the blood of people who can cultivate to strengthen their mana core. However, here, in this case, the Vampire King wasn't trying to cultivate but sustain. After a brutal battle with her own kind, she suffered serious injuries that left her on the brink of death. She was too weak to mind control adult humans, so she resorted to compelling young children and drinking their blood to stay alive. It took a long time for her to finally recover from her injuries. Much longer than it should have taken her. That's why now is the right time to strike when she's nowhere near her top condition. I distributed coins to those children in the slum for a reason. The Vampire King is likely preoccupied with feeding on their blood right at this very moment. By tracking these trails, I can locate her. Although my decision to interject in this situation could endanger the lives of those children, they are as good as dead if I leave them like this anyway. So my plan is simple. I would hit her with a surprise attack, and before she could figure out what hit her, she would be dead. But of course, to do that, I needed some weapons. Since we were on a trip, we had to give back the weapons that the Academy provided us. And since I don't have any personal weapons, I am currently unarmed. Now I don't know if I ever said this, but being unarmed in this world is akin to being in a boxing ring with no hands. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a little. But the bottom line is I need to buy some weapons. I couldn't buy them yesterday because it was already time for the mandatory dinner by the time I exited the slums. So I opened a holographic GPS map in front of me and started walking toward a weapon store. It's time to start phase 2 of the plan. Chapter 116. I found myself in the midst of a weapon shop, surrounded by an array of weaponry on display. The shop was immaculately organized, with numerous customers, mostly elves, perusing the various sections. Weapons were divided into specific sections and put on stands for display, much like a bookstore or supermarket. Conveniently, every single item here had price tags on them but no additional descriptions whatsoever. Right now, I was standing in the mid-range polearms section, specifically examining spears. As I was in the midst of considering one, a short elven girl dressed in the shop's staff uniform approached me and inquired, "Have you chosen something, sir?" Momentarily surprised, I turned towards her and replied, "Not yet. I'll head to the counter if I decide to make a purchase." "Sure, sir. Do you want to take a look at our spear catalogue?" she insisted. It includes a wider range of items than the ones on display, although the pricing may be slightly higher. "No thanks," I declined. "I'll purchase one of these on display." "Sure, sir. Have a pleasant day." With that, she walked away. I refused to peruse the catalogue because the weapons listed inside it would be more expensive than the ones on display. Despite having a substantial amount of money, I had no intention of spending a uselessly big chunk of it on a single weapon. There were two reasons for this. First, I was confident that any ordinary spear would break if I used it against one of the 7 abyssal vampire kings, albeit a former one. So unless it was a relic, it's all the same, no matter how expensive the materials used to forge it were, which brings me to my second point. Second, I could acquire a cheap spear from this stand and use my edit pen to transform it into a relic. As I resumed my selection of spears on display, one, in particular, caught my attention. "Oh, this one is quite impressive," I exclaimed, picking it up for closer inspection. It was a blood-red spear with a silver blade at its end, giving it a distinct appearance from the usual pointed-tip spears. I prefer bladed spears over pointed tips because not only are they more lethal at piercing, but I can also slash with them. So, in short, I can use them as a halberd or axe while also maintaining the distance and speed that a normal spear provides. Of course, sometimes, when you pierce them into someone, retracting them could be difficult. In that scenario, pointed tips are better. But overall, bladed spears are more versatile and in weight. Why do I sound like a spear nerd, ahem? Shaking my head to eliminate some unnecessary thoughts, I decided to go with this spear. It was the best I could find here in both quality and price at a little over 91,000 credits. Afterward, I headed toward the long-range archery section to pick up a bow and some arrows. After buying a brand new archery set and some other things, I started moving toward the slums while following the azure threads. Finally, after walking around for half an hour or so, I reached the outskirts of the slums. This area was separated from the main city. I couldn't see any buildings or even roads nearby. As I strode on the muddy path, I entered the slums in no time. Again, eyes were drawn to me. Today, however, I decided to wear a half-sleeves black hoodie t-shirt and matching slacks to not draw too much attention to me. It didn't work. People were still looking at me as if I was some kind of a rare specimen. To blend more easily in this crowd, maybe I would have worn rags, but I didn't want to fight without proper clothing. It's fine though. I had my face covered with the hood. No one would be able to recognize me from yesterday. "Hey, aren't you the guy from yesterday?" Or so I thought. As I was following the azure threads, a voice rang in my ears from behind. I spun around to see a skinny boy, around 9 to 10 years old, looking back at me. "No, I'm not." I curtly lied to him and started walking, but he circled around me and blocked my path. "Yes, you are. How did you know?" "That shiny bracelet on your hand." As the kid pointed at my right hand, I frowned and looked at a metallic black smart bracelet on my wrist. "Ah, yes. It's easy to recognize people from this since not many have one of these smart bracelets in this world. But should people in the slums, kids no less, even know about something like this? That's a smart bracelet with a dimensional storage feature in it, right?" The kid took a step forward and leaned in for my hand. "How do you know that?" I pulled my hand away and asked with a frown. "It could just be a normal smart bracelet." "Ha," the boy combed back his dirty black hair and flashed a smug grin. "There's not a tech in this world these eyes of mine can't recognize." I was about to comment on that but the boy started speaking. "Now, who are you?" "You're too young to be a soldier, so you must be a cadet," he continued. "I've only read scraps of media magazines lately, so I'm not updated on tech news, but I think only 2 military academies provide these types of bracelets to their cadets, no?" So you're either from Ethereal Military Academy or Global Military Academy. Since you're rich enough to get into those prestigious academies, you must be a noble. But what's a noble doing in the slums of the central continent, away from either of those two academies? Maybe you are here on a trip. But still, why visit the slums? Maybe you're here to look for someone, but who? Okay. Stop. Freaked out by the kid's deductions which were all on point, I yelled at him to stop. Who are you? That's my question, who are you? The kid narrowed his eyes. Huh? He was smart. Recognizing me is one thing, but deducing where I was from and why I was here. Who? Letting out a deep breath, I squatted down to match his height before admitting. You're right. I'm here to look for someone. Can you help me? That depends, the boy replied with a cheeky grin. Can you help me? Give me 60 credits and we'll talk. Okay, fine, 50. Fine. I'll settle on 40 credits. Just give me something. I rolled my eyes. What's your name? Rowan, he answered quickly. I have no last name. Your left eye is bruised, Rowan, I said while pointing at his black eye. Yeah. I fell before he could come up with an excuse, I cut him off. You also seem to have some other unattended injuries, I remarked, taking a closer look at his body. As I scanned his body, it was clear that he had numerous cuts and bruises, some of which appeared to have been sustained days ago. However, I also noticed a few fresh injuries that seemed to be more recent. So you're being abused daily and have no last name, I said before continuing. You also seem to be out of breath and have breadcrumbs on your lips. Did you happen to be running while eating bread, or were you perhaps stealing food? If you have to resort to that, then that must mean you don't have someone to take care of you. You're an orphan. It's clear that the people in the slums don't care about you, and you're left to fend for yourself. You're alone. Judging by how you talk, you seem to be a tech fanatic. You are also knowledgeable about military academies. You look around 10 years old. I guess you have awakened your mana core and you are researching different military academies, considering you'll need to attend one in a few years. But you must know top military academies are notoriously expensive. Given your current circumstances, it will be difficult for you to save enough money to attend a mid-tier, let alone a prestigious one. You can't save that much money in your life. And if you don't manage to do so, you may be sent to a military camp instead. As I was done talking, the boy's mouth was left hanging. His eyes widened, and his lips trembled as he barely let out, how? I arched an eyebrow. Surely you don't think you're the only smart person in the world, right? You're awakened, right? Can you see your status? What's your intelligence stat? For a second, the boy hesitated, but at the end, he gave me an earnest answer, 183. My intelligence stat is 183. Damn, he was smart. But in this environment, his potential will get snuffed out. Here's how his life will go, he won't be able to save enough money for a decent military academy, and he will be forced to attend military camps. He will start as a foot soldier, but with his high intelligence and a bit of luck, he might survive his first few battles. However, when the vampire monarch awakens, and his forces become stronger, he will be deployed to the edge of the northern borders, like millions of other foot soldiers. His mission will be to defend the border from the onslaught of vampires. He will give it his all, valiantly fighting to survive, but ultimately, he will meet his demise. And he will die without living up to his true potential. No, it's a waste. I could use someone like him in the final scenarios of this world. However, I needed to confirm one last thing before lending him a helping hand. What's your mana core rank potential? I asked. The boy looked at me with a troubled expression before he clenched his fists and leaned in to whisper, Silver 3. Oh, damn it. He'll just be a low ranker. Note that the ranks from Iron 1 to Silver 3 are considered low ranks. Then, from Gold 1 to Diamond 3 are considered mid ranks. High ranks only consist of divine, immortal, and mythical stages. And his potential stops him from ever breaking out of the low ranks. However, in 2 years, a way to break potential caps will be discovered. An alchemist will create a potion that will make it possible for anyone to reach mid ranks. He's still young. Maybe I can make some use of him after all. Fine, I will help him. Okay, here's the deal, Rowan. I will sponsor your admission into the Global Academy. I will give you a chance to make something of your life. You're a smart kid. You know how big of a deal this is, right? A chance to enter the world's top military academy. In return, however, you must help me with something. The kid looked at me bewildered, as if he could not understand what I was saying. Or maybe he was just too flabbergasted to speak. After a while, a frown appeared on his face, why you would do that. But you won't sell me anywhere, right? Boy, I have more money in my account than what you're worth. Shut up and tell me one thing, do you know someone named Raina Eldenite in this slum? She should have red hair and matching eyes. If I'm not wrong, she would have moved here a year or so ago. Yo, you're talking about that scary lady. Yeah, I've seen her. All the kids in the slum seem to like her and surround her all the time, Rowan replied with several head nods. They asked me to join them and talk to her too. But I never went because... I never went because she seems to be dangerous. My instincts tell me to run whenever I see her. She moved here last year with an orange-haired girl. I don't remember her name. Maybe it was Mary. She is strange too. Mary? That must be the girl who was supposed to be the sacrifice for the vampire monarch, but she decided to steal her. I didn't think she would have kept that girl alive till now. Why hasn't she eaten her yet? I'll think about this later. Your instincts are correct, I said to the boy. That woman is certainly dangerous. That's why I need you to do something for me. If you do this, I will give you my word to make all your life goals come true. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Tell me what I need to do. A smile appeared on my face as I heard him give me a positive response. With a nod, I summoned several ball-shaped grenades from my smart bracelet. Seeing that, the kid couldn't help but gulp in anxiety. Maybe he was now regretting accepting my request thoughtlessly. However, it's too late to back out now. I handed him the grenades as I said, take these and get as close to that woman as you can. Chapter 117. There. Rowan pointed towards the distance and said, that's where she lives. After journeying deep into the slums, we eventually arrived in front of a rundown wooden house. All the azure threads were leading to that house. As I surveyed the area with curiosity, I noticed that there were very few houses or tents nearby. This was not by chance. The area was situated close to the woods, which served as a habitat for ferocious wild mana beasts. Naturally, not many would be willing to live here. Okay, I nodded. Hide those grenades under your shirt, in your pockets, in your underwear, or wherever you can. When I signal you, take them out, throw them at that woman, and run out of the house at the first chance you'll get. I'll take over from there. You understood? The boy nodded back with apprehension. Don't worry, seeing him concerned for his own safety, I placed a hand on his shoulder. These grenades don't explode. Huh? They don't, the kid looked at me with a frown. So what do they do? They are stun grenades enchanted with light magic, I replied. They flash and stun anyone in the near vicinity when they go off. I pulled out a button set on a plastic cube from my pocket and said, plus, they're all remote controlled. So they'll only go off when I press this button. After hearing my explanation, a relieved expression washed over Rowan's face. He then quickly began stuffing up the grenades under his clothes. I bought 5 of these babies from the weapon store under the throwables section. I also got a good deal on them, so they were worth it. Not to mention, since these flash grenades were enchanted with the light element, which the vampires are weak against, I just had to buy them. If I hadn't bought them, I would have used my edit pen to make something similar like I did against Quinn. However, unlike Quinn, I can't just walk up to the vampire king. I need to deploy caution. I need to use the element of surprise to take her on. Since she would sense my presence if I went anywhere near her, I needed someone to assist. Someone who could get close to her without arousing suspicion. The best idea I could come up with was to use a kid to deliver the flash grenades closer to her since she was feeding on the blood of the kids in this slum. Yes, there are other options to tackle this situation. Like I could just throw the grenades in the house, but that would make the element of surprise quite pointless since the vampire king would get plenty of time to react to my attack. This is the most efficient idea I could come up with for this situation. Am I putting this kid's life in danger? Yes. Do I have any other options? Maybe. But if everything goes according to plan, all the risks and gambles will pay off. With that in mind, I steeled my determination and patted Rowan's back. Are you ready? I asked the kid, who nodded back in response. I retrieved an earpiece from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet and handed it to him. Take this. I'll signal you when it's time to pull out the grenades. Once you do that, run out of the house. Do not stop to look for me. Just keep running and get out of the slums. Rowan inserted the earpiece into his ear and tapped it to turn it on. Is there going to be a fight? He asked nervously. Yes, I replied, pairing the earpiece with my smart bracelet. Who is that woman? Rowan inquired, his curiosity piqued. I gave him a brief look before responding. You're a smart kid. You've seen her around here for over a year. Haven't you figured it out yet? Of course I have, he sighed. She never comes out of that house during the day. The kids have started to act weird around since she showed up, and they're getting paler and sicker by the day. And my gut tells me to run every time I see her. Looks like you have figured it out, I said while raising my eyebrows, impressed at the young boy's deduction skills once again. Yeah, he shrugged. Even though the adults seemed to be blind to ignore such obvious signs. It's clear that she's a vampire. I smirked at his statement and placed a hand on his head. It may be obvious to us, but most people prefer to stay within the bounds of reason to preserve their sanity. Even if some people noticed something was off, they would have dismissed their doubts because it's out of the bounds of logic and reason for a vampire to sneak into the central continent undetected. But people like us challenge the reasoning of this world because we don't like our minds to be confined. Rowan looked at me with interest and asked, doesn't that make us insane? You're willingly going inside a house haunted by a vampire, and I am planning to fight it, I scoffed. It's evident that our sanity is questionable. Heh, Rowan flashed a bitter smile before nodding. Okay, let's do this. After nodding his head a few times, the kid started walking toward the rundown house in the distance. Okay, it's time I get ready too. I stretched my hand and willed mana into the smart bracelet. Sheeing. The smart bracelet lit up in azure runes, and suddenly a bow materialized in my hand with a flash. It was an asymmetrically shaped longbow with a length of over 2 meters. It was a Japanese-styled Yumi bow with a slick modern look. Instead of wood, this bow was made of super reinforced steel and carbon fiber alloy. This longbow was specifically made for sniping long distances. The best part is it comes with a variety of visual aids like zoom scope, X-ray vision, heat vision, or night vision. Without wasting any more time, I straightened my back and summoned an arrow from my smart bracelet. I carefully placed the arrow on the bowstring and pulled it back, positioning myself for the shot. I then gently tapped on the bow's grip. Swine, a holographic aim-down sight appeared right in front of my dominant eye. I closed my left eye and said, zoom in 8 times. At my command, the ADS magnified the image of my target, the decrepit house, 8 times in my vision. But that wasn't all. Open X-ray vision, I said, and suddenly the walls of the house became transparent for my eye, allowing me to see clearly inside it. Albeit everything was in monochrome and the vision was blurry, I could still see my target through the walls. Very well, I said in a satisfied tone. The money was worth it. Then I began pouring mana into the arrow. This arrow was special too. I didn't buy it, but crafted it using my edit pen. Item, exploding arrow condition, good, edited description. This arrow is designed to absorb mana from its user and employ it to trigger a devastating explosion upon striking its target. Soon, the arrow started glowing in an azure blue hue. With this, everything was set in place. Chapter 118. Who? Rowan took slow, shaky steps as he approached the decrepit house. He had known about this place for a while now, ever since the kids in the slum began to hang out there. Their behavior had become strange since then, and they had invited him to join them several times, but he always declined. He knew something was off. Rowan never really had any friends. Being an orphan and an outcast, he had always been called weird by the people around him. But he didn't think he was the weird one. It was the slum itself that was strange. Nobody here dreamed anymore. People who, both children and adults, had given up on escaping this place and had resigned themselves to this lifestyle. Occasionally, a child would awaken to mana and be drafted into the military, which was technically a way out of poverty since being a soldier meant earning a lot of money. However, in this place, being drafted was equivalent to a death sentence. The children who were drafted into the military camps could not afford to attend private military academies, so they became foot soldiers and were sent off to fight in wars, never to return. Rowan hated it here. He felt suffocated living among people with no vision. In a place full of settlers, he aimed for excellence, and he was laughed at for that. But he refused to give up on his dreams. He dreamt of a future where he would be wealthy, living a life of luxury. A future where he wouldn't have to scavenge for food in the trash or steal to survive. A future where he would be treated with respect instead of disdain upon entering the city. A future where he could live his life instead of just surviving it. This slum may have been a place where people had stopped dreaming, but he was not one of them. So when he was offered a chance to make his dreams come true, to make his future a reality, he accepted it in a heartbeat. Now here he was. Even though he hated this place and the people here who ridiculed him at every turn of his life, he was risking his life for them. After all, this was his only chance to get out of this place. A chance to attend the world's top military academy, essentially securing his future. Okay, Rowan nodded his head upon arriving in front of the house. Let's do this. Knock. After a second of preparing himself, the boy knocked on the front door. From inside, he heard footsteps that slowly grew louder until the doorknob was finally twisted open. Click, the door swung inward, revealing the figure of a small girl with clear orange eyes that matched her hair. She peered out and scrutinized the person who had knocked. Rowan knew her. Her name was Mary, and she had moved in here with the scary lady. Rowan? Mary spoke, looking at the black-haired kid with a narrow frown. What are you doing here? Hey, Mary, Rowan flashed a smile. Well, I was bored, so I thought about hanging out with you guys. I can go back if you don't want me here, no, the frown on Mary's face melted into a sweet expression. You are welcome here. Come, let's go inside. Oh okay, with a little hesitation, Rowan followed the orange-haired girl inside the house. The inside of the house was oppressively dark and musty. The air was thick with a lingering cold, metallic scent that sent shivers down Rowan's spine for some reason. Despite the heat outside, the atmosphere inside was unnaturally chilly. The windows were covered in heavy curtains and papers, obscuring any natural light from entering. Creak, as Rowan's foot touched the wooden floor, it let out an eerie creaking sound that echoed through the empty halls and intensified the unsettling feeling that hung in the air. But the girl walking in front of Rowan seemed unfazed by the horror movie-like interior of the house. Well, she has been living here for well over a year. As Rowan thought that to himself, he kept following the orange-haired girl until they reached the drawing room. Everyone, Rowan is here, Mary excitedly announced as she entered the room. As Rowan stepped into the room, he saw a group of kids sitting around on the floor and on an old couch. The dark, ominous atmosphere made their pale skin stand out, and their pupils glowed an eerie white as every eye in the room turned to him. For some reason, suddenly, a chill ran down Rowan's spine, and his instinct screamed at him to run. But he tried to keep his composure and stood there frozen. One of the boys got up and walked over to him, putting a hand around his shoulder in a way that disregarded personal space. Rowan, the boy exclaimed in excitement. You finally showed up. Rowan is here? Good, another girl spoke up. Rowan, you should spend some time with your friends instead of always sticking your nose in those scraps of magazines and books. You all are not my friends, is what Rowan wanted to reply, but he kept his mouth shut and forced a smile. A new member? Ha ha. Let's see how many rounds he can last before fainting, one of the boys giggled. What? Confused, Rowan turned to him with a questioning frown. What does that mean? The boy, with his arm still around Rowan's shoulder, patted him to dismiss his worries. He's just playing with you. Anyway, have you met Miss Rayner? He asked. Miss Rayner? No, I haven't yet, before Rowan could finish his answer, an alluring feminine voice whispered in his ear from behind. We have a guest, he heard her say. Surprised, he turned around to see a bewitching woman with fiery red hair that cascaded down her back. She wore a simple black gown that did little to conceal her mature, otherworldly hourglass figure. Her full lips were painted the darkest shade of red, complementing her snowy pale complexion. As Rowan looked into her captivating scarlet red eyes, he realized that there was something unsettlingly tempting about her. But before he could put the finger on anything, he felt his mind going numb. For a few seconds, Rowan stood there in a trance, completely frozen and unable to think straight. He had never seen someone so beautiful. To be fair, he had seen this woman many times before, but for some reason, right now, she was looking irresistible. It was then he remembered that he had read somewhere about how vampires can charm and compel individuals of other races weaker than them into submission by making them look into their eyes. Of course, unless one is bitten by a vampire, there is a way to break this charm. A strong stimulus, like getting punched or shaken, would do the trick. However, he was in a vampire's nest right now. Who would help him? I heard you weren't willing to hang out here with your friends, said the red-headed woman. What made you change your mind? Rowan was compelled to tell her the truth, starting from how he met Lucas outside, but somehow, he managed to spout out a lie. I was bored today. The woman's expression stiffened upon hearing those words. Shaking her head, she said, that's a lie. She then slightly bent her knees and ran a finger against Rowan's cheek before leaning her face forward and whispering in his ear, tell me the truth. I. Rowan felt his heart racing and his skin crawling. He wanted to run, but he also wanted to answer the woman earnestly. It was a weird feeling of submission and fear, making it hard for him to speak. He was about to give in until... Beep. Eek. The earpiece in his ear made a high-pitched stinging noise which shook him out of his trance and made him grip his head in slight pain. Dash, Rowan, it's time. Pull out the grenades. As if waiting for that cue, a familiar voice rang in his ears. It was his signal. Seeing something strange happening to the kid, the red-headed woman frowned before her eyes widened in surprise. With her accelerated thought process, it didn't take her even a second to realize what was happening. It was an ambush. Thwack! Wasting no time, she kicked Rowan and sent him flying back before yelling in an authoritative tone, "Mary, get behind me." Even though the orange-haired girl couldn't understand what was happening, she quickly did what she was told and hid behind the woman. Thwam! Rowan's body landed on the wooden floor amidst all the other children who were just as confused as Mary. Nobody could infer just what was going on. Ah! Rowan grunted as he struggled to stand, his hand pressed against his aching ribs. With his other hand, he reached under his clothes and retrieved several small, ball-shaped grenades. He hurled them into the air and got on the ground, quickly covering his eyes and ears. "Children, run!" The woman tried alerting the kids, but she was cut off by the blinding explosion of the flash bombs in the air. Kshwang. Chapter 119. Kshwang. Arg. Gar. MNHHH. Upon detonation of the flash bombs, the entire interior of the house was engulfed in a dazzling white light, causing all those who encountered it to feel as though their eyes were set ablaze. This sensation was particularly intense since the flash bombs went off in a dark atmosphere. The red-headed woman had the worst. Even though she covered her eyes in time, she felt as if her skin was set on fire. It was clear to her that these flash bombs were enchanted with light elemental magic. Thwam! Before she could recover from the surprise attack, an arrow broke through the front wall and hurtled toward her. She could only widen her eyes as the arrow appeared inches away from her face. The amount of mana emanating from the arrow made it clear to her that it would cause much more damage than just piercing her. However, she couldn't dodge the attack because Mary was standing behind her. She couldn't let the little girl get hit by the arrow. She also didn't have enough time to turn around, pick her up, and get out of the arrow's trajectory. TSK. All she could do was cross her arms and clench her jaw, bracing herself for the attack while shielding Mary behind her. Boom! As soon as the arrow came in contact with the woman, the mana infused within it burst into the air and created an azure explosion that blasted off her right arm. Ah! The red-headed woman gritted her teeth and stifled a scream of agony. Raina. Are you okay? Mary's voice trembled with concern from behind her. I'm fine, Mary, Raina replied through gritted teeth, clearly in pain. Someone has found us. But how? Mary's worried expression deepened by the second. We took every precaution to stay under the radar. TSK. Raina clicked her tongue while willing mana into her right arm, or what was left of it at least, to regenerate it. She didn't know the answer to Mary's question herself. Just who found out about them and how? For a year, they stayed under the radar of both the central government and the Union military. She was sure that they didn't slip up anywhere. Sure, she had gotten a little carried away by feeding from too many children, but that shouldn't be enough for the authorities to notice her presence. After all, the central government does not care about slums. No matter what happens here, the news of it doesn't reach the ears of those living in the city. Besides, she made sure to compel everyone she had been feeding from to make sure that there were no slip-ups. So then how? Was it the military police who found her? No, impossible. Aside from not being interested in the slums, they won't ever use a child to carry out their operations. Wait, the child. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Raina's eyes turned to the kid who was responsible for all this. There he was, laying on the ground with his hands covering his head and ears. You, the red-headed woman raged as soon as she spotted him. Who sent you? Since the kid didn't answer, she took a step toward him. Thwam! But before she could move any further, a loud explosion shook the air, and the front wall of her house shattered into pieces. Shoo! The explosion sent debris flying in every direction, accompanied by rising dust and crackling embers. Step, 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 amidst it all emerged a charming young man, appearing to be around 18 years old. He had slick silver hair swept to the side, and his pale complexion was contrasted by his striking mellow red eyes that seemed to glow like embers. The young man donned a magnificent, form-fitting suit of golden armor with a scarlet ruby carved into the chest area of his upper torso. In his right hand, he held a long, shiny red spear that glimmered in the natural light reflecting off his armor. All that coupled with his handsome features made him look more like an angel than a mere mortal. Oh, man, the young man kicked the ground in dejection upon locking eyes with the red-headed woman. I aim for the heart. You managed to block it, huh? Before the woman could manage to come up with a reply, Lucas quickly scouted the surroundings and saw several kids with a pale complexion and glowing red eyes getting back on their feet. 15 in total, he said, counting out loud. 8 boys and 7 girls. If you were feeding on so many children, then how have you not recovered yet? Well, it doesn't matter. Since these children are turned into halflings who will all in the future fully turn into vampires, it's best if I clean them up now. Vampires are a unique species with many fascinating qualities. But perhaps the most intriguing is their ability to turn individuals of other species into one of their own. This is achieved when a noble vampire bites someone, either to feed or kill, and transmits a virus that alters the victim's DNA over time, transforming them into a commoner vampire. During this transformation, the individual is known as a halfling. However, there is a way to prevent the process. If the infected mana of the vampire is removed from the halfling system as soon as they are bitten, they can avoid becoming a vampire. However, the longer they wait to remove the virus, the lower their chances of success. Unfortunately, there is a complication to this process. When a person is bitten, they experience a rush of dopamine at random intervals. Each time they are bitten again, the dose of dopamine increases, eventually leading to them being addicted to the feeling until the prey willingly submits themselves to the vampire who has bit them. This addiction causes halflings to lose all sense of reason and resist treatment. Another child? Raina frowned as she looked at Lucas up and down. Has your military fallen so low that they are using children? Even though the question was directed toward him, Lucas paid no attention to the vampire and began looking for Rowan. After moving his eyes around the place, he found the kid lying on the floor near his foot. Seeing that, Lucas flipped his spear and poked the boy with its rear end. Boy, get up. I have a mess to clean here. Unless you don't want me to clean you up with everything too, get up and scram off. After being poked several times, Rowan lifted his head and scrutinized his surroundings. He then quickly got on his feet, dusted his old, ragged clothes, and stormed off while yelling, "You better not die, rich silver-haired noble. I want compensation for putting my life in danger." Seeing the kid's back receding into the distance, Lucas grinned. Die? No, I already died once. Didn't enjoy the feeling, so I'm not planning to do it again. Chapter 120. The group of 15 halfling children, who were done picking themselves up around the red-headed woman, reacted to Lucas with hostility. "Shall we attack him as a team?" one of them suggested. "Absolutely. We outnumber him 15 to 1, another chimed in. "I'll tear off his neck," added a particularly fierce young halfling. Lucas didn't mind the small fries because he knew none of them was a match for him. Even though they were halflings, aside from being a little faster and stronger than the normal children, they had nothing. They didn't pose a threat to him, especially with his armor. At most, they were a distraction. "Don't," seeing the way Lucas was emotionlessly gazing at the children, the red-headed woman yelled a warning. "Do not stay to fight. Run, all of you." But before one of the halflings could argue, Raina cut him off. "It's an order," she roared with her eyes glowing in an ominous red shine. "Run." TSK. Since it was an order from her, the vampire who bit them, their bodies couldn't help but oblige. Now. Do you really think I'll let you run?" Lucas, who had been quiet till now, summed his edit pen from his smart bracelet and pointed at the children. Before any of them could react, he swiftly waved the pen in the air as if writing on an invisible surface, and suddenly the halflings fell to their knees. "Hike. What's going on?" It's heavy. I feel heavy. It's our clothes. They suddenly weigh a ton." The last kid was right. Suddenly the weight of their clothes was increased to the point where it would have crushed a normal child their age. Lucas had used his edit pen on their clothes to achieve that. Mary, who had been standing behind the red-headed woman, cried out in concern for her friends. "Guys. Are you all right?" But before she could run to their aid, the woman stepped in front of her. "Stay behind me. That guy is dangerous. He's using some kind of unknown gravity magic." Lucas' eyes moved to Mary. He saw her bright orange hair and matching eyes, as well as her healthy complexion and full cheeks. Unlike the halflings, she wasn't sickly, and her eyes weren't glowing. "Is that girl a halfling too?" he asked, but he soon realized that this was not the case. Mary was human, not a halfling like the rest of the children here. "She's definitely not a halfling," Lucas thought to himself out loud, stroking his chin. But then why was she following a vampire around? Not to mention, judging by how they both were interacting, Lucas could guess that they had become fairly close. None of this wasn't mentioned in the story. All that the novel said was Raina grabbed a sacrifice meant for the vampire monarch for herself and ran after fighting her own kind. Lucas just assumed that after that, she must have devoured the sacrifice. But if she didn't, then there was no reason for Mary to keep following Raina around. She must have gotten several chances to escape when Raina was on the verge of death. But she didn't. Why? There was only one reasonable explanation that Lucas could come up with. Maybe Raina had mind-controlled Mary to follow her. But why would she do that? What would she get out of carrying a burden around? Why did she just not straight out devour her? And why did she risk being executed just to have one girl? Was there anything special about Mary? As these questions filled his mind, Lucas turned to the red-headed woman and demanded, "Have you compelled that girl? Why haven't you bitten her? Why did you keep her around? Who are you?" But instead of answering him, Raina shot back with a voice dripping in venom and her eyes narrowing in rage. "How dare you come here and threaten my children? Arg. Your children? That's what you call the people you turn?" Lucas shot a judging glare. Damn that Joe, couldn't he have come up with something less cringe? Naturally, Raina had no idea what this guy was mumbling, so she repeated her question, this time with more hostility. "I asked you something. Who are you?" she raged. "Who sent you? Is it your military? Are they sending kids to war now?" Well, they had been doing that for a while. Cutting her off, Lucas started speaking. "Okay, first, I'm not a kid. I'm 18. Secondly, no one sent me. I came here all by myself. Don't lie." Raina was obviously skeptical of Lucas' words. "How did you find me?" Rolling his eyes, Lucas lifted his spear and pointed it at the red-headed woman. It was clear that she had no intention of answering his questions, and he was far too busy to answer hers. "Can you please just stop with all these boring questions?" he said, infusing mana into his spear as it started glowing scarlet. He then shot a mocking grin. "Besides, what's the point of answering someone who's going to die in a few minutes anyway?" Nerves popped up on Raina's forehead as she gritted her teeth again. "This is the first time I've been provoked to kill a kid. Fine, if you want to die so badly, then so be it." As soon as she said that, she closed her eyes and her body started convulsing violently as bones cracked and shifted under her skin. Her muscles bulged and her skin stretched, making way for the emerging monstrous form. Her hands contorted, and long, razor-sharp claws burst out from her fingertips. Her canines elongated into fangs, and her skin became as dark as night. Her cheeks sank in, and her eyes turned an eerie shade of red as her pupils grew vertical, giving her a predatory gaze. The air around her grew heavy with an overwhelming sense of danger, and her once alluring appearance was replaced with a terrifying visage. She then opened her mouth and spoke in a horrific demonic voice. "Who's about to die?" Damn, Lucas shrugged his shoulders. If that's what she's like without her full powers, he wouldn't want to imagine what she would look like with it. But still, not a speck of fear was present on the silver-haired boy's face. It was as if he knew his victory was certain. For some reason, this made the former vampire king worry. "Anyway, if your dramatic transformation has ended, why don't you listen to my proposal?" Lucas suggested. "You have a mythical beast egg in your possession, right? Give me that egg and I will spare your life. I won't even alert the military police." What? Listening to the boy, Raina raised her eyebrows in surprise. "How do you know about that? Who are you?" "Doesn't matter," Lucas shook his head. "What does matter is, if you want to live, hand that over to me." I'll let you go and won't tell anyone about you. Be thankful that I'm generous. Ha, the vampire scoffed before speaking. I don't know how you found out about me or the egg, but you're crazy to think I'll hand over a mythical beast to you. A mere human. Yeah, well, I kind of thought you would say that, Lucas shrugged. Well, it's fine. I'm done stalling for time. They should be recharged by now. Stalling for time? What are you? Before the vampire could complete her sentence, Lucas brought out a remote from her pocket and pressed a button on it. Quine. 2 flash bombs lay scattered on the ground, their glow intensifying before they exploded in a blinding flash of light. Lucas had saved 2 of the 5 bombs, knowing he might need them to create an opportunity later on. As he had hoped, the explosion left an opening. Ah. Raina winced in pain and shielded her eyes as the light hit her. Despite feeling like her skin was on fire, she quickly opened her eyes and searched for Lucas, only to find him gone. Confused, she scanned the area until she sensed something above her. Looking up, she saw Lucas descending towards her, his silver hair gleaming and his spear poised for a strike. Chapter 121. Slash. With a powerful descent, Lucas struck down his spear in a downward slash, slicing through the air with deadly speed. Splurt. The Vampire King tried blocking the incoming attack by raising her claws, but Lucas' spear easily sliced through her reinforced skin, severing her right hand with a fast blur. Thud, thud. As the dismembered limb fell to the ground, Lucas landed before Raina, ready to deliver another fierce blow. Wasting no time, he pulled his spear back with mana spiraling around it and thrust it forward at her face with all his might, intending to drill a hole through her skull. 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, first form, Maihuazwan, swish. But before Lucas' attack could connect, Raina swiftly ducked down, dodging the spear thrust with her remaining claw pulled back. For someone who talked so big, you were easy to kill, she taunted, her voice filled with contempt as she lunged forward at the silver-haired boy with breakneck speed. Lucas could only widen his eyes as the Vampire King closed the distance and straightened her claw into a sword-like manner, before thrusting it into his unguarded gut, thinking that she had got him. Clang! But with a loud metal clashing sound, Raina's claw struck Lucas' armor, failing to even put a dent through it. Her eyes widened in disbelief and horror. Even in her weakened state, she had been confident that she could break through an enchanted armor. Unless... It wasn't an enchanted armor, but a relic. A strong one at that. So his defense is strong, she thought as the world around her slowed down to a standstill. In truth, it wasn't the world that was slowing down, but her mind was just processing the information faster. It's called the accelerated thoughts process. Unfortunately, in her weakened state, she could only think fast. Her body's reaction time was too slow to act on her thoughts. Still, it was a useful weapon. With its help, she had now deduced that her opponent was using a strong relic in under a split second. Now all that remained was to kill him. If she can't break her armor, then she will hit him where his armor can't protect him. Fine then. Raina snarled, her eyes blazing with fury as she spun on her front foot, pivoting her body to the side. Clenching her claw and rising from her low position, she pulled her fist up, using the momentum to deliver a deadly uppercut to Lucas. Thwack! The blow landed under Lucas' chin with a sickening sound, sending him stumbling a few steps back. However, in the very next second, Lucas stood up straight and looked the Vampire King dead in her eyes. That's all? That's all? Raina felt a twinge of nervousness at those words. She had hit him with all her might, and yet he still stood before her, seemingly unscathed. Again, even though she was considerably weakened, that last blow would have been enough to shatter boulders the size of trucks. So how did it not even manage to put a scratch on him? How did Lucas survive it? Unless, his armor provides some kind of attack negation power to him. An armor that can negate the force behind a physical attack thrown at the wearer or render it to a fraction of its original strength. But an armor like that should at least be a legendary or above-grade relic. How does a kid come to possess it? Raina frowned in confusion, the look of horror fading from her face. It's fine, she told herself. Even if his armor is a legendary-grade relic, it is bound to have weaknesses or drawbacks. And aside from his defense, his attack prowess doesn't seem to be anything special. If I keep attacking, I'll win. Whoosh! With that thought in mind, Raina launched herself at the silver-haired boy once again. Lucas responded by charging forward himself with his spear pointed at her. Cling! Clang! As they clashed, sparks flew, and shockwaves erupted. The ground cracked beneath their feet as they both tried to claim each other's lives. Raina, in her pure vampiric form, was too quick on her feet. Lucas' attacks weren't connecting. However, as if to make up for it, his defense was nigh impenetrable. It was a total stalemate. At least for now. Mary, who looked at the unfolding scene from behind, thought about helping Raina somehow. But the intensity of the ongoing battle made her stop entertaining this idea before long. She shook her head and rushed to one of her friend's side. A halfling sprawled flat on the ground, unable to get up from the weight of his clothes pinning him down. Isaac, are you okay? Mary asked, grabbing his hand and trying to get it over her shoulder to make him stand. Leave me, Mary. But the kid named Isaac jerked his hand to shake off her grip. Don't waste your energy on me. Run. We don't need to run, Isaac. Look, Mary pointed at the ongoing fight between the silver-haired boy and the Vampire King. Raina will soon defeat him, and then, before she could finish, Isaac cut her off. Mary, please listen to me and run. I have a bad feeling about this. If things go south and Miss Raina falls here, at least you should survive. You are still a human, so you can easily blend into society. Please. Hearing the boy's pleas as he begged her to escape, Mary couldn't help but gulp in uneasiness. As far as she could recall, Isaac's gut feeling has always turned out to be on point. Even though Raina is severely weakened for now, the mere thought of her getting defeated in a battle sounds nonsensical to Mary. After all, Mary had seen her fighting before. She had seen her fighting other vampires when she saved her. She had seen her fighting against the mana beasts when they were crossing the border together. She had even seen her fighting some humans. Mary knew Raina was strong. And right now, she was in her vampiric form. There was just no way she could be defeated. But what if? What if Isaac's intuitions end up being correct again and she does fall? What will happen to her? She's still a human, so she was sure she wouldn't be killed, but the authorities would be suspicious of her. They might put her in some kind of prison and put her under surveillance until their doubts are cleared. No, she doesn't want that. Maybe she should run. No. No. She can't leave Raina and all her friends behind. She would fight if she had to, but she won't run. With her newfound resolve, Mary quickly scanned the room, searching for anything that could use. Then, her eyes fell on a gleaming dagger laying on the ground. Without any hesitation, she picked up the dagger and darted toward Lucas, who was busy blocking a blow from Raina. But before Mary could sneak up on him, Lucas' gaze fell on her. Swish, he twirled his body to the left to dodge Raina's incoming claw and thwack! He then used the momentum to land a roundhouse kick on the incoming little orange-haired girl's belly, sending her flying a few meters back before her body violently crashed on the ground. As Raina saw this, nerves bulged up on her forehead. She lunged at Lucas while swinging her claw at his neck in an SRC. You bastard, she cursed. She's only a child. Cling. Lucas blocked her claw with his spear and gritted his teeth. Self-defense. It was self-defense. Aha, letting out a furious battle cry, Raina pressed forward and smashed her head against Lucas, making him falter and take a step back. Without rest, Raina raised her right leg and shot a front kick at him. Lucas, who had already seen the attack coming, lifted his spear to block the kick with its shaft. It was only then that he realized he had made a mistake. What the? Lucas widened his eyes as he saw Raina spinning on her heel, and changing the trajectory of her front kick midway by twisting her leg up in an unnatural manner and bringing it down over his head. It was a question mark kick. Thwack! Her kick landed right on the mark, sending Lucas crashing down on his knees as a result of the force it carried. He tried to get up, but Raina wasn't done there. Thwack! As he was in the middle of standing back, she quickly stepped in and slammed her right knee into Lucas' face with full force, disorienting him as he took some steps back. Umbra e Dueth. Using this chance, the former vampire king chanted a shadow magic spell. Almost immediately, several spikes made of shadows emerged from beneath Lucas' feet and pierced him. Or at least that would have been the case if he wasn't wearing his armor. Unable to break through his defense, the spike bent around him and only ended up restraining his movements. Arg! Lucas groaned in frustration as he tried to break free, but before he could put any effort into it, he felt the air getting heavier by the second. Suu! He looked in front and saw the former vampire king standing there with her left arm stretched out, and her palm facing him with particles of darkness coalescing into a glowing violet sphere before her. The Scornus Phalum. Whoosh! After growing around the size of a football, the sphere of darkness launched forward at its target and hit Lucas in no time, creating a majestic violet explosion. Boom! Chapter 122. After being hit by the sphere of darkness, Lucas was engulfed in whips of violet fire and crackling tendrils of electricity that exploded into the air. The collision left behind a trail of smoke and flames, completely obstructing vision and obliterating everything within a few meters of the silver-haired boy, including what was left of the house's front wall. Ha! Ha! Raina gasped for air, her breaths coming in short gasps as she fell to her knees. She willed whatever remaining mana was left in her core to regenerate her right arm, which was throbbing with pain as it began to grow back. Fuck, she cursed, gritting her teeth as she felt the effects of the last spell take hold of her. It was the best she could do in her current state, but it had taken a heavy toll on her body. Despite appearing uninjured, the true damage was done to her mana core. Her mana core was now riddled with cracks, making it difficult to draw enough magical energy to cast any further spells. It was already in bad shape since a year ago when she had to fight the other abyssal vampire kings. Since then, she has been doing her best to recover. That was the only reason she had to resort to feeding from little kids, something she despised doing but had no other choice. After all, despite being humans, they were still children. She didn't want to hurt them, but she needed their blood to replenish her weakened core. But it's fine now. Looking at the smoke and flames, the sheer destruction caused by her spell in front of her, a victorious grin spread across Raina's demonic face. It's over, she said to herself. She had been forced to use a high-grade spell due to the boy's annoying defense, but it was worth it. She was confident that he was now nothing more than a pile of flaming ash. Unfortunately, however, she couldn't afford to stay and revel in her victory by laughing over the boy's dead body. She had to move. If a kid like him had managed to find them, then it was only a matter of time before someone else did too. And this time, it could be someone from the military. Raina wasn't sure if she could handle another fight in her current state, having her mana core riddled with cracks and on the verge of shattering up completely. Arg, groaning, she got up after recovering some strength. She turned around and looked at the halflings laying flat on the ground. Kids, are you all okay? Yeah. It's just so heavy. Please just cut off these clothes. I feel like I'm suffocating. I am fine too. Aside from the fact that I can feel my back breaking under the weight of these clothes. MNHHH, Mary groaned in pain as she stood back up, clutching her ribs where Lucas's kick had hit her. Her eyes welled up with tears, but she tried to hold them back. I'm fine too, she said weakly, her voice barely above a whisper. Although Raina knew that Mary was just trying to act tough, and her heart ached for the little girl, she just nodded her head. She couldn't believe that a human could strike a child of his own species like that. Did he have no heart? And they call them the vampires, the monsters. The real monsters were humans. Why can't elves and dwarfs see that simple fact? Shaking her head and pushing those thoughts aside, Raina focused on the task at hand. Okay, kids. Wait here, she said, her claws pulsing with mana. I'll get you all out of here. Oh, will you now? But just as she was about to move, a familiarly annoying voice interrupted her and made her freeze in place. Impossible, she thought while turning around slowly, her heart pounding in her chest. As the smoke cleared, she saw a figure emerging from the haze, wreathed in a powerful scarlet aura. His mellow red eyes glinted like fiery embers, and his short silver hair stood on end. The golden armor he had worn before was gone, as was the red ruby on his chest. What? How is that possible? Raina demanded, her demonic voice trembling with uneasiness. You should be dead. Lucas merely raised her spear and pointed it at her. A distorted grin spread across his face as he spoke. I'll kill you and every single one of your halflings. But before that, I will give you one last chance to live. Hand me the mythical beast egg and I will leave this place without informing anyone about you. Raina could feel the intensity of the mana coming off from the boy had tripled. It was as if his mana core had jumped up in the ranks. She guessed that right now he was around the gold stage. No, this was bad for her. At best, she could only handle a silver stage warrior right now in her condition. Anything above that wouldn't end well for her. A drop of sweat dripped down her forehead and ran down her cheek as she couldn't help but feel her throat drying up. This was bad. The scarlet hue enveloping his body only added to the eerie atmosphere, and Raina couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Huh? Fear? Was she feeling fear? And from a human no less? Preposterous. She once held the title of one of the 7 abyssal vampire kings. She was one of the strongest individuals of her species. Even if she's weakened and her mana core is on the verge of shattering, she refuses to fear a human. A filthy one like him at that. And besides, I'm not a peasant. I'm your death. Suddenly out of nowhere, Lucas declared. What? With a frown, Raina questioned. Fine, let's take the long way. Lucas rolled his eyes before he continued speaking. Judging by the look on your face, I can guess that you're about to make the wrong choice, he added. Do not choose to fight me or you will die. I am told that the vampires consider the halflings they turn as their kin. You called them your children earlier, right? Think about them. At those words, Raina gazed around at the children, who were all helplessly pinned down on the floor. If you decide to fight me, along with you, they will die too, Lucas explained while stretching out his free hand. Put aside your pride and just hand me over the mythical beast egg. Do you know who I am? Raina gazed at Lucas with contempt and fury. I do, Lucas replied, holding back a sigh as if he had already predicted how this conversation would end. You are one of the 7 abyssal vampire kings. Or at least you were until a year ago. A little surprised, Raina raised her eyebrow. So you even know that too, huh? But if you do know who I am, then you must know that a king doesn't surrender to a peasant. There is a reason Rain refused Lucas' offer. Firstly, she couldn't trust a human, especially someone as suspicious as him. What's stopping him from taking the beast egg from her and then going back on his words, alerting his military about her? And secondly, that beast egg is the only way for her to not only completely heal her mana core but also strengthen it to an unimaginable degree. Unlike humans, elves, and dwarfs, vampires aren't born with a mana core rank limit. They have no potential cap. They grow strong and cultivate mana by absorbing mana from the blood of their prey. Through that method, the stronger the prey they hunt, the more their mana core grows. Now imagine what will happen when a vampire feeds on the blood of a mythical beast. The said vampire would be able to absorb so much mana more than enough to easily ascend their mana core into the mythical stage. That's the reason Raina refused to give up on the egg. Also, even though she had been excommunicated by her kind, she was still a vampire. Why would she hand out something to the enemy that could be used as a weapon against her kind in the future? Since all vampires descended from the vampire monarch, they were loyal to him even now when he had yet to awaken. By extension, they were loyal to their own kind. Some of them may not contribute anything to their cause, but none of them would do a thing that would put their species in any kind of danger. Their brain wasn't programmed that way. Raina was no different. She would fight till the end if she had to, but she would not surrender. For her own sake as well as for her species. Yeah, but you're not a king anymore, are you? Lucas mocked as he gripped the spear with both hands and slightly bent his knees, getting into his battle stance. Raina bent her knees too and prepared to launch herself at him. Swish! In under a moment, she darted toward the silver-haired boy with breakneck speed. And besides, I'm not a peasant, Lucas continued with the pitch of his voice rising. I'm your death. GZZZ. The scarlet hue enveloping him started to stir up violently, and bright crackles of red electricity whipped through the air around him. A foreboding feeling sat in Raina's gut as she saw this scene. She felt a huge amount of mana about to burst out in the air. But if that happens, it would create a huge mana explosion. As her eyes widened in sheer horror, Raina briskly veered around and did a U-turn, rushing to Mary's side. Right then, Lucas yelled out as if letting out a roar to defy the heavens itself, mana burst. Kaboom! Chapter 123. A tremendous burst of intense blue light burst forth with the force of an entire truckload of TNT detonating in a single instant, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius of its epicenter. In the aftermath of the explosion, a towering mushroom cloud emerged in the sky, an ominous symbol of the devastation wrought. The once standing house at the center of the blast was now reduced to rubble, while the surrounding trees and other nearby houses had suffered damage from the powerful shockwaves that rippled outwards in all directions. Shoo 3, as the dust began to settle and the smoke cleared, a young man with striking silver hair and piercing mellow red eyes appeared at the very epicenter of the explosion. Despite the destruction that surrounded him, the man stood tall and unscathed, almost as if he was immune to the devastating force that had just been unleashed. He surveyed the destruction around him with a calm yet intense gaze as if he was searching for something amidst the chaos. And then, as if by instinct, the young man's intense gaze fell upon his target. Just a few meters away from him stood a vampire, with her charcoal-like skin and razor-sharp claws giving her away. But what caught his attention even more was the orange-haired girl standing behind Raina, her expression a mix of fear and horror as she clutched the vampire's hand. A veil of darkness was surrounding them like a barrier, a spell that protected them from Lucas' mana burst explosion moments prior. How could you, the girl stammered, her voice trembling with disbelief. As the veil of darkness vanished, Raina surveyed the destruction around her. All she saw was the burnt remains of the children who had been caught in the blast, their ashes still on fire. She could hardly believe what she was seeing, and her rage only grew as she realized that the human in front of her had heartlessly murdered them all. Raina's rage boiled over as she cried out, they were mere children. You killed them. Lucas shook his head in response. Don't blame this on me. I gave you a choice. I told you to hand over the egg to me. If you had just done that, they wouldn't have died like this. Their blood is on your hands. Besides, they were halflings. Sooner or later, they would have been tracked down by the Union military and killed anyway. But you can still save the girl behind you. Just hand me over the egg, and I will leave. Instead of using her words to respond, Reyna gritted her teeth and bent her knees, preparing to fight. Fine, Lucas said, jerking his head as if accepting Reyna's action as her answer. He tightened his grip on his spear and took his stance. Come. As soon as Lucas beckoned Reyna to come at him, she willed mana into her legs and tensed her calf muscles. Whoosh! She vanished into thin air and reappeared right before Lucas. Her claws pulled back to unleash a powerful slash. Slash! But Lucas was quick on his feet. He stepped back and evaded Reyna's attack, letting her claw meet nothing but air. Umbra e Deweth. But as if Reyna had expected that, she quickly chanted a dark magic spell. But Lucas had also seemed to anticipate this, so he abruptly hopped back a few steps again. Fuck. And thankfully he did that because several shadow spikes erupted on the spot where he was standing moments ago. Giving him no chance to recover, Reyna rushed at Lucas to continue the attack as soon as he landed on the ground. Argar. Lucas let out a battle cry and unleashed a flurry of spear thrusts at the incoming enemy. Mana fiercely spiraled around his weapon as he fought back. Cling, cling, cling. Reyna furiously parried the thrusts and counterattacked by slashing her claw, a feeble attempt to grab hold of Lucas. Like that, the two continued to clash in a violent exchange of blows, each trying to gain the upper hand. Their movements were fast and precise, a dance of death and destruction. While Lucas's technique lacked refinement, his attacks were imbued with the immense strength of his gold-staged mana core. The sudden increase in his speed and strength made him a formidable opponent for Reyna to deal with in her current weakened state. But despite the disadvantage, Reyna's years of battle experience allowed her to hold her own against the inexperienced Lucas. She was more than confident that she could emerge victorious in this one-on-one confrontation. Slash, slash, slash. And her battle experience began to show in their battle too. Reyna's aggressive attack pattern soon began to wear down Lucas's defenses. Her claws had already cut deep into his skin thrice by now, leaving multiple wounds on his hand, upper torso, and shoulder. Lucas was starting to get pushed back and he didn't like it one bit. His blows weren't connecting and his attack pattern had become predictable. Yet, after coming this far, he had no choice but to push forward and keep on attacking relentlessly. Mana seeped out of Lucas' hands and it swirled around his spear as he lunged forward, intent on piercing Reyna's heart. Swish! But with a swift movement, Reyna spun to the left and evaded the attack while seizing the opportunity to strike, and using the momentum of her spin to swipe at Lucas's face with her sharp claws. Slash! Splurt! A deep gash appeared on Lucas' cheek right under his left eye, barely leaving it intact. Lucas stumbled back, holding his cheek as blood dripped down his face. He glared at Reyna, his grip on the spear tightening. You'll pay for that, he growled, summoning more mana to flow through his body. He charged forward, swinging the spear at Reyna's midsection. But Reyna was quick to react since she already saw this attack coming. Swish! She deftly ducked under the spear and lashed out with her claw, aiming for Lucas' exposed side. Cack! Splurt! Argar! Her claws sank deep into his flesh, drawing another cry of pain from him. But despite his injuries, Lucas refused to back down and pressed forward. Sheen! He flicked his right wrist twice and suddenly, a hidden blade burst from his elastic wristband before he swung it at Reyna's eye. But Reyna proved to be too quick for him again. With her sharp battle instincts, she had predicted this attack too. She grabbed his hand and sprang up to slam her head under his chin, disorienting him. She then delivered a swift knee strike to his solar plexus, causing him to double over in pain and gasp for air. Kook! Kook! Ha! Lucas buckled down and collapsed on one knee. Cack! Splurt! Before he could recover or even stand up, Reyna stepped in and stabbed her claw into his chest, causing blood to spurt from his lips. Kuark! Hark! Though he managed to grab her arm to prevent the claw from reaching his heart, the pain was still excruciating. Mana! Kook! As soon as Lucas tried to cast his gift, Mana burst, Reyna swiftly kneed him under the chin, knocking him flat on his back. He groaned in pain. His body was racked with agony from the impact. As he lay there, huffing for breath and struggling to regain his senses, Reyna stood over him, her eyes cold and unfeeling. Chapter 124. Reyna stood over Lucas, who lay defeated on the ground, panting and grunting in pain. She stretched out her hand and gazed down at him with a sense of finality. It's over, she declared, her voice cold and resolute. You had great potential, and I won't deny that. But like a jackal who comes to the lion when his time is over, you came to me. Lucas groaned in response, his body still racked with pain from their intense battle. He tried summoning the strength to his arms and legs. He tried getting up, but Reyna stomped her foot on his chest and pinned him down. Don't struggle, Reyna continued, a faint hint of mockery in her tone. Just lay there and I'll make sure to end this quickly and painlessly. After all, I may be a vampire, but I'm not a heartless monster like you, human. As Reyna spoke in a contemptuous tone, particles of darkness surrounded by a violet hue began to gather in front of her hand, slowly clustering into a sphere of pure, malevolent energy. The sphere pulsed with power, crackling with tendrils of purple lightning that made the air around it seem to warp and distort. Reyna really didn't want to resort to this high-level spell again, but she needed to kill Lucas for real this time. He had survived this spell once before, but at point-blank range, he wouldn't survive it again. Lucas, still recovering from their fierce battle, sensed the immense power emanating from the sphere of darkness. Even he knew that he had no chance of surviving without his armor. If he had known that he wouldn't be able to defeat Reyna, even with the embrace discard and the boost in stats he had got, he would never have taken off his armor. Despite this, Lucas refused to give up now. His mind raced as he frantically searched for a way out of this dire situation. Thousands of possibilities ran through his head as he desperately tried to devise a solution. And just then, he came up with a plan. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he slowly extended his hand up, his palm facing Reyna, his body trembling as he struggled to keep it steady. Quish, instantly, a bright orange ball of fire conjured in front of Lucas's open palm as he took aim at Reyna, pouring all of his mana into the spell until it started spinning and the flames turned blue. Reyna arched an eyebrow, unimpressed. A fireball spell? It looks powerful, but it's still a low-level spell. If our spells clash, mine will win. Is this your last desperate attempt to stay alive? Lucas let out a labored breath, his words coming out in short gasps. You talk too much, he managed to say, a faint smirk playing on his lips. I thought I was the chatty one during fights. And, just so you know, you're not my target anyway. As Raina struggled to comprehend Lucas' words, he abruptly turned his palm at the orange-haired girl in the distance, all while maintaining his piercing gaze on Raina. Mary, who had been relishing in Lucas' imminent defeat, suddenly found herself as the locked target for his fireball spell. Huh? She gasped. Ignis Row team. Lucas roared a chant and launched the sphere of flames at the orange-haired girl. In a split second, the fireball hurtled toward Mary, causing her expression to contort in fear. No, a gasp of horror escaped Raina's lips as her mind started to race, the speed of her thought process accelerating and time itself slowing in her eyes. She pondered over the choice between saving Mary or killing Lucas for what felt like 1,000 times. As much as she wanted to kill the boy more than anything, she found her body moving to save Mary as the sphere of darkness materializing in front of her hand collapsed. Swish! The fireball shot through the air with incredible speed, leaving a trail of blue flames in its wake. Raina quickly intercepted it, throwing herself in its path. Boom! The fireball struck her squarely in the face, exploding on impact with a deafening roar. Even though it wasn't nearly enough to kill her, the explosion left tremors in her head and smoke rose from her skull, temporarily obstructing her vision. Aga! Lucas let out a pained groan as he rolled and jumped to his feet, quickly rushing towards the orange-haired girl while Raina was still disoriented. Mana burst, he yelled, and suddenly short bursts of explosions went off under his feet, propelling him forward like an arrow. Swish! The girl watched in terror as she saw the silver-haired boy closing in on her. But before she could react or run away, Lucas appeared before her in a burst of speed. Hike! The girl tried to scream as Lucas circled around her and grabbed her from behind, pressing his wrist blade on her neck. Right then, Raina recovered from the fireball blast. She stroked her head and quickly turned to look in the direction where Mary had screamed. Raina's eyes widened in rage as she watched Lucas hold a knife to Mary's throat. She tried to charge toward him, but Lucas pressed the blade harder against the orange-haired girl's skin, drawing a small drop of blood. Careful, Lucas warned, his eyes devoid of any emotions whatsoever. You bastard! Raina spat in anger. Do you have no shame? You've killed children, and now you're taking one hostage. Where is your pride as a warrior? Even though she cursed him, Raina stopped in her tracks, not daring to take a step forward. Lucas couldn't help but smirk seeing this. Checkmate. When Lucas used Mana Burst to blow up the whole place earlier, Raina didn't save anyone else aside from Mary. At first, he only thought that there might be something special about the girl. Maybe she had a high potential, which is possible since she was chosen as one of the sacrifices for the vampire monarch, encouraging Raina to keep her around so that in the future, she could devour her. Raina already had the mythical beast egg in her possession, so why was she still keeping the girl around? High as her potential may be, he doubted Mary could have the mythical rank potential. In simple words, compared to the beast egg, Mary was useless to Raina. So then, why was Raina going through so much trouble to protect the girl when she didn't even need her? It didn't make sense. Not only that, but even Mary seemed to be relying on Raina. It was almost as if she trusted her. She was attached to her, a vampire. Lucas knew that a vampire's mind control could not create such emotions in a victim's mind, as it could only brainwash them. Therefore, he doubted that Mary was under any mind control. At last, the only explanation that made sense to him was that Raina had formed an emotional connection with the little girl, despite her being a human. It sounded absurd, but it was the only theory that could explain their strange relationship. Little did Lucas know his theory was actually correct. 3 years ago, when the vampires had abducted Mary from an orphanage, they had taken her across the border to their territory. There, she was imprisoned in an underground cell with other abducted children like her. The vampires planned to feed those who awakened high-ranking potential to the vampire monarch, while those with low-ranking potential would become slaves or food for the noble vampires. On one occasion, Raina had visited the underground prison for some unknown reason. It was there that she noticed a certain orange-haired girl who reminded her of her deceased sister. Witnessing the girl's pitiful state evoked a sense of compassion in Raina's heart for some reason. It was the first time she had ever felt anything for a human besides disgust. Since that day, Raina started visiting the underground prison every other day. Before long, she started talking to the orange-haired girl. Of course, Mary, who was still scared of her at the time, didn't reply and just watched the vampire trying to talk to her in fear. But over time, she started talking back and even trusting her a little. Raina would bring food and books for Mary, and they would spend hours talking. As the Abyssal Vampire King spent more time with the human girl, she slowly began to feel attached to her. Mary's hair color and some behavior habits reminded Raina of her beloved sister, who had passed away years ago while fighting on the border. So as time passed, Raina began praying for Mary not to awaken a high-ranked potential. That way, she would be able to take the human girl as her slave and give her the best life a human could get in vampire territory. That's why Raina was horrified when Mary awakened her immortal staged potential. She was chosen as the future sacrifice for the vampire monarch. But Raina couldn't let that happen. She knew she shouldn't go against her own kind as one of the 7 Abyssal Vampire Kings, but she did anyway. She sneaked into the underground prison and broke Mary out of there. It was tough, and Raina sustained a lot of injuries, but they managed to escape. Since then, the bond between them only grew. Although Lucas had no idea about this backstory since there was nothing like this in the novel, he did sense the bond between them. And he realized it was the ticket to his victory. Chapter 125. Raina. Mary let out a terrified cry for help as she felt the knife's cold steel pressing against her skin. Leave her, Raina spat through gritted teeth. Killing her would accomplish nothing. It won't save you from me. Are you sure? Lucas tilted his head with a psychotic grin. If that's the case, then try taking a step forward and watch me kill her. TSK, a troubling expression washed over Raina's face as she realized what Lucas was trying to do. He had taken Mary hostage. Despicable. Raina couldn't believe that humans could fall so far as to use their own kind, child, at that, as bargaining chips. Mary struggled to break free from Lucas' grip until he pressed his wrist knife on her throat harder, causing her to shriek in pain as yet another drop of her blood dripped down the blade. Hike. Okay. Raina's tough expression softened as she saw Mary suffering. Stop it. Nothing in this world mattered more to her than that little girl's life. She may have only spent a little more than 2 years with her, but she was ready to sacrifice anything for her. Even if that meant giving up her chance to reach the pinnacle of strength again, she had already been there once. She was, after all, one of the 7 strongest vampires. But without any ally keeping her company at the top, it was a lonely existence. She'd rather live weak with one person by her side for life than live strong in solitude. Heaving a deep sigh, Raina raised her hands and dropped her head. Her appearance shifted back to normal again. Her muscles shrunk, her claws retracted, and her charcoalish skin turned back to its human-like color. I'll give it to you, she spoke while clenching her fists, her nails digging into her palms. I'll hand you over the beast egg. Just don't harm her. Before Raina could admit her defeat, Lucas cut her off. It's a little too late for that now, he declared. I want more than just the egg. Confused, Raina shot him a hostile gaze. What do you mean? I've gone too far with you, Lucas explained. I've killed your halflings and threatened to kill the girl you care about. If I take the egg, you'll come after me one day. I can't spend my whole life looking over my shoulder for you. Lucas paused briefly before continuing. I'm a cautious man, but I know I'll make a mistake eventually. Not now, but in 2 years or maybe 3. One day, I will slip up and let my guard down. And when that happens, you'll be there, waiting to take revenge for what I've done to you. A deafening silence took over the whole place, with only the sound of the wind howling through the air. Raina's eyes darted around, scrutinizing the wreckage of the rundown slum house that she had started to grow attached to. As she took in the charred and twisted remains of the small children, a sense of sadness and rage washed over her. Amidst the rubble and ash, she caught sight of the faint outlines of their small bodies. They were the burnt corpses of the children she had chosen to turn into her own kind the day she bit them. Her eyes filled with tears as she gazed upon the tragic scene. She had made a promise to these children, a promise to protect them and give them unimaginable strength. But before their transformation into full-fledged vampires could be completed, their lives had been cruelly snuffed out. Now, their bodies lay broken and lifeless amidst the ruins of what had once been their home. As she took in this sight, she fumed, barely controlling herself for Mary's sake. Yes, the silver-haired boy was correct. She will definitely go after Lucas after today. Although she can't follow him into the global city, she will lay in wait for the perfect opportunity to strike and kill the boy, even if it takes her whole life. She will take her revenge if she's left alive. After all, she is a noble vampire. And there's a saying in this world: vampires don't forget faces, meaning they always exact their revenge no matter how long it takes them. That is the reason why Lucas tried to negotiate with her, hoping to get the mythical beast egg from her without shedding blood. However, in the end, he did end up shedding blood. So now, if he leaves any loose ends here, he will have to suffer the consequences of these actions in the future. He can't afford that. The story will already get very messy in the future as is. Not to mention there are already too many unknown variables popping up, like Hugh Jass and Kai Wiseman. He doesn't need more trouble to look out for when the time for the final scenarios of this story comes. Thus, all he can do is eliminate any future threats before they even become threats. It's the most efficient way. So that's what he decided to do here too. He took the most efficient option. I want you to kill yourself, Lucas demanded, his grip tightening around Mary's throat. Kill yourself or I'll kill this girl. Raina's eyes widened as she heard that. Her mind numbed as she felt cold. It wasn't something she hadn't expected him to demand, but it was still ridiculous. In fact, the moment she decided to cross the border and run away from the vampire territory, she knew a day would come when she'll have to choose between saving Mary's life or her own. After all, she was surrounded by enemies here. However, she had no idea that this day would come this soon. Are you out of your mind? Raina yelled, trying to reason with Lucas. She is a human, just like you. I am not versed in your laws, but doesn't your government forbid you to take another human, dwarf, or elf's life? They do, but who's going to know? Lucas scoffed. People, especially children, die in slums on a regular basis. That law that you speak of is only applicable if you're rich enough to live in cities. No one will know if I kill one slum girl. TSK. Raina clicked her tongue, knowing that any further attempts to reason with the silver-haired boy would result in failure. The emotionless look in his eyes told her that he really would kill the girl without a speck of hesitation if it came down to it. He truly was a monster. He was really ready to kill an innocent human girl just like that. Raina clenched her fists as she conflicted over her next move. What should she do? No, it's more like. What could she do? No. Raina, don't listen to him. As Raina was calculating her options, Mary shouted while struggling to escape Lucas' hold. Do not kill yourself for me. Do not listen to this, Hiik. Slash. Splurt. Before she could continue screaming and kicking the ground, Lucas seized her neck with a tight grip and brushed down the razor-sharp edge of his wrist blade against her delicate cheek, slicing open a fresh wound and spilling her blood once more. Okay. Okay. Stop. Raina's heart raced as she heard Mary's cry, and panic consumed her. She lifted her hands in a gesture of surrender and shouted at Lucas to halt. A defeated expression crossed her face, and she let out a resigned sigh as if she was accepting her fate. I'll do it, she said with a hint of pain in her voice. But just promise me one thing, don't hurt Mary. Please. No. Raina, please. No. It's fine, Mary. I knew this day would come someday. As Mary continued to scream and cry, Raina tried to calm her down. When she crossed the border that day, she had steeled herself for the possibility of facing death at any moment. And given the choice of how to meet her end, Raina would have gladly embraced the opportunity to perish while protecting Mary. But at last, when her time came, she only had one regret: she couldn't spend more time with Mary. She won't be able to watch her grow up and live her life. But it's fine. Raina could content herself, knowing that she would at least get to live. So as Mary's cries of helplessness echoed in the background, Raina fixed a firm gaze on Lucas and issued a stern demand. If you have any shred of humanity left in you, promise me that you won't take her life. She's just a child and innocent at that, she said, a hint of contempt still visible in her tone. I didn't bite her so she could blend into your society and return to her human life. So please, don't take it away from her. Hearing Raina's earnest plea, Lucas looked upon the terrified girl that he was holding as his heart panged in remorse. He didn't want to do this either, he take a little girl hostage and demand such a cowardly thing. However, he wasn't strong enough. So he nodded in response. In my name, I, Lucas, Morningstar, promise you this, I won't kill this girl. Chapter 126. Letting out a defeated sigh, Raina walked over to the spear on the ground that jerked off from Lucas' hand during their fight. She picked it up and faced Lucas. While giving him a scornful gaze, she placed the tip of the spear against her heart. Her breathing became ragged as she tightened her grip around the spear. No. Please. Raina, please don't do this. Please. Mary kept wailing and requesting Raina to stop, but the latter didn't listen. Foo-woo, wait. Just as Raina was about to put pressure on the spear to stab herself in the heart, her hand stopped. With a questioning gaze, she looked at Lucas. Did you call yourself a Morningstar? Lucas Morningstar? You know me, confused, Lucas looked at Raina for answers. It's one thing for a vampire to know about the Morningstar house. After all, they are a military family, and their family heads have served in the United Military for generations. Even the current head of the family, Reynold Morningstar, is a general. So it's not out of the ordinary for even vampires to know about them. After all, they do possess one of the strongest regiments out of all the other ruling families and have been the guardians of the Western continent for centuries. However, how did she know about him specifically? Even though he's a Morningstar, Lucas shouldn't be famous enough for a vampire, who has lived most of her life in a different territory, should know about him. So you are really him? A faint smirk appeared on Raina's face, completely contrasting the saddened look she had moments earlier. Before Lucas could speak anything in response to that, a hysterical chuckle left Raina's lips. Ha tilde ha ha ha. Soon, that chuckle turned into a peal of full-fledged maniacal laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. A glint of ecstasy flashed in Raina's blood-red eyes as if she had heard the funniest joke of her life. This caused the perplexity on Lucas' face to only grow with each burst of laughter that Raina let out. Even Mary was left dumbfounded by the sudden change in the vampire's behavior. Why the hell are you laughing? Do you think this is a joke? I will really kill this girl. Lucas warned, irritation clear in his voice. He felt uneasy. After all, no good comes from a person who starts laughing when their back is pushed against the wall. Ah ha ha ha. No, I'm sure you will, Raina said while waving her hand in the air as if dismissing Lucas' warning. It's just that. I thought you wouldn't receive any retribution for killing my children. I thought you would face no consequences for your vile and cowardly actions. But I was wrong, your fate, it is to suffer. Frowning as he got even more confused, Lucas screamed in rage, what the hell does that mean? What do you mean, how do you know me? Explain yourself. Seeing him in this state, Raina couldn't help but chuckle even more. After a while, when she finally calmed down, she began to explain. There's a prophecy only a few of us noble vampires know about, and even fewer who believe in it, Raina stated in a tone full of satisfaction. What does that have to do with me? Lucas grew impatient. Ignoring him, Raina continued to speak. The prophecy tells a tale about two princes and one princess. According to it, after facing several hurdles throughout their lives, these three individuals are meant to bring peace to this war-filled world and become its heroes. They are also supposed to be the greatest obstacles in the vampire race's path to conquer this world. Lucas let out an exasperated sigh and rolled his eyes. What does a stupid prophecy have to do with me? He snapped. Besides, there are no princes or princesses here. This isn't the Victorian era. And, no offense, but your kind is foolish. He continued, we are currently at war with your kind on the ground and with Callus in space. If the United Military falls and vampires take over the world, who do you think Callus will target next? It will be you vampires. So instead of fighting us, why not work together with humans like elves and dwarfs did? Disregarding Lucas' remarks again, Raina continued with her explanation. One of the princes in the prophecy is depicted as a silver-haired spearman, along with some other vague traits. For years now, we have dispatched spies to search for anyone who might resemble the individuals from the prophecy across the border. Raina went on, after centuries of searching, we finally started finding matches. Our spies observed that children who fit the description of the prophecy had started to be born. Those of us who still believed in the prophecy began to shortlist the children who matched the description. Let me guess, Lucas sighed, predicting where this conversation was headed. I was one of them. Yes, Raina confirmed, you were. After confirming your identity, we considered assassinating you, but then you awakened a low-ranked potential. Many of us started having second thoughts about you after that. After all, how can a future hero awaken a low-ranked potential? But that wasn't it. In the following years, you began to act as if you had given up on improving yourself. Thinking that we had gotten the wrong person, we spared your life. She let out a deep sigh. All the other children who matched the description of the heroes at first grew up to be very different from what the heroes were depicted in the prophecy. Most of us gave up on the whole prophecy thing after that, but not me. I kept searching. Although I couldn't find the children who matched the description for the other two heroes, there was no one in the whole world who resembled the silver-haired spearman more than Lucas Morningstar and more than you. As she pointed at him with her eyes, Raina continued, I requested the nobles to investigate Lucas Morningstar once more. But they denied my request, thinking that it was a waste of time and resources. But I still kept on searching for clues. I believed, and they called me insane. They declared the prophecy wasn't real. They said you weren't the prince described in that prophecy. Raina gritted her teeth before she suddenly broke out in a burst of heartfelt laughter once again, but they were fools. Ha! Look at you! Here you are, standing before me in the flesh, resembling the silver-haired hero just as he was described in the prophecy. I wasn't wrong. They all were wrong. The prophecy was real all along, and you are the living proof of it. Lucas watched as if he was watching a madman talking. Maybe the fact that she was about to die sent her over the edge of sanity. Look, I don't know about. Lucas was about to cut Raina off, but she spoke up again. And if the prophecy is true, that means you will suffer Tilda. You will experience pain so unimaginable that death would seem like mercy. Oh, Lucas Morningstar Tilda, I don't resent you anymore. I pity you. As one of the 3 heroes, you shall carry a weight so heavy that it will eventually break you, Tilda. I wish I could be there to witness the look of sheer despair on your face as you lose everything you hold dear, your daughter, your family, your friends, until you are left with nothing but your own torment. So good luck, Lucas Morningstar, or should I say, the prince who'll take the last stand at the world's end. The look of bliss only grew clearer as Raina continued to speak until she was done. Overwhelming silence plunged the whole area as Lucas felt a shiver run down his spine. He doesn't believe in fate and prophesies, but for some reason, he felt nervous while listening to Raina. Raina, on the other hand, looked at Mary after she was done saying what she had to say. The look in her eyes softened after watching the face of the orange-haired girl one last time. Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this is the end of our time together. No, please, no. No, no, no. No, tears welled up in Mary's eyes as she screamed and cried, but Raina merely kept a bitter smile on her face in a failed attempt to console her. She tightened the grip around the spear and pressed its bladed tip against her heart once again. Thack. With one final breath, Raina closed her eyes and willed strength to her hands, pushing the spear through her chest and impaling herself. A gasp escaped her lips as she used the remaining strength in her body to push the spear even deeper. Thud. The light in her eyes snuffed out, and her body turned limp, falling lifeless onto the ground. Within seconds, her skin dried up and sunk into her bones, looking like rubber. Her pupils dilated, and her hair turned white. But Lucas didn't move or let go of Mary until Raina's fangs fell out from her mouth and dropped to the ground. He inspected the 2 canines on the ground from afar, undoubtedly that of a vampire's, and nodded in relief. When their fang falls out, it's a sign indicating that a vampire has died. Raina was dead. The vampire who formerly held the position of one of the 7 abyssal vampire kings was dead. Chapter 127. Ang. Jerking my hands off as I loosened my grip on her, the orange-haired girl rushed to the fallen vampire's site. I just stood there, watching her as she continued to cry over Raina's dead body. Her remorseful screams told me how close they must have been. Vampires harbor a deep disdain for humans, viewing themselves as a biologically superior race. Their limitless growth potential, unlike the members of other races who are all born with a potential cap, puts them on par with elves who possess an exceptional affinity for mana. This fact only reinforces their belief of being superior. With the exception of elves, vampires deem no other race as their equal, regarding dwarfs and humans as mere blood bags. Yet, despite this ingrained prejudice, Raina, one of the strongest vampires, gave up her life to protect a human girl, treating her with the same devotion as if she were her kin, her family. Whereas I, a human, took her hostage and threatened to harm her. As I stood there, listening to Mary's mournful cries, a sense of guilt churned in my gut. I was fully aware that what I had done was wrong, but I had no choice. It was either doing what I did or getting killed on the spot. Admittedly, my life wasn't actually in danger since I had discarded my armor's protection, so I would have been able to revive myself in case I were to die. But by then, Raina would have fled with the legendary beast egg, and my chance to acquire it would have been lost. As I said, I had no other choice. It was the most efficient way. Besides, what happened wasn't totally my fault. A part of the blame could be put on Raina too. Why? Because love is a weapon, a powerful and treacherous one at that. It can motivate you to triumph over any adversity, but it can also be used against you. And when it is used by your enemies, it becomes a fatal weakness. How can Raina not expect her enemies to use her weakness against her? It was a blunder on her part, and she paid the price for it. I won because she was careless. Hike. Hike. The sobbing of the orange-haired girl shook me out of my self-justification-filled thoughts. Heaving a sigh, I walked over to Mary, who was kneeling over the vampire's corpse. She turned her bloodshot eyes to me, her gaze filled with hostility. You killed her. You are the reason she is dead. She was a vampire, I justified. Their kind is our enemy. Sooner or later, she would have been tracked down by the United Military and killed anyway. Besides, I allowed her to live and avoid this fate. Enemy? The only enemy I see here is you. You killed children. They weren't humans anymore, but they were still children, and you killed them all. You know what? She may have been a vampire, but you are the monster here. Mary screamed. Even though I already knew what she said was true, the realization still hit me like a thunderbolt. There was no escaping the harsh truth. I was the villain of their story, no matter how I may twist the words. I arrived at the scene, ruthlessly slaying a group of tender children without a second thought. After that, I brazenly took a young girl hostage, using her life as a bargaining chip to manipulate the person she held dearest. I forced that person to make an excruciating choice, to take their own life to spare the girl's. No matter how often I may justify myself by saying, it was the only way, I knew the truth. It was a heinous act, one that stained my hands with the blood of the innocent and left a mark on my soul that would never fade. Yet, I felt no regret. Guilt? Yeah. But if I were to find myself in the exact same situation again, I'll repeat the choice I made in a heartbeat. I let out a deep sigh as I squatted down to examine the lifeless body of the vampire before retrieving my spear, which was still impaling her heart. What do you think you're doing? Mary shrieked in anger as she watched me rifling through the corpse. Stop it. Can't you at least let her rest in peace now that she's gone? Despite her protests, I remained unfazed. My attention was fixated on the task at hand. Mary attempted to push me away, but due to our significant differences in size and weight, she was unable to budge me an inch. I spoke in a curt and impatient tone. What does it look like I'm doing? I came here to take something from her, and I'm not leaving until I've acquired what I came for. Mary hissed in anger, her tears of grief still streaming down her face as she failed to push me away. She rose to her feet, picked up a rock from the ground, and threw it at me in resentment. Thwack! The rock struck the side of my face, but I remained stoically focused on my task, ignoring her outburst. I could sense the depth of her rage, and it was understandable. She was angrier with herself for being so weak that I had been able to capture her and use her in such a cruel manner so easily. She was helpless as she watched the person closest to her fall victim to my machinations because of her, because she was weak enough to get captured. I couldn't begin to fathom the kind of trauma that an experience like this would inflict on a girl of her age. But one thing was certain, this pain would drive her to become stronger. Her hatred for me would fuel her determination to improve. Leave. Just get out of here. Mary spat out, her tear-filled eyes blazing with a seething fire of resentment. If left unquenched, this fire would devour me one day. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, fixated on my inner turmoil, my gaze happened upon the ring on Raina's finger. I couldn't help but whisper under my breath, there it is. The ring was a striking shade of red, crafted from a polished metal that glimmered brightly in the sunlight. Intricate runes were etched onto the surface of the ring, lending it a mystic and almost antique appearance. I have only seen one of these things in the weapon vault of the Academy, but I could definitely make out what it was. It was a dimensional ring. These runes inscribed on it were spatial runes to create a pocket space. Good, I smiled while taking the ring off the dead body's hand and putting it on my ring finger. Nodding, I got up and imbued mana into the ring. The runes on the ring shone brightly as I sensed the items kept within its dimensional storage. There, amidst a variety of several different items ranging from different types of alchemy potions to blood bags, I found a single golden egg. Focusing on it, I tried to draw it out using my willpower. Sheeing, almost instantly, the ring shone brighter, and a reddish golden egg, around the size of a human head, appeared in my hand out of thin air. Yep, this was definitely it. I quickly put it back in the ring before turning around and walking away. I'll kill you, right then, a hostile yet very familiar voice rang in my ears. I turned around to look at the orange-haired girl as she knelt on the ground, crying while gritting her teeth in anger and looking at me with fury. You killed everyone, you killed her, and you stole from her too. I will fucking kill you for it one day. I'll kill you. She screamed while repeating herself. Adding to the fact that Raina died because of her, she couldn't even stop me from looting the vampire's dead corpse, which would definitely scar her for life. I heaved a long sigh as I listened to her repeating her threats to kill me one day. As I thought, I couldn't leave without putting out this fire completely. If I leave even a spark, I will be devoured in the future. With no other choice, I let out another sigh before slowly approaching Mary's kneeling figure. Fine. Seeing me coming back, Mary's eyes shook. But before she could open her mouth to speak, I whipped out my edit pen from my smart bracelet. I pointed it at the orange-haired girl's clothes and started waving the pen in the air as if I was writing something on an invisible paper. What are you trying to do now, Ahiek? Instantly, Mary's body dropped flat to the ground as if a ton of weight was put on her, letting out a surprised squeak. Just like I did with those children earlier, I made her clothes heavy to pin her to the ground. WHWH, what are you doing? Help! Someone help! Please! Mary screamed as terror replaced the rage in her eyes. You said you won't kill me. You promised her. At least keep your word. I am a human. You can't kill me. No. Help! Please! Anyone. PLEMNGHH. Upon arriving before her, I took out a handkerchief from my slacks pockets and stuffed it in her mouth. Sheeing. MNGHH. MNGHH. I flicked my wrist twice and unloaded my hidden blade once again. Seeing this, a fear-filled glint appeared in her eyes as she continued to shout muffled screams for help. Don't worry, I said with a deadpan look in my eyes. I gave my word to her that I won't kill you. But that doesn't mean I can't leave you here to die on your own. Without waiting anymore, I stabbed my knife in her right calf muscle, tearing her flesh and letting her blood splurt out. Cack. Splurt. MNGHHH. As she let out a muffled agonizing scream, I spoke, when the night falls, mana beasts will follow the scent of your blood, leading them out of the woods to you. They will be the ones killing you, not me. I am keeping my word. MNGHH. MNGHHH. Tears started running down her eyes again, and a helpless look flashed on her face. She was scared. Who wouldn't be in the face of certain death? I felt horrible for leaving a child here like this. But I knew how far hatred could drive people. Leaving her alive would only sow the seeds of future revenge. She wouldn't just forget this day and move on with her life. It's not because she won't want to move on with her life, it's that she just can't. She would never be happy with anything in her life. Her heart and mind would be consumed with the desire for revenge, and her thoughts will only return back to this trauma that I had inflicted upon her. Her every waking moment would be spent plotting and scheming, determined to make me pay for what I had done. And when the time finally came, she would strike with a vengeance. Whether it be now or then, I would have to take her life regardless. So it's better to snuff out that flame now before it gets a chance to grow into an inferno. It's a mercy, in a way, to spare her the pain and suffering that would come with a lifetime of vengeance. And for me, it was a necessary act of self-preservation. Simply put, I once again had no other choice. Telling myself that, I turned around and started heading out of the slums as the girl behind me kept on screaming and crying. I closed my eyes and clenched my fists. I felt someone hugging me from behind as if trying to stop me from leaving the girl. But I summoned every bit of willpower I had in me and kept on moving forward without looking back. I knew if I looked back here, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from going back and letting the girl go. So I steeled my heart and kept my eyes in front of me. With my voice barely above a whisper, I said, I'm sorry. Chapter 128. As I walked through the slums, I noticed that every door and window was tightly shut. It was evident that explosions and loud noises were all too common in this part of town. Given that the slums were situated on the outskirts of a dense forest that was home to various ferocious mana beasts, it was understandable. These beasts often ventured out of the forest and wreaked havoc in the slums, causing widespread destruction and chaos. Thus, it was no surprise that the residents of the slums were afraid to come out of their homes whenever they heard loud noises. They knew that it was safer to stay indoors and wait for the danger to pass. That's why even after all the mayhem I caused during my fight with Raina, no one came to check up on the situation. You Of course, there were still at least some people who were brave enough to step outside their houses. Suddenly, I heard a timid voice behind me. I turned to see a young woman, her eyes filled with anxiety. Excuse me, she meekly said. We heard some noises coming from the forest. Do you know anything about it since you're coming from there? Was it mana beasts? I nodded grimly. Yes, it was. They attacked the houses near the edge of the forest. Her eyes widened with concern. Are people hurt? Yes, I replied, many are injured. But the situation is under control now. However, I would still advise you all not to go near the forest for some time. I see, she hesitated before asking, what about that one woman who lived there? And the children who were always with her? I'm sorry, I said softly. They didn't make it. Did you know them? Were they someone close to you? The woman looked devastated. No, I didn't. All of those kids had no one they could call family, she said, her voice shaking. When that woman came, she took care of all of them. She was such a kind person, yeah, she was. She was indeed a kind person, more than I'll ever be. Yes, she fed on children, but she also gave all of them a place they could call home. She also appeared devastated when I killed them. Despite being a vampire, the race that's known for their cruelness, she was kinder than most humans I know. We stood there in silence for a moment before I flashed a bitter smile. Anyway, I will get going now. Just keep in mind what I said. Tell everyone else not to visit the forest for some days. Oh, yes I will, the woman nodded before frowning. But if you don't mind me asking, who are you? We saw you here yesterday too. I'm from one of the local military academies, I said, lying through my teeth while opening my holographic identity card. I came here on a mission and saw some irregularities in mana beasts' movements around this area, so I came here to check. Thankfully, I stopped those mana beasts before they could take any more lives. I continued. Oh, from the military academy? We tried asking for the military police's help regarding this mana beasts problem many times before in the past, but they always refused to help us, the woman told me with a saddened look. So thank you for taking out your time and helping us here a little. No problem, I waved my hand while turning around to leave. And I will talk to the military police and ask them to pay more attention to this area. Oh Tilda. That would be wonderful, thank you, the woman exclaimed in a delighted tone while bowing her head. You are alive. The moment I stepped out of the slums, a young, energetic voice greeted me happily with a tint of shock. It was Rowan. He bulged out his eyes after seeing me walk out alive. Of course, I said, shrugging and playing it cool. It was easy. Oh please, Rowan scoffed. Look at yourself. You look beat. As if on cue, I dropped my head to scan my body. My clothes were torn in a few places, and bloody wounds were clearly visible. Even though I had put a healing potion on them, they still weren't healed up properly. Dirt and mud were smeared all over my body, and my eyes were barely open. Yeah, although I couldn't see my own reflection, I doubt I would currently be looking like the world's hottest man that I am. But still. You fought a vampire and won. That's so cool. Rowan shouted, impressed. And you are not even a soldier yet. I didn't know if what I achieved could even be called winning, so I just nodded back with a smile. Anyway, I said, finally getting on to the point. It's time you get your rewards for helping me out, Rowan. The kid nodded with stars in his eyes, practically jumping up and down from excitement. I tapped on my smart bracelet, and a blue holographic screen popped out before me. Navigating through the holographic window, I opened some apps and pressed a few clicks on them. After a minute or two, when I was finally done, I flipped my holographic screen around to show Rowan and said, I created a separate bank account under my name and transferred some funds into it. Look at this online banking screen and remember all the details here. As Rowan's eyes began to scan the screen, I spoke again, with these, you can access this bank account whenever you want. Buy a smartphone or maybe a smart bracelet and contact me on the number I've filled in here. I will then transfer the ownership of this account to you. Hearing my words, tears filled Rowan's eyes, but he desperately held himself back from crying. He put on a warm smile and nodded, Thank you so much. No need, I replied. You might have understood it already, but I'm merely investing in you. Yes, Rowan answered. I know. And thank you for that. I will not disappoint you. I know you won't, I let out a chuckle before finally remembering something. Just to be sure, how old are you? I'm 14, he replied. I'll be 15 in a few days. Huh? 15? I exclaimed in shock. You look no more than 10. Hey now. Are you insulting me? Rowan pouted. Well, probably because of his skinny and malnourished body with barely any meat on his bones, he looks young. Touching my chin, I said, I see. So you have only 3 years before you'll be drafted into a military academy. Rowan nodded. Okay, go join a martial arts sect or school and learn martial arts, I ordered. Hone your body and skills for 3 years and when the time comes for your admission, I'll get you into the global academy. Wait, you want me to join a sect when I'm going to join the global military in a few years anyway? Rowan frowned. Do they not provide martial manuals in your academy? They do, I explained. However, since your mana core potential is low, you will have to work twice as hard as your peers. Although in 2 years there will come a way to break the potential cap, I need this kid to get ready for the future. In 3 years, by the time he'll turn 18, the greatest civil war this world has ever seen, the War of Union, he will start. It will go on for a year or two before Nero will finally deals with the head of the spider organization. Many people will die during that time, and I don't want my goose to get massacred without getting a chance to even lay an egg. MNHH, Rowan nodded again. Okay, I will do as you say. A smirk formed on my face as I heard him reply. I ruffled his hair and said, good. Let's meet in 3 years, Rowan. Chapter 129. It took me approximately 30 minutes to return to the hotel, whereupon I detoured to a clothing store to purchase a new outfit. After all, I couldn't possibly show up looking like this. By the way, the physical repercussions of utilizing the embrace discard had begun manifesting on my body. My muscles were ablaze and my bones ached with intensity. Interestingly, this time the side effects appeared much later than they did when I last employed the embrace discard against Quinn. Perhaps as I advance in the mana core rankings, the onset of the side effects will be delayed even further. As I made my way toward my room, I could sense the red ruby beginning to materialize within my chest once again, causing me great discomfort. Despite the pain, I clenched my teeth tightly and marched on. Welcome back, sir. Can I see your room key card? Upon passing the hotel entrance, the receptionist greeted me with a warm welcome. Without bothering to stop, I just showed her my room key card and kept walking. Glancing at my watch, I noted that it was already 12:55 p.m. As I recall, today's itinerary included a brunch at 1 p.m. in the dining hall. Then we are set to visit the Elven Market, followed by some sightseeing with Drake and Emma. That means if I quicken my pace and reach my room swiftly, I can evade any chance encounters with my classmates. All I wanted was to sink into my cozy hotel bed and slumber. After that, I would need to start preparing for what will happen tomorrow. Tomorrow during the masquerade dance event, a few cadets will uncover the true identity of a vampire assassin. Then the vampire assassin will attack everyone present in the ballroom, resulting in a massacre. Although I could skip out on today's sightseeing and shopping excursion with my classmates, attending tomorrow's masquerade party will be mandatory for everyone. Not only that, but once inside the ballroom hall, we would be unable to leave without presenting our invitation cards to the guards, which Drake and Emma will have with them. In short, once I go there, I would need to have a plan ready to keep myself safe from the destruction that the vampire assassin will cause. Taking the lift, I got to the floor where my room was and quickly headed for it. But before I could take even a few steps out of the lift's door, I saw a bunch of 3 girls ganging up on a blonde-haired teen in the corridor. Yes, it was Grace. And for some reason, these 3 maidens had her surrounded. Look at yourself, bitch. You acted so high and mighty before, but you were just a liar. Ha ha ha, one of the girls surrounding the blonde beauty barked while pulling her hair. Another girl joined in on cue like a typical bully's lackey, yeah. What happened to that haughty attitude of yours, huh? You traitor. The third girl smirked, unmistakably the leader of the other 2 girls, and grabbed Grace tightly by her neck. She ran her fingers through her fiery red hair before crossing her arms. Remember when I spilled my drink on you that one time by accident? You made me apologize to you by kneeling in front of the whole class. No one objected because of your popularity, but look what happened to you now. No one is by your side. You are all alone. You only have yourself to blame. Thwack! As soon as she finished talking, the red-headed girl thrashed her foot into Grace's belly. Kook! The force of the kick made Grace cough violently and fall down on her knees. She clutched her stomach to shield herself from any further attack as the first girl pulled her head up by her hair. How come Nero allowed a traitor like you to join this trip anyway? The first girl said while baring her teeth like a dog. Yeah, he didn't allow Quinn to join just because he refused to follow his orders, the second girl chipped in. But this bitch right here straight up betrayed her own class. That's because before the redhead girl could answer the second girl, I stepped in. That's because having a traitor among your ranks is a common occurrence in warfare, I explained as the heads of the girls turned to look at me. As their expressions shifted to either concern about being caught bullying a fellow cadet or surprised at how I snuck up behind them, I continued. She was punished in the VR by getting her head decapitated. I walked up in front of them, unfazed by their confused looks. Quinn, on the other hand, failed to follow his duty as a soldier and received no punishment for it. Lucas, the redhead, looked at me with a frown, instantly recognizing me. After all, who else can be as beautiful as me? What are you doing here right now? Everyone is already down in the dining hall, she asked. I'm not joining everyone else for brunch, I answered before looking at Grace, who still had her hair pulled by the first girl. Grace, of course, wasn't the least bit happy to see me. She gave me a hostile look while gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Maybe she was stopping herself from using magic. Using spells or mana-infused martial arts anywhere outside the academy for first-year cadets was absolutely prohibited. Well, even if it wasn't, she wouldn't be able to win against these 3 girls, let alone me. Ignoring her bloodlust-filled look, I moved my eyes back to the redhead girl and sighed. Enough about me. What are you 3 doing here? Bullying a girl in an open corridor right in front of the lift. Do you guys want to get caught? I asked. So what, she replied while averting her eyes before quickly establishing eye contact again as if she had rediscovered her confidence. Remember, she also falsely accused you of assaulting her. Do not bring my name into this, I said. And leave before I report this incident to the cadet council. The redhead girl gave me a taken-aback look. You are taking her side? Even after she tried to set you up? Taking her side? I furrowed my brows into a frown. Oh, no. I just need you to leave us alone because I want to have a personal chat with her. Bully her after this if you want, I really don't care. Now, go. The girl looked at me with a blank face for a couple of seconds before awkwardly nodding and walking toward the lift. Come on, guy. Let's go. At her command, the rest of the girls followed her to the lift but not before giving me a scrutinizing look. Heh. Can't blame them. I really am handsome, after all. As I watched them leave, Grace got up to her feet while still clutching her stomach with one hand. I looked back at her in a moment of silence, and she returned my gaze with disdain. How does it feel? I asked. You are all alone. Not even Ella is by your side now. These commoner girls that you used to call insects are bullying you now. Even the boys who were all swarming you before have been distancing themselves from you. Although, there are bound to be some creepy ones still following you, no? What the hell do you want? Grace shot back in a tone laced with venom. What do I want? Oh Grace, I shook my head. I already got what I wanted. Just remember one thing, I gave you a chance to switch sides. You think you can go against Kai? Grace barked. I have already told him about you. He will come after you. I merely flashed a grin in reply. Thwam. Heek. Before suddenly, I grabbed her neck and slammed her into the wall. As a shriek of surprise and pain left her lips, I leaned my face closer to her. My grin turned wider, and a glint appeared in my eyes. Terror filled Grace's eyes for a split second before she masked it with braveness while clenching her jaw. Let him come. Tell him that I am waiting for him, I said through gritted teeth. He won't believe you after meeting me. I will deceive him. but by the time he'll realize that he has been deceived, it'll already be too late. I would have won. As I finished speaking, I let go of Grace's neck, allowing her to breathe again. She buckled down and started gasping. Hurrah! After rendering her in that state, I turned around and started walking off. My offer stands until King's Tournament, Grace. Come to me and beg. Switch sides before it's too late. It's the best strategic choice. Chapter 130. After coming to my hotel room, I jumped on my bed and instantly fell asleep. Ang. When I woke up from my slumber after around 3 hours, a dull ache pounded my skull relentlessly, causing me to groan in irritation. Soon, I realized it wasn't just my head that was aching in pain, but my whole body, especially my chest. As I unbuttoned my new shirt, which I had purchased earlier today on my way to the hotel, I discovered the familiar red ruby engraved on my chest once again. Each time I shed my armor for using Embrace Discard, the ruby in my chest would break, instantly boosting all of my stats. Once the effect of the Embrace Discard wears off, my status returns to normal, and the ruby will appear back on my chest. But this process of my status returning to normal and the ruby reappearing on my chest is always accompanied by agonizing pain. However, this time the pain came a little later and was somewhat more tolerable than before. Maybe as my mana core increases in rank over time, I will feel less and less pain. Maybe that's the reason Nero was shown to experience no pain in the novel while using this feature of the armor. Arg. Every other new experience I encountered in this world only emphasized how much more there was to it than what was explained in the novel. Anyway, after I was done sulking and groaning, I picked myself up from the bed and got over to a bottle of water sitting on the bedside table. Picking up the bottle, I took out a few small-sized pills from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet and gulped them down with water. Those were some pain relievers that I packed with me, just in case. After I was done, I let out a cold breath and threw the bottle in the trash can. Sitting on a sofa nearby, I decided it was time to finally open the metaphorical treasure chest. Sway, I infused mana into the red ring on my finger till it glowed and started bringing out stuff from inside its pocket space one by one, laying them out on the bed. After taking out most of the things, I let out a disappointed sigh. A few thousand worths of physical money. 6 bottles of mid-grade mana potions. Some canned food. And some blood bags. To me, these items were all mostly worthless trinkets. However, the ring itself was a valuable asset. When imbuing mana into an enchanted object that features dimensional storage, one can gauge the object's storage capacity. I estimated that this particular ring on my finger could hold up to 20 cubic feet of items. For reference, the smart bracelet provided by the Academy boasts a storage capacity 80 times greater than that of this ring. Anyway, there was still some stuff remaining in the ring's pocket space. Sway, when I imbued mana into the ring again, a pair of daggers materialized in my hand. Ho! I arched an eyebrow and inspected the daggers, taking one in each hand. As I held them up, I felt their weight and balance in my hands. The blades were curved and etched with intricate runes, giving them a malevolent feel. Despite this, they were well crafted, with sturdy metal blades and quality leather-wrapped grips. Are these dark magic runes? I thought out loud to myself. They were indeed dark magic runes, by the way. Since I possessed fire and light affinity, I could feel the magic power of opposite affinities near me. For example, I would feel very slightly uncomfortable if something or someone has a water and darkness affinity near me. It's a weird feeling, but that's the best I could describe it. According to some of the early mana theory classes I attended in the Academy, it's the same for everyone. As my curiosity rose, I opened the dagger's status screen. Item, dark twin daggers, relic, rank, legendary description. These twin daggers are unlike any others, for they have been enchanted with powerful runes that can enhance the user's dark magic spells. One strike from these blades can cast soul poison a lethal venom that corrupts the victim's soul and renders any ordinary healing magic useless against its effects. Stroking my chin, I put the daggers away, visibly impressed. They were good. Unfortunately, I don't use daggers, so I don't see a reason to get hyped up about them. Maybe I'll give them to Quinn or sell them to someone who uses daggers. Besides, why would I be excited about a legendary grade item when I was about to open a mythical grade item? Yeah. It was finally time to take out the thing I almost risked my life for €1, the mythical beast egg. In the Chronicles of Legendary Heroes novel, every living being had a predetermined growth potential, except for vampires. For example, a human born with the potential to only reach up to €1 to the power of 1 into a rank was destined to be stuck there for the remainder of his life no matter how hard he may try to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, later in the story, a genius alchemist, who at the time was a third-year cadet in Ethereal Academy, made a potion that could make anyone upgrade their potential to mid-ranks, gold, diamond, platinum. It was a revolution. But until before then, breaking one's mana core potential was impossible and unheard of. This was also true for mana beasts, as they too had a limit to how strong they could become. In contrast to humans, elves, and dwarfs who trained to use mana arts, mana beasts were animals that evolved from mana. As a result, not only could they rapidly grow their mana cores, but they were also stronger than other species at the same stage. For instance, a mana beast at the €1 to the power of 1 silver euro stage would require at least 2 fighters at the same stage or 1 at the €1 to the power of 1 gold euro stage to defeat it. In summary, mana beasts are inherently more powerful than other species, even when they are at the same stage. That's why the wisdom of some elves from the past is reflected in the saying, while we intelligent beings steal mana, beasts are granted to use it by the heavens. This saying acknowledges the natural ability of mana beasts to use mana without having to acquire it through training or study as humans, elves, and dwarfs do. However, in the end, they are still just beasts unintelligent, wild animals who just mutate as a side effect of mana appearing in the world. Much like animals, they can be tamed. And also, much like animals, they can be killed through the strategic use of martial arts and weapons developed by us intelligent beings. So, naturally, people try to use mana beasts as a source of power by taming them. Here's the thing though, taming a mana beast is a lot of work and isn't anything like getting a pet. Not to mention, it's not feasible. Therefore, it is unsurprising that only wealthy and noble families are currently engaged in practices of taming mana beast. However, in 2 years' time, an alchemist will discover a new method for utilizing mana beasts as a resource. This alchemist will uncover a technique to extract the mana beast's mana cores, and create a potion capable of breaking a person's growth potential limit. Yes, that's how he would create the limit breaker potion. Unfortunately, the limit breaker potion would be extremely challenging to obtain since it required a diamond rank or higher mana beast's mana core as a component. Moreover, the potion could only elevate an individual's potential to mid-ranks after hunting a high-ranking mana beast, making it an unfeasible solution. Still, it was the best and, not to mention, the only solution anyone had for breaking through their mana core potential, so it became a hit. As I mentioned before, it was a revolution. Or that would have been the case if 4 years after this revolutionary incident, a new and more efficient way to break through one's potential wouldn't have surfaced. In the year 2729, when the world was readying itself to attack the vampire territory and end the centuries-long war in one final struggle, William Sinove, one of the main lead of the novel, revealed a groundbreaking secret that shook the whole world. He revealed that he possessed a gift called beast taming. Just like its name suggests, he had the power to tame mana beasts. He told the world that he grew up taming mana beasts of different ranks and kinds. One day, he chanced upon a mythical beast egg in the woods near his home estate. The egg looked old and stale, so he felt like it wouldn't hatch. For some reason, the 12-year-old William thought something that no one in this world ever thought of trying. He put his hand on the egg and channeled his own mana into it. He had no logical explanation as to why he did that. He just felt like he had to do it a euro, as if his inner voice was urging him to take that action. He took the egg home with him and kept repeating his actions, supplying the mythical beast egg with his mana every day. After a few months, the egg hatched. As it cracked open, a black cat came out of it. For reasons unknown, William felt attached to the black cat the moment he laid eyes on her, even though he had yet to tame her. He felt as if a part of his soul was connected to her. Unbeknownst to him, the black cat also felt the same for him. Over time, William started experiencing some changes within his body and mana core. His mana core felt stronger the more the black cat grew up. Over time, he realized his mana core and his soul was synced with the black cat. He realized he could grow his mana core up to the euro to the power of 1 mythical euro rank, while previously he was destined to remain stuck at the euro to the power of 1 diamond euro stage all his life. He also felt his body beginning to manifest the affinity for dark magic, despite the fact that previously he only possessed light magic affinity. Although he couldn't normally use dark magic, he found that he was able to do it after tapping into a unique form he later dubbed the beast mode. When William revealed this truth to the public, the world was ushered into an era of beast cultivation. But right now, 6 years before all of this knowledge became public, I am the only one aside from William who possessed this knowledge. Chapter 131. Sway, my smart bracelet glowed, and a huge, reddish-golden egg materialized in my hands. Carefully, I placed the egg on the center table in front of me and took a deep breath. It took William months to make his beast egg hatch by supplying it with mana daily till the point of mana exhaustion. It's worth noting that William was a kid back then, and his mana control wasn't exactly good. Most of the mana he poured out ended up mixing back into the atmosphere instead of getting absorbed by the egg. Coupled with the fact that his egg was stale and his mana pool was small, it was evident why it took him so long. According to my guess, I think it should only take me about 2 months at most to make this egg hatch. Although I was not in any kind of hurry, I still wanted the mana beast inside the egg to be born quickly because sitting back and waiting patiently was not one of my strong suits. Also, I was excited to know what kind of mana beast would come out of this egg. Oh yes, even I didn't know what kind of mana beast was in the egg. The fate of this egg was never revealed. In the novel, when for some reason, Raina went on a rampage in Sylvesterine City and started killing a lot of people, the central government had to get involved. They commanded the Western continent to help them and defeat one of the 7 fully healed and dangerous abyssal vampire kings. The West had no choice but to comply with that order, so the Morningstar family, the overlords of the Western continent, dispatched 2 battalions, around 2,000 soldiers, to take down one single former vampire king. Since the head of the house, Reynold Morningstar, was out on a trip to the Eastern continent, the attack force was led by none other than the future head of the house, Adele Morningstar, Lucas' twin brother. After 2 continuous days of long-fought battle, the vampire king fell and Adele took whatever was in Raina's possession along with this egg. Since mythical beasts' eggs take a very long time to hatch naturally, Adele thought that it would never hatch and threw it in his storage. After that, the egg was never mentioned since, by the end of the story, Adele was killed. I think? Yeah, no, he was definitely killed, maybe? Arg. I can't remember. Whatever happened to my near-perfect memory? Yeah, okay, I remember now. He wasn't killed, but he was assassinated by someone in his academy. Whoa, I'm having trouble remembering stuff now. This had never happened to me before in my previous life. Maybe I just have too much stress here. Speaking of remembering things, there is also the matter of the false memories that someone planted in Lucas' head. I have to get to the bottom of that too. Then there are also some unexpected variables that I haven't solved yet. Arg. There are just so many things to think about. I hate it. I absolutely hate it when I have to use my brain. Can't a man just enjoy his life? Why couldn't I have been born again in a harem fantasy world? I would have trash-talked a harem fantasy novel if I'd known trash-talking authors can get you killed and reborn in their stories. Or why can't Joe have written a harem fantasy novel instead of creating this war-filled world to begin with? It would have been a hit even with his mediocre writing. Ah. I'm so frustrated. Ha. But then again, I would have gotten bored pretty soon if it was a harem fantasy. At some messed up corner of my heart, I'm thankful I was reborn in this adventurous world. There are so many mysteries popping up and things going on here every day that I'm never ever bored, and I barely have time to get my mind some rest. This was the thrill that I had longed for in my past life. Foo, returning back from my thoughts, I eyed the egg in front of me. Okay, let's get started. I stretched my neck and placed my hands on the reddish golden egg in front of me on the low center table. Since it was as big as the size of a human head, it wasn't fully covered even when I grabbed it with both my hands. Whoo! Inhaling deeply, I felt the cool air filling my lungs, and as I exhaled, I focused on the area around my solar plexus, where my mana core was located. I felt a sudden warmth starting to spread over my body, indicating that my core was responding to my thoughts. With my eyes closed, I continued to circulate mana through my body, allowing it to flow to every inch of my being. A wave of relaxation washed over me, and I felt a cool sensation tingling my scalp, sending shivers down my spine. Ha! At this moment, I was one with myself and the world around me as I basked in the soothing embrace of mana. I kept the magical energy circulating through my body over and over again. The sense of fulfillment and warmth only increased with each circulation I completed. I didn't want to let go of this feeling of ecstatic high, but with a few deep inhales and exhales, I started pouring the mana out of my body carefully into the egg, not even letting a speck of it go to waste. Phoo! After around 20 minutes of continuously pouring mana into the egg, I was done. The feeling of warmth disappeared from my body, and I felt a slight stinging cold pain replacing it in my abdomen. It was mana exhaustion. My mana pool was almost empty. Fortunately, I had a few too many free mid-grade mana potions with me here today. A smile formed on my lips as I took out my edit pen from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet. I aimed it at the mana potion bottles and waved my pen a few times in the air as if writing something on an invisible paper. The bottles of mana potion glowed up for a split second before returning to normal. It may seem like nothing happened at first glance, but I had transformed these mana potions from mid-grade to high-grade. Since I had changed a good chunk of the story by killing the former vampire king at this point in time, I had acquired quite a few edit points. Edit points. 1,885 Originally I had 2,597 edit points, but upgrading 3 of these 6 mana potions cost me around 712 edit points. Nodding, I placed the edit pen back in my smart bracelet storage. Let's go again. Ha! Ha! I collapsed onto the sofa, utterly spent. My body was drained of any remaining energy, leaving me feeling weak in the knees. The cold sweat that had formed on my skin left me shivering and trembling, even as my chest heaved up and down in a desperate attempt to catch my breath. Each gasp was a struggle, my lungs burning with the effort of drawing in air. I felt like I had been pushed to the brink of my limits and then beyond. I'd been repeating the process of drawing mana from the atmosphere into my core and pouring it all empty in the egg. After the 4th time, I was at my limits. Let's stop this here for today, I said to myself, catching my breath a little. I looked at the clock, and it was around 5:15 p.m. The second day of the trip was coming to an end already. After drinking the last bottle of mana potion to get some energy, I got up and walked over to the bathroom. Click, opening the door, I strode over to the sink and stood there, my footsteps echoing against the tiled floor. As I arrived in front of the mirror on the wall, I leaned forward and gripped the edge of the sink tightly, using it to support my weight. As I glanced up into the mirror, a face that I had grown all too familiar with by now looked back at me. Dark baggy circles were present under my eyes, and my face was contorted with exhaustion. All the events that transpired earlier flooded my mind like scenes from a movie playing on repeat. Every moment, every action, and every word spoken replayed in my head as if etched permanently in my memory. Suddenly the realization that I had left a child to die settled in. Along with it came a wave of guilt. I had really abandoned a child to die just because she could have become a threat to me in the future. I did that so easily. I killed a human. I killed a child so easily. What's wrong with me? As I looked back into my eyes, I felt disgusted. My stomach churned as I gripped the edge of the sink tighter. I knew I was wrong, but I also knew it was the only efficient way. I could have enslaved her by forcing her to do my bidding, but doing so would only stoke the flames of revenge burning within her heart. But still, she was just a child. I briefly considered going back to save her, but the reality of her death quickly set in. How was I so sure that she was dead? She was one of the children I had marked to track, and I could see a blue thread extending from my hand to her. However, that thread was no longer visible to me. I couldn't activate the mark on her. I knew that there were only 2 ways for the mark to disappear, either the marked individual died, or I deactivated the mark myself. As I had definitely not deactivated it, her death was the only explanation. The mana beasts had killed her. No, I had killed her. Ha! I closed my eyes and steeled my heart once again. Opening them, I looked back at the reflection, still feeling disgusted. It was the only way, I told myself repeatedly. Come on, you disgusting fucker. I yelled at myself in the mirror, staring intently. Come on. You can't let this stop you. You have to keep on moving forward. Much more blood will be spilled. Many more lives will be lost. This is just the beginning. You can't falter now. Not until you reach the end. You can only move forward. So move. It really was the only way. It was either me or her, and I chose myself. Even if I have to kill the world, I can't stop moving forward now. I will have to end this story or I'll be killed in the destruction of this world. I would gladly choose my life over anyone else's. After calming down by talking to myself, I took in a few deep breaths again and splashed my face with cold tap water. As I felt my head cool down, I returned to my bed, finally deciding to end this stupid day by sleeping early. All my tasks at hand were cleared. Now all that remains is to prepare myself for the massacre tomorrow. Chapter 132. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of repeated banging disturbed my sleep, interrupting me after just a few hours of slumber. Someone was at my room's door. However, I wanted to sleep more. So frustrated, I buried my head in the pillow, hoping to muffle the noise and return to sleep. Thankfully, the commotion stopped after a couple of minutes. Traying tilde. However, my peace was short-lived as my smart bracelet began to ring incessantly. Now someone was calling me. TSK. Annoyed, I stretched out my hand and reached for it on the bedside table. After pressing its power button and switching it off, I let out a sigh of relief and bang, bang, bang. What the? Suddenly, I was startled by the sound of banging once again. Only this time, it wasn't at my room door. Someone was banging on the window next to my bed from outside. Who the fuck climbed 8 floors just to knock on my window? Just who was that desperate, and not to mention insane? Of course, I knew the answer to my own question, but I still got up from my bed and walked over to the window. As I raised the window blinds, what I saw was a sight far from comforting. Actually, let me correct myself, it was a downright creepy sight. Staring back at me from outside the window was a blue-haired elf with long, pointy ears. His face was pressed against the glass, causing condensation to form with each exhale. His nose was scrunched up, and a distorted grin was plastered on his face. Found you, Tilda, the blue-haired elf spoke in a spooky tone. Come on now and open the window, Tilda, I won't hurt you, Tilda. Sway. Without any delay, I took out my new bow from the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet and knocked an arrow into it. Drawing back the bowstring, I aimed it at the creep on my room window. Huh? Wait. No, no, no. Lucas, it's me, the elf shouted as his eyes widened in shock. I'm Kent. Don't you recognize your best bro? Nope, I replied in a chilling tone. Now, I'll kill you for self-defense. Huh? What self-defense? I already said I won't hurt you. That's what every pedophile says to his victim. What? What do you take me for? Wait, actually, now that you've mentioned it, you're right. It is a creepy line. See? Maybe that's why that girl ran away today when I said this to her. Anyway, Kent scratched the window. Open up. I will fall any moment now. Click, rolling my eyes, I stashed the bow and arrow back into my smart bracelet's pocket space and opened the window. How did you even climb this high? I asked while giving him a hand and pulling him inside. Didn't I tell you, Kent said, puffing up his chest proudly. My father taught me the ways of the Boy Scout. I thought scouting only included outdoor activities like camping, aquatics, woodcraft, hiking, backpacking, and a few sports. Yeah, but my father also taught me rock climbing along with all that. If you're a little flexible like me, then you can basically climb any building. Damn, I was genuinely impressed for a moment. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't disturb my sleep to brag about your scouting skills. You were sleeping? Kent furrowed his brows and exclaimed. Lame. It's only 8:44 p.m. and the night is still young. Come on, let's go to a club or something. Kent, I sighed. I had a long day. I just want to close my eyes and interrupting me, Kent asked, speaking of which, where were you the whole day? I didn't see you anywhere during shopping or sightseeing. You didn't even come out for dinner. A hot chick at the reception informed us that you left in the morning and only came back in the afternoon. Taken aback by his concern, I was about to make up some lie before he continued, not giving me a window to speak. Ha! Kent gasped dramatically. Don't tell me, the mafias are after you. I knew it. We're too rich for this city now. Everyone will come after our money. Kent, we're in a city called Silver City. There are thousands of more wealthy people than us, I shook my head. Anyway, I had a personal reason. Now I'm tired, so will you please let me sleep? I see, Kent touched his chin. It really must have been a long day. But no, I can't let you sleep. And just why is that? I sighed again, failing to get rid of him. Because today we will party like there is no tomorrow. Kent waved his hand in the air as if parting the ocean. Dress up and look pretty, Lucas. Why, you ask? Because we will experience the nightlife in the city of elves, that's why. I massaged the bridge of my nose as I heard him spouting nonsense. He was standing right in front of the open window. Should I push him? Ha! If I push him now, it will be a perfect murder. I can get rid of him. He'll fall and die on the impact, and everyone will think he just slipped while climbing up my window. Lucas, why are you grinning like a maniac? Kent arched an eyebrow before quickly returning to talking nonsense. Anyway, he said. Before you deny my suggestion again, he already denied. I'm not going. Remember this, you gave me your word to accompany me to clubs and bars whenever I'll ask you to. TSK, I did give him my word. Should I just punch him until he goes back to his room and leaves me alone? It worked last time. And before you even think of punching me again, Kent raised his index finger. Let me tell you that I won't yield tonight. Oh, yeah? I scoffed. Fine. Challenge accepted. Before I could even clench my fists, Kent spoke up again while quickly crossing his arms over his face. And also, everyone else is waiting for us downstairs. Huh? I frowned. Everyone who? Chapter 133. Who are Tilda? As I strolled down the streets of the urban landscape of skyrise buildings gleaming under the moonlight, I let out a long, exhausted yawn. Even though I was against the idea of sacrificing my sleep to experience some nightlife, I had to admit one thing, people in this city know how to party. And let's face it, at least once in our lives, we all have daydreamed about gorgeous elven girls in cute little waitress outfits serving us drinks. Well, guess what? I lived that dream today. Heh. Phew. Okay, yeah, that was good. The one who said that was Nero. He was walking alongside me. By the way, he wasn't the only one here. Anastasia, Amelia, Elijah, Chase, and of course, Kent were all also present here. Apparently, since I wasn't present for today's excursion, Kent grouped up with these guys for sightseeing and shopping activities. By the end of the day, he became such good friends with everyone that he talked them into coming out to a nightclub with him. Of course, some people like Nero and Anastasia denied this idea, but they had to agree to come in the end because of peer pressure. Then Kent pressured me into joining the group, reminding me of the promise I made to him during the mock war. To my surprise, I discovered that none of the group members were aware that I would be joining them. But at least no one objected to my presence except for Chase Woods. He has been giving me a rough look this entire time for reasons completely unknown to me. I mean, what? What did I ever do to him? What do you mean, it was good? From behind me, Amelia questioned. You didn't even drink anything. Amelia had Anastasia's hand over her shoulder as she supported her while walking. Today, we got to know something. Anastasia was a light drinker. And today was also the time she drank alcohol for the first time. So right now, she was totally knocked out. If not for Amelia supporting her, she won't even be walking properly. Hee 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 hee. And she was also continuously giggling. While some people here, Chase, he may find her actions cute, I just couldn't help and shake my head in pity. She'll experience one hell of a hangover in the morning. I remember my first hangover. Arg, I would rather not remember it again. I didn't drink any alcohol because I can't let my guard down, Nero shrugged and responded to Amelia with a smug look. I never let my guard down. After all, you may never know when and where the next attack on you is coming from. Oh, come on, dude. We are in the central continent. There's no chance of an attack happening here, exclaimed Chase while putting the word attack in air quotes. Oh, this poor fool. Tomorrow he'll realize the central continent is not as safe as he thinks. He tilde attack no happen here. Anastasia continued to chuckle in the background in a drunk tone. Nero shared, I was taught to stay alert and observant of my surroundings but before Nero could finish his sentence, Kent interjected. We get it, Nero. You're cautious and brilliant. Now, let's go, everyone. Elijah, walking alongside Chase, inquired, go where exactly? Kent replied dramatically, pointing ahead with his finger as if navigating a ship, to the renowned night market of Silvesterine City, of course, and began striding forward. Okay, I'm going home, I said and turned around. But before I could even take a step, Kent grabbed me from behind. Bro, come on. It will be fun. Kent begged. I have to sleep, I said. And I doubt night market could be called fun. Let's try it, at least. Silvesterine's night market is really famous. Kent continued to beg. Letting out an exasperated sigh, I rolled my eyes. You're only going there to find drunk elven girls, right? Plus, there will be drunk elven girls there. Kent shouted as everyone present here rolled their eyes. Hey, elves are hot. I can't help it if they are hot. That sounds kind of narcissistic coming from an elf, Amelia frowned. It's not narcissistic if it's true, Kent shrugged, letting go of me. I am hot. Not because I'm an elf, but because I'm just that handsome. Of course, my bro Lucas here is slightly better looking than me. Slightly? I raised an eyebrow. Kent, I would rate you a 10 out of 10. But I, my dear friend, am off the charts. Everyone rolled their eyes again at my remark when I flicked back my hair. What's the use of a pretty face when you are disgusting on the inside, Chase commented from behind me. When I turned around to look at him, he was staring off into the distance, acting like his comment wasn't directed toward me. However, it was obviously a verbal attack. Do you have a problem with me, dude? I asked, genuinely confused. Oh. Chase looked at me with wide eyes. Oh, we have a problem now, huh? What? I asked with an absurd look. What does that even mean? Oh, acting like you can't understand me now. You're calling me stupid? You think I'm stupid? Chase barked while getting in front of my face. Is this guy provoking me by any chance? Because if he is, then he's not doing a very good job. Before I could answer, Nero stepped in between us, his hands pressed against our chests. Okay, you both, he said, pushing us back. Calm down and take a breath. We are not in the academy. We can't fight here. Settle whatever this is between you two when we go back. He started it. I pointed my finger and quickly realized how childish I must have sounded. Drop it, Nero gave me a glare before turning to Chase. And Chase, don't forget that we are on this trip because of Lucas. Well, sort of. So be nice to him even if you don't want him here. Huh? What was that last part? Even if you don't want him here? I didn't come here by choice, you know. I sacrificed my sleep for this. Am I understood, you both? Nero yelled and emitted a wave of his mana pressure on us. I bet it wasn't intentional, but it made us agree with him instantly. Whatever. Fine. Chase and I averted our gaze and promised to behave ourselves. Even though I didn't do anything in the first place. Good, now let's head to the famous night market of Silvesterine. Nero declared. His mana pressure disappeared, and a goofy smile formed on his face. Just like Kent, he pointed in the distance as if he was navigating a ship and started marching forward. Yay! Kent exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and hurrying after him. Let's go find some drunken elven babes. Wait, guys. Amelia interjected. Anastasia is passed out. We should take her back to the hotel first. I'll carry her, Chase suggested with blushing red cheeks, his demeanor dramatically shifting from his previous interaction with me. Amelia smiled blankly, no thanks. Let's pause for a moment and get Anastasia to the hotel before continuing. However, Kent and Nero continued to walk, with Kent waving his hand dismissively. We trust you, Amelia. You can handle it, he said before calling out to me. Come on, bro. Let's go. As this all happened in the background, I took the opportunity to search for the location of the night market. Luckily, it was nearby and conveniently located near the banquet hall where the masquerade party would be held tomorrow. A thought crossed my mind. While the rest of the group will be enjoying the night market, I can use that opportunity to scout out the area. I can take note of potential escape routes and stuff like that. Maybe I can also set some traps. Okay. With that thought in my head, I nodded and decided to join the others on their excursion. Chapter 134. On the way to the night market, I split up with the group and made a detour to the banquet hall. After carefully scouting the area, I took note of all the entrances, exits, windows, and any other potential escape routes. I even inspected the building using the X-ray vision feature of my new bow. After doing all that, I came to the conclusion that escaping this banquet hall after the massacre starts would be impossible. The entrances and exits would be too crowded, and windows are situated so high in the wall that if I tried to escape using them, I would leave myself open for too long. I can also break through the walls using my gift, Mana Burst, but that would hurt the civilians who would be present near me. Personally, I don't mind hurting them. However, if I kill someone, then it would go down in my records. Not to mention I could get punished for putting my own life over a civilian. TCH. Why should I need to think about someone who I don't even know? Anyway, since I won't be able to escape, my only remaining option was to fight. So, I snuck into the banquet hall and set up some traps to help me stall for time, and stay alive until Nero and Anastasia could kill the vampire assassin. After ensuring everything was in place, I exited the hall before heading to the night market to join the main cast and Kent. As soon as I stepped into the bustling night market of the elven city, I was immediately greeted by a symphony of sounds and aromas. The air was thick with the scent of roasting meats, sizzling vegetables, and sweet pastries. The colourful lights of the market stalls illuminated the faces of the fair-skinned elves milling about, their pointed ears alert and attentive. More often than not, I also saw some humans and dwarfs mixed in among the crowd. I admired shimmering jewelry and enchanted instruments and sampled skewered meats and fried dumplings from various kinds of stalls. I marveled at the skill of some elven children playing a game related to archery at one of the game stalls while walking past them, and watched people of all ages and races dance under the starry sky. The rumours were indeed true. Sylvesterine's night market was something else. As I walked deeper into the market, I soon found Kent. He was making out with some drunk elven girl. Giving him a thumbs up, I walked past him with a smirk on my face. Kent returned my thumbs up and quickly got back to what he was doing. I arrived in front of a weapon stall and started looking around to pass the time. I had no intentions of buying anything since I had already purchased new weapons quite recently, but window shopping won't hurt. Are you planning to make a purchase? A voice interrupted me from my right. I turned my head to face the source of the question and found a young boy with brown hair and emerald green eyes staring back at me. Although he was taller and leaner than most dwarfs, his rough skin, broad shoulders, and slightly short stature revealed that he was a half-dwarf. Despite his mixed heritage, I couldn't help but notice his striking appearance, with his shoulder-length brown hair and clear green eyes that gave him a handsome look. It was Elijah Steelforged. Of course, it goes without saying that I was still more handsome than him. Ah, no. I shook my head. I have what I need. I see, Elijah nodded his head. You are an archer, right? I hummed in reply. Elijah touched his chin with a frown on his face. Wait, come to think of it, isn't your unit greatly imbalanced? Amelia, Anastasia, and you are all archers. Yeah, I shrugged while picking up a short spear to inspect. 3 out of 5 of us are archers. That shouldn't be right, Elijah said, stroking his chin. The academy won't put a unit at an obvious disadvantage. Well, technically, they didn't. Only Amelia is the real archer among us. I am a spearman, and Anastasia's real talent lies in hand-to-hand combat. However, Anastasia nor I can't disclose their real talents yet. I have to hide my spearmanship in order to deceive Kai and the cadet council, while Anastasia has her own reasons. Anyway, seeing my not replying, Elijah let the topic slide and released a short sigh. I'm sorry for my friend's behavior earlier. Chase is a bit hard to deal with sometimes, but I swear he's a good guy. Oh, I don't mind, I waved my hand in the air to dismiss Elijah's worries. But what I can't understand is why in the world he is so mad at me. What did I do to him? Oh. A troubling expression took over Elijah's face as he contemplated whether to tell me or not. But after a bit of thought, he began to explain the situation to me. Chase told me that you were opposed to him being the leader of Squad 6 during the mock war, Elijah said. As he was about to continue further, I interrupted. Wait, just for that? I asked, looking back at the half-dwarf. He hates me just for that? Well, Elijah averted his gaze. That and you also pulled a knife on him. Plus, you did all that in front of Anastasia. It's a secret, so don't tell anyone, but Chase really likes her. Yeah, believe me buddy, it's anything but a secret. Letting out a sigh, I got back to inspecting the short spear in my hand. I guess it's understandable why he hates me then. Not like I care. But I do need to know why someone hates me in case I might need them in the future. It's fine, Elijah replied. He'll forget it sooner or later. By the way, I gotta admit, I was surprised by your strategies during the mock war. When I first talked to you, I really didn't think you could pull off something like changing the waves of a battle so easily. Haha, thanks. I chuckled before frowning. Wait, we have talked before? You don't remember? Elijah tilted his head slightly. We talked during the unit test, you call that talking? We barely exchanged a word. Oh, speaking of which, suddenly, I clapped my hands as if remembering something. You are in the same unit as William and Hugh, right? William, Hugh, Ella. And Grace. They are all in my unit, yeah. Elijah confirmed. I noticed the fact that he took Grace's name at last and with clear hesitation, but I decided not to point it out. It's clear that Grace had worked her unit members to the point of even fearing the mention of her name. Unfortunately, all of that didn't matter now since soon her title as her unit's leader would be stolen by her former best friend, Ella. Yes, I'll make that happen. Let me ask you something, I said, pressing my hands together with a smile. What do you know about Hugh? Elijah raised an eyebrow. Hugh Jass? To be honest, not much. He's quite active in class, but he keeps to himself most of the time. He's a complete introvert. Even when Grace was bullying him, he didn't retaliate in any way. Grace was bullying him? I furrowed my brow. Yes, Elijah nodded with disgust. She made him do her chores and run errands and stuff. Although she hasn't done anything like that since the mock war, back then, Hugh didn't even try to fight back. He didn't even talk back. During the unit test that day with you guys, that was the first time I had seen him talk that much. Even I was surprised at how much he was talking. Is that so? I narrowed my eyes. And here I thought I would get to know something about the mystery guy. Oh well, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Why do you ask anyway? Elijah frowned. I was just curious, I said before calling the owner of the stall and waving the short spear that was in my hand. Hey, I want this. I thought you said you won't buy anything, Elijah commented. I'm an equivocate person. What can I do? I shrugged as the stall owner took the short spear from my hand. That will be 2,000 credits, the stall owner said. Nodding, I made the purchase and bought the short spear before putting it in the pocket space of my smart bracelet. Anyway, I'll see you later, Elijah. Yes, I'll buy something too, I think. Waving my hand, I left the stall and started exploring the market. Despite being Chase's best friend, Elijah was very different from him. Unfortunately, in the novel, he was just a disposable character, much like Chase. Unlike the main cast, he wasn't a fighter but a blacksmith. Don't get me wrong, he could give even the likes of Quinn and Anastasia a run for their money if it comes down to fighting, but his real talent was somewhere else. Blacksmithing a euro, that was his real talent. He was the greatest blacksmith ever born in the history of this world. He was the forger of heavens. But as fate would have it, he had to die before the final war even began. What's worse was that he died a meaningless death. Well, lucky for him, I will change his fate in the future. Chapter 135. Do you need a hand with her? I asked as I encountered Amelia, who supported the intoxicated Anastasia while exploring the night market. Ha! She's such a good friend. When the group split up, she was left to shoulder her drunk friend alone. So when I stumbled upon the two of them, I couldn't help but offer my help. In response to my gentlemanly offer of help, Amelia scrunched up her nose and curled her upper lip while narrowing her eyes at me. You, she asked incredulously, her expression conveying a mixture of disgust and surprise. The hell was with that expression? Huh? I offered you my help, and this is how you replied? But if that wasn't enough, Amelia slightly turned her back toward me to hide Anastasia behind her. No, she said curtly. What the fuck? Do you think I'm gonna steal her or something? Huh? Whatever, I muttered, rolling my eyes in annoyance at her reaction before turning to walk away. After the mock war and the day she fought alongside me against Quinn, I thought that she had at least grown to tolerate me a bit. Clearly, I was mistaken. Wait. As I turned to walk away, I heard Amelia's voice calling out to me in a meek tone. I felt a tug on my shirt as she grabbed hold of me from behind. Frowning, I turned around with a look of confusion, wondering what she wanted from me. Wait for a second, she said softly, avoiding my gaze. Why, you can take my handbag. I forgot my smart bracelet, and Anastasia is too drunk to use hers. Those stupid guys split up before I could ask them to help. I looked at her handbag and then back at her, still unsure of what to make of the sudden change in attitude. This girl was confusing and very confusing. Actually, deep down, I knew what she wanted. She was searching for a reason to forgive me. If I only apologized, I'm sure she would forgive me in a heartbeat. However, I also knew I couldn't do that. I won't apologize for something I didn't do. But here's what I can do, I can help her by carrying her handbag. So that's what I did. I nodded and took her handbag from her hand before putting it in my smart bracelet. Just remind me to give it back when we get to the hotel, or I'll steal it. Heh, Amelia chuckled, averting her eyes again. Oh, by the way, what happened between Quinn and you after your fight? Why the sudden interest? I raised an eyebrow. Well, I did help you win against him, Amelia shot back. You were just a failsafe plan, I boasted. If I wanted, I could have defeated him on my own. But the fact that you had to use the failsafe plan means that you failed, right? Damn it, she was good. Not bothering to argue any further, I said, I wanted to ask him why he was working for Class 1, C8. Did he tell you? Amelia responded with a question, curiosity visible in her eyes. He did, I replied. But I can't say what he told me. Why? Amelia frowned. Because I don't understand the situation myself. And I'd rather not breach what I don't understand. At my response, Amelia nodded, her forehead still wrinkled with a frown. Will you tell Nero and the class that he was the second traitor? Amelia inquired before casting me a look. As our eyes locked, I found myself lost in her sparkling green eyes, reminiscent of a peaceful forest glade bathed in sunlight. However, that was only for a second as I quickly shook my head, waking from my awe. No, I replied, still shaking my head. I'll handle this matter on my own. Yes, the fact that Quinn was a traitor isn't public to our class yet. Only a handful like Amelia, Grace, me, and Quinn himself know about this. And personally, I would like to keep it this way. If this knowledge is made public, then cadets will start bullying him like they are doing now to Grace. Although, knowing Quinn's character, I doubt the said bullying would even affect him one bit. Why? Well, because physically, no one can hurt Quinn except Nero and Anastasia. And mentally, he doesn't give a flying fuck about anyone's opinion. But I still don't want to give him a reason to go on a breakdown or rampage or something. If I want to change Quinn's fate and save him from the destiny he'll face later in the story, I would need to start by changing his academic life. Why? As I was immersed in such thoughts, Amelia's voice shook me back to reality. I turned to look at her, only to find her staring back at me. Why are you going out of your way to help Quinn? Asked Amelia. Well, for starters, I would really like him to fight with us instead of against us during the final war. But I can't tell her that now, can I? So I made up a lie, our class would need his help in the King's tournament that's going to happen after our first semester exams. So you are only doing this to help our class? Amelia raised an eyebrow. And to ensure my survival, yes. I replied while speaking the first part in my head. Quinn was a traitor? The fuck? While Amelia and I were conversing, we heard a voice. It came from the girl wrapping her hand around Amelia's shoulders. We forgot about her. She was drunk, not deaf. Who's Quinn, he? Anastasia giggled like a child. Is it some girl? Ha. Is she puberty? Never mind. She's way too drunk to even function properly, let alone make sense of what we were talking about and remember it. Phew, for a second, I thought as Amelia sighed in relief, she was interrupted by a sudden cry of joy laced with an excited tone. Guys. Almost instantly, I found a hand coiled around my shoulders as a guy jumped at me from behind. Found you both. Kent said before quickly retracting his hand and covering his mouth as he let out a gasp. Ha. Wait, am I interrupting a date? Shut up, Kent. You're dumb. At our replies, Kent just shrugged and began to tell us about the drunk elven girl he was with, regardless of our interest in the topic. Oh, hey, guys. There you all are. Nero, you just got here too? Come here, Chase, I found everyone. Gosh, for a second, I thought we were fucking lost. And just like that, as we continued to walk further, one by one, everyone else found their way back. Good thing they found each other because these idiots didn't even have the common sense to decide on a spot to meet back on before splitting up. After a bit of catching up, everyone decided that it was time to go home. Anastasia was still drunk and acting like a child high on sugar cubes, in contrast to everyone else, who was drained and fatigued. They had spent the entire day walking around, shopping, and taking in the sights and were now perusing the night market. As for me, well, I had just engaged in a life-or-death battle with a fucking vampire king. So, yeah, needless to say, I was equally as exhausted as the rest of them, if not more. Not to mention, I wasn't very comfortable with spending time with the main cast. Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with being around them individually, but when all of the main characters are together, I just feel uncomfortable. It's like their aura, as the main cast is suffocating. For example, just a few seconds earlier, I had no problem talking with Amelia. But right now, when she's with the rest of the main cast, I found myself unable to even approach her. There are only two reasons I could think of for this phenomenon to happen. I consider myself a manipulator. But in reality, I am really just observant. I take note of people's behavior patterns, speech habits, and a variety of other things. I am constantly on the lookout for their likes and dislikes, strengths and weaknesses, and anything that I could exploit in order to gain anything of value that they might have to offer. However, when people are in groups, it's hard to search for these cues unless you are part of that group or that circle of trust. Now, since most people in this group of the main cast either dislike me or do not trust me completely, I feel uncomfortable being around them because it's hard to get any cues from them. In simple words, these elegantly tied up in a bun, while a black eye mask added a touch of mystery to her already alluring appearance. Her crystal golden eyes sparkled as she gracefully walked into the room. Nero, on the other hand, exuded a suave and sophisticated aura in his navy blue suit, paired with a crisp white shirt and matching trousers. As he strode into the hall with confidence, a half-face-only mask covered part of his face, adding an element of intrigue to his handsome features. Despite the absurdity of the mask, he wore it with effortless charm, drawing the attention of all the maidens around him. Even though I was clearly more handsome than him, I guess I can't beat the protagonist's charm just yet, Anyway, what drew my attention was the person who entered the room after the group of our classmates. Dressed in a pristine white suit with a black inner coat and a cravat tie, a black-haired man with a sharp jawline and scarlet red eyes walked in. Even though a party mask covered the upper half of his face, the chills I got all over my body instantly told me his true identity. He was Magnus Bloodhound. Phoo, I let out a breath to calm myself while clenching his fists. But I furrowed my brows as I noticed an enchanting blonde woman walking alongside him, dressed in a stunning one-piece red dress that hugged her mesmerizing hourglass figure. Instantly, questions raced through my mind. Who is she? Does she know him? Why is she accompanying him? I don't think the novel mentioned any woman accompanying Magnus to the ballroom party. So then, who is this woman? Wait. I see now. The scene at the start of the party was only briefly introduced in the novel, without much detail. Perhaps this woman, whoever she is, had accompanied him to the party for some time before taking her leave later in the evening, before a cadet uncovered Magnus' identity and the massacre happened. But then, if that's the case, then is it safe to assume that she's a vampire? So, there are two vampires present in this banquet hall right now? Damn it. I didn't even think of that. I have to move with precaution. If anything goes sideways, we'll have two vampires to deal with instead of one. If that happens, I doubt even Anastasia and Nero will be able to defeat them both together, especially when I don't know anything about the other one. No, I shouldn't think like that. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'll just let the story proceed as it's supposed to be. If I remember correctly, the massacre happened after the third round of the dance started. That obviously means the woman who's accompanying Magnus right now will leave before then. Okay, I muttered under my breath. Let the game begin. What game? Kent, who was standing right next to me, suddenly leaned in and whispered in my ears in a spooky tone. A drinking game, I said, covering up. Let's play a drinking game. Ooh. Yes, it will be fun. Kent jumped in excitement before turning to the black-haired girl. Will you play with us, Amelia? No thanks, Amelia said, waving her hand and getting up from the bar stool. And I'd suggest not drinking too much to you two since we'll be returning to the academy after the party ends. As she said that, Amelia began to walk off. But before she could even take a step, I called her out. Wait, I said. Where are you going? To them, Amelia replied awkwardly before pointing in the direction where Nero, Anastasia, Asta, and a bunch of other main characters were standing. No. I can't let her go join the main cast. They all will be standing near Magnus when he'll decide to unleash his mind control spell. If I don't stop her, she'll be caught in his spell and turn against her. And I really don't want her fighting against us. Oh, come on, Amelia, Kent frowned. I can guess from here that they are talking about some boring stuff. Instead of going there and getting bored to death, stay with us and play a drinking game. Yeah, again, no thanks. Amelia merely waved her hand again and started walking off. Never mind her. Come on, bro. Let's start the game. Before Kent could finish talking, my mind raced, and I thought about a solution to get out of this predicament. It didn't take me long to come up with something. Although I didn't want to do this, I had no choice. Sorry, Kent. Let's play it another time, I said before getting up and storming off in Amelia's direction. As soon as I reached her, I grabbed her by her waist and turned her around to face me, causing her to let out a shriek of surprise. Eek! What the hell, Lucas? She looked at me sharply, her voice hushed. Let's dance, I suggested. I told you, I don't want to dance, just one. Hearing me, the black-haired girl let out a sigh. Fine. Just one dance. Chapter 139. It has been more than one dance. When are you planning to let go of me? After this song, I think. You think? It's a nice song they're playing. Yeah, I guess. As I looked around the Victorian-themed banquet hall, my senses were immediately captured by the soft glow of lights and the sweet melodies of jazz music wafting through the air. The sound emanated from a band playing at the front of the hall, providing the perfect soundtrack for the evening's festivities. I observed as people moved about, some chatting and socializing with drinks in hand while others swayed to the rhythm of the music. Couples held each other close, lost in the moment as they danced in slow, romantic circles. It was a beautiful sight. A perfect blend of old-world charm and modern-day revelry. Not long after, my eyes were drawn back to the girl in my arms, her waist nestled snugly against me. I couldn't resist the urge to look into her captivating eyes, which shone through her masquerade mask like dazzling emeralds. I took a deep breath. I could feel her body tightly pressing against mine. I could feel her warmth. I know I shouldn't be saying this for someone who has managed to flip me over the shoulder once, but right now, she felt fragile. It felt like I would break her if I grabbed onto her too tightly. Stop staring, will ya? Amelia's hushed voice shook me out of my trance as she averted her gaze. Sorry, I said, chuckling. The black-haired beauty shifted her gaze back to me. Her eyebrows creased in a frown. Lucas, she called out, her voice gentle. Do you, but before she could even finish her question, I interrupted, predicting what she was about to ask. I don't, I said. Amelia looked taken aback, a mixture of surprise and confusion etched on her face. I took a deep breath, bracing myself. I don't remember the past, I disclosed in a defeated tone. That's what you were going to ask, right? Amelia's face showed a mixture of emotions as she weakly nodded her head, and I knew that I couldn't avoid the conversation we needed to have. Although I wanted to focus on the upcoming battle, I had asked Amelia for a dance to stop her from joining the main cast. When I did that, I knew this conversation was inevitable. Well, in all honesty, I didn't think she would actually agree to dance with me. Maybe I really have changed her behavior a lot toward me than how she felt about Lucas in the novel. Anyway, since we had started this conversation, I decided to go through with it. I would answer her questions and ask some of my own. But you do seem to remember some things from the past, Amelia made up a valid point as she voiced her observations. And some of your habits, like how you chew your nails when you're deep in thought, are the same as when we were children. I arched an eyebrow. That's kind of creepy that you've been keeping track of my habits. Are you stalking me? Amelia's cheeks turned pink with indignation. I am not stalking you, idiot. I just don't completely trust you. I shrugged. Fair enough. Well, I haven't forgotten everything from my past, just certain pieces of my memory. I added, I remember everything in bits, fragments of moments that seem familiar but don't quite make sense when I put it all together and compare it with reality. It's like a puzzle with missing pieces. I see, said Amelia, her eyes showing a hint of concern. I'm sorry. I didn't realize how complicated this must be for you. But is it true that you don't remember any of the time we spent together? I'm afraid that's the case, I confessed. I have memories of the incident, but nothing before it. As I spoke, I caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness on Amelia's face before she composed herself. Is it possible that your memories were erased? She asked, still following my lead as we danced. I actually believe that's a possibility, I replied. I wasn't lying. When I sat down to think about it, I came to the conclusion that someone messed with Lucas' head when he was little. In fact, instead of just erasing his memories, that someone planted false ones in their place in his head. It's the only reasonable explanation for why he transitioned into a completely different person after he awakened his mana core. Yes, he was sad about his family shunning him, but the profound changes he had undergone were clearly unnatural. Amelia interrupted our conversation with a sudden memory, shaking me out of my thoughts. Hey, I remember when we were kids, you used to write in your journal, she asked. Maybe you could try reading them now. It might provide some leads. Her suggestion caught me off guard, and I replied with surprise, wow, you're right. I hadn't even considered that. I was lying. I did think about it. Prior to coming here, I thought about opening Lucas' journals and reading them. Although I already have memories of writing them in my head, I clearly cannot trust them. So yeah, I had considered the idea of reading them to gain a clearer understanding. However, ultimately I decided against it. Why? Well, because I needed my brain to focus on what was about to happen in Silveserine. I not only had to kill one of the former abyssal vampire kings, but I also had to survive the massacre that would start in a few minutes. 2 big life-or-death battles were awaiting me in this city. And to fight these battles, I needed to have a clear mind. So, I made the decision to postpone reading the journals until after returning from the trip. I'll read them once we return, I said, receiving a nod from Amelia. But for now, could you answer me this, Islam, My words were abruptly cut off when I slammed into someone, followed by a sudden cry of pain. As I was taking a step back, swaying to the rhythm of the music, I accidentally collided with someone behind me. Turning to face the source of the commotion, I saw a waiter struggling to hold onto a tray of drinks, which had spilled onto a short blue-haired elven girl standing nearby. Although she had a mask on her face, I instantly recognized her. She was Asta Aquaheart, one of Amelia's friends and a recurring character. Hey, I'm sorry. Are you okay? I asked while apologizing to the waiter before turning to face Asta and asking her the same. Are you hurt? No, sir, I'm fine. It's my fault for not paying attention while walking, the waiter bowed his head before turning to the blue-haired elf fearfully. Please, ma'am, I'm sorry. No, it's completely fine. Asta waved her hand quickly, gesturing to the waiter to raise his head. Please stop apologizing. I'm fine. Clap, right then, I felt a slap on my shoulder. It was Amelia. You should have been careful, she said. Now you ruined Asta's dress. I turned my attention to where she was pointing and noticed wine stains on Asta's gorgeous blue-colored velvet gown. I'm sorry, as I was about to apologize again, a frown appeared on my face as something clicked, and I turned to Amelia. Wait, they were behind me. I don't have eyes on the back of my head. You should have warned me about them. Huh? You're an archer. You should be aware of your surroundings. Amelia retorted. What the hell does that logic even mean? Huh? The frown on my face grew deeper. I'm sorry. I must die. Please don't tell the manager. Please, I must die. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the waiter continued to apologize in an incoherent voice. Okay, stop all of you. Asta yelled with her eyes tightly shut. I told you all, I'm fine. And I don't care about the dress, okay? So stop fighting and apologizing. He started it, Amelia pointed at me. What are you? I gritted my teeth. Anyway, where's the washroom? Asta asked the waiter. Oh, out the hall to the left, ma'am, the waiter replied with a respected bow. Okay, it's fine. You can go. And don't worry, we won't report this to the manager, Asta promised. The waiter apologetically bowed again before leaving. I mean, it's really his own fault, I shrugged, gesturing towards the retreating back of the flustered waiter. Waiters aren't supposed to step onto the dance floor to serve drinks in a ballroom hall. It's just common serving etiquette. That earned me another slap on the shoulder from Amelia. He was obviously in a hurry. Do you know how stressful it's to serve drinks to nobles? They give you an earful for being 2 seconds late. You speak like you have experience in this area, I arched an eyebrow. I worked as a waitress 2 years back for some extra pocket money, Amelia replied with a shrug. Some of us aren't rich, you know? So it's your fault, I commented with a smug smile on my face. If you aren't rich, then just get rich. Look at me. Even after being disowned, I became rich again. Huh? Amelia curled up her upper lip. Ha ha ha, right then, interrupting our conversation, Asta chuckled. You guys are funny. Yeah, she's a total clown, I nodded. And he's a complete circus, Amelia remarked. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll go wash this stain, Asta let out a chuckle again before walking off to the washroom. After she was gone, I let out a sigh before I noticed the second song was going to end soon. The third song was going to start next, and by the end of it, this banquet hall will be plunged into complete carnage. Ha. Okay, I'm ready. So, what were you asking? As Amelia was about to ask me a question, a sudden high-pitched scream rang out throughout the banquet hall, coming from the washroom. Ah. Chapter 140. 10 minutes earlier, Magnus and Mercy were standing by the bar corner, observing the couples dancing hand in hand on the ballroom floor with great interest. Disguised as humans, they seamlessly blended in with the crowd, although one of them seemed more at ease than the other. While Mercy sipped her drink calmly, Magnus grew increasingly restless, his patience waning. Eventually, he asked, so, who is it that you wanted me to meet here? Without missing a beat, Mercy pointed in the direction of a waiter carrying a tray full of drinks and walking toward them. There he is, she said. As the waiter arrived at their spot, Mercy deftly lifted a glass from the tray he was carrying, and the waiter continued to walk on normally. Perplexed, Magnus frowned and said, what the hell was that? He didn't even say anything. Mercy shrugged nonchalantly before whispering in a barely audible tone, he's another spy, like me. Obviously, he won't stop and chat as if we're old friends. So, how is he supposed to tell us where Raina is? Magnus asked, confused. Mercy's smirk widened as she replied, he already has. Mercy slid a finger under the wine glass she had lifted from the waiter's tray, and quickly extracted a small piece of paper that was glued underneath it. Here, take this, she said, handing a wine glass to Magnus. The blonde-haired vampire then sneakily unfolded the paper to read its contents. After a brief moment, she crushed the paper, placed it in her mouth, took the wine glass back from Magnus, and gulped it down with big sips of wine. What the fuck? Magnus frowned in confusion and surprise. She's in the slums, Mercy revealed with a smug grin. Come on, let's go. Wait, Magnus said as Mercy turned around to leave, placing a hand on her shoulder. Since we're already here, let's have a drink, shall we? Mercy spun around with a frown, looking at Magnus as if she was looking at a madman. Are you out of your mind? She hissed in a hushed voice. We're in the heart of enemy territory. If we get caught here, we'll be killed. Magnus waved his hand dismissively. You worry too much. If something goes wrong, I'll just use my mind control abilities to get us out of here. And if it comes to a fight, I don't think anyone here can stop me. That might work for you since you'll just leave after killing your target in a day or two, but I still have to stay here for the next 3 years, Mercy tried to reason with the young vampire. She was right. Magnus would cross the border and return back to the vampire territory in just a few days after he had assassinated his target. However, Mercy had a much more difficult task ahead of her. She had to stay in this city in the central continent for the next 3 years and gather crucial intelligence on the United Military and central government. If they slip up here and the central government or the military police catch wind of there being undercover vampires, it could mean disaster for Mercy and her entire mission. However, despite her argument, Magnus remained nonchalant. Well, then I'll just have to be careful not to slip up, he said with a shrug, causing Mercy to pinch the bridge of her nose in frustration. Fine, Mercy replied, knowing that arguing further would be pointless. Good, Magnus flashed a grin. Want to join me? No thanks, Mercy waved her hand. I'll wait for you here until the end of the third song. If you don't come back by then, I'm leaving. Sure, Magnus nodded before turning and walking away. He already knew where his target was and didn't need Mercy's assistance anymore anyway. With that in mind, Magnus headed toward the washroom. This guy, Mercy couldn't help but massage her forehead as she watched Magnus' back blur into the crowd. It wasn't entirely his fault. Magnus was undoubtedly talented, but he was also young and inexperienced. This was his first real mission outside of vampire territory, and he had been spoiled by the patriarch's favoritism. But Mercy knew that Magnus had the potential to become one of the strongest living vampires, and with that title, he would slowly gain experience and learn to take missions more seriously. In time, he would mature and become a valuable asset to their cause. Slammy suddenly, Mercy's attention was drawn to the center of the dance floor, where a disturbance had occurred. A silver-haired boy had collided with the same waiter from earlier, causing the tray in his hand to topple over and spill a drink onto the beautiful blue-haired elven girl's dress. Mercy quickly lost interest and looked away, ordering a drink. While she would rather be drinking blood with Magnus, she had to make do with human alcohol for now. Surprisingly, it didn't taste so bad. In her opinion, dwarven alcohol was too strong and spicy, and elven alcohol was too weaker to the point of tasting like water. Human alcohol, on the other hand, was the perfect balance between light and hard. Not to mention, there were so many great varieties to choose from. Despite her disdain for these creatures of low origin, even Mercy had to admit that humans weren't completely useless, unlike the dwarfs. Meanwhile, as Mercy was busy comparing alcohol brewed by different species, Magnus reached the restroom. Clicky without hesitation, he clicked open the door to the ladies' room and entered while closing the door behind him. Just one quick sip, and he'll get out, that's what he told himself. Who are you? Mister, I think you're in the wrong room. Eek. A guy. However, seeing a man enter their private space startled the group of girls who were already occupying the washroom. Clearly flustered, unsettled, and annoyed, they freaked out and asked him to leave. Magnus, however, stood there still as a creepy smile formed on his face. A dark aura began to emanate from him, enveloping his entire being and casting an eerie pall over the room. As he locked eyes with everyone present, a sense of dread washed over them. Submit, he yelled, his voice carrying an ominous weight. The girls stood there frozen, unable to look away from Magnus's piercing gaze. They felt a sudden numbness wash over them. Their minds slowly lost connection to their bodies. Their eyes lost focus as their pupils dilated, and the world around them slowly faded away. In a matter of moments, they were completely under the spell of Magnus's mind control, and their consciousness was for him to dominate and toy with. Get on your knees and crawl to me, he commanded. Without hesitation, the girls obeyed his every word, dropping to their knees and crawling toward him. Magnus watched with a twisted sense of pleasure, savoring the sight of their submission. He knew he should get this over with quickly and leave, but it had been over a week since he had a taste of fresh blood. He wanted to savor this moment for as long as possible, even though he knew how it was dangerous to drag it out. Finally, he decided to act. He reached out and grabbed a redhead girl by the chin, pulling her up to her feet. With a swift motion, he tilted her face a little and flipped her long locks to the side, revealing her bare neck. As a grin formed on Magnus' face, two long canines extended from under his upper lip. He slowly leaned in and sank her fangs into the girl's bare neck. Ang. Instead of pain, a wave of pleasure assaulted the girl, causing her body to react and let a moan escape her lips. MNGHH. Well, she wasn't alone. As he tasted the fresh, warm blood, even Magnus couldn't help but let out a voice of satisfaction. He couldn't understand how Mercy had been living without a single drop of fresh blood for well over a year now when he couldn't even go on for a week without it. But putting those thoughts aside for now, Magnus soon lifted other girls one by one and sank his fangs deep into their necks too. You are sweet. You are thick. And you are very warm. He tasted them all side by side as if he was reviewing a bunch of different cold drinks. Even though he said he would only take a sip, now that he was in the middle of it, he couldn't stop drinking. Click, but to his terror, suddenly, the door to the restroom clicked open. In excitement, he had forgotten to lock the door. Creak, as the door swung open, a blue-haired elven girl appeared. It was Asta. She had come here to wash the wine stain off her dress. But what she saw when she opened the washroom door was a black-haired man with striking red eyes, with blood smeared all over his lips, grabbing onto a girl by her shoulders with his face near her neck. A few other girls also stood near him, but they looked as dazed as the one he had been grabbing on. As their eyes met, Asta stepped back in sheer horror and confusion. Magnus was horrified too. Countless thoughts bombarded his head, and all of them told him not to let the girl escape. If she screams or calls for help, it'll be all over. As that thought settled in, Magnus decided to act. He pushed aside the redhead girl he was holding and willed mana into his legs. In a swift motion, he squatted down and sprung up before lunging in the direction of the blue-haired elf. Swish! In a flash, the vampire assassin's figure disappeared and appeared right before Asta as he swung his claw at her neck. Thack! However, instead of tearing through the blue-haired elven girl's soft flesh, his claw collided with something else as something soft yet hard. Huh? Marcus' eyes widened as he discovered that his claw had struck a water shield that had materialized in front of Asta out of nowhere. Silent casting, he thought in his head but couldn't ponder over it for long as the girl he couldn't kill screamed. Ah. TSK. Magnus clicked his tongue. He had failed to kill this girl because of the sudden water barrier spell that she had cast. And now, she had screamed. He had slipped up, and now there was only one option remaining for him. He had to run. Swish, in a blink, Magnus jumped over Asta's head, who was blocking the sole exit of the restroom, and ran out of there at speed incomprehensible to the naked eye. Chapter 141. Ah. A piercing scream pierced through the peaceful air of the banquet hall, capturing everyone's attention in an instant. All eyes were quickly drawn toward the source of the commotion, which seemed to be coming from the direction of the restroom area. Within moments, a black-haired man burst out of the doorway and sprinted across the hall, as everyone who had been dancing or chatting earlier stood there still in confusion. Following behind him was a blue-haired elven girl, her expression twisted with fear as she ran. Amelia, who was standing next to Lucas, frowned in confusion. Asta, she muttered under her breath, trying to make heads and tails of what was happening. Right then, Asta's wild scream echoed throughout the room again. He's a vampire, she yelled, her voice filled with terror and panic. Don't let him escape. The revelation left the crowd stunned, their eyes fixed on the fleeing figure of the black-haired man. However, in the midst of the chaos, a handful of individuals were quick to take action. With lightning-fast reflexes, 3 men and 1 woman jumped before the black-haired vampire, effectively blocking his path and bringing him to a halt. TSK. Magnus clicked his tongue in frustration, his eyes darting around the room as he assessed the situation. However, his gaze was soon drawn back to the group of people standing in front of him as the woman pointed out the blood on his lips. He has blood on his lips, she cried out, her voice shaking a little. He's a vampire. Quick, call the military police, added a man standing next to her, his fists clenched in readiness. Magnus' eyes locked onto Merce's from across the room, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion and worry wash over her. How did he get caught? Was he careless? She thought to herself. Damn it. Now what should she do? As the chaos unfolded around her, Merce's mind raced. Should she run and leave Magnus behind? The thought crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Aside from the fact that the patriarch of the Bloodhound clan and Magnus' father would never forgive her if she left his successor to die alone, she was also indebted to Magnus. 3 years ago, during the Battle of Carlos, Magnus saved her life. She could still remember that day. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but things quickly spiraled out of control when Reynold Morningstar, a single human, decimated their task force with ease. Mercy barely managed to dodge a spear thrust to her heart that would have ended her life. However, even though she managed to survive by a hair's breadth, the aftermath of the Battle of Carlos left Mercy injured and buried amidst a mountain of corpses, both her enemies and allies alike. Her injuries were severe, and she lacked the strength to free herself from under the pile of corpses. Death from her injuries seemed imminent if no one came to her rescue. Fortunately, someone did come to her rescue. Magnus, who was on a reconnaissance mission in the aftermath of the Battle of Carlos, found her buried under a heap of corpses. With great effort, he pulled her out and got her to his clan's base, where she was treated. He saved her life. So surely she can't leave him here to die when he's in need of help, can she? Yes, even though it meant sacrificing her mission and blowing her cover, she would do it if she could save this person. Cack, cack, cack. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the heads of the 3 men blocking Magnus' path were swiftly severed and tumbled to the ground. As the lifeless bodies of the men hit the ground, Mercy emerged, with her hands shrouded in darkness, taking the form of sharp claws while her fangs bared from beneath her upper lip. Huh? Cook, the woman standing there gaped in horror at the sight before her. But she was swiftly interrupted as Mercy plunged the dark claws into her abdomen, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The banquet hall descended into chaos once again as the 4 individuals who attempted to stop a vampire were slain by another vampire who appeared in the room. Eek, a woman screamed while running in a not-so-ladylike manner. There are 2. There are 2 vampires, someone cried out, sending waves of fear and panic through the attendees. Run. Everybody run, another voice added, and the room erupted into a frenzy as people desperately tried to flee from the deadly creatures, beginning a stampede. Magnus. Mercy yelled above the screams of terror and chaos. We can't let them escape. Why bother? Magnus retorted. Our cover's already blown. Shouldn't we just run? Because we need to minimize the witnesses, Mercy explained urgently. Her reasoning was sound. The fewer the witnesses, the less information the authorities would have on them. With so many people having seen their human disguise, there was a higher chance that they could report their presence to the military police or the United Military. Eliminating as many witnesses as possible would increase their chances of escaping the border before the authorities caught up to them. We'll kill as many as possible before making our escape, Mercy ordered. Got it. Yes. Magnus yelled back before pulling out a shiny silver sword from a dimensional ring on his finger. Drink my blood, he commanded. Kaka with a swift motion, spikes shot out of the sword's handle, piercing Magnus's hand as he gripped it tightly. Slowly, the shiny silver blade of the sword was dyed into a shade of blood red. Sway! Willing mana into his legs, Magnus launched himself toward one of the crowded exits of the ballroom. Slash, swick, slash. He swung his sword with cruel precision, cutting down anyone who came within his range like they were mere blades of grass. Cling! Just as his blade was about to cleave off a woman's head, it collided with something sturdy, and a sound of metal clashing against metal resounded in the air. Huh? Magnus arched an eyebrow. Who could stop my blood sword? He thought to himself in surprise. His question was answered when he saw a black-haired boy with matching abyss-like eyes standing before him, blocking his sword with one of his own. It was Nero Dekrauf. Using this split second when the vampire was in a state of surprise, Nero pushed away his enemy's sword and stepped in with his right foot, spinning his body as he struck Magnus with a powerful kick to his abdomen. Thwack! The force of the spinning kick sent Magnus stumbling back a few steps before he regained his balance and stared at Nero with wide eyes, surprised by the young boy's speed and strength. How could a human push me back? He thought. In that brief exchange, Magnus realized he couldn't let his guard down around Nero and made a decision to go all out. Arga, with a fierce roar, the black-haired vampire summoned darkness to envelop him. He made swift hand signs with his free hand, and suddenly the darkness swept over his surroundings. It was his mind control spell. Everyone who came in contact with that sudden burst of darkness had now lost control of their bodies completely. Even Nero was affected, but the protagonist gritted his teeth and overcame the mind control spell with his sheer willpower. This earned him another surprised stare from Magnus before he spoke. You are strong, human. However, are you strong enough to kill your own kind? As he said that, all the people near them turned to face Nero. The previous panicked and terror-filled expressions vanished from their faces. They weren't running to exit the hall anymore, no. Now they were standing there, eyeing their prey like hungry beasts. Arg, Nero groaned in discomfort as he understood what was about to happen. These people were going to attack him. Scared of fighting me on your own, coward? Nero scowled, locking gaze with Magnus. Oh, don't worry, Magnus waved his hand. I will be fighting too. As if waiting for that cue, the people around them quickly rushed at Nero, as the latter could only grit his teeth. He can't kill them. They were all innocent people who were under a vampire's mind control. How could he bring himself to kill them? TSK, clicking his tongue, Nero decided to go directly for Magnus. If he kills the vampire, the people under his mind control would be freed. Phew, releasing a soft breath, Nero sheathed his sword and raised his guard. He can't kill these people, but he can just hurt them enough to render them unable to get up for the remainder of the fight. Swish, dashing forward, Nero dodged a fist to his face. He fell to his knees and leg swept several people off their feet before getting up and continuing forward. As that fight went on, a couple of cadets tried to stop Mercy from massacring the civilians. Meanwhile, amidst all this, Lucas stood frozen, his face twisted in a mix of confusion and ridicule. The massacre was supposed to start by the end of the third song, and Magnus should be the only vampire acting as their enemy during it. So why did it start early, and why was there another vampire taking part in the killing? Lucas found himself unable to answer these questions. Was it something he did? Did he somehow change the story again, for the worse this time? Just what in the world happened? Whatever it was, Lucas knew one thing for sure. Their class, even with Amelia, Nero, and Anastasia fighting on their side, doesn't stand a chance against two vampires. Unless he takes an active role in this fight. As he realized that, Lucas couldn't help but curse under his breath, just my luck. Chapter 142. Amidst the swirling chaos, I found myself motionless, trying to comprehend what was happening around me. What the hell is going on? How did this happen? I don't know. I was at a loss as to how everything had escalated so quickly. The third song has yet to begin. So why has the massacre already started? And instead of one vampire, we're now dealing with two. It seems like that, much like always, something went wrong. Maybe I created some kind of butterfly effect, or some other force was at play here. I don't know. Just my luck. Fine, if this is the hand that I've been dealt, then I'll have to roll up my sleeves and engage in the battle actively. With that realization, I decided to take action. Amelia had already darted off to assist others in the fight against the blonde vampire, while Nero was valiantly fending off a horde of mind-controlled individuals under Magnus' sway. If we go by sheer numbers, I should go help out Nero, but I'd rather steer clear of the vampire he's up against. In a one-on-one fight, I know I wouldn't stand a chance against Magnus and only drag Nero down. Magnus is a lethal adversary and a killing machine, so it's better if I leave Nero to tackle him. I mean, let's face it, Nero's the protagonist, not me. He's got plot armor on his side, whereas all I have going for me are my striking good looks and a sharp intellect. Hee. Damn it. I need to concentrate. I should focus on the task at hand and not let my narcissism get the better of me. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I scanned the banquet hall, which now resembled a battlefield. This grand ballroom had two exits, one to the east and the other to the west. Needless to say, both were crowded with panicking people trying to flee the chaos. Unfortunately, Magnus had already cast his mind control over those attempting to escape through the eastern exit, leaving us with only the west exit. But that, too, was blocked by the other blonde vampire who came with Magnus. Their plan was clear, trap us in here and slaughter us like sheep. It was a sound strategy, really. The fewer witnesses left alive, the more difficult it would be for the military to track them down before they could flee across the border. Regrettably for them, I am no sheep. Sway, I summoned my Yumi bow and swiftly notched an arrow, adopting a steady stance and drawing the bowstring taut. Focusing my aim on the blonde vampire, I took a deep breath and imbued my arrow with a surge of mana. 15 cadets were embroiled in combat against my target vampire, so avoiding friendly fire was a challenge. But since I have honed my archery skills through numerous target practices after coming into this world, I was confident in hitting my target. Swish! As I released the bowstring, the arrow shot forward and whizzed through the air with lightning speed. Cling! Unfortunately, even though I shot the arrow from her blind spot, the female vampire sensed the incoming projectile and raised her claws to deflect it with quick reflexes. TSK, I clicked my tongue in annoyance before dashing in to engage the enemy up close. Hi-ya! Surround her. Do not look into her eyes. And watch out for any spells that could affect your mindy cark. As I charged forward, the battle cries of the cadets fighting the vampire rang in my ears. Some just screamed incoherently, and others barked orders while one cadet in particular attempted to warn his comrades about the dangers of a vampire's mind control abilities. Sadly, before he could complete his warning, the blonde vampire appeared before him and slit his throat, ending his life in an instant. Thud, as his lifeless body fell to the ground, those nearby, who appeared to have known the fallen cadet, stepped back with a terror-filled look in their eyes. Fuck, I couldn't help but curse under my breath as I saw that happen. They let their guard down. Vampires use dark magic to control the minds of other creatures. Just like all the spells in existence, there are ways to counter this spell too. One way was to maintain a clear, focused mind, free of any overpowering emotions such as love, hate, lust, anger, fear, or sorrow. This would enable individuals to resist the effects of mind control. Alternatively, one could avoid being struck by the mind control spell in the first place. Seems simple enough, right? Yeah, well, in a real-life battle, both of these options prove exceedingly difficult to execute. Unless your name starts with Nero and ends with Dekrauf, the only individual capable of resisting mind control through his sheer willpower, if you let your guard down and get hit by a mind control spell from a vampire, it's over. They could turn you against your own allies or make you kill yourself. So as soon as the cadet stepped back in fear, a surge of dark energy emanated from the female vampire, enveloping all those who stood close to her. The faces of the cadets twisted in agony as the mind control spell took hold of them. Soon, however, the look in their eyes turned blank and their movement stopped. Clearly, they were now under the female vampire's control. Luckily, I was out of range of the mind control spell when it was exerted. Also, luckily, it seemed that only extras and side characters were caught in the female vampire's mind control spell. Amelia, Anastasia, Asta, Grace, Drake, Chase, Elijah, and Hugh Jass had managed to jump back and avoid the spell just in time. Okay. One variable, one third-year cadet, one side villain, the female lead, and 4 other main characters. I can work with this team. As soon as I reached them, Amelia, noticing my presence, asked, "Do you have a plan?" "Of course I have a plan," I replied matter-of-factly. "What is it?" Anastasia chimed in with gritted teeth. "We are outnumbered, so anything that can help will work." "Listen up," I barked. "Amelia and Hugh, you both will stay back and give us cover. Chase and Grace, you both will rush forward and clear my path." Elijah and however, before I could finish, Drake chipped in. "Wait," he said. "I'm in the 3rd year here. You all will follow my orders. Do as I say, and we'll get out of this alive." "Yeah, I'd much rather listen to a 3rd-year cadet's instructions than his." Chase directed a scowl at me. "What? Did you forget the mock war, Chase?" Elijah tried to retort. "That was mock war. Here our lives are in real danger. We won't open our eyes in the real world if we die. I am not comfortable following his instructions and putting my life in his hands." Chase yelled back. Anastasia was about to argue, but I interjected. "Stop it, you all!" I shouted, my eyes still fixated on the female vampire who had her claws up and minions ready to attack us. "This is neither the time nor place to have this stupid argument. Mr. Drake, if you think you can, Swish! Before I could finish speaking, the blonde vampire's figure blurred, and she popped up right in front of me with her claws drawn back. In a split second, the female vampire lunged at me, her dark claws aimed at my neck as she sought to cleave it off. Swish! But her claws met nothing but air as I dodged her attack with lightning-fast reflexes, stepping back and crouching just in time to save my neck. But I didn't stop there. Seizing this chance, I used the momentum of my duck to pivot on my left foot and deliver a swift, spinning kick to her unguarded chest. Thwack! TSK, to my frustration, however, my attack dealt no damage as the vampire stood there unharmed. Bang, bang, bang. She went to grab my foot, but before she could do that, Hugh fired 3 bullets from his twin handguns and hit the vampire right in her face. I used this opportunity to retreat my foot and hop a few steps back to safety. You will die first, the blonde vampire spoke in detest while looking at Hugh, seemingly unharmed by his bullets. No you, Hugh replied. What? Did he really just reply with a no you when he could have said all the cool things in the world? I swear to God, if this wasn't a life or death situation, I would have had a long chat with him about being lame. Amelia, Hugh, and Lucas, you 3 will cover us. The rest of you will vacate my path and help me get to her. Try not to kill anyone since they are our allies, Drake instructed, raising his sword and pointing it at the female vampire. Once I get in close range with her, I'll kill her. Chapter 143. Once I get in close range with her, I'll kill her, my ass. Agaha. Despite his bravado, Drake's plan to kill the female vampire failed miserably. Now he lay sprawled on the ground, his arms severed and blood pouring out as he cried and screamed in agony. Anastasia and Chase, having fought against the blonde vampire and her mind-controlled minions up front, were down on their knees, wounded and struggling to catch their breath. Grace, Elijah, and Asta stood at a safe distance, keeping a watchful eye on the enemy with their weapons at the ready. Meanwhile, Amelia, Hugh, and I stood spread out at the back, ready to provide cover fire with our bows and guns if needed. As I watched the third-year cadet writhing in pain, I couldn't help but shake my head slightly. I warned him not to rush in, but he still did it. But despite my warning, Drake still rushed in with Chase using his shield gauntlets to protect him, acting as a tank. Meanwhile, Anastasia fought the mind-controlled minions at close range with her archery skills. As that happened, Grace, Elijah, Asta, and Chase protected them in a circular formation. Their aim was to get Drake near the blonde vampire. This strategy worked. Drake was able to get in close range with the blonde vampire. However, just as he was about to swing his sword, the other third-year cadet, Emma, unexpectedly jumped in front of him. Emma was under the control of the female vampire, and Drake was caught off guard. Stumbling backward in surprise, Drake didn't want to hurt his friend. The blonde vampire took advantage of the opening and swiftly got behind him to cleave off his arm. Actually, she had been aiming for his neck, but Hugh's quick thinking and precise shooting had saved Drake's head from rolling on the ground. Now because of that, I have one less pawn to move, and this battle has become increasingly more difficult to fight. Not only that, but now we are also surrounded by the cadets and civilians under the female vampire's mind control. I'm assuming command now that both third-year cadets are down, I said firmly. It wasn't a question or a suggestion, it was a clear order. As expected, nobody, not even Chase, voiced any objections. They weren't in any position to reject help at this moment. Hugh, stay 2 steps behind me and use your guns for close-range combat. Anastasia, move back and take Hugh's position to provide us with cover fire with Amelia. Chase, act as our tanker. Elijah and Grace, rush with me. Asta, watch my back, I commanded, delegating specific tasks to each member of our team. What about Drake? Chase asked, getting up to his feet along with Anastasia. Leave him, I replied indifferently. We have no manpower to protect the wounded. What? You want him to die? Chase snapped. I turned to look at him dead in the eyes. First, control your emotions. We are up against a vampire. If you lose control of your emotions, you'll be mind-controlled by her. Second, do you want us to die protecting him? That's what I thought. With no further arguments, everyone quickly moved to fill the positions I instructed them about with me at the center. Maybe Drake was strong, I don't really know. However, he made 3 mistakes. First, he dared to command the troops he knew nothing about. For example, Anastasia is an archer. She would do a much better job at long-distance cover fires than Hugh Jass, who's a gunman. Since guns are quick to shoot, he can easily fight at close range. Plus, Chase, Elijah, and Grace are in one unit. They are already familiar with each other's fighting style, so it's best to make them fight together. What's our plan? Hugh, who now stood exactly 2 steps behind me, asked. Do we rush? Yes, I answered. Get me to her, and I'll do the rest. Ha, right then, the female vampire scoffed. Did you not see what happened to your comrade? And you're still trying the same thing? Yeah, Drake's second mistake was that he rushed in without a solid plan in mind. Maybe he was too overconfident in his close combat skills, or maybe he simply underestimated the vampire. Whatever it was that he thought, it cost him his left hand. Charge! I yelled. At my command, we darted forward in the direction of the blonde vampire. Kill them, the blonde vampire muttered. As if waiting for that cue, the people surrounding us, with vacant looks in their eyes, rushed at us. I stashed my bow back in my dimensional bracelet. I didn't need it right now. In its place, I summoned the short spear I had bought last night. Argar! Harara! Hiya! Meanwhile, the individuals under the vampire's mind control tried to block our path, but we pushed through. Bang, bang, clang. Slash, splurt, swish. Sounds of gunshots, sword slashes, shield blocking, and arrows whipping through the air-filled banquet hall. Everyone tried not to hurt anyone more than necessary since our enemies were either our allies or normal civilians. Not me, though. I didn't have the luxury to hold back since I wasn't fighting at my full power without my spear and armor. Ha! Amid the chaos, a slightly chubby guy suddenly broke through our formation and charged toward me. I recognized him as someone from my class. Without hesitation, he stepped in and threw a powerful roundhouse kick aimed straight at my face. Swish! Reacting swiftly, I ducked down and evaded his attack, causing his kick to meet nothing but air. Taking advantage of his momentary loss of balance, I quickly rose to my feet and lunged forward with my short spear at the ready. Cack, splurt! Sure enough, my spear collided with his body, piercing his gut and causing blood to spurt out as he buckled down and fell to his knees. I swiftly withdrew my weapon and kept rushing forward, determined to stay focused on the fight ahead. Drake's third mistake was that he wasn't ready to hurt his own comrades. Ha! Who you? Bang, bang. Two more guys broke through the formation and jumped in front of me, but they were quickly taken care of by Hugh as he shot their legs and rendered them immobile. Ha, nice cover. My eyes whipped across the battlefield, looking for my target, and soon I found her. There she was, the blonde vampire. She was only 10 meters away from us. She had her hands stretched out and open claws facing us. Ominous dark energy was clustering into an orb in front of her. She was about to use some kind of dark magic spell. Unfortunately for her, I can't let her do that. Anastasia! I yelled. Before charging, I had given her 3 sets of light enchanted arrows. I asked her to shoot the vampire with them at my signal. At my cue, Anastasia quickly knelt a light enchanted arrow on her bow and shot it with lightning fast speed. I had to agree that both her aim and shooting time was better than Amelia's. Clang! However, the blonde vampire's reaction time was far too inhumane. She quickly cancelled her spell and swung her claw, breaking the arrow in half before it could even touch her. Of course, I had expected Anastasia to miss her shot. I just wanted her to shake the vampire a little bit. Break formation! I yelled, and everyone instantly split up to fight on their own. They had gotten me close enough. From here, I had to charge at the vampire myself. TSK, seeing me closing the distance, the blonde vampire clicked her tongue and readied her claws. Swoosh! At speed incomprehensible to the human eye, her figure blurred out into thin air and appeared right before me, her claws aimed at my stomach. Swish! However, she had to quickly step back to dodge an attack when Anastasia swiftly shot another light enchanted arrow in between her and me. The vampire gritted her teeth in frustration. While she was off balance, I used this time to eat the distance between us and stepped right in front of her. With all my strength, I aimed my spear toward the female vampire's chest, intending to stab her heart. Whoosh! Huh? But I was left stunned when the vampire quickly arched her back sideways to avoid my spear thrust. But she didn't stop there. She swiftly moved towards my unguarded right side before I could even get a chance to react. Thwack! Using the momentum of her steps, she spun her body and landed a powerful spinning kick to my back, sending me flying several meters forward. Bam! My body skidded across the floor like a flat rock skipping over water until I crashed into the wall and came to a stop. Argy kook! Groaning in pain, I willed strength into my legs to get up, but before I could achieve that, a foot struck my face and stomped me down on the ground. Humans never learn, a mocking feminine voice resounded in my ears as excruciating pain assaulted every part of my body. Now your friends will die because of you. Well, they would have died anyway, but now I will make it painful. Through her foot squishing my face, my eyes moved around the banquet hall. She was right. It seemed like we were about to lose. Chase, who was already exhausted, was on the ground as several people swarmed around his fallen body. Elijah was swinging his battle hammer against mind-controlled William, but the latter was quickly countering him. Grace was fighting a bunch of other cadets from our class, while Asta had a water barrier cast around her to protect herself from a horde of mind-controlled minions. Anastasia, Hugh, and Amelia were still on their feet and still fighting, but for how long? Before I kill you, let me ask you one thing, the vampire spoke, her voice cold. Do you know Reynold Morningstar? He is my father, I uttered through squished cheeks. I knew it. I recognized those eyes, the blonde vampire replied, her voice tinged with hatred. 3 years ago, your father single-handedly killed hundreds of my comrades in battle and almost killed me too. Her icy gaze still fixed on me, she continued, by sheer luck, I survived. But your father managed to damage my mana core to the point where I could never recover my true powers. I became a mere shadow of who I once was. Who asked you arg? I tried to interrupt, but the blonde vampire stomped her foot against my face even harder and continued to speak further, almost as if relishing her certain victory. I was demoted from a warrior to a mere spy. The vampire king sent me to enemy territory to act as a rat. I, once the great Mercy Bloodrose, had to act as a mere spy. Your father was the cause of it all. I swore in the name of our monarch that day, someday I will make your father pay. Even if I can't kill him in combat, I will hurt him another way. And look at that. Fate brought you to me to be squished under my foot like an insect. I scoffed, if this is your idea of getting back at my father, then let me inform you that it's pointless. My father wouldn't shed even a single tear if I were to die here. Mercy shook her head, her expression turning serious. That's not true. The bond of blood is the strongest. It hurts when your own blood is spilled. Even if that's true, I said, flashing a confident smile. Can you spill his blood? Mercy drew back her claws and strengthened them with mana. She was done talking. Now all she wanted to do was plant her claws in my chest to crush my heart. But before she could do that, I summoned a red button from my smart bracelet's dimensional storage and pressed it. Confusion was evident on Mercy's face as several orbs began to glow from underneath the polished, white tiles of the banquet hall almost instantly. Cack! Quickly, I bit a small part of my tongue between my teeth and closed my eyes as I let out a muffled pain scream. MNGHH. Swoom, bang. Right at that moment, a bright light and a deafening bang occurred almost instantly, disorienting both of us. Those were the new batch of light-enchanted flash bombs I had planted at the western exit last night when I came to scout this place. Not only were they more powerful than the ones I used on Reyna, but they were also capable of stunning a target for 2 whole seconds. Arg. But due to the stinging pain in my tongue, I was able to recover my senses faster and act quickly while Mercy was still disoriented. Thwack. I pushed away her foot and landed a kick on her abdomen, making her take a few steps back. Deftly jumping back to my feet, I rushed forward and thrust my spear at her heart. Ha! Slap! But even in her stunned state, she was able to react to my attack and slap away my hand. I didn't stop there. I willed mana into my right leg and moved it to throw a front kick at the blonde vampire. I had to land at least one critical strike before the effects of the flash bombs wore out. However, Mercy anticipated my move and quickly raised her guard to cover her abdomen. She just had to survive 1 second, and after that, she would kill me. Or at least, that's what she thought would happen. But I suddenly whipped my leg up and turned the front kick into a quick roundhouse kick. Thwam! Mercy was sent crashing to one knee as my kick landed flat on her ear. Swish, thruck. Right then, another light enchanted arrow whistled through the air from behind Mercy and struck her shoulder blade. Argar! Cack! As she let out a beastly, blood-curdling scream, I rushed in and thrust my short spear into her heart. Arc! Mercy's mouth fell open as she gasped her last breath. I stood over her, gazing down into her terror-filled and widened eyes. Grabbing her by her neck as life slowly seeped out of her body, I spoke bitterly. If fate truly exists, then it's nothing but a fickle little whore. It didn't bring me to you, but rather, it brought you to me so I could finish what that father of mine had failed to do, and that is to end your life. Despite being weak and near death, Mercy brought her claws up and attempted to gnaw at me, still determined to take my life. But soon after, her body went limp, and 2 canines fell from her mouth as I released her by the neck, letting her fall back to the ground, dead. Chapter 144. Slam. As I triumphantly finished delivering my cool dialogue, something came flying in my direction and slammed against me. The force of the impact sent me tumbling to the ground, my limbs flailing wildly as I desperately tried to steady myself. In the background, I heard a bone-chilling scream that sent shivers down my spine. No. Ah. With a pained groan, I summoned the strength to rise to my feet and scanned the area for the object that had collided with me. But then I heard panting and saw Nero. It turns out he was the one who slammed into me. Nero? I frowned, still feeling the ache from the collision. Sorry, Nero gasped, stretching out his hand. I took his hand and helped him stand up. As we both regained our footing, we looked in the direction from which Nero had come flying. Clad in a dark aura, a black-haired vampire in human guise stood there. His face was twisted in anger, and his eyes were widened in disbelief. His gaze was fixed on the fallen body of the blonde vampire that I had killed. Following his gaze, Nero also stole a glance at the fallen vampire's dead body. You took her down? He asked incredulously. It was a team effort, I replied, still catching my breath. How strong is that one? I asked Nero. Strong enough, he answered gravely. As we conversed, the people who had been under Mercy's mind control spell began to stir and slowly regain consciousness. What happened? One of them asked groggily, looking around in confusion. I was running and then, my head hurts. Arg, another exclaimed, clutching their temples in pain. Did I kill someone? I was blacked out. Why am I covered in blood? Someone else cried out in puzzlement. As the people gradually regained their senses, they began murmuring and panicking. Those with weaker mental fortitude even screamed in agony, feeling as though their heads were about to burst open. On the other hand, those who weren't mind-controlled by Mercy weren't in any better shape either. It's understandable since, even though for a very short period of time, they had to take on several other cadets at once. Chase was beaten and bruised. Asta was on her knees, catching her breath. Amelia and Anastasia were both relatively fine but clearly exhausted nonetheless. Grace and Elijah were both injured, albeit not gravely. Drake was still on the ground, unconscious from blood loss from his severed arm and agonizing pain. Hugh, surprisingly, was still on his feet, full of stamina and completely unharmed. What was this guy made of? Nero wasn't in any better shape either. For the whole duration of our fight against Mercy, he had to fight against Magnus on his own. Cuts and shallow wounds were evidently visible on his body. And well, every fiber of my body was aching. I wasn't in the worst shape, but not in the best either. It's pretty clear to me that we are in no condition to take on Magnus right now, especially with some cadets and civilians still under his mind control spell. Everyone! I shouted, trying to make myself heard over the chaos. I know all this must be confusing, but you are all under a vampire's mind control. Now that the vampire who cast the spell has been taken care of, you're all back to normal. Run to the western exit and escape the banquet hall as fast as you can since there's still one more vampire left alive. My words jolted everyone into confusion, and they started whipping their heads around to take in the situation. When their eyes fell on the black-haired vampire in human guise, enveloped in a dark aura, approaching them, panic set in, and they began running towards the western exit. The ground shook under our feet as the panicked crowd rushed past us, and Nero turned his gaze back to the fallen carcass of the female vampire. Did that short spear have a light magic attribute? He asked. I nodded in affirmation. Of course, he was right. I had imbued that short spear with light magic using my edit pen last night. The light element is the most effective against vampires, a race in which every individual seems to possess an affinity for the dark element. Have you got any other tricks up your sleeve? Nero probed further. Not at the moment, I replied, knowing full well that I still had my armor's special feature, embrace discard, but it wasn't an ace I was prepared to reveal just yet. Then we're screwed, Nero said, shaking his head as he kept his eyes fixed on Magnus, who was getting closer by the second. Why don't we just run like everyone else and get out of here? I suggested, hoping to find some way out of this mess. Look at him, Nero countered, pointing his chin toward the approaching figure of the vampire. He's seething with rage. He won't rest until he has taken revenge for his comrade's death. So? I raised an eyebrow. We could just run to the nearest military police station and let the authorities deal with it. Lucas, Nero looked at me skeptically. If that thing gets out on the streets, it will cause countless deaths. As Nero spoke, I couldn't help but roll my eyes in exasperation. I forgot what kind of cliché good guy protagonist Nero was. He always ready to sacrifice himself for the other's good. His unwavering commitment to protecting the innocent and weak, no matter the cost, was both admirable and frustrating. Mostly frustrating. I knew he would never risk the safety of those innocent civilians on the streets, but I also couldn't leave him to face Magnus alone. In contrast to the novel, Nero had to face Magnus alone for a prolonged period of time, leaving him in poor condition to continue the fight. The other main characters were also in no better shape. Additionally, in the novel, only Magnus used the mind control spell, allowing half of the people present at the party to remain unscathed. However, in this timeline, 2 vampires appeared at the party instead of 1, and they both used the mind control spells at both exits of the hall. As a result of that, almost everyone who came here fell under their control. And because of that, our dear main characters had to deal with twice as many mind-controlled minions as they did in the novel. I'm short, yeah, we really are screwed if Nero doesn't agree to run. So what do we do? I asked, clearly out of options. I have already contacted the military police, so they should be arriving any moment now, Nero replied, raising his sword as Magnus came even closer. We have to stall him until then. Lucas. Right then, I heard a familiar voice from my right. I turned around to look at its source to find it was Kent. Kent! I exclaimed. Are you all right? He was hurt. A stab wound was apparent on his right shoulder. He was one of the mind-controlled individuals. So perhaps someone had to hurt him to push him away during the fight with Mercy. I'm all right, Kent waved his good hand, pain clearly visible on his face. I can fight too. No, I firmly replied before taking out a vial from the pocket storage of my smart bracelet. It's a healing potion. Take it and get out of here. Get somewhere safe. What? Kent frowned. I won't abandon you before he could argue, Nero interjected. Kent, we are already in a conundrum here. We don't need people to drag us down. Kent stayed silent at those words. He knew Nero was right. Seeing that, I placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, you're not abandoning your bro. This is a strategic retreat. And while you're at it, help that poor soul over there. I pointed in Drake's direction. He was still out cold and losing a dangerous amount of blood. If he didn't get medical attention quickly, it was clear that he would die. Okay, Kent hesitantly nodded his head and rushed to Drake's side before struggling to lift him to his feet and drag him out. That was harsh, I commented, summoning the Yuma-style bow from my smart bracelet. We have no time for arguments. He'll understand, Nero retorted. While we are on that topic, can you fight? Are you understanding me? I raised an eyebrow, knocking an arrow on the bowstring. Remember, I killed that blonde vampire. Fair, Nero cocked his head slightly. But this will be more of a head-on fight. So, are you up for it? Glancing around, I noticed that the once crowded banquet hall had now been emptied, with the majority of the nobles and cadets fleeing. However, a few individuals remained beside the black-haired vampire. Amelia and Anastasia gripped their bows tightly, their expressions filled with determination. Hugh reloaded his twin handguns with a casual look on his face. Elijah lifted his massive battle hammer, ready to strike. Asta pointed her dagger at the enemy with a timid look while Nero and I took our stances side by side, with me drawing back my bowstring and Nero preparing to engage in combat. Surprisingly, Grace was also present and didn't flee. However, her decision to stay wasn't out of the sheer kindness of her heart. The reason she decided to stay back was that Ella Bright, Grace's childhood friend whom she was currently on bad terms with, had also decided to stay and fight with us. Perhaps Grace saw this as an opportunity to mend her friendship with Ella. Regardless of her motives, having her on our side in this fight is definitely an advantage. William Sinoth, the elven boy who fought with Alberto and sparked the mock war, was also present. He summoned his spear and pointed its head at our enemy. Almost all the main characters were gathered here to fight, along with one variable and one minor antagonist. The only one missing was Chase, who was badly injured and had to be carried out of the hall. With this many capable fighters on our side, our chances of losing have significantly decreased. Step, step, step. The sound of our footsteps echoing in the empty hall stopped ringing when Magnus stopped his approach, his piercing gaze fixed on us as he came to a halt only a few meters away from our group. Of course, I'm ready for it. As soon as I said that, I infused mana into my arrow and released the bowstring to take the first shot. Quish! The mana on my arrow split into 10 darts, giving the illusion that the arrow itself was multiplied before the mana arrows rained down on my target. Boom! Chapter 145. Boom! As my arrow hit Magnus, a deafening explosion engulfed the hall in flames. The scorching heat licked at our skin as we momentarily shielded our eyes from the blinding light. It was my new exploding arrow, the upgraded version of the one I used against Reyna. This one packed more punch than the previous one. However, even after I landed a successful hit, we all knew that this attack alone would not suffice to defeat a vampire as powerful as Magnus. As the smoke cleared, a monstrous figure emerged from the ashes. Its charcoal-colored skin was rough, and its limbs were elongated, giving it a grotesque appearance. 2 sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, and 2 glowing red orbs replaced its eyes. There was no doubt about it, it was Magnus. The tattered remains of his burnt suit from the explosion of my arrow easily confirmed his true identity. He had shed his previous human disguise to reveal his true vampiric form. What appeared to be an angry look was plastered on the monster's face as he looked at us with disgust and contempt. With a quick sweep of his hand, Magnus summoned dark energy that crackled around him like lightning. In response, Nero stepped forward, his long sword pulsing with a vibrant azure aura. As he bent his knees and gripped his sword tightly, Nero let out a fierce battle cry that echoed through the hall. Arpa! The aura around Nero's sword intensified, infused with the power of his mana as dark energy coalesced into an orb in front of Magnus. Swoosh! In a sudden burst of movement, Nero launched himself forward with incredible speed. Fwoosh! The dark orb in front of Magnus also shattered into a devastating beam of darkness, leaving a path of destruction in its wake. In a flash, Nero's sword collided with the vampire's beam of darkness, and a light explosion occurred. Kaboom! The force of the collision sent shockwaves through the air, causing the ground beneath our feet to tremble. Nero's sword sliced through the darkness, cutting a path forward as he charged toward Magnus. Seeing this, Magnus dismissed his spellcasting and unsheathed his silver-bladed sword again. Drink my blood, he yelled in a hoarse voice, and suddenly several short spikes appeared out of his sword's handle and pierced Magnus' hand. As the blade of the vampire's sword dyed into a shade of blood-red color, he rushed forward at Nero and swung his sword. Cling, cling, cling. The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the hall as Nero and the vampire engaged in a fierce sword fight. Cover Nero! I shouted to the others, pulling another arrow from my quiver and knocking it onto my bow. Amelia and Anastasia followed suit, firing their own arrows to keep Magnus at bay. But Magnus was too fast for them. He dodged and weaved between the arrows while attacking Nero with deadly precision. I needed to act fast. With a steady hand, I aimed my arrow not at Magnus but at the ground beneath his feet and released the bowstring. Swoosh! Boom! As soon as the arrow hit the ground, a massive explosion rocked the hall, sending debris flying in every direction. Magnus was caught off guard, stumbling back from the force of the blast. It was our chance to strike. Hurrah! Right at that moment, Elijah's battle cry echoed through the hall as he leaped forward, brandishing his massive battle hammer above his head. Fwoosh! Thwoom! The sound of impact filled the air as the hammer swung down on Magnus, but the vampire was too quick. He spun out of the way, causing the hammer to crash into the ground, digging out a crater on the neatly polished floor. Before Elijah could even pull back his hammer to strike again, Magnus suddenly appeared behind him, his claws poised to strike. The half-dwarf turned just in time to see the vampire's attack, and his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't possibly lift his hammer back up and defend himself so fast. The vampire was too quick for him. Bang, bang, bang. Hugh tried to shoot at Magnus from a distance, hoping to push him away from Elijah. Clang, clang, clang. However, with inhuman accuracy, Magnus deftly blocked the bullets with his sword, causing them to ricochet harmlessly off his blade. Q-ish. Using his other hand, Magnus struck Elijah's back with his claws, tearing his flesh and leaving deep gashes on his skin. Ah! Elijah grunted in pain and stumbled forward before falling to his knees. But before Magnus could land another attack, William appeared out of nowhere and slammed his body into the vampire, sending him crashing into a nearby wall. Thwoom! The impact left a huge dent in the wall, and debris fell from the ceiling. Get up, Elijah! We can't let him take us down one by one. William shouted as he stood protectively in front of Elijah. Arg! Elijah slowly stood up, using his hammer as support while holding his injured back and groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Amelia, Anastasia, Hugh, and I unleashed a barrage of arrows and bullets, raining down a relentless assault on the spot where Magnus struggled to stand, using the vandalized wall as support. Boom! Thwoosh, thwoom, thwoosh. As my own arrow exploded and others' arrows and bullets hit the wall around him, debris and dust clouded the area, obscuring our view of Magnus. Although we couldn't see him, we could still hear him hissing and growling in anger. Keep him down for a little longer. Nero yelled as he charged toward the struggling vampire, his sword pulled back and glowing in an azure hue. Swish! Huh? But in a split second, something darted past Nero in a blur, leaving him momentarily confused before he realized what it was. He's moving. Nero spun around and shouted, alerting everyone to face the incoming threat. Magnus was now heading straight for Amelia and Anastasia, his sharp claws at the ready. I see, I thought to myself out loud while stroking my chin, analyzing Magnus's tactics. He's trying to eliminate the long-range fighters first. It's an optimal strategy when fighting solo against multiple enemies. Basically, his plan was to take out the archers and the gunman first. After he's done with that, he would isolate the close-range fighters for one-on-one battles. Meanwhile, he was now also avoiding the strongest fighter in the group, Nero. Despite being angry and filled with contempt, he was thinking with his head. I can actually applaud him for that. Even Reyna, one of the 7 former Abyssal Vampire Kings, wasn't this calm when I fought her. If he takes out Anastasia and Amelia, he'll come after Hugh and me next, I realized, quickly strategizing our next moves. Should I go in for close range? Hugh, who was standing right next to me, asked. Yes, we long-range fighters were spread out in pairs. Anastasia and Amelia covered the right side, while Hugh and I covered the left side. I waved my hand in dismissal. Don't bother, I replied before quickly and loudly barking orders. Asta, protect the archers, Asta. Ella and Grace, engage the vampire. Asta was skilled in defensive magic, especially with spells, ice wall and water barrier, which could withstand attacks from powerful foes like Nero and Quinn. Her expertise made her the perfect choice to keep the long-range fighters safe. Meanwhile, Ella and Grace were closer to Amelia and Anastasia at the spot where Magnus was headed. They could move quickly to engage the vampire first, keeping him occupied while Nero made his way over. Since Nero was already on his way to face Magnus, I didn't need to give him any additional orders. With Grace and Ella keeping Magnus busy, Asta would ensure the safety of the archers, and Nero could join the fight with everyone's support. By engaging Magnus with Ella and Grace and protecting the archers with Asta's magic spells, Nero would have a clear shot at taking him down. The plan ensured that Magnus couldn't run away, harm the archers, or avoid Nero's attack. With this foolproof strategy, victory was almost guaranteed. And as the mastermind behind it all, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in my strategic prowess. Yes, I was indeed a genius. This plan was perfect, wasn't it? Ha! Following my command, Asta quickly cast a water barrier spell around Amelia and Anastasia while Ella lifted her rapier up and Grace held her halberd tightly. Whoosh! Ha! But suddenly, something happened that made me widen my eyes in surprise and shock. Fuck, I cursed under my breath. Lucas, is he heading toward us? Hugh asked. Yes, I nodded. Yeah, so, in the middle of his charge, Magnus suddenly changed directions and made a sharp turn toward Hugh and me. I had underestimated him. Magnus had counted on us to focus all our defense on protecting Amelia and Anastasia, leaving Hugh and me vulnerable. With Elijah injured and William unable to reach us in time, we were on our own. The rest of our team was also too far away since I had redirected most of our manpower to guard Amelia and Anastasia. Ha ha ha. I let out a bitter laugh. He had outsmarted me. So this is the difference between excellent tactics and battle experience, huh? Fine, so be it. Chapter 146. Acting quickly, I stashed my bow back into my smart bracelet's dimensional storage and mentally prepared myself for hand-to-hand combat. I know I can't defeat a vampire alone without a weapon on me, but fighting to win isn't my motive to begin with. By the looks of it, Nero will reach me in around 8 seconds. That's all the time I need to stall for. Yes, I was fighting to stall time. I am not the main character of this story, so I won't act like it and try to fight an obviously stronger opponent than me with the objective of winning. As soon as Magnus stepped into the striking range, he thrust his sword forward at my head to drill open a hole in my skull with his blade. He was quickly going for the kill. Unfortunately for him, I have no intention of dying here today. Whoosh! I ducked and let his sword pass over my head while simultaneously willing mana into my right hand and balling it into a fist. Tensing my calf muscles and mustering all the strength I had in my body, I lunged forward from that low position and shot forward a powerful punch. Soul-smashing killer fist. It was a combat art provided to me by the Academy's combat art instructor that I hadn't used in real battle yet, but using it here was worth a shot. Swish! However, my fist connected with nothing but air as the vampire swiftly twirled to his right and firmly gripped my arm. Thwack! With the hold of my arm, Magnus used my forward motion against me and yanked me in toward himself before thrashing his knee into my stomach. Kook! The impact knocked the wind out of me, leaving me gasping for air as the skilled assassin raised his sword high, poised to strike and plunge it into my heart from behind. Should I use Mana Burst or Phoenix's Embrace? This thought crossed my mind, but I quickly decided against it. Those were cards I couldn't afford to play just yet. Why not? The reason was simple, there were CCTV cameras installed in the hall where we were currently engaged in a life-or-death battle. Once the Cadet Council learned of what had happened on this trip, they would undoubtedly review the footage of the tragedy that had taken place here. Aside from the Cadet Council, there was someone else I needed to keep my cards hidden from too. That person was, of course, Grace Goodwill. Why is that? Because if she knew the extent of my abilities, she would almost certainly inform Kai. And that was something I couldn't risk. Yes, I absolutely can't let that happen. But if I do nothing, I will die. No, I can't die here. I have to live. I have to reach the end of this story. I need to take my revenge on the author of this shitty world for killing me. I need to win. Arga. With a burst of adrenaline-fueled strength, I twisted my body to the side, causing Magnus' sword to miss its intended target by a hair's breadth. Thwack! Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, I slammed my elbow into his face, sending him staggering backward. My heart pounding in my chest, I scrambled to my feet and backed away from the vampire. Bang, bang, bang. Hugh used this chance to shoot a barrage of bullets at Magnus, not giving him a chance to recover. Cling! But Magnus acted quickly, and he used his claw to block the bullets before swiftly closing in on Hugh, slashing his sword at him. With widened eyes, Hugh jumped back in time and barely managed to avoid the sword hitting his body. Quish! However, the vampire's blade met with one of the guns in Hugh's right hand and sliced through it like a hot knife to butter. Bang, bang. As Hugh fired off rounds from his remaining gun, he took cautious steps backward. But despite his efforts, Magnus evaded most of the bullets with his inhumane speed and relentlessly closed in on him once again. Instead of using his sword this time, however, the vampire planted his left foot firmly on the ground and willed mana into his right one. Fwish! Thwack! With a swift twist of his body, he delivered a brutal spinning kick to Hugh's abdomen, sending him hurtling several meters away as the gunman coughed a mouthful of blood violently and skidded across the ground. Hurrah! In the critical moment, William seized the opportunity and charged toward Magnus with his spear gripped tightly in hand. Seeing that the vampire was still off balance from delivering that kick to Elijah, William aimed to strike and impale him with his spear and end this battle right this instant. Quish! Unfortunately, Magnus proved to be more agile than William had anticipated. He effortlessly sidestepped the incoming spear as it whizzed past him on his left. However, he didn't stop there. Thwack! In a fluid, spinning motion, the vampire twirled his body like a whirlwind and delivered a crushing blow to William's right chin with a powerful elbow strike. Kuark! With a sickening crack, one of William's teeth dislodged from his mouth, flying out as he spat out a gush of blood mixed with fragments of tooth. Ah! But before Magnus could use his sword to kill off the green-haired half-elf, who was already down on his knees, Nero came to William's rescue. He skillfully swung his sword at Magnus with all his might, giving him almost no time to react to his attack. Cling! But the vampire assassin did react. He slightly lifted his sword and parried Nero's blade with very little effort. Thwack! The protagonist couldn't even blink as Magnus thrashed his leg into Nero's midsection, making him stumble a few steps back. Aya! Foo-ah! To gang up on the vampire and help out, Nero, Asta, and Elijah came running. Swish! In a flash, Magnus dropped to his knees and used Elijah's momentum to lift him over his shoulder with one hand. Before Elijah could do something about it, Magnus threw his body at Nero like a rag doll, who was rushing back to him after recovering from that kick. Thwam! Elijah's body flew forward and violently crashed into Nero as they both fell to the ground. Stay down, you pests! Magnus yelled in a demonic voice before turning his attention to Asta. The blue-haired elven girl had already summoned 5 ice spears as they all floated around her. Swish! With a mere sweep of her fingers, the ice spears launched forward at the vampire assassin. Magnus, seeing this, enveloped his sword in an ominous aura of darkness and slashed his blade horizontally over the ground. Fwish! Thwoosh! A crescent-shaped arc of pure darkness launched from his blade and collided with the ice spears, shattering them into 1,000 ice shards. As the particles of ice fell down like snow, Magnus darted straight for Asta. As that happened, Grace and Ella also rushed toward Magnus. Ilona, Asta prepared her water barrier spell to protect herself from the incoming vampire who was charging at her like an enraged bull. But before she could finish her spell, Grace lunged at Magnus with her halberd poised to strike. Magnus merely swirled to his left and grabbed Grace's weapon by its shaft. He then used her own speed against her, deftly swinging her around before hurling her towards Asta. Thwam! Asta tried to dodge Grace's hurtling body, but the unexpected collision knocked them both off balance. They met the same fate as Elijah and Nero earlier as they tumbled to the ground, struggling to regain their bearings. Swish! Just then, Ella pounced forward with her rapier, aiming for Magnus' skull with fierce determination. However, the vampire was ready and countered her attack with a swift parry, sweeping his own blade upwards to deflect her weapon. Not content with just defending himself, Magnus quickly spun around, his sword making a deadly arc aimed at Ella's neck. Fwish! Reacting quickly, Ella managed to take a step back just in time to avoid the lethal blow, letting Magnus' sword meet nothing but air. But Magnus was not yet finished. Cack! Splurt! In a blink of an eye, he changed his slash into a thrust, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Ella's shoulder. Despite her efforts to dodge, the blade pierced through her shoulder, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from the young girl's lips. Aga. TSK, as I watched this scene from a distance while biting on my thumbnail, I couldn't help but click my tongue in frustration. I gravely underestimated our foe. Magnus knew he was overpowered and outnumbered, so he was picking his fights one by one. What's more, is that our team had no coordination whatsoever. They weren't communicating with each other. They were letting Magnus isolate them into fighting a one-on-one battle. Bwah. I can't take it anymore. Amelia, who was also watching the same scenery, yelled out in a frustrated tone. She quickly put her bow back into her dimensional storage and clenched her fists. I'm going in. Amelia, no. Anastasia tried to stop her, but the black-haired archeress had already arrived in front of Magnus. Letting out a sigh, I looked at my watch. It was 6:54 p.m. right now. Suddenly, a grin formed on my face. It was almost time for my backup plan to start. Chapter 147. Amelia cried out in pain as she lay sprawled on the ground, a deep sword cut visible on the back of her shoulder. Still in his vampiric form, Magnus stood a few steps away from the girl as his face contorted in rage as blood streamed from his nose. As Amelia writhed in pain, the rest of the main characters were also down, their bodies battered and bruised from the vicious fight. Elijah's back was torn open by another claw wound while William and Ella lay unconscious, their weapons discarded beside them. Hugh was on his knees, gasping for breath, having fired all his bullets at the enemy. But it was Grace and Asta who suffered the most devastating blow. The impact of Magnus' attack had thrown them against the wall with such force that it left a sizable crater behind. As they struggled to move, their bodies were racked with pain. They knew they were no match for the powerful vampire. As Magnus stood over his fallen opponents, a twisted smile played on his lips, his previous rageful expression disappearing. Seeing Mercy fall, he wanted to avenge his comrade and annihilate them all. He wanted to show them what happens when they kill one of his kind. And now, he has almost succeeded. But as he looked into the determined eyes of the remaining fighters, he knew that the battle was not over yet. Only 3 remained standing in the aftermath of the fierce battle. One was a black-haired boy whom Magnus had clashed with earlier, his fighting spirit still evident in his tense stance. Another was a black-haired girl with piercing golden eyes that seemed to bore into Magnus' very soul. The third was a silver-haired boy who had been watching from a distance, focused more on the watch in his hand. Magnus felt uneasy about him. But this was exactly what Magnus had planned for. He had wanted to face the black-haired boy alone, knowing that he was as strong as himself. With only 3 fighters left and one seemingly unwilling to fight, Magnus could finally focus on his true opponent. The other girl was an archer, so her interference won't mean much anyway. He readied himself for the coming clash, determined to emerge victorious. He knew that if the black-haired boy fell here, it would mean a certain defeat for his friends, who were unable to continue fighting. After all, he had been the one managing to stop Magnus right before he could deal the final blow to any of his comrades. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking something along the lines of if Nero fell here, it would mean certain defeat for his comrades who are unable to continue fighting right. After Amelia rushed in for close combat, she managed to land a powerful knee strike to the vampire's face. That motivated everyone to get back up and charge at Magnus, seeing it as an opportunity to defeat him. However, their efforts were in vain, as Magnus had planned for this. He intentionally took the hit to draw them closer, and ultimately, he took them down one by one, leaving them unable to rise again. Fortunately, Nero was able to intervene each time before Magnus could deliver the final blow to any of them. The bright side to all this is, Magnus is noticeably fatigued and is unlikely to prolong the battle. This may lead him to act impulsively and make blunders. The not-so-bright side is, our group has dwindled to only 3 members. Nero, who is almost equally as exhausted as Magnus. Anastasia, who has significantly depleted her mana reserves by continuously firing mana-infused arrows. And myself, the charismatic young man who is attractive enough to charm the hearts of even the purest of maidens. I looked at the watch tightly clutched in my hand and noticed that it was 6:59 p.m. The whole main cast, aside from the 2 leads of the story, couldn't stop a vampire for at most 10 seconds, even after working together. Yeah, I know that unlike in the novel, they had to fight 2 vampires and twice the number of mind-controlled minions, but still. The fact that they couldn't stop a minor villain for even 10 minutes made me shake my head. I had to save this world with these guys. Thwoosh! Just as I was in the middle of ridiculing the main cast of this story in my mind, Magnus willed mana into his legs and stomped his foot hard on the ground before slightly bending his knees. Watch out, Nero! I yelled. He's coming for you, oh! When I tried warning the protagonist, Magnus did something that left me stunned again. He twisted his strong foot and spun his body toward me. He wasn't going for Nero. He was coming for me. Maybe he plans to take me out first before engaging with Nero. But why? Has he sensed that something is wrong? It's not entirely impossible. Since all this time, I had been standing far away from him while maintaining a safe distance. It was possible that he had sensed that I was up to something. Fwish! So with a speed that made him look like a blur, Magnus lunged in my direction, intending to take me out before going for Nero. But as his body seemingly grew closer to mine, I couldn't help but smirk slightly. Even if he had sensed that there was something wrong, it was already far too late. I had already anticipated this. Well, not this precisely, but I knew something would go wrong, so I installed a backup plan just in case it really did. I strategically placed a time bomb in the main power circuit and generator of this entire building. The explosive device is set to detonate precisely at 7 p.m., causing destruction to both the power circuit and generator. The resulting power outage will render the CCTV cameras useless, as I had already removed their batteries in advance. This will create a security blind spot. In addition, I also positioned smoke bombs within the air ventilation system of this banquet hall. Die, the vampire assassin yelled in a mix of rage and disgust, and he swung his sword at me as soon as he entered close range. Heh. He thought he would kill me and take revenge for his comrade, huh? Unfortunately for him, fate isn't on his side today. Kaboom! Beneath our very feet, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted from the basement where the power circuit and generator was situated. The force of the blast was so intense that the ground beneath us shook violently, causing the lights in the banquet hall to flicker before completely going out and ultimately plunging us into darkness. In mere moments, the thick smoke from previously placed smoke bombs began to fill the air. Sheen. As I struggled to maintain my composure in the darkness, a sharp blade speedingly sliced through the air and arrived at my throat, the icy steel sending a shiver down my spine. In that critical moment, I summoned every ounce of the strength within me and unleashed a powerful raw, phoenix embrace. Chapter 148. Cling. As soon as I summoned my relic, a sudden burst of flame illuminated the dark hall. Almost instantly, a mystical golden armor materialized on my body. The glowing red ruby on my chest cracked and shattered. Despite the vampire assassin's sword clanging against my neck, it proved ineffective against my armor's defense. I remained unscathed with fiery wings of brilliant orange flame visible behind me slowly extinguishing. As the smoke and darkness continued to obscure my vision, the piercing, ominous glow of Magnus' red eyes loomed in the distance. A hoarse, demonic voice reverberated through the darkness, sending chills down my spine. This was your plan, the vampire hissed. To cause a blackout? Don't you know that we, vampires, are creatures of the night? We can see perfectly in the dark. I slightly raised my hands and shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, the blackout wasn't meant to obstruct your vision, I retorted before quickly reaching out to grab Magnus' sword. But with lightning-fast reflexes, the vampire pulled back his weapon and leaped backward, evading my grasp. Yes, this darkness and smoke are meant for others to not be able to see me. It's to obstruct their vision, not his. As for myself, I have a way to fight in the darkness. Sway. Channeling mana into my smart bracelet, I took out a full-face white mask. It was the same illusion mask I had used during the mock war. However, I had made some changes to it before coming here today. Item, illusion face mask status, normal condition, excellent abilities. The mask can alter the user's physical appearance and create an illusion to mask their identity for 30 minutes. The mask also provides the user with night vision and fog vision. Rank, silver I quickly put it on my face and willed mana into it. The ability of mask took effect almost instantly, and I was able to see through all the darkness and smoke. This also meant my physical appearance might also have changed. I needed that, just in case something went wrong and someone saw my face. Although the power was cut to the security cameras were disabled, and most of the main cast was either down or out cold, I could never be too careful. Aside from me, the protagonist and the female lead of the story would also not have a problem fighting in the dark. Why? Nero has honed his combat skills to a point where he can fight without relying on his eyesight. His sixth sense, developed through countless days and nights surviving in the wilderness among fierce mana beasts, guides him in battle. Anastasia possesses a unique ability to see mana in the atmosphere and within living beings with her god's eyes. By utilizing this power, she can create a rough outline of a person, allowing her to discern her enemy's general location and movements even in the darkness. It's sort of like heat vision, except it's for mana. The good part of all of this is that neither Nero nor Anastasia possesses true night vision. As a result, they would be unable to detect my illusions or discern what weapon I'm wielding in the dark. Of course, since I am wearing a relic on my face, which exudes mana, Anastasia would detect a significant amount of mana on my face, but nothing beyond that. Swish! Right then, when I was done activating my illusion mask, the vampire assassin lunged at me and struck down his sword from an overhead stance. Cling! I quickly summoned my spear and blocked his sword with it. Mana burst. Without wasting any time, I activated my gift and released a massive amount of mana into the atmosphere with a loud shout. Boom! The sudden burst of azure energy created a powerful explosion that sent Magnus flying backward several meters. Despite the force of the explosion, Magnus managed to execute a graceful mid-air somersault and landed back on his feet with a thud. Thud. But I gave him no time to recover as I brought out my edit pen and swiftly waved it in the air. Whoosh! Immediately, several earthen spikes burst out from the ground beneath him, piercing through his body. Aha! Magnus let out a blood-curdling scream as he writhed in agony, unable to free himself from the sharp protrusions. Nero, now! I yelled. On it, he replied. Upon my signal, Nero dashed towards the direction of the scream, and with a swift leap, he ascended high in the air, wielding his sword with a strong grip. Arrah! With a ferocious battle cry, he unleashed his sword art as a dazzling azure aura engulfed his blade. Descending rapidly like a shooting star, Nero delivered a devastating downward strike onto Magnus, who remained impaled in place. The strike was so swift that it took less than a second to execute. Thwoosh! The force of Nero's downward slash shattered the earthen spikes and left a gaping crater in the ground. With a graceful landing, the protagonist stood over the vampire, sword at the ready to deliver the finishing blow to his heart. Before Nero could land the fatal blow, Magnus reached forward and sank his claws into the boy's leg. Ah! Nero cried out in pain as he stumbled back. Seizing the opportunity, Magnus pulled one of his own legs in and swept Nero off the ground while rolling over and pinning him down, coming on top. But in his intense focus on the protagonist, Magnus had forgotten about us. Anastasia saw her chance and quickly put away her bow and arrows, then rushed towards Magnus with her bare hands. With a swift motion, Anastasia wrapped her arms around Magnus' waist, locking him in a reverse bear hug. Before the vampire could react, Anastasia executed a flawless German suplex by arching her back and slamming Magnus back onto the ground. The impact created a shockwave that shook the surrounding area as Magnus crashed onto the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. Anastasia quickly released her hold on him and sprang back up, ready for another attack. Meanwhile, I assumed a swordsman's stance by bending my knees and pulling back my spear. Nero had also risen to his feet. He appeared to have sensed the amount of mana emanating from me, and it seemed he understood that I was going for the final blow while Anastasia was keeping Magnus busy. Chapter 149. It was on the day of the mock war that my mind was plagued by strange dreams. These dreams were reminiscent of the ghastly nightmares I used to have in my previous life when I was a kid. But oh, how different they were from that recurring nightmare. These dreams were as serene as the calm before the storm. I felt uneasy at first, but after a few times, I began to find tranquility in them. In these dreams, Lucas Morningstar is usually seen frolicking with his father in the lush gardens of their ancestral estate. His father would playfully tousle his hair every time he would visit him during his training. After playing with him a little, his father would show him a weapon art. It's always the same technique of a polearm weapon art, a small fraction of a larger, masterfully crafted martial art. As I gazed at the weapon technique being executed before me in that dream, a spark of recognition flared up within me. I realized that I had seen that technique in the memories I inherited from Lucas. It was none other than the secret weapon art of the Morningstar family. Known as the Dawnbreaker, it stood as the most powerful technique among all bladed polearm weapons. Its strength and precision were unrivaled, and it was a testament to the Morningstar family's unparalleled expertise in martial combat. It is said that Reynold Morningstar, the present head of the Morningstar family and the sovereign of the West, was a force to be reckoned with in his prime. Rumor has it that he once engaged in a battle against 2 vampire kings and nearly emerged victorious, thanks to his mastery of the Dawnbreaker weapon art. This incredible feat only solidified the Morningstar family's reputation as the foremost experts in martial combat, feared and respected throughout the world. But then, why was I witnessing him practice it in my dreams? Could it be one of the memories that had been tampered with in my mind? Maybe instead of being erased or altered, this memory of Lucas got suppressed deep within his heart, which was now recurring to me as a dream. I don't know. Every time I get a dream like that, it gets harder and harder to separate the dreams from reality. My head is a mess. Regardless of what had caused me to dream about that technique, I decided to try replicating it. I tried it during the mock war when I fought against Quinn, hoping it would help me deliver the final blow to the necromancer. To my surprise, I was able to make it work, or at least a fraction of it anyway. After that, when I came back from the VR, I started practicing the part that I saw in my dreams. I kept repeating it, trying to recreate it exactly as I saw it. Unfortunately, I never could truly copy it. But I came close enough. And even in its imperfect and unmastered state, it's still more destructive than my other level 3 weapon art. So to deal the finishing blow, I decided to unleash Dawnbreaker, the strongest weapon art I have in my arsenal. However, since I still hadn't mastered it completely, I didn't use Embrace Discard and kept my armor on. I needed my near-absolute defense in case I messed up the execution. Assuming a swordsman stance, I bent my knees and drew my spear back, channeling mana into the weapon. The energy flowed out of my body and coiled around the spear, and I gripped it tightly, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Anastasia was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Magnus, effectively distracting him and keeping his attention solely on herself. They were both skilled fighters. Magnus, who previously didn't register Anastasia as a threat due to her weapon of choice, bow and arrow, was now gritting his teeth while fighting her. Nero, on the other hand, was readying himself just like me. As he watched me prepare to land the final strike, he sheathed his sword and placed his dominant hand on the hilt. I knew what he was about to do. He was going to use the Longsword of Light, a powerful weapon art that Liz had passed down to him as her protégé. As Nero tightened his grip around the sword, it began to glow with a brilliant azure hue within its scabbard. He took a deep breath, calming himself and preparing for the coming end of the battle. It was clear that he was waiting for me, wanting me to make the first move. Even though he was blinded by the smoke and darkness, he had sensed the immense amount of mana I had accumulated. I was preparing to unleash a powerful strike, knowing that if I missed, Nero would be ready to deliver a sharp and precise blow to end the battle. With a nod to Nero, I tensed my calf muscles, ready to spring forward. Anastasia, too, seemed to sense our battle plan. We didn't even exchange a single word, yet we understood what all of us were thinking. It was a strange sensation. It was as if we were reading each other's minds on the battlefield. Like we had fought together countless times before. In that moment of pure focus, we were one. Anastasia nodded to herself, and I could see the magical energy from her mana core flowing into her hands. 2 ethereal gauntlets of azure mana manifested around her fists, imbuing her strikes with incredible power. Anastasia was preparing to unleash her own strongest combat martial art, the Eclipse Bringer. Argha, with a fierce battle cry, she stomped her foot down to acquire proper footing and shot forward with her fist, which was now clad in an ethereal gauntlet of azure mana. Fwish! With lightning-fast reflexes, Magnus moved his head just in time to dodge Anastasia's powerful attack, narrowly avoiding having his face crushed. The sound of the fist cutting through the air echoed across the battlefield. Thwack! Despite Magnus' quick evasion, Anastasia had already anticipated his move. With blurring speed, she lifted her back leg and twisted her knee, landing a powerful sidekick to the vampire's side. Arga! Magnus grunted in pain as he stumbled back, the force of the blow taking him off guard. But Anastasia didn't let up. She quickly closed the distance between them and swung her fist at him once again. Her movements were fluid and precise, fueled by her fierce determination to end the battle victoriously. Cling! With a resounding clang, Magnus used his bloodsword to block Anastasia's fist while simultaneously readying his razor-sharp claws to strike back. Swish! Taking advantage of the opening, I lunged forward with my spear still pulled back, my eyes fixed on my target. Magnus was momentarily distracted by the force of Anastasia's attack, giving me the perfect opportunity to strike. Step! As I stepped into striking range, I readied myself to unleash a powerful horizontal swing with my bladed spear. But before I could execute my attack, Magnus swiftly sensed my movement and pushed away Anastasia's fist with his sword. He then seized her by the neck and held her up as a shield against me. Heh! Anastasia, however, didn't falter in the face of danger and instead grinned in amusement. This was all part of our plan. Well, it wasn't a plan since we never discussed it, so one can call it instincts. We wanted Magnus to grab Anastasia and use her as a shield against me. Why? Because now that he had grabbed Anastasia with her left hand, he had left his left side open and vulnerable to attack. Sheeing. Thud. Splurt. Argha. Suddenly, Nero appeared beside Magnus and swiftly unsheathed his sword. At the speed of light, he sliced off the vampire's hand that he had been using to grab Anastasia. Magnus cried out in pain as his severed limb fell to the ground with a thud. But he didn't buckle down in pain or stop fighting, no. He knew if he were to stop here, he would most certainly die. So he began to swing his remaining claw at Nero while also simultaneously trying to dodge Anastasia's attacks. Cling, cling, cling. The sound of metal clashing against metal continued to echo as Nero deflected each of Magnus' attacks, while Anastasia tried to create an opening. Quish! Without warning, Anastasia fell to her knees and spun in a sweeping motion, aiming to knock Magnus off his feet. Swish! Magnus jumped up to avoid the leg sweep, but it was a mistake. While he was in midair, Nero spun his body and executed a spinning backslash, aiming for Magnus' unguarded back. Cling! But Magnus unnaturally twisted his body midair and used his remaining claw to block the attack aimed at his back. But he soon realized his error. With no footing to move in midair and no claws to block any further attack that might come his way, he was defenseless. He tried to cast a magic spell, but he was too late. Using this split second, I rushed at Magnus and unleashed a devastating horizontal slash with my bladed spear. Thwoosh! Cack! Thud! The air whistled as my spear sliced through the air, and then, with a sickening crunch, my blade connected with Magnus' neck. Blood spurted out in a crimson arc as my blade sliced through flesh and bone, and I felt the resistance of Magnus' vertebrae before his head was severed from his body. His lifeless head dropped to the ground along with his decapitated body before it rolled away a few steps. It was over. I dropped to my knees as I felt adrenaline leaving my system. My head felt light, and my heart violently pounded against my chest. I quickly took off my mask and stashed it back in the pocket space of my smart bracelet along with my spear. Since I wasn't able to see anything in the dark after taking off my mask, my other senses were heightened to the limit, and I could feel my heart slamming against my chest all the more. I knew we had won, but still, it was a close call. I mean, Nero is uselessly strong, so it wasn't truly a life-or-death battle for him, but at least for me, it was. This incident once again served as a stark reminder that I needed to get much stronger than I am currently. Acquiring relics, getting my potential to mythical rank, and crafting battle plans won't cut it. I needed real strength. Ha! I sat there in the silence and darkness for what felt like an eternity, lost in my own thoughts. Perhaps Anastasia and Nero were feeling the same way, drained from the battle, so I didn't hear them speaking either. Around us, the wounded cadets cried out in pain and agony while the unconscious ones lay out cold, but their voices faded into the background as I closed my eyes. I had survived the first arc of the story, and I felt like I deserved a well-earned rest. My mind began to drift off as I settled into a comfortable position. The ground was cold and hard, but it didn't matter. All I wanted to do now was take a short nap. All my tasks at hand were cleared, and I survived, ready to enter the second arc of the story. Chapter 150. After we managed to take down the vampire assassin, the medical team and military police arrived on the scene. Yeah, even in a world where people could teleport or fly, the police still had trouble arriving on time. This proves it. Even if you're living in a fantasy world or a normal one, you can never count on the police to arrive on time. Anyway, we were eventually evacuated from the hall upon their arrival. The medical team quickly tended to the injured ones while the police gathered those who were unharmed. Before being escorted to receive medical attention and join the others, the military police commissioner asked us a few questions. Right now, I was taking a walk with bandages concealed beneath my shirt, wrapped around my abdomen. Yeah, turns out, I had broken a rib. But after having some painkillers and a healing potion, I could already feel better. Just outside the banquet hall, the medical team had established an emergency camp where the sounds of people crying and muffled screams filled the air. As I made my way through the street, I could see a crowd of people gathered just outside the barricade set up by the military police to prevent civilians from entering the area. Among the throng were family members of the banquet attendees, curious onlookers, and news reporters covering the events that took place there. As I walked past them, I heard an elven reporter reciting a piece of paper in her hand to the camera. In a banquet hall located in the capital city of the central continent, Silverserine, today on April 12, 2723, at approximately 5:30 p.m., a tragic event unfolded. 2 vampires entered and went on a killing spree, resulting in numerous casualties. Fortunately, some first-year cadets and retired soldiers were present and were able to minimize the number of fatalities. Despite their efforts, the vampires were too powerful and used a mass mind control spell to turn the attendees against each other. Amidst the ensuing chaos, 3 cadets bravely rose to the challenge, successfully defeating the vampires and preventing a potentially more catastrophic outcome. Moving past them, I kept walking. The first arc of the main story, A Massacre of the Silverserine City, is over. Although there were some alterations in the flow, everything ultimately fell into place. Egglesnell, just like in the novel, Nero and Anastasia played a major role in thwarting the vampire attack. Also, just like in the novel, the news of the event is spreading fast. Nero's popularity will soon rise in the world after his name appears in this incident, and the rumor about him being able to absolutely control all the elements. However, unlike in the novel, there was also a major change in the ending of the arc. I was the one who dealt the final blow to Magnus, not Nero. Although no one knows this right now, after we get back to the academy, we will have to submit a detailed report of the event. I can only assume what will happen from here on out. Ha, it will be a drag. Why didn't you use your gift? Why didn't you save her? As I was gathering my thoughts, a loud, enraged voice pierced my ears. Turning my head towards the source of the commotion, I saw a tall, somewhat overweight individual gripping Nero by the collar. Nero had bandages wrapped around his head and hand. Even as the chubby boy continued to bellow at him, Nero remained silent and motionless. I didn't bother to pay much attention to the content of his rant, but I did catch the gist of it. Apparently, this chubby guy's girlfriend had been killed earlier by Magnus, and he was now yelling at Nero and holding him accountable for her death. Why was he blaming him, one may ask? Well, given that this guy was in our class, he was sure to have participated in the mock war alongside us. As a result, he would have witnessed Nero's extraordinary ability to fully manipulate a fundamental element. If Nero wanted, he could have summoned one of his heavenly swords to quickly eliminate both vampires and save everyone. However, he chose not to exercise that option. This was precisely why he was now being subjected to the angry outburst. And it wasn't only the chubby boy who was pointing fingers at him, other cadets were doing it as well. Numerous cadets had their faces twisted with fury and were glaring at Nero, forming a ring around him. Just as what happened in the aftermath of the first arc in the novel, everyone was blaming Nero. They were accusing him of being heartless and a monster for not utilizing his gift to save everyone who had died. In a sense, their outburst was justified. The death toll from the incident was staggering. 40 people lost their lives, including 6 of our fellow classmates and comrades in arms. Additionally, 63 individuals had sustained injuries, and 3 remained unaccounted for. Nero was the only person among us who had the power to prevent this tragedy, but he chose not to use that power. However, what they failed to comprehend was the reason behind Nero's reluctance to use his gift. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, there were already rumors flying about his godlike gift. Although there was no solid proof yet, he wanted to avoid solidifying that rumor. Secondly, unlike in the virtual world, if he were to use his gift in the real world, there would be consequences. He would have to sacrifice a small portion of his life energy to summon the heavenly swords. And while he himself didn't care about sacrificing his life in return for saving others, his master did. After the mock war, Liz had absolutely restricted Nero from using his gift unless his own life was in danger. Disobeying her instructions would result in Liz relinquishing her role as his master, a consequence that Nero did not want to face. Well, that doesn't have anything to do with me, I sighed and resumed walking. While I felt sorry for Nero, I wasn't about to jump in and defend him. This experience was essential for his character development. Being ostracized by his peers would only strengthen his resolve to become more powerful. Moreover, he had allies willing to stand up for him. Anastasia stepped forward and shielded Nero from the angry gazes of the furious crowd while pushing aside the chubby guy. Back off, all of you, she commanded. Amelia quickly chimed in, don't you know that gifts as strong as Nero's always have consequences? It's evident that he didn't use his gift because there was bound to be a drawback. Elijah also quickly stepped up and stood in front of the crowd of angry cadets to add, yes, imagine if that consequence was significant enough to put his own life at risk. You don't expect him to sacrifice his life to save yours, do you? So what if we do? We're going to be soldiers one day. It's our duty to use our strength to protect the weak, someone from the crowd exclaimed. Chase, who appeared behind Elijah, supported him since he still had his wounded back. No, a soldier's job is to fight, he countered. Nero fought when everyone else fell. I believe he did his job. Anastasia nodded in agreement. Chase is right. Nero did his part in the battle. He fought with us and saved as many lives as he could. The main characters continued their argument, and gradually, the crowd of angry cadets fell silent. It wasn't that their anger had vanished, rather, they had run out of valid points to make. It was a natural outcome. As mere extras and side characters, they had no right to argue with the central figures of the story. Damn, these guys know how to argue, right? Just as I was walking, I bumped into someone. It was Hugh. He looked at me and pointed back at the main characters. The charisma they carry, he remarked. It's almost as if they are the brightest people in the world. Like everything revolves around them, and we are nothing but side characters in their story. Yeah, I nodded after a brief moment of hesitation. So, what about you? Do you blame Nero for not using his gift too? Nah, Hugh shook his head. I don't have any friends who died or got injured during the whole thing, so I don't really care. Actually, I don't have a friend to begin with, haha. Wow, that's sad. Really, not even one? I asked. You are pretty talkative in class. I thought an outgoing person like you is bound to have at least a friend or two. He's the first to raise his hand at a question and the first to arrive in the class. He also actively participates in all of the class activities. However, according to Elijah, he doesn't talk much in private. Hugh Jass, he's one weird guy. No, Hugh shook his head. I don't really get along with most people since I like to keep to myself. I see, I nodded my head slightly before shrugging and walking away. Okay, see you back at the academy. Hugh Jass, just you wait. I will uncover who you are one day. But before then, I have other problems to deal with. For starters, the second arc will start once we get back to the academy, the King's Tournament arc. I seriously need a long nap. Chapter 151. After receiving medical treatment and being questioned by the military police commissioner, we were permitted to leave. The walk back to the hotel was quiet as we realized that we were now less in number than we were when we came to this city. Interestingly, unlike in the novel, where around 20 cadets were killed out of 89 during the massacre, in this reality, only 6 died. Surprisingly, despite the fact that 2 vampires attacked us instead of 1, and even though it wasn't my intention, my active participation in the story's plot resulted in us saving more lives than the main characters did in the novel. Although I think I was the one who caused 2 vampires to attack us instead of 1 to begin with. But let's not point fingers, yeah? Besides, I got a lot of edit points out of this whole ordeal, so I am happy. Edit points, 3,578 . After arriving at the hotel, we took a short rest before being accompanied by 5 senior instructors from the academy. Even though we were going to use the teleportation gate to go back, they still came since they had to inspect the banquet hall and handle some police affairs. And the dead bodies of the cadets who died will also be retrieved by them. The academy will hand out those dead bodies to their families themselves. Currently, we were on the rooftop of the skyscraper where the teleportation gate was located. As I looked up at the night sky, which was adorned with a twinkling stream of stars, I found myself unable to contain a deep sigh. We were about to get back to the academy. This means the King's Tournament arc was about to start. You see, the Cadet Council President at Global Military Academy is not elected through voting but rather through a sports tournament. It's quite clear where I am going with all this, isn't it? In just a few weeks, our semester exams will begin. Upon their completion, the first and second year cadets will participate in the anticipated sports tournament, the King's Tournament. The winner of that sports tournament will be crowned as the new president of the academy. When the academic year comes to an end and the third year cadets, along with the current Cadet Council President, will graduate, the crowned president will officially take over as the new head of the council. It's a highly prestigious position that comes with immense responsibility, and the King's Tournament is the ultimate test to determine who is worthy of holding that title. Now, I personally am not particularly fond of titles or power. I much rather prefer to operate from the shadows and manipulate events from behind the scenes. However, I have made a promise to Quinn that I will take care of Kai Wiseman by the time of the tournament. In hindsight, I'm beginning to realize that promising Quinn to that wasn't the wisest decision. Why is that, one may ask? Well, in the heat of the moment when I made him that promise, I forgot that a vampire attack was set to occur during the King's tournament at the Academy. This time, the vampires won't be mere assassins or spies, rather, they'll be highly skilled soldiers. Their objective will be to eliminate Nero Dekrauf. He would have gained worldwide popularity by that time, due to the rumors about his supposed gift to possess absolute control over an element spreading. My point is it would be difficult for me to deal with both Kai Wiseman and the vampire assault side by side. At first, I thought that I would leave the task of handling the impending vampire assault to Nero. However, recent events have made it painfully clear that I can no longer rely on the novel's predetermined plotline. The mere fact of my presence in this reality creates a continuous ripple effect, constantly altering events and outcomes. Thus, I cannot even consider the novel's events as a reliable reference point anymore. That means I have to actively participate in the vampire assault during the King's tournament. I can't make the mistake of relying on the main characters like I did earlier today since it almost got me killed. I have to be prepared for the unexpected dangers that lie ahead. I can't wait for threats to come to me, I have to take the fight to them. I can't be defensive and react to events as they happen. Instead, I need to predict and plan for every possibility, think strategically, and, most importantly, grow stronger. I can already see that it's going to be a drag. Fine, I have decided. First, I'll deal with Kai Wiseman and then craft strategies to deal with the vampire assault during the tournament. I will take one problem at a time, solve them, and make it through the second arc of the main story just like I survived the first one. Hey-oh! Clap! I heard a voice exclaim, interrupting my thoughts. A hand slammed against my shoulder and wrapped around me. I knew who it was. It was Kent. When will you stop jumping on me? I asked, recognizing his voice and turning my head to look at him. When did I ever do something like that? Hee, Kent replied with a shameless grin plastered on his face. I sighed and stroked my eyebrows before remembering something. How are your injuries? I asked. Eagles Knoff 1, oh, yeah, I'm good now, Kent nodded, checking his body with a short glance before turning to me. Thank you for asking and giving me that healing potion. Don't mention it, I waved my hand dismissively. Yeah, though I still feel bad that I wasn't able to help you guys fight against that vampire, Kent said before letting out a dejected sigh and dropping his head. Kent, you were injured, I reminded him and patted his back. It's not your fault that you couldn't fight. Don't beat yourself up about it. Besides, this wasn't the last fight we had to face. There are many more battles ahead of us. You'll get your chance to shine and help then. True, Kent nodded, letting out another sigh. But then, as if he remembered something, he quickly turned his head towards me. By the way, I heard it was you who dealt the last blow to that vampire, he said. I frowned. Where did you hear that from? This news shouldn't have spread this fast. I mean, almost everyone knew that Anastasia, Nero, and I fought against Magnus, but they should assume it was Nero who dealt the last blow, not me. Until we submit our detailed reports to the Academy, no one should know that it was me. Well, I actually overheard Anastasia and Nero talking about it while I was in the infirmary, Kent explained, scratching the back of his head. I see, I muttered understandingly. It's true. But I need you to keep this news to yourself. I don't want any unnecessary attention right now. Got it, Kent nodded in agreement. But hey, you're really something else. Taking down a vampire like that, I mean. It's pretty amazing, Lucas. I chuckled softly, seeing the stars in his eyes. Thanks, but it was a team effort. I couldn't have done it without Anastasia and Nero. I wasn't lying. I may have dealt the last blow, but I alone couldn't have done it without Nero and Anastasia keeping him occupied. In terms of strength and skills, they both were on par with Magnus. One can even argue that I just stole their kill. Okay, everyone. Listen to me here. Form a neat line and enter the gate one by one in an orderly manner. We are going back to the global city. Before Kent and I could continue our conversation, one of the senior instructors who came to escort us back yelled to gain our attention. The elven woman managing the teleportation gate pressed a button on her desk, and a glowing violet rapture in the fabric of space appeared in front of us. One by one, the cadets started to walk through the teleportation gate, disappearing into thin air, happy to return to the safe sanctuary that is the Global Academy. As I returned to my apartment after saying goodbye to Kent and collapsed onto my bed, a deep sense of contentment washed over me. Over the past few months, this place has truly become my home. It's true what they say, there's no place like home. Actually, I'd like to improve on that saying, there's no bed like your own. Who are Tilda? With a contented yawn, I realized I had earned a good night's rest. I was going to sleep soundly tonight and enjoy every minute of it. I wasn't going to let anything disturb me tonight. Yeah, no one can disturb me tonight, ding, dong. Fuck. Just as I was about to fall into my sweet slumber, I heard my doorbell ringing. Arg. Rolling my eyes and grunting in frustration, I yelled, coming. Click, walking over to the door, I clicked it open and looked for the person who dared to disturb my rest. Good evening, cadet ranked 116969, Lucas Morningstar. Only turns out it wasn't a person, but a robot who came to disturb me. A worker robot, to be specific, the droids who clean the streets and help with all kinds of stuff in the city. What is it? Someone sent me a parcel, maybe? I frowned. But even as I asked him that, I saw no parcel in the robot's hands. Then why was a worker robot at my door? Negative. No one has sent you a parcel. Instead, you have been summoned by someone. Someone has called for me. The frown on my face deepened upon hearing the robot's mechanical voice. Who? I asked. Your weapon arts instructor, Leo Kirogami. Chapter 152. It was 11:43 p.m. As the azure moon was about to hit its zenith, the night sky came alive with a breathtaking display of twinkling stars. The fervent glow of the moon cast a gentle light that illuminated the darkness of the night, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. The streets were devoid of any and all human presence. The only movement came from the machines, such as the sleek cabs being expertly operated by robotic drivers. The Academy's AI, Athena, is responsible for the upkeep of the city. She employs these droids to clean the city and repair the vandalized public property, if there is any, among other tasks, during the night. Instructors, cadet council members, and the disciplinary committee of the academy can also use these robots manually, or ask for assistance from Athena if they need any task done by them. I assume our weapon arts instructor did the same? I don't know. However, what baffles me is why he would be calling me at such a late hour. But why me? I didn't think he even remembered my name, I pondered. Despite attending his class, he never seemed to acknowledge my presence, leading me to believe that I was invisible to him. The only time he spoke to me was when I was practicing my archery form. I was doing my footwork wrong, so he came to me and corrected me before quickly moving on without a second glance. And it wasn't just me who received this treatment, no. He was equally indifferent to other cadets, including high-ranking ones like Nero, Anastasia, and Amelia. Even in the novel, when Nero killed him during the War of Union, he didn't have a single expression on his face as he said, "Is that all you can do?" Leo Kirigami was, in my opinion, the most indifferent person in this story. It was hard to catch his interest. So I couldn't help but wonder why he was calling for me, especially since he had never shown any interest in my presence before. It seemed odd that someone who ignored high-ranking cadets would call on me out of the blue. My mind began to race, and I briefly considered the possibility that he had somehow found out about my knowledge of his affiliation with the Spider organization, but quickly, I dismissed the thought as irrational and highly unlikely. After all, how could he possibly know? Maybe I'm overthinking things again. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Leo Kirigami was one of the instructors who came to Silvesterine to escort us back. He also attended some police affairs there and inspected the banquet hall where the surprise vampire attack took place. Maybe he just wanted to ask me some questions regarding that. Yeah, that must be it. With that thought in mind, I headed to the train station and hopped on the train that would take me to the inner district. After a short journey, the train came to a halt, and I disembarked. From there, I hailed a cab to take me to the heart of the second inner district, the place where the instructors and professors stayed in the global city. The worker robot that had interrupted me earlier had provided me with Leo's address, which made it easier to locate his residence. However, even with the address in hand, finding the place proved to be a bit of a challenge. Just a bit. I wandered around for a while, getting lost a few times before I finally stumbled upon his address. As it turned out, his place was located only a short 2-minute walk from the train station. Me and my direction blindness. Anyway, after arriving at his apartment door, I politely knocked a few times. Knock, 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 sensei? Coming. Almost immediately a voice came from behind the door, and the sound of elegant footsteps followed shortly after. Within seconds, the door swung open, revealing a tall, well-built man with long crimson hair pulled back into a man bun. He was dressed in a loose black tracksuit that emphasized his slim yet muscular physique. As he glared at me with his bright red eyes, I couldn't help but notice the long scar that ran down his left cheek. Damn, he was scary up close. Lucas Morningstar, come in. After greeting me with a nod, he turned and led the way inside his apartment, motioning for me to follow him. Well, would you look at that? He does remember my name. Taking in a deep breath, I stepped inside his apartment. The interior was a beautiful blend of modern and traditional Japanese styles. My eyes darted around, taking in the intricate details of the decor. The furniture was minimalistic yet elegant, with clean lines and natural finishes. The color scheme was mostly composed of earthy tones, with pops of red and black accents. Please, have a seat, Leo gestured to the couch in the living room. I obliged and sat back on the couch. Leo took a seat opposite me. He poured me a cup of green tea from the teapot placed on the center table and stared at me intently for a few seconds. After a few moments of silence, he finally spoke up. I've called you here because I wanted to ask you about something regarding what happened today, Lucas. I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over me as my initial suspicions were confirmed. It seemed like he just wanted to question me about today's events, which meant I wasn't in any trouble. Good. This is good. Suppressing a sigh of relief, I nodded in agreement. However, I couldn't help but furrow my brows the next moment. Sensei, if it's just that then you could have called me during academy hours, I said. Leo shook his head, dismissing my suggestion. I doubt what I'm going to talk about with you is something that I'll report to the academy. So it's better if I do this outside of academy hours. He replied. It was a smartphone. An advanced version of it, I mean. From the screen of the smartphone, a holographic display projected out in the air in front of me. On the holographic screen, a video started playing that caught my attention almost instantly. With eyes filled with confusion, I gazed at the video before me as Leo's voice echoed in the background, asking, "Is that you?" The video was a bird's-eye view recording of the fight we had earlier today against the two vampires. Despite the darkness and smoke-filled obstructing the camera, there was a brief moment when the smoke dissipated, and the hall was illuminated with light. In that fleeting moment, the silhouette of a young man emerged, with fiery red and piercing silver eyes. He looked slightly taller than me. He tightly grasped a long, shiny red-bladed spear in his hands. With a powerful swing, the entire blade of his spear radiated a dazzling azure glow that dispersed the smoke around him and brought forth a radiant illumination, revealing him and his surroundings. I was at a loss for words. Did I miss a security camera? I thought I spotted them all and disabled them in time to match my attack. No, it couldn't be. I can't ever make such a big blunder. I definitely spotted every security camera there was. I am sure of it. Then what was this? Where did he get this video from? Even though I was confused and gazillions of questions were bombarding my mind, I didn't let anything show on my face. The boy in the video was in no way similar to me in terms of physical appearance. No one, not even Leo Kirigami, the second coming of the Sword Saint himself, can tell it's actually me in disguise. Unless I admit to it, there is no proof. Is that you? Leo repeated his question. No, I confidently shook my head. That's not me. You're lying, Leo pointed out instantly. Sensei, I am not lying. That's not me. Leo shook his head and let out a sigh. I advise you to stop lying. I know it's you. I have confirmed with Nero and Anastasia. According to them, you were the one who dealt that vampire the final blow and killed him. Fuck. No, it's fine. It's not a blunder yet. I can still turn this around. Lying is my specialist. I can lie my way through this like I have done all my life. Sensei, it was dark and chaotic. Many things were happening simultaneously, and we were confused beyond words. It was hard to make sense of what was going on, I said. Taking a deep breath, I continued. Even though I thought it was me who killed the vampire, in this video, it's clear that it wasn't me. It was someone else. Someone else, you say? Leo arched an eyebrow. He got up on his feet and stood in front of me, towering over me. Someone else who knows the secret weapon art of the Morningstar family. Chapter 153. What? Fuck. How did he know about it? How did he know about the secret weapon art of the Morningstar family? Just how? Despite being widely known and crowned as the strongest polearm weapon art, it's an art that no one outside our family, the Morningstar family, should recognize. All those individuals who have ever gotten the chance to witness the Dawnbreaker in action either haven't survived to tell the tale about it, or are affiliated with Reynold Morningstar himself. I mean, it's called the secret weapon art of Morningstars for a reason. While it's possible that there may be other witnesses to the Dawnbreaker technique, such as war survivors, it's highly unlikely that they would be able to recognize it immediately. Only those within our family or closely affiliated with the Morningstars should be able to do that. If I were to trust Lucas' memories, even Reynolds' own kids, aside from Lucas himself, had never seen the Dawnbreaker. Yelena knows about it now after all these years since our father wants her to acquire it. However, even Adele, the designated heir to the Morningstar family, may not know the specifics of what the Dawnbreaker entails. This only means one thing: Leo Kirigami was bluffing. Yes, there is no doubt about it. This has to be a bluff, I'm sure of it. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I slightly furrowed my brows in a frown, faking a confused expression on my face. I am the trash of the Morningstar family, or as the public would like to call me, the Fallen One. Okay, no one calls me that, but it sounds cool. My mana core rank potential is barely average, and my behavior has been so intolerable that my father disowned me. Given all of that, it wouldn't be surprising if I couldn't recognize the Dawnbreaker technique when compared to my siblings, Adele and Yelena. So I'll act like I don't recognize it because, technically, it was never taught to me anyway. As I gave my response, Leo shook his head in disappointment. Lucas Morningstar, I brought you here to get the truth from you before deciding whether or not to report this to the Academy. Egglesnell, my frown deepened as he continued. But if you insist on denying it, I'll have no choice but to turn over this footage to the Academy. After a brief pause, he added while pointing his index finger at me, however, if you confess now and admit that you are the red-headed boy in the footage, I promise to keep it a secret and ensure that no one else sees this footage. Damn. I have to admit Leo's strategy is effective. He first presented me with a problem, and now he himself is offering a solution to that problem while also acting as the bigger man. But it's all right. Regardless of what he claims, there is no concrete evidence to support his accusations. Without my confession, the security camera footage alone is not enough to prove that I am the red-headed boy in question. I started to speak, but Leo cut me off. Before you try to deny my allegations, let me assure you that I have a way to obtain solid proof. I will ask Athena to search the dimensional storage of your smart bracelet right now. If I find the red spear that was used by the boy in the security camera footage, I will report it to the Academy. So why not come clean and confess? If you do, I'll keep my promise to help you keep your secret hidden, he said. What? I exclaimed, my eyes widening in shock. You don't have the authority to do that. I don't give you consent to search my belongings. Leo's lips curved into a smirk. I don't have the authority to do that. Are you absolutely certain? What? This can't be happening. Leo Kirigami can't possibly have the authority to search a cadet's belongings without orders from the Cadet Council. Or can he? Damn it. Is this just another one of his bluffs, or is he telling the truth? So you have 3 seconds to decide, Leo spoke before initiating a countdown. 3. Fuck. 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 This can't be happening. I should have put my spear in the dimensional ring I got from Reyna. Damn it. Arg. 2. No, calm down. Let's think about this rationally. He shouldn't have the authority to commence a search, I am sure of it. So this has to be a bluff. Yes, he's bluffing again. 1. Leo's voice brought me back to reality. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. If he was bluffing, then I had nothing to worry about. But what if he wasn't? If he found the spear in my dimensional bracelet, it would reveal that I was the one who killed the vampire at the masquerade party using a powerful spear art. That would ruin my whole plan of deceiving Kai Wiseman and making him think I'm not the guy he's looking for. I had to make a decision. Do I take the risk and refuse the search, or do I comply and admit to being the red-headed boy? Time's up. Yes, it's me. Before Leo could finish his countdown, I admitted. Leo raised an eyebrow in unexpected surprise. So I was right. It is you. Yes, I nodded. Leo took a few steps back and slumped down on the couch behind him. He crossed his legs and stroked his chin, engrossed in deep thoughts. Okay, Leo nodded suddenly, glancing back at me. I will delete the footage and keep my promise. I won't report this to the Academy. Before I could let out a sigh of relief, Leo continued. But before I do that, he raised his index finger. I need you to answer some of my questions. Although his face was still emotionless, his tone was filled with what I could only assume to be excitement. Was he finding this situation amusing? There's nothing I can do, though. In a resigned tone, I nodded back and answered. Okay. Chapter 154. So start by telling me, why did you put on a disguise? Leo questioned. I sighed, knowing this was going to be the first thing he would ask. But since I had to answer, I did. I don't want people to know about my spearmanship yet. Besides, since my father never taught me that weapon art himself, it's basically stolen. Understandable, Leo nodded. But why don't you want others to know about your spearmanship? I have someone I think I'm going to fight in the near future. He is stronger than me, considerably so. It's only natural that I would want to keep my battle prowess hidden for him to not know what I am capable of during our fight. True, Leo nodded again. And just who is this person you're expecting to fight? I would like to keep it a secret, I firmly answered. Sure, Leo shrugged slightly. But before we move on, I have to ask you this. I found evidence of a time bomb placed under the power circuit of the banquet hall's building. As I frowned, realizing where this inquiry session was headed, Leo continued. Someone intentionally placed it there. Then I also found several smoke bombs in the air vents of the hall. Not only that, but someone also intentionally took out batteries from the security cameras, he informed before taking a brief pause. After a few seconds, he finally asked me the question. So, tell me, were they placed by you to hide your identity? Nope, I lied through my teeth. Revealing myself as the red-headed boy is one thing, but I sure as hell am not going to admit to placing bombs throughout a public place. Heh, Leo smirked. Okay, I will not press you for this. There is something about you, Lucas Morningstar. I can't put my finger on it, but you are not normal. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Is he insulting me now? Does he want to fight? Oh, I'll fight him all right. But all things aside, color me impressed, Lucas Morningstar, Leo flashed a bright smile. Wow, I never knew his face was capable of forming a smile. But it only lasted for a split second as in the next moment, his expression returned to his usual stoic one. It's flattering, but I didn't do everything, I waved my hands. In fact, without Nero and Anastasia assisting me, even with the Dawnbreaker, I couldn't have killed that vampire. Maybe, but I'm not talking about it, Leo shook his head. While reviewing the footage from the security cameras before their power was cut, I saw your fight against the female vampire. Oh, that, I raised my eyebrows. I was only able to kill her because I had a light element enchanted spear before I could continue, however, Leo cut me off. Yeah, I'm not talking about that either. When you were charging toward the female vampire with your group, one of your classmates jumped in front of you. You stabbed him without any hesitation and kept rushing forward. Not many people can do that. I see, I took a deep breath. It wasn't very right of me to do that, was it? What are you talking about? Leo looked at me with a confused frown as if I had said something completely ridiculous. I mean, I stabbed a fellow cadet in arms, I pointed out. I injured my own comrade. Which isn't right, Leo cut me off again. Lucas, right now, you are weak. And the weak do not have the luxury of showing mercy. If you are weak, you have to strike first and show no mercy, or else you will be crushed by the strong. When I heard him say those words to me, a weight that I didn't know I was carrying lifted from my heart. From the moment I left that little girl, Mary, to die in the slums, I had constantly been feeling guilty about it at the back of my mind. But now, the realization hit me. I had to kill her because I was weak. Had I been a little stronger, I could have killed Raina on my own and not used a little child as a hostage like a coward. If I had been stronger, I could have let Mary go because then I wouldn't have feared her becoming a threat to me in the future. Had I been a little stronger, I could have subdued that classmate of mine without having stabbed him to stop him. I had to do all that because I was weak. I had no room to show mercy. What's your mana core rank, by the way? Leo's voice brought me back to reality. I shook my head to rearrange my thoughts before answering. Gold 3. My potential is gold 3. A shame, Leo commented. But considering the fact that you, albeit imperfectly, learned the first step of one of the strongest polearm weapon art in the world, Dawnbreaker, on your own, you must have a talent for martial arts. I guess? I mean, I know I have a talent for martial arts. Lucas was called a prodigy in his childhood because he was talented in many things, including martial arts. That was, of course, before he decided to throw it all down the drain and ruin his life by indulging in all sorts of wrong things. Have you tried learning any other martial arts? Leo asked. Other than the one I gave you, I mean. I nodded. Aside from 1000 lightning needles strike of the bow art you gave me, I have learned 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast. Leo raised his eyebrows. 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast? It's a Mount Hua martial art if I remember correctly, right? Yes, I nodded. It's a level 3 weapon art. Yes, it's a tough one, Leo nodded. How much have you mastered it? 87%, I answered. For a second, Leo looked at me in silence before he opened his mouth. What? 80. Before I could answer again, Leo interjected. When did you start learning it? Last month, I replied. Ha. Chapter 155. Traying, as the alarm ring disrupted my peaceful sleep, I attempted to cover my head with the pillow to dampen the noise in my ears. However, the persistent ringing of the alarm refused to subside. In the end, I reluctantly sat up and rubbed my bleary eyes. Upon checking the clock with my blurry vision, I found out it was only 4:50 a.m. right now. Arg. It was early morning, and I groaned at the thought of facing the day ahead. Dragging myself out of bed, I shuffled to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away the remnants of sleep. As I brushed my teeth, I tried to motivate myself for the day ahead and reminded myself of the tasks I needed to accomplish before the second arc of the story starts. Eventually, I managed to shake off the last vestiges of drowsiness and began to get dressed for the academy after taking a refreshing yet short shower. With each article of clothing I put on, I felt a sense of readiness, as if I was preparing for battle. Why in the world was I being so dramatic, one may ask? Because I might very well be actually preparing for a battle. Yeah, I didn't get up so early in the morning for nothing. I hate early mornings. The thing is, last night after Leo's inquiry session with me was over, he asked me to come to the training hall today before 5:30. After I told him about my progress in learning a level 3 weapon art in just under a month, he said he wanted to test me. Yeah, I didn't understand what the fuck it meant either. When I asked him to explain, he simply said that he wanted to observe me in a live fight. Apparently, being able to learn a level 3 weapon art in such a small amount of time is an incredible feat. I didn't know that. Since the novel was from Nero's perspective and he was shown to learn all the level 3 weapon arts in mere days, I thought I was doing average, if not bad. It seems that I've acquired not only Lucas' memories but also his talent from when he was a child. Anyway, knowing Leo's character, I doubt he would ask me to fight with a combat doll. He would definitely fight me himself. What I wanted to know was, why? Just why was he doing it? Isn't he one of the legs of the spider? Shouldn't he have much more important matters to attend than testing a very, very handsome cadet like me? Heh. I mean, he never showed any interest in any of the other cadets before this. So why was he taking such an interest in me? Even if I believe it's because of my talent, there were more talented individuals than me present in this academy. Even with talent, I can't be called heaven-defying. So that should not be enough to pique his interest. I don't know. To be honest, if I could, I would just avoid him. I don't want to associate with a terrorist, or should I say a separatist, more than I have to. I don't want to catch the attention of central government officials, after all. It's fine. I'll just entertain him this one time by complying with his test and then stray clear from him. Anyway, I was dressed up, I walked over to my closet and opened it to take out a backpack. Opening its zipper, I took out the beast egg and gently yet carefully clutched it between my arms. I sat back on the edge of my bed and quickly started channeling mana into it. I didn't channel too much mana into it since I had to spar in a few minutes, only a small portion from my mana pool. After a few minutes, I stopped and got up to leave my apartment. Upon making sure that I had locked the door, I let out a deep breath and walked off. In just under a few minutes, I reached the academy and arrived in front of the training hall. I looked in and saw a rather handsome man with waist-long red hair sitting cross-legged on the matted floor. He had his eyes closed as he appeared to be in a deep state of meditation. Should I disturb him? I thought. But then I quickly remembered he was the one who called me here in the first place. Sensei, can I come in? I asked, finally deciding to disturb him. Leo opened his eyes and looked at me. A frown appeared on his face as he asked, Lucas, what are you doing here, huh? Did this old man hit his head somewhere? While trying to calm my twitching eyebrow, I replied. Sensei, you asked me to come here last night, remember? Oh, that? Leo arched his eyebrows as he remembered before a frown appeared back on his face. But I asked you to be here at 5:30, Lucas. 5:30 as in PM not AM. Oh Lord, forgive me, for I am about to kill someone. Leo's face remained stoic as he broke the silence with a calm voice, Lucas, I am joking. Come inside. Did you call me here this early in the morning to fuck with me with your dry sense of humor, you old bastard, is what I said in my mind. But since I had no intention of dying today, I kept my mouth shut and barely managed to flash a smile with my twitching lips. As Leo stood up, I went inside and faced him. You must know why I called you here, right? Leo said, gently touching a ring on his finger. Judging by all the runes engraved on the surface of that ring, I could only assume it to be a dimensional storage artifact. You mentioned you wanted to test me, whatever that means. So I guess you are going to spar with me? I answered in a questioning tone. Affirmative, Leo nodded his head. Sensei, can I ask why? With all due respect, you never showed interest in anyone's training before. So why now? I asked. Well, none of them possess the talent you do, Leo answered. They aren't worthy of my interest. Worthy of your interest? What are you, a god? Suppressing such thoughts, I retorted. That is not true. I said, there are many other cadets who are much more talented than me. Take Nero, Anastasia, or Amelia, for example. You should have known that to be the case if you had ever paid attention in your own class. Leo shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Anastasia's skill with the bow is impressive, but she's better suited for close combat from the way she moves. And as for Amelia, her talent in archery is exceptional, but she'll never be the best. Nero, on the other hand, is a true beast. His basic swordsmanship is so honed to the point where even I couldn't teach him anything in that regard. Oh? So he does pay attention to the students in his class. I never would have guessed. If you know all that, then I started to interject, but Leo held up a hand to stop me. But here's the thing, the names of the cadets you mentioned don't possess the same raw talent that you do. Sure, they can fight well, but the spark in their eyes is that of a protector, fighting to defend what they hold dear. You, on the other hand, look like you want to win at any cost. That look in your eyes is a rarity, and it reminds me of myself when I was younger. Yeah, I understood nothing of what he was saying. The look in my eyes? Is he trying to sound like an old cultivation master in Miram novels? Huh? Seeing the look of confusion and ridicule plastered on my face, Leo let out another sigh. If you don't understand what I said, then just think of it as my instincts. My gut feeling as a martial artist is telling me that you will surprise me. So I want to spar with you. Now that's what I can understand. A battle maniac martial artist wanting to fight someone he thinks is interesting. Yeah, that's the troop I am familiar with. Sway, now, after saying what he had to say, Leo summoned a katana from the pocket space of his dimensional ring. Ready your weapon. Chapter 156. Sway, Lucas summoned his bladed spear. As the weapon appeared in his hand with a flash of bright light, he pointed its bladed head at his opponent, Leo Kurogami. Slightly bending his knees, he assumed a basic spearman stance. A good stance, Leo thought in his head. Someone's fighting stance reveals a multitude of insights about them. It conveys the countless hours that they dedicated to honing their martial art, the harrowing battles they fought on the edge of life and death, and even their true nature and innermost thoughts. Lucas's current stance was undoubtedly strong, yet there was still a big room for improvement. Despite never showing it, Leo Kurogami had always harbored a certain level of interest toward Lucas, albeit not for positive reasons. Leo's curiosity stemmed partly from his own complicated history intertwined with the Morningstar family. Despite being their son, how could he be so weak? That's what Leo used to think. However, as time went on, Leo began to see a glimmer of familiar emotions in Lucas's eyes, sentiments he himself and his former friend Reynold had experienced during their youth. The longing for victory. To be able to do anything to win. Cross any limits and blur any lines of morality and possibilities. It was the unmistakable gaze of a warrior. Lucas carried within him not the demeanor of a guardian or survivor, but that of a true warrior, a rarity if he says so himself. Leo was confused. The rumors he had heard portrayed Lucas as nothing more than a wasted noble, someone who had given up on life due to a minor setback. But the Lucas he saw before him was someone else entirely when compared to the person he heard about in the rumors. He was the most laid-back person in Class 1A1 and not a tantrum-throwing noble who had reduced himself just to his name. Leo even learned that Lucas had played a significant role in their class's win during the mock war. Leo couldn't help but wonder at that moment, were the rumors about Lucas being a fallen genius even true? However, despite his ponderings, Leo realized that such matters held little significance to him. Without talent in martial arts or a high mana core potential, Lucas could never become strong. After all, sheer intelligence can only take a man so far in this world. Though the saying, knowledge is power, lingered in his thoughts, deep down, he knew that in this world, true power resided solely in one's physical prowess. He thought it was a shame. Despite being a Morningstar, Lucas didn't possess the same level of strength as his renowned parents. He wasn't a strong martial artist like his father, nor was he a brilliant mage like his mother. It was disheartening to witness someone who was not exceptional in any way. For some reason, this fact reminded Leo of him. He saw the remnants of his past in him. He heard echoes of his struggle reflecting off the silver-haired boy. But there was nothing he could do to help the child. After all, even if Leo was feeling bad about him, Lucas was a Morningstar. And Leo had learned from previous experiences to refrain from interfering with anyone from that family. Also, he had much more important matters to attend to than helping out a kid in need. However, fate had other plans. Last night when Leo was reviewing the video footage from the security cameras he acquired from the police, he saw someone utilizing a weapon art that he had hoped to never encounter again, the Dawnbreaker. After that, he consulted with Nero and Anastasia regarding who that fighter was since he didn't recognize him as someone from Class 1A1. To his surprise, Nero and Anastasia revealed that the only other person involved in the battle during the last few minutes alongside them was Lucas. However, they admitted that they hadn't witnessed how Lucas managed to kill the vampire, yet they confirmed that it was indeed Lucas who struck the final blow. Leo's confusion deepened. The revelation of Lucas's involvement in such a remarkable feat raised further questions about the true nature of the young Morningstar. After all, to Leo's knowledge, Reynold had never officially taught the Dawnbreaker to anyone else aside from Yelena. And what he saw being performed in the security camera footage was the first step of the Dawnbreaker technique. That must only mean that Lucas learned that first step by himself. That was an incredible feat. Dawnbreaker was an exceptionally hard weapon art to learn, especially since there are no written manuals for it. Yet, Lucas learned it. That's why Leo summoned him last night. Something about the boy was intriguing enough to even catch his eye. And he was proven correct. After talking to him, Leo discovered that Lucas had almost learned a level 3 weapon art in under a month without any guidance or instructions from anyone. Leo knew that Lucas had a little talent for martial arts from all the rumors he heard about him. But he had also heard that his talent was nothing too remarkably, just greatly above average, but nothing heaven-defying. Now for reference, it usually takes a normal person somewhere around 9 to 12 months to learn a level 3 weapon art, even with guidance. If that's not remarkable talent, then Leo couldn't understand what else is. So, if his kid really had this kind of talent, then how come Reynold Morningstar, one of the best martial artists that Leo knows, didn't see it? Why did he shun Lucas simply because he awakened a low mana core potential? Ugh, Leo groaned in his mind. I could never understand that guy. A whirlwind of emotion swept over Leo's mind, temporarily clouding his head with a mixture of nostalgia, rage, frustration, and bitterness. Reynolds' face flashed in his thoughts, evoking a surge of complex feelings within him. A bitter smile formed on his lips as Leo muttered in a whispering tone, and here I thought I had moved on from the past. Sheen. In the next moment, however, he shook his head and cleared his mind. Taking a deep breath next, Leo drew his katana from its sheath, the blade gleaming in the azure light as he coated it with mana. He extended his arms, firmly gripping the handle with both hands and positioned the katana close to his chest, assuming a traditional stance. With eyes fixed on Lucas, he nodded. Come. Chapter 157. Come. TSK, Lucas clicked his tongue while clutching the spear in his hand tighter. As soon as Leo took his stance, Lucas instinctively understood that he had no chance of defeating him. It was a stance that spoke of a man who had endured numerous life and death struggles and emerged triumphant from each one. The man known as the God of Battlefield. But it doesn't matter. Lucas never had any intention of winning anyway. He just needs to get through this little sparring session, and that's all. But still, what should he do? Leo asked him to come at him, but Lucas could not spot a single opening in his stance. It was simply too perfect. So should he wait? No, he thought. Instead of giving him a chance to come at me, I'll take the battle to him. Whoosh! With the thought of taking the lead in mind, Lucas willed mana into his legs and lunged forward at his opponent. Tack, closing the distance, Lucas unleashed a barrage of spear thrusts at Leo with fierce determination. Cling, cling, cling. With swift precision, Leo skillfully parried each of Lucas' thrusts, his katana serving as an impenetrable barrier against the onslaught. The metallic clashes of their weapons filled the air, and sparks erupted from the intense clashes. Damn it, Lucas thought in his mind, knowing that blindly attacking Leo like this would get him nowhere. Thwoo, hopping back a few steps, Lucas created some distance between himself and Leo, providing a brief respite to gather his thoughts. Aware that a different approach was necessary, Lucas began to brainstorm alternative strategies, searching for a way to engage Leo more effectively in their battle. You think too much, Leo suddenly spoke and channeled mana into his legs. Before Lucas could react or even respond to those words, Leo appeared right in front of him, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. In that split second, Leo capitalized on Lucas's momentary vulnerability. With a fluid motion, he executed a precise strike, aiming for a critical opening in the young Morningstar's defense. Swish! The blade of Leo's katana swiftly whistled through the air, guided by his years of combat experience. Cling! However, just as Leo's strike was about to connect, Lucas's instincts kicked in, and he managed to react in the nick of time. With a swift block of his spear, he diverted the trajectory of Leo's blade and narrowly avoided a devastating blow. Almost instantly, lifting up his right leg, Lucas threw a powerful forward kick with the intention of hitting Leo flat in the chest. But his kick met nothing but air. Leo effortlessly evaded the blow by twirling his body to the left. He's fast, Lucas thought in his mind. But before he could process any further thoughts, Leo capitalized on the opening, utilizing the momentum of his evasion. Swiftly, Leo spun on his left leg and twisted his body like a tornado. Thwack! With impeccable timing and precision, he threw a roundhouse kick that connected with a resounding impact against Lucas's abdomen, sending shockwaves through his body. The impact knocked the air out of Lucas and sent him hurtling backwards. Thud, thud. Eventually, he dropped and crashed to the ground, rolling and skidding several times before finally coming to a stop. Without wasting a moment, Lucas swiftly regained his balance and jumped back to his feet, showing no sign of pain. However, that was just an act in his poker face. In reality, a sharp pain in his abdomen persisted. It felt as if his ribs had been mercilessly crushed once more. Gritting his teeth, Lucas tightened his grip on his spear, his determination unyielding. Locking eyes with Leo, he swiftly assumed his stance again, refusing to allow the pain to hinder his resolve. Leo's voice reverberated with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Yes, that's what I was talking about. The look in your eyes right now, that's it. Despite knowing you can't win against me, you refuse to back down. The desire for victory runs deep within you. Lucas, still grimacing with determination, shook his head in disagreement, his voice strained. No, you're wrong. I don't seek victory. I don't even want to fight. It's too early in the morning, and all I truly want is some peaceful fucking sleep. A chuckle escaped Leo's lips. His laughter filled with a hint of cynicism. Ha ha ha. If you actually believe that, then you're not only lying to me but also to yourself. The fire in your eyes, the refusal to give up, it's evident in every move you make. You yearn to win. Ha, with a resigned sigh, Lucas came to the realization that arguing any further with this battle maniac would be pointless. Accepting the situation and ignoring the redhead's words, he focused his thoughts on his mana core. In an instant, a surge of mana emanated from Lucas's body, flowing outward in a brilliant azure hue. As the mana expanded, it coalesced and began to swirl around the tip of his spear. Mana burst. Lucas yelled, his voice resolute. Two small azure explosions went off beneath his feet, propelling him forward with incredible velocity, akin to a bullet shooting straight. In a sudden burst of speed, Lucas appeared right before Leo in the blink of an eye, his spear poised for an aggressive thrust. So, you weren't lying, Leo remarked, his eyebrows arching in genuine admiration. That's really the 16 movement lance style, blossom-shattering blast. As soon as he said that, Leo swiftly raised his sword, intercepting Lucas's spear mid-thrust. With a deft maneuver, he skillfully altered the direction of the spear, forcing it to veer to the left. Thruck! As Lucas' spear struck the ground, Leo was effectively able to disarm the silver-haired spearman momentarily. At that moment, a hint of disappointment tinged Leo's voice as he capitalized on the opening. But charging in blindly against me was a bad decision. I expected better from a Morningstar, he remarked, his tone laced with a touch of taunting. In the next moment, Leo quickly stepped in, intending to seize this opportunity and bring this spar to a decisive conclusion. Heh. However, to Leo's surprise, a mischievous smirk formed on Lucas's face. Perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor, Leo hesitated for a fraction of a second, questioning the meaning behind that expression. Sheen. In that fleeting moment, Lucas flicked his left wrist twice, and a hidden blade sprung forth from a concealed compartment under his sleeve. Lucas wasted no time and swiftly swung his bladed hand directly towards Leo's face. Caught off guard, Leo's eyes widened in astonishment and realization. A hidden blade? Leo exclaimed, his surprise evident. At that moment, the puzzle pieces fell into place. Lucas didn't charge blindly. No, he had a plan in motion. Lucas had intentionally baited Leo into blocking or parrying his attack, leaving himself intentionally vulnerable. It was a calculated maneuver designed to make Leo drop his guard and close the distance, trapping him in a false sense of security. Lucas had one final blow in mind, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the hidden blade concealed within his sleeve. Swish! Unfortunately for Lucas, he was up against the one known as the God of War. Leo never dropped his guard. He was ready. Reacting with lightning speed, Leo swiftly ducked, allowing Lucas' hidden blade to sail harmlessly over his head, missing its mark and cutting through nothing but air. From his low position, Leo spun on one foot, using the other to execute a sweeping motion that aimed to knock Lucas off his feet. Caught off balance by Leo's swift and skillful leg sweep, Lucas stumbled and lost his footing, ultimately falling to the ground. Thud. Eek. By the time Lucas fell, Leo was already on his feet. The tip of his katana found its mark, pressed firmly against the young Morningstar's throat. Arg, Lucas clenched his jaw, his teeth grinding together in frustration. Leo, raising an eyebrow, wore a taunting smile. You claim not to desire victory, yet your expression tells a different story, he remarked. Lucas felt a surge of anger at the sight of that smile, his blood boiling with intensity. OOF, if only looks could kill, Leo released a dry chuckle, sheathing his blade and taking several steps back. Get back on your feet, he beckoned. Lucas, his frustration evident on his face, grasped his spear on the ground and rose up. No more strategic plays this time, Leo declared, drawing his katana once more. You have got one shot. Come at me with everything you've got. Hearing Leo's words, Lucas tightened his grip on his spear and assumed a lower stance, bending his knees slightly. With a swift motion, he pulled back his weapon and settled into a sword-drawing stance. Leo felt the scar on his face throb as he witnessed Lucas employing a weapon art he was very familiar with. There it is, he thought, a mix of recognition and apprehension washing over him. No doubt about it. That is definitely Dawnbreaker. As Leo observed Lucas, a flicker of Reynold Morningstar's silhouette flashed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Leo cleared his mind and pulled back his own weapon. Infusing his blade with a surge of mana, causing it to radiate a vibrant azure glow, Leo bellowed, "Come!" Fwoosh! Fwoosh! Both warriors launched forward, their weapons ready to strike with lethal intent. This wasn't a spar anymore, this was a clash. Lucas, after coming close enough with Leo, unleashed a powerful horizontal slash with the blade of his spear. He exerted all his weight at the end of the spear's shaft while channeling every drop of mana he possessed into the blade. The air crackled with the energy around the blade of Lucas' spear as the force behind his attack surged forward. Swoosh, huh. But to Lucas's disbelief, as soon as his spear made contact with Leo's body, his body dissipated like a puff of smoke, vanishing into thin air. In its place, to Lucas's utter bewilderment, a multitude of Leo figures manifested all around him, approximately 20 in number. What the actual fuck? As each Leo charged at Lucas, he unleashed a relentless fury of spear thrusts against any figure that approached. With every successful strike of his spear, the illusionary Leos dissipated into nothingness, vanishing like wisps of smoke. These aren't real. Lucas thought out loud, his voice echoing in the midst of the intense battle. Somewhere among them, his true body must be hidden. Searching for me? At that very moment, a whisper brushed against Lucas's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Before he could fully react, he felt someone coming behind him. By the time he turned, Lucas saw a fist speeding toward his face at breakneck speed. Resigning, he dropped his shoulders in the face of inevitable defeat. Fuck me. Thwack. Chapter 158. Ha. Ha. Gasping for breath, I collapsed onto the ground, defeated and exhausted. My gaze fixated on the ceiling of the training hall as my mind constantly replayed the intense spar I had just experienced. My nose throbbed, and blood trickled down. Maybe it was broken. Yet, despite the physical discomfort, my mind remained preoccupied elsewhere, lost in its own thoughts and reflections. This won't cut it. I am nowhere near strong enough. At this rate, I will not survive the second arc of the main story. The problem isn't that I didn't have stronger weapon arts or more cheat relics. No, it's just that my battle prowess is simply laughable. I know how to use some weapon arts, but I don't know how to fight without them. I create too many unnecessary movements, make some very bad decisions and stuff like that. It's clear that I need to refine my fighting style and develop a better understanding of tactical choices regarding live combat. While I can manage to overpower an average cadet if I give it my all, it's clear that being above average is not sufficient. Because as I said, the challenges awaiting me in the second arc will be formidable, and if I want to ensure my survival, I must get stronger, and I need to do it fast. But how? How will I do that? While lost in thought, a voice suddenly exclaimed and interrupted me. Nice try. You actually surprised me. Oh. Your nose is bleeding. Are you all right? Leo appeared over my head, upside down in my vision. His eyes widened slightly in concern and surprise. I'm fine, I replied, sitting back straight before getting up. Although standing up hurt, I didn't let it show on my face. If we're done here, I'll get going. Just as I was about to exit the training hall after picking up my spear, Leo's voice stopped me. Wait a second, he called out, his tone urging me to halt. I turned back to face him, curious about what he had to say but still frustrated enough, maybe with myself, to roll my eyes. I couldn't help but notice one thing, Leo began, his eyes searching mine. There is more to you than what meets the eye. I see potential, but I also sense great hesitation within you. What are you, a Jedi Master, is what shot through my mind, but I stayed silent and continued to listen. It feels like you think too much before and after making a move, he explained. I can see why they call you a genius, they don't anymore, I interjected, but Leo continued on. But because you think too much, you make many mistakes while fighting. You make too many unnecessary movements, waste too much mana, and make bad decisions overall. Oh, and you think I'm not aware of that? So what should I do? I asked. Close off my mind and fight on my instincts like a fucking savage? A troubling expression washed over Leo's face before he simply shrugged his shoulders. What does that mean? I snapped, confused by his reaction. The troubling expression on Leo's face deepened as he stared into my eyes. He then averted his gaze for a moment before quickly looking back at me with a deep sigh. Let me ask you one thing, Leo said. Do you hate your father? For what he did to you, I mean. Huh? What kind of question is that? I wanted to say I don't hate him. After all, I am not really Lucas, am I? I have no reason to hate Reynold. Nevertheless, vivid memories of Lucas' childhood flashed in my mind. I recalled the lonely nights when he would be confined to his room alone while his family would have family dinner down in the hall. I remembered the heart-wrenching occasion when he celebrated his own birthday in solitude, singing Happy Birthday to himself while his family held a grand feast for his twin brother's birthday. I remembered how he cried himself to sleep after getting bullied throughout the day by his brother while his father chose to turn a blind eye to him. Why? Why did he do that? Family is everything, he taught that to Lucas. So then, why did he go back on his words and shun Lucas, stripping him of his love and attention when Lucas needed him the most? Why did he abandon him? Throughout Lucas' entire childhood, Reynold treated him as his designated successor. And for Lucas, earning his father's pride became the paramount objective of his existence. Thus, when Lucas awakened an average potential, which his father regarded as trash, and subsequently began avoiding him, it inflicted immense pain upon him. He lost his sense of purpose. Enduring a severe existential crisis at such a tender age proved to be a difficult ordeal for Lucas. He attempted to cope and desperately sought to regain his father's attention. However, by then, Reynold was busy nurturing Adele, the next heir of the Morningstar house and his chosen successor. Just like that, in an instant, Lucas was cast aside and replaced. This shattered him completely. Having personally experienced all those emotions as if I had lived that life myself, it would be a lie to say that I don't harbor some feelings of resentment toward Reynold. However, I find myself lacking the fervor to hate him wholeheartedly. Why? Because as I mentioned earlier, I am not truly Lucas. I find myself indifferent towards his actions. I don't care what happened in the past. I have bigger things to worry about, like stopping the destruction of this fucking world, for starters. Moreover, I recall someone once stating that the opposite of love is not hate but rather indifference. And that sentiment resonates with me. If someone hurts you, just walk off. Your indifference will crush their ego more than your hate ever could. I don't hate him, I replied. In fact, I don't even care about him. In his eyes, his son may have died, but in my heart, my father has. And why would I hate a dead person? For a few seconds, Leo stared at me blankly without uttering a single word. After a long moment of silence, he nodded his head. Okay, it's good enough, he said, still nodding his head. Let me ask you one last question now. Lucas, would you like to be my disciple and learn from me? Chapter 159. Pardon? You're what? You heard me. Did I hear him correctly? He wants me to be his disciple? Damn. What the hell? In that brief moment, my mind raced through numerous possibilities as I argued and reasoned with myself 1,000 times over. My initial thoughts were that he must be joking. Leo Kirigami, one of the most indifferent characters of the story, asked me to be his disciple? Me? Lucas Morningstar? Perhaps it was just his dry sense of humor once again. However, as I stared into his eyes, I could sense that he was telling the truth. No, he was genuinely serious about it. And so began a lengthy succession of arguments and reasoning that I engaged in with myself in my head. Should I decline? I probably should, right? I mean, I made a conscious decision to minimize my interactions with a separatist like Leo. It would be best to reject his offer. However, if my rejection damages his ego and he responds by exposing that footage to the Cadet Council, what then? Dealing with Yelena after she discovers that I can use the first step of Dawnbreaker would be a major hassle. If there's a chance to avoid that outcome altogether, I prefer to take it. I guess I could always anonymously tip off the central government, and tell them about Leo's affiliation with the Spider organization if he dares to threaten me. Although since that would change the story too much, I can only use it as a last resort. Now, one would ask why I am hesitating to change the plot when it's only going to benefit me in the end. You see, Leo played a significant role and was one of the catalysts for the War of Union, a civil war between the central government and Spider that occurred just before the final struggle of the vampire race. I won't dive into much detail, but the War of Union is important. It's an event that I absolutely shouldn't remove from the plot. The War of Union must remain in the plot, as its occurrence is crucial for us to have a fighting chance against the vampires. An ending where we lose against the vampires and ultimately against the Callus is something I definitely want to avoid. Now, getting back to the main point, I should decline Leo's offer and distance myself from him. Leo met a gruesome end during the War of the Union while battling against Nero. If I were to align myself with him, it would lead to the same fate for me. However, what if I were to accept his proposal, on the other hand? If I were to accept Leo Kirigami as my master, he would teach me everything he knows and provide me access to rare and valuable weapon art manuals. Additionally, receiving personalized training from him would help me become stronger at a faster pace. And when the time for the War of Union finally arrives, I would have exploited him for everything he has to offer. Eventually, I would betray him and present him to the central government, thereby gaining their trust. Indeed, it's a perfect plan, filled with its own share of risks, of course. However, I'm prepared to take a chance. After all, I have two distinct talents that I have honed throughout my previous life, the art of lying and the thrill of gambling. With carefully crafted lies and calculated bets, I can definitely do this. After coming to this conclusion while going through all that in my head, I finally agreed to take Leo up on his proposal. However, I decided to play it cool. But Sensei, my mana core potential rank is merely gold 3. Are you really sure you want me as your disciple? I said, arching an eyebrow. Do you know what my mana core rank is? Leo crossed his arms before answering his own question. Platinum 1. WH what? I exclaimed in shock. Leo's mana core rank was never mentioned in the novel. But since he was such a great warrior, I assumed it to be very high. But his rank is only one tier above my own potential ranking. Shocking, isn't it? His voice carried a hint of pride as he declared, it seems the heavens compensated for my low mana core potential by bestowing upon me extraordinary martial arts abilities. After a brief pause, he continued, I can see that you have a similar talent, but it's going to waste. However, if you choose to train with me, I assure you that you can ascend to become one of the mightiest warriors of your generation. My lips opened and closed up a few times, struggling to form a coherent response. I see, I finally managed to utter, my voice barely a whisper. In truth, I was at a loss for words. Having a large reserve of mana, meaning a high-ranked mana core, greatly enhances the effectiveness of one's usage in martial arts. After all, a surplus of mana directly equals increased strength. Basically, the more mana you have, the more powerful you are. To close the gap created by mana, one must possess either an extraordinary gift or a heaven-defying talent for martial arts. However, even after all that, there is no guarantee that individuals will reach the level achieved by those with a high-ranking mana core. But Leo here did it anyway. Even with a merely above-average potential, he became one of the most feared names in today's world. And he's saying I have the potential to do that too. No, since I'm going to break my potential cap soon, doesn't that mean I have the potential to surpass Leo? So, what's your answer? When Leo repeated his question, I had no reason to say no. I had already decided on my plan. It would be very foolish of me not to make the best of this opportunity that presented itself. Yes, I finally answered, performing a respectful short bow. It would be my honor to learn from you, Leo-sensei. Hearing my response, Leo nodded his head affirmatively. Good, he replied. From here on out, you shall address me as master, even during the class. If you ever have any problems, come to me for assistance. However, do not mistake my support as a license to act without accountability, for I will not endorse unjust actions. Understood, master. I nodded my head. A hint of foreign expression flashed in Leo's eyes as I addressed him as master. But swiftly resuming his usual demeanor, he added, all right, for the time being, get to your class. Tomorrow, we shall begin your training. Stay prepared, as I may summon you at any hour, even during the middle of the night. Ha ha ha. Fuck. I thought he was just kidding. He wouldn't actually summon me in the middle of the night, would he? Right. I'll take my leave, I stammered, bowing once more before turning around to depart, while Leo simply nodded in response. But just as I was about to take a few steps, a sudden realization hit me, causing me to halt in my tracks. Master, if you don't mind me asking, where exactly was the security camera that captured that footage? I asked. Leo raised an eyebrow in response. It was a discreet camera hidden within the chandelier in the hall. A hidden camera. Of course. How could I overlook something like that? I should have conducted a more thorough search of the banquet hall when I had the chance. By the way, even though I've asked you this before, I'll ask again. The night before the incident, the security camera's batteries were removed by someone from their blind spots. Is there any connection to you? Leo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Nah, as I mentioned earlier, it's most likely the work of vampires. I lied effortlessly as my words flowed out naturally. Anyway, it's time for me to attend my class. With that, I swiftly made my way out of the training hall, eager to put some distance between myself and the questioning gaze of Leo. As Leo observed Lucas's figure fading into the distance, a deep sigh escaped his lips. There was definitely something unsettling about that kid. I've really done it, haven't I? Leo mused aloud to himself. Indeed, he had truly taken on a disciple, a decision he never would have envisioned making in his entire life. To be perfectly honest, he himself couldn't understand why he chose Lucas as his disciple. Sure, the boy was definitely talented, maybe as much as himself, if not more, but Leo still couldn't understand what exactly made him want to take him under his wing. The longer Leo gazed upon Lucas, the more he noticed the striking resemblance the young man bore to his parents. Lucas's fair skin, which harmonized with his snowy white hair, brought to mind the soothing presence of Yennefer, his mother. Yet, Lucas' piercing scarlet eyes and lean physique evoked bitter memories he had of Reynold, his father. There was no doubt Lucas was definitely their son. But then why? Why did they push their own son away like that? Why did they abandon him? Why did they do what they did to him? Even though Leo doesn't like Reynold very much now, they were once inseparable. He knows him more than anyone. He knows that Reynold isn't the kind of person to abandon his own son. So then, what changed? He doesn't know. Even if he had to nurture the next head of the Morningstar house, it's no excuse for shunning his other son. Ha, Leo pinched the bridge of his nose, and the image of Reynold flashed in his mind. Damn it, you bastard. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter now. Perhaps he took Lucas as his disciple because he was the son of his former friends, or maybe it was his talent that caught his attention. It could also be that Lucas's circumstances reminded him of his own past. Whatever the reason, one thing was certain, he was now someone's master. Thinking that, Leo couldn't help but let out another sigh. Chapter 160. As I made my way out of the training hall, I headed for our homeroom class. I was still a bit shocked. I became Leo Kirigami's disciple. This would solve so many of my problems in the future. The more I thought about it, the more I realized the potential benefits of this connection. Finally, some positive developments were taking place. It had only been 3 days since our departure from Global City for our trip, and we had returned just yesterday. However, it feels like a long time has passed. Hey, look! Isn't he from that class? Class 1A1. Yes. Such a tragedy. I heard 6 cadets in that class died on their trip, which was supposed to be a reward for them. Truly a tragedy. Even though the guy named Nero Dekrauf is in their class, they still suffered so many losses. Continuing on my path, I overheard some whispers among the cadets discussing our trip in hushed tones. While a pang of guilt gnawed at me for not being able to prevent the loss of lives even with my future knowledge, my attention was piqued whenever Nero's name was mentioned. Nero's popularity seemed to be on the rise. This is exactly what happened in the novel following their class's victory in the mock war. If I'm not mistaken, which I'm definitely not, within a week or two, the rumors about Nero would reach the entire world. Moreover, during the king's tournament, Nero will have to employ his gift in front of a huge crowd as he would battle against the vampire soldiers sent to kill him. Following that, the rumors will turn into undeniable facts, and the world will have no choice but to acknowledge Nero's godlike gift. Numerous cults will emerge, worshipping him. His name will become widely known, even among children. Furthermore, there will be individuals who will attempt to end his life in order to possess his extraordinary gift. In all honesty, it would be a drag. I did try to avoid this route, but as always, fate is a bitch. While indulging in such thoughts, I arrived in front of our homeroom. Okay, let's do it. The second arc officially begins. In conclusion, the reason behind the exclusiveness of the Elven language in invoking a magic chant remains unknown to us. According to the elves, the god used a sophisticated variant of the Elven language, known as the High Tongue, to bring about the creation of the universe. So essentially, we can say that the entire universe is composed of the Elven language, like a computer program. And when we chant to cast magic, we effectively modify the program's code, thereby influencing our reality. That's why the elves hold the belief that they were the first intelligent race of the universe. They also believe that God personally taught their ancestors this language and named it after their race, or perhaps their race was named after the language. We don't really know for sure since, after all, it's nothing but a legend. We also have no way to confirm this legend since the elves were driven out of their homes by the race known as the demons. Regardless of the authenticity of the legend, one important point to note is that the Callous lack the ability to cast spells due to their unfamiliarity with the Elven language. Additionally, they are also unable to use runes and perform hand signs since both practices are derived from the Elven language too. Right at the clock struck 7 a.m., our homeroom instructor, Liz Snyder, arrived promptly and started her lecture without so much as acknowledging the fallen ones. It was as if their absence meant nothing. The 6 vacant seats of the cadets who tragically lost their lives yesterday meant nothing at all. The atmosphere in the classroom was suffocatingly quiet, filled with a mix of horror, disturbance, and a general sense of sorrow. No one seemed capable of diverting their attention from the heavy weight that hung in the air, rendering Liz's words irrelevant to the somber minds of the cadets. In the midst of the heavy atmosphere, there were a few cadets who managed to maintain their composure, and I happened to be one of them. So when someone raised his hand to seek clarification, my gaze instinctively shifted toward him. It was Hugh Jass. And so, yes? Liz noticed Hugh and gestured with her chin for him to proceed with his question. We've observed, as you mentioned once, the striking resemblance between High Elven and the Latin language. Why is that? After all, Latin has existed on Earth for thousands of years, while our contact with the elves dates back only to a little over 7 centuries ago, Hugh inquired. Excellent question, Mr. Jass. However, we don't know the answer to that. Scholars have been tirelessly searching for an explanation, but the reasoning they have put forth is, stop. Just fucking stop it. Just as Liz was in the middle of answering Hugh's question, a sudden outburst cut through the air, startling everyone in the classroom. Everyone whipped their heads toward the source of the noise and found the person responsible for the outcry to be Chase. Mr. Woods, is there a problem? Liz tried to confront Chase, but the latter started yelling again. Yes, there is a fucking problem. How can you simply resume your class like those cadets who lost their lives yesterday meant nothing? Show some respect and at least acknowledge their absence. Chase's voice reverberated with frustration and anger. Silence filled the air as the cadets started between Chase and Liz. They all had the same thing on their minds, but none of them had the guts to stand up and speak about it like that. After a few moments, Liz cocked her head slightly. And what will that do? What do you mean by that? Are you implying? I'm implying that it doesn't make a difference. I do feel immense sorrow for those who are no longer among us today. They were children. Their untimely and unexpected deaths were deeply unfair. However, what purpose would it serve for me to display the grief I feel? Will shedding my tears magically resurrect them? If that is the case, then I am willing to weep an ocean or deliver a mournful speech in their honor. The classroom once again descended into a heavy silence. A sense of uncertainty and unease permeated the air. It was an undeniable truth. As cadets and soon-to-be soldiers, we understood that mourning was a luxury we couldn't afford. Every instructor told us that the first day we came to this academy. Moreover, I knew the harsh reality that more tragedies awaited us in the future. In that sense, I could relate to Liz's perspective more or less. I know she must be sad about those 6 cadets too. However, I also understood that shedding tears alone wouldn't miraculously restore what was taken away. Hearing her answer, a conflicted look appeared in Chase's eyes. He averted his gaze to look away. Ting! Before any further words could be exchanged, the resounding ring of the class bell echoed throughout the room, indicating the conclusion of the lecture. Well then, it's time for your combat art class. Proceed to the training grounds in an organized manner, Liz directed. Thank you for today's class. With nods of acknowledgement, everyone rose from their seats, performing a brief bow while saying their greetings to Liz. Storing my notebook, which was filled with rough work and doodles, and pen back in my smart bracelet, I too started heading for the class exit. Lucas Morningstar, Nero Deckrauf, and Anastasia Bigod. Please wait back. I have something to discuss with you 3. As we were making our way out, Liz called our names and asked us to stay back. I let out a sigh, knowing what was going to happen. Chapter 161. Anastasia, Nero, and I approached Liz, who was meticulously stacking papers by tapping them on the table. Once she finished, she settled back into her seat and glanced in our direction. When her captivating amethyst eyes locked with mine, I had to hold my breath. They were profound, akin to an endless abyss capable of consuming one's very soul. Feeling a sense of unease and even danger, I quickly averted my gaze, realizing it was unwise to linger in her gaze for too long. No, I wasn't simping, by the way. I didn't mean it in any romantic or perverted way, although, to be honest, she was very hot. I really felt something off by looking into her eyes. Perhaps it was because she had an affinity for darkness while I had an affinity for the light element. As I've mentioned before, people with opposing affinities often experience a certain disquietude in each other's presence. Anyway, Liz shifted her attention to Anastasia, who was standing next to me, fixating her intense gaze on her before finally looking at Nero. I've heard you guys were the ones who took down that vampire? Liz stated in a questioning tone. In acknowledgement, we nodded our heads in confirmation. Liz then shifted her focus to me, her gaze filled with curiosity. And you were the one who delivered the final blows to that and the other one, she remarked. It was a team effort, but yes, I responded in a polite tone. Liz looked at me for a few seconds without saying anything. I know what she must be thinking. It's what they all think whenever I do anything out of character. He is different from the rumors. Naturally, the rumors had painted me as a malevolent young master, which I am obviously not. So after a few seconds of silence, Liz let out a sigh and said, you guys did well. By successfully containing and eliminating those vampires before they could wreak havoc on the streets, you saved countless lives. Her words carried a genuine appreciation for the gravity of our accomplishment. However, her tone soon shifted as she continued speaking, her voice now tinged with concern and anger. However, she began, what you all did was also risky. I know that you were left with no choice but to engage in combat, but perhaps the wiser course of action would have been to prioritize survival until the military police could intervene, instead of winning by fighting head-on. I understand, Master. But Nero began to express his thoughts, but I interjected. Initially, my plan was exactly what you suggested, I explained. But Cadet Chase would prioritize his personal matters with me over our survival and refused to follow my suggestion. Additionally, third-year Cadet Drake exerted his authority and also chose not to act on my plan. These acts of insubordination forced us into a situation where direct confrontation became our only option. Liz responded with a sigh, her hand gently rubbing her forehead in exasperation. I see, she said. Allowing personal matters to jeopardize everyone's safety was wrong on Chase's part. I will see to it that he gets punished appropriately. And as for Drake, I don't think he was in the wrong. As the highest-ranking cadet present there, it's understandable that he wanted to take on the leadership role. Plus, he has already lost his arm, so that's enough for him. I nodded in agreement with my hands behind my back, a subtle smile playing at the corners of my lips. Inside, a rush of satisfaction filled me. Even if I couldn't get Drake punished, I could still screw over Chase. That's what you get for messing with me during the entirety of our trip, you bastard. A side character like him should have known his place. Anyway, Liz said, bringing us back to the point. What I wanted to inform the 3 of you is that you will be receiving medals of honor. One of the 12 members of the central government will be visiting our academy to attend the King's tournament, and will present the medals to you. A member of the central government? Anastasia exclaimed in surprise before stealing a glance at Nero. Curiosity piqued, I did the same and turned my gaze toward Nero. But his face remained devoid of any expressions. There is 1 in a 12 chance that the person who would come to present us with the medals of honor could be Nero's father. Of course, I knew that would definitely be the case. Yes, Liz affirmed with a nod. The three of you will be required to write comprehensive reports detailing the incident, providing a thorough account of the events that transpired in the banquet hall and how you handled the situation. Will the rest of the class also be tasked with writing reports? Anastasia sought clarification. Liz responded, indeed. However, the higher-ups are particularly interested in reviewing the reports from the three of you. So ensure your accounts are highly detailed to avoid further questioning. Understood. We chimed in unison, acknowledging Liz's instructions. She nodded in approval. She then let out a sigh before cautioning us, remember, you were able to defeat those vampires because they were not frontline warriors. Our intel claimed that one of them was an assassin while the other was a spy. We have reasons to believe that they were on some kind of a mission here. If you ever come across a vampire knight, soldier, or noble, your best course of action is to flee and avoid engaging them. I knew Liz was right, and it was likely that Nero and Anastasia understood it too. Mercy and Magnus weren't seasoned soldiers. Mercy, if her story was true, had some background as a former soldier, but she mentioned that she wasn't at her full strength after facing my father years ago. And Magnus, well, he was an assassin, so he shouldn't have been accustomed to direct confrontations. Yet, they proved to be formidable adversaries. They claimed the lives of 6 of our fellow cadets and even almost killed us too. If Magnus had chosen to prioritize escape rather than deciding to try and kill us after we had killed Mercy, we might not have been able to eliminate him either. Anyway, you all are dismissed. Proceed to your class, Liz declared. Yes. In unison, we responded, hands respectfully placed behind our backs. With synchronized movements, we turned around and made our way out of the classroom. Foo-oo. As I walked down the hallway, heading towards the stairs, I let out a sigh and activated my smart bracelet. I wanted to search for guidance on how to write an event report, as I had never done so in either of my lives. However, before I could even launch the search engine, Nero's voice reached my ears. That wasn't good, Lucas, he remarked. I turned around to face him and Anastasia, who were both walking closely behind me. What do you mean? The way you betrayed Chase, Anastasia replied on behalf of Nero, her tone tinged with reproach. Hey, I frowned in response. You know very well that he had a personal vendetta against me throughout the entire trip, and he still does, right? Nero hesitated for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. He decided to change the subject instead. Anyway, I have to admit, you displayed remarkable prowess during the battle. I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The thick smoke and darkness made it difficult to see anything. And you still fought exceptionally well, Nero acknowledged. It exceeded my expectations. Were you using a relic to see through the darkness and smoke? Anastasia, already aware of the answer, inquired further. Yes, I confirmed. I had a relic prepared, just in case. And it came in handy. I see, Anastasia stroked her chin before questioning. By the way, Lucas, aren't you an archer? Yes, why do you ask? I asked. What weapon did you use to kill the vampire? I saw a large amount of mana swirling around a weapon in your hand, which I could only make out to be a spee before Anastasia could finish. I cut her off. Wait, you saw a large amount of mana? You're telling me that you can see mana? Anastasia hesitated for a moment. Her tone flustered as she tried to hide her slip-up. I know. When did I say that? You didn't? Nero frowned, thinking he too heard her wrong. What a gullible protagonist. Anastasia quickly denied. No, I never said anything like that. I see, I shrugged, accepting her denial without further questioning. By the way, Nero interjected. Why are we taking the lift? I stopped and turned around to look at the protagonist with blank eyes. There's a lift? Why have I been running up and down so many flights of stairs every day if this academy had a lift? No, come to think of it, of course, it should have a lift. It's one of the most high-tech academies in the world. So that's why every time I would turn up for class, I was the only one drowned in sweat and out of breath while everyone else would be perfectly fine. I thought only I was like that because I had weak stamina compared to everyone else. Arg, damn it. Chapter 162. So after finding out that I'm actually stupid, and there was a lift that could have taken me directly from the ground floor to my class floor and vice versa, I made it to the training grounds along with Nero and Anastasia. Instructor Matterhorn, our combat art instructor, oversaw our training session. Today, we were asked to engage in sparring matches with combat dolls. Combat dolls, constructed from super-reinforced steel, are essentially robots designed for combat purposes. Their immense strength and programmed martial arts abilities actually make them formidable opponents to spar with. Interesting fact, these advanced droids are utilized by the military as well. The versions they use are further enhanced by magical runes and equipped with all types of weaponry. However, the deployment of combat dolls carries inherent risks. After all, to get them out, one only needs to eliminate the single person operating them from the headquarters. Killing the remote pilot would turn hundreds and thousands of those combat dolls offline mid-battle. Not to mention besides the vulnerability they possess in requiring human operators, it is crucial that the person entrusted with handling the droids be highly trustworthy as well. Anyway, since we arrived late to class, Instructor Matterhorn ordered the three of us to run 10 laps around the campus. Initially, I thought he was kidding. But then it dawned on me that he was actually insane, so it was unlikely to be a joke. And indeed, it wasn't a joke. We were genuinely expected to run 10 laps around this ginormous campus. It would easily take us the entire class period just to barely complete 10 laps around campus as huge as ours. And as if that wasn't enough, we were also expected to spar with the dolls afterwards. I swear to God, if there's really one out there, that I'll one day give this guy a death so brutal that he would beg me to be killed. After mentally cursing him a few more times and then a few more times again, I reluctantly started jogging, determined to finish the 10 laps as quickly as possible. It took me approximately 50 grueling minutes to complete mere 5 laps. With 10 minutes left for the class period to end and I being on the verge of collapse, Instructor Matterhorn took pity on me and signaled for me to stop. You should strive to be more like your classmates, he commented, pointing towards Anastasia and Nero. Let me tell you, those two are absolute beasts. They are actual monsters, I say. They both finished the 10 laps around the campus in less than 30 minutes. And if that wasn't enough, they quickly went on to spar against the combat dolls without even taking a break. I'm not slow and weak. They are just monsters. I bet if I was in the body of the protagonist, I could have done the same. Ha. Foo-ha. Ha. But for now, here I am, laying back flat on the concrete ground while staring up at the cloudless, blue as hell sky and panting like some asthma patient. Around me, other cadets engaged in their own sparring matches against the combat dolls. Some celebrated their victories while some lay on the ground like me in defeat. Some, on the other hand, still continued to fight. The cacophony of sounds, labored breaths, clashes, and assorted noises seemed to be giving me a headache as blood pumped violently in my veins. I was tired. I woke up early this morning. I just wanted to sleep. But I need to start sparring too. Should I just lay here and act dead for 10 minutes until this class ends? Heh. I came from the hospital to see you, but it looks like you were already on your way to go there. Suddenly a voice pierced through my ears, which were muffled by the deafening thumping of my own heartbeat. Following it, a blue-haired elven boy leaned over me, peering down as I lay on the ground. "K. Kent," I gasped, my breath still heavy. "If I die, clear my search history and avenge me." "Okay," Kent replied, rolling his eyes, and he reached out, firmly gripping my hand to help me rise to my feet. "Kurg." I groaned as I reluctantly exerted my exhausted muscles. "Quit being such a drama queen," he chided playfully. "Run 5 laps around the campus and then say that," I retorted. "By the way, weren't you supposed to be at the hospital? Are you discharged?" My gaze shifted towards Kent's previously injured shoulder. Even though I gave him my healing potion when I found him injured, it wasn't very effective against an injury inflicted by a vampire's claw infused with dark magic. So upon our return to the global city, Kent, along with other wounded cadets, were promptly taken to the hospital for professional medical care. And looking at his shoulder now, it appeared normal, indicating a swift recovery on his part. Notably, he wasn't wearing his academy uniform, so maybe he had come straight here after being discharged. "Well, yes. I was discharged a few minutes ago," Kent replied. "I came straight here after that. So, what did I miss?" "Just the first and second period," I waved my hand dismissively before coming to a much more important topic. "By the way, did you know we had an elevator in this academy?" "Lucas, each academy building is more than 20 stories tall. Of course, there would be an elevator. In fact, there are 5. Don't tell me you didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me before? We took the stairs every time we walked together to the class. I thought you were working on your stamina." "Fuck." Kent patted my back with a look full of pity in his eyes. "It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Boy. You too. Instead of chit-chatting, get to training," from the other side of the field, Instructor Matterhorn yelled at us. Kent waved his hand and gestured towards his recently healed shoulder. "Sorry, I can't participate. The doctors advised me to take a day of rest." Instructor Matterhorn acknowledged his explanation with a nod, then redirected his focus towards me. "All right, then you start sparring. You have already wasted most of this class period anyway," he commanded, pointing directly at me. I have wasted. It was you who ordered me to run those 10 damn laps around the campus." Shaking my head in exasperation, I let out a sigh. "Fine, Kent, power up the combat doll and step aside." Before me stood a humanoid robot. Kent walked up to it, pressed a button on its back, and took a few steps back. The robot's eyes illuminated with a vibrant green light as it scanned its surroundings, ultimately marking me, who was standing right in front of it, as its target. Foo, I exhaled deeply, allowing my racing heart to gradually calm down. The overwhelming exhaustion subsided momentarily as I focused on circulating the mana inside my body. Swish! The combat doll launched in my direction and appeared right before me in an instant. It struck out its hand, throwing a deadly straight at my face. I sidestepped to my left and dodged its attack before quickly retaliating with a rapid and precise punch, aiming directly at the doll's rib cage. Thwack! But it was a trap. The doll's arm suddenly contorted, transforming into a devastating elbow strike aimed at the side of my face. Before I could fully comprehend the unfolding danger, the impact crashed against my cheek, sending me staggering backwards. Thuck! Seizing the opportunity, the combat doll delivered a low kick aimed at my dominant leg, causing me to crash to the ground, my weight supported by a single knee. Arg! I groaned through clenched teeth before channeling mana into my right hand. In a split second, the robot charged at me, but I was prepared. Thwack! Utilizing its own momentum against it, I unleashed a powerful thrust, aiming my palm at its midsection and forcefully pushing it back. The impact staggered the doll, causing it to momentarily buckle under the force. Using this moment to swiftly rise from my kneeling position, I dashed toward the doll. Quickly, I grabbed the doll's waist in a reverse bear hug, my arms tightly wrapped around its body. Thwam! With a fluid motion, I lifted the doll up, arching my back, and executed a flawless German suplex, forcefully slamming its back onto the concrete surface below. Fine, yes. I copied Anastasia, okay? But it's not like she patented that move or anything. Moving on. Even though it was painful for me to fall down too, I infused my legs with mana, fortifying them, and swiftly propelled myself back onto my feet. The combat doll was still in the midst of getting back up, hunched over with its hands on the ground for support. I used this chance to surge forward once again and jumped over its head before. Thwam! Delivering it a brutal curb stomp and mercilessly driving its head into the concrete ground, crushing its skull. It took me a few steps to nullify the momentum of my forward rush before I landed firmly on the ground. Ha! Ha! I struggled to catch my breath, and I slightly bent, my hands on my knees and sweat covering my forehead. Nice. Kent exclaimed. That was good, bro. Where did you learn to suplex like that? I taught myself, averting my gaze, I answered. Pass me a water bottle. Just as I was about to ask Kent for a bottle of water, a booming voice echoed throughout the training grounds. Lucas Morningstar. Startled, everyone present there looked for the source of the voice. I was the same, especially since my name was called. But as I laid eyes upon the figure who was the owner of the voice, a frown etched itself onto my face before quickly morphing into a mischievous grin. Heh. I scoffed, a hint of anticipation in my voice. He's finally making his move. Chapter 163. A young man strode across the training ground, his shoulder-length black hair cascading down and shimmering with a light shade of dark violet under the sun. His authoritative aura and a gaze filled with superiority compelled the crowd to step aside, clearing a path for him as he made his way forward. As he moved forward, his unbuttoned black blazer, along with a red tie over a black shirt, the standard academic uniform, swayed rhythmically. With each step that he took, his teal-blue eyes fluttered across the training field in search of his intended target. Trailing closely behind him was a group of cadets, around 20 in number, each exuding a similar air of authority, albeit less intimidating than the young man leading the way. Hey, isn't that Kai Wiseman? Look at those teal-blue eyes. That's definitely a Wiseman, all right. I've heard Wisemans are renowned for their intelligence. They say a great war tactician emerges in their family with each passing generation. Yeah. Didn't his father expose the Netioy family's involvement in those terrorist activities? Yes, indeed. Now because of that, the central government has lost faith in the Netioy household, and is contemplating appointing the Wisemans as the new royal family of the south in their stead. Wow, so he's not only of noble birth, but also about to become royalty. But can the central government actually strip a family of their royal status? Of course, you idiot. The status of a royal house is a hereditary governmental title granted by the central government. The Morningstars, Wrights, Netioy, and Vermeer families, they all received their royal titles directly from the central government ages ago. And since they hold the power to bestow such titles, it's only natural that they retain the authority to revoke them. Unfazed by the murmurs emanating from the surrounding crowd, the young man continued his stride until his piercing gaze locked onto his intended target, Lucas Morningstar. Upon reaching in front of Lucas, Kai abruptly came to a halt, causing the cadets trailing behind him to also pause in unison. He scrutinized Lucas up and down. Despite Lucas' disheveled state, drenched in sweat and wearing a PE uniform which was muddy from laying on the ground earlier, Kai refrained from commenting on his appearance. Instead, he asked a single question even though he already knew the answer to the query he posed, "Are you Lucas Morningstar?" Lucas had long since put on a mask and carefully concealed his true emotions and intentions. Taking on a different persona, he began to act like a coward. Aye. Why yes, I am Lucas, he stammered, his voice quivering with nervousness. Casting a sneaky glance, Lucas subtly looked behind Kai and caught sight of Quinn and Grace, who had quietly joined the ranks of cadets behind the Wiseman heir. There they stood, the young elites, a group of esteemed heirs and descendants from prominent noble and influential families across the world. While not all of them, like Quinn and Alberto, held noble lineage now or since birth, their exceptional strength was more than enough for Kai to disregard their heritage and social status. However, on the surface, Quinn distanced himself from any association with the young elites. Kai instructed him to act as though he was casually spending time with the group out of sheer boredom. When Quinn shared this revelation with Lucas, a wave of suspicion washed over him. He felt like it was as if Kai wanted to follow the plot of the novel, a plot that he shouldn't even be aware of. Hey! Just as Kai was on the verge of delving into further inquiries with Lucas, Instructor Matterhorn's booming voice reverberated across the field. With quick steps, he arrived by the side of the group and yelled, "What are you all here? This isn't your class." Kai pivoted to face the tall and imposing figure of Instructor Matterhorn, offering him a seemingly polite smile. "Nor is it yours," he said in a tone laced with condescension, betraying the amicable smile on his face. "What do you mean?" Before Instructor Matterhorn could retort, the resonating sound of the class bell chimed twice, coming from every speaker scattered throughout the academy. Train. I mean that you should get going," Kai stated, a flicker of annoyance evident in his words, successfully riling up Instructor Matterhorn. Nevertheless, Instructor Matterhorn had no choice but to clench his jaw and walk off. After all, it was a rule of the academy that instructors and professors couldn't intervene in the matters of the cadets, unless it was interfering with their class or a life or death situation. "You all should move along too." It was Alberto's commanding voice that suddenly pierced through the air, aimed at the surrounding crowd. His assertive tone compelled them to heed his words, prompting them to scatter and gradually walk away from the scene. A few individuals couldn't help but steal glances over their shoulders as they walked away, curious about what Kai wanted from Lucas. Amidst those who walked off, two cadets chose to stay behind, Kent, steadfastly by Lucas's side, and Nero, standing a little further away. Alberto, like an agitated dog, bared his teeth in annoyance when he observed Nero's refusal to budge despite his earlier directive for everyone to disperse. However, noticing that Kai didn't seem to be minding his presence, Alberto refrained from voicing his frustrations. Finally shifting his focus to the silver-haired boy before him, Kai directed his attention squarely at Lucas. "Kook!" Suddenly, Lucas felt like a car had fallen on him. It was Kai's mana pressure that he had forced onto the silver-haired boy to assert dominance. And it was working. Lucas almost fell to his knees, but he quickly channeled mana into his knees to keep him on his feet. Despite Lucas's evident trouble to even stand straight properly, Kai proceeded to pose his question with a composed demeanor and expected him to answer. "I'll ask you this once," Kai began, his voice measured. "Were you the one who fought against Quinn during the mock war?" "AG against Quinn?" Lucas exclaimed, his voice laced with genuine shock as his eyes widened. "I would be out of my mind to engage in a fight with someone of his caliber. You must have seen Quinn leaving his assigned position on the map, right?" Kai pressed forward with a rhetorical question, his tone unwavering. "Where were you during that moment?" "In the control room, stationed at our makeshift headquarters." Lucas retorted, his teeth clenched as he fought to maintain his composure. "Liar." Kai's roar filled the air, increasing the intensity of his mana pressure and leaving Lucas in excruciating agony. "Arguck." His shoulders and knees felt as if they were being crushed, causing him to emit a pained groan. He channeled more mana into his legs in a desperate attempt to not fall flat face on the ground. "Hey, stop it." Kent's voice erupted, his scythe materializing from his smart bracelet as he infused it with mana. "Let him go." Nero also yelled from a distance, rushing toward them with his long sword in his hand. In response to their actions, the young elites positioned behind Kai summoned their weapons as well, prepared to intervene. But before anyone could do anything, Kai raised his hand. This simple action of his made the cadets behind him stop. Chapter 164. Kai redirected his gaze toward Nero, who had now arrived in front of Lucas, and inquired, "Why are you protecting him?" "He's in my unit," Nero responded firmly. "Fair enough," Kai shrugged nonchalantly. "However, I still have more questions for him." "Dude," Nero burst out, frustration evident in his voice. "You've got the wrong guy. I don't know where Quinn went after he disobeyed my orders to fight and vanished, but Lucas was giving us the strategic instructions through comm the whole time." Kai's expression soured upon hearing this revelation. "Why should I believe you? Ask anyone in our class." Kent interjected, visibly enraged. "Now drop your oppressive mana pressure, or I will sever your head from your shoulders." "Funny," Kai scoffed, looking at Kent as if he was no threat to him before retracting his mana pressure. "Ha!" Gasping for breath, Lucas collapsed to his knees when the pressure was lifted, his heart pounding rapidly as Kent knelt beside him to provide support. Allowing a few moments for him to regain his composure, Kai resumed his interrogation. "Fine, then answer me this, who orchestrated your class's victory in the mock war? Who was the mastermind?" Lucas furrowed his brow, visibly perplexed by the inquiry. "Mastermind? I don't understand. What do you mean? What the hell are you talking about?" Nero chipped in angrily. "There was no mastermind orchestrating anything. Are you an idiot?" "Oh, come on." Kai scoffed, pointing at Lucas. "You honestly expect me to believe that this guy, the disgraced brat of the Morningstar family, was the one who led your class to victory?" "Well, technically, it was I who led our class to victory," Nero retorted, his tone laced with mockery. "Ask your loyal lapdog standing behind you how I dealt him the finishing blow and killed off your whole class single-handedly." Much like a dog as Nero claimed him to be, Alberto bared his teeth, ready to retaliate. "You." But Kai swiftly raised his hand to quell the brewing conflict. He then refocused his attention on Nero. "Fine, then explain to me how he managed to defeat the strategist of Class 1, C8. "And my father is a general," Lucas replied. "He taught me the art of strategic planning in battle. Even though I couldn't actively participate in the mock war due to my injuries at the time, I contributed by providing strategies to my classmates." Kai's frown deepened as he processed this information. "You were injured?" Lucas nodded solemnly. "Yes. During the unit test, that guy standing behind you sent a mana beast to target one of my classmates. I got injured while defending her." Kai turned his gaze to the boy Lucas had gestured at with his chin, Alberto. With a questioning look, he silently sought Alberto's account of the events. "I've already said this once, and I'll say it again," Alberto snapped in frustration, having to repeat himself. "We had nothing to do with that mana beast attacking Class 1A1. It emerged from the woods on its own and targeted you guys." Kai redirected his attention back to Lucas, his gaze contemplative. "It seems you're a little chivalrous. So you were really injured during the mock war?" "Yes," Lucas exclaimed. "That's why I told you, not only am I too weak to fight Quinn, but I was also injured during that time. He didn't come back to attack me." Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully as he observed Lucas, his gaze penetrating and analytical. He studied the young Morningstar's physical cues, noting the clamminess of his skin, the rapidness of his breathing, the dilated pupils, and the weak yet regular pulse. No matter how Kai analyzed the situation, Lucas's account of events remained consistent. His story checked out, and his words were unfiltered. Yes, there was no doubt about it. Lucas was telling the truth. He was in a bit of a shock due to being attacked out of nowhere, but he wasn't lying. So then he was right. Lucas couldn't be the puppet master of Class 1A1. But if not him, then who? Kai wanted to delve deep into this matter, but the hostility in Nero's eyes seemed to be starting to grow by the second. Although he was fairly certain he could take Nero on at his current level, he didn't want to reveal his prowess to the world. "I should do what I'm told and stick to the Book of Profit," Kai thought in his mind and decided to leave. "I have obtained the information I sought. Thank you for your honest answers." Having said his piece, Kai turned away, signaling for the group of cadets to follow suit. It was time to leave. Wait. "No, you can't leave like this." Grace, who had been watching this show from the sidelines with a smirk on her face thinking that Lucas was about to get into trouble, was taken aback when Kai decided to leave. What about him?" Grace pointed at Lucas, her face contorted with anger. "You certainly aren't thinking of leaving him alone, right?" Kai looked at Grace as if he was looking at a madwoman. "Grace, I listened to you. I came here because you claimed he was the mastermind." Grace nodded emphatically, her certainty unwavering. "Yes. I'm telling you, he is. No, he isn't. His story checks out. He wasn't the one who defeated Quinn. And I don't sense any hint of danger when I look at him. He's incredibly weak." Kai yelled, frustration evident in his voice. Then what about how he uncovered my identity? Or his uncanny strategic abilities? What do you have to say about that?" Grace retorted, attempting to counter Kai's argument. However, Kai simply shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. "I'm beginning to doubt that he discovered your identity because of his intelligence. It's more likely that you made a mistake somewhere. Maybe you slipped up," Kai stated. "And yes, let's assume he's a skilled strategist, but he was in the control room while someone was battling Quinn. It's physically impossible for him to be in two places at once. He's manipulating you. It's all part of his plan. He confessed it to me during our class trip. Can't you see?" Grace yelled, her voice growing increasingly frenzied. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Kai groaned, rubbing his temples. "I don't know what personal grudge you have against that guy, but now you're starting to sound completely unhinged, Grace. If you want to be a part of the young elites and avoid making your academic life miserable, then just keep quiet and follow my lead." With that, he turned around once more and began walking away from the training field. "Come on, everyone. Just say what I saw was enough for me to just resign to my fate and accept the fact that I was about to join my dead grandma in heaven." After a few minutes, my crash landing had grabbed the attention of all the ice claw bears in the vicinity. Their gazes were filled with a primal hunger, their eyes tinged with bloodlust, and their mouths watering at the thought of sinking their teeth into my flesh. Since not many humans visit this mountain range very often, it's clear that human meat was a delicacy to these mana beasts. TSK, I clicked my tongue in annoyance and summoned my bow and a quiver full of arrows from my smart bracelet. This was going to be a drag, but I wasn't going to become their rare dinner without putting up a fight. Growl! One of the ice claw bears let out a thunderous roar and darted towards me with its menacing claws pulled back to unleash a powerful strike. In response to its lead, the other ice claw bears surrounding me swiftly followed suit and also rushed at me. Though, a few of them stayed behind to strategically block any possible escape routes if I might try to run away. This showed me that they were not mere mindless creatures, they were intelligent, and they were working together in coordination. Although this put me at a disadvantage, I didn't have the luxury of crying about it right now. Without hesitation, I took a deep breath, drawing an arrow from the quiver and aligning it on the taut bowstring. My sights were fixed on the first ice claw bear that rushed at me. I took aim at it and released the arrow. Swish! The arrow launched at the ice claw bear at breakneck speed, but the mana beast was quick to react. It raised its claws and deflected my arrow with ease, not stopping its charge at all. I was prepared for it, so I also dashed at the incoming ice claw bear. Garor! The bear roared as I got too close to it and swung its claw at me, aiming to shred me asunder in an instant. Ha! But I channeled mana into my legs and jumped over its head in the air. From there, I knocked another arrow on my bow and shot it at the beast. The ice claw bear, who saw the attack coming, again raised its claw over its head to block my arrow. Heh! But I could only smirk as that happened. Kaboom! The arrow exploded as soon as it came in contact with the ice claw bear's claws, obstructing my vision of the beast with smoke. Thud! I landed a few steps away from the beast and quickly took out another arrow and placed it on the bow. Since many other beasts were also rushing at me, I had no time to celebrate my kill. I had to continuously keep on fighting if I wanted to survive. Garor! Huh? But right then, the ice claw bear I thought I had killed emerged from the smoke and furiously rushed at me again. Fucking hell! I cursed out loud before placing my bow back into the dimensional storage of my smart bracelet and taking out my spear. Come! Chapter 170. Thwoosh! The ice claw bear lunged forward, slashing its lethal claws in my direction. Reacting swiftly, I hopped a few steps back, narrowly avoiding my death. Thwam! No, I wasn't exaggerating. The mana beast's claws struck the exact spot where I stood, creating a resounding thrash that echoed through the air. The ground trembled with the force of the impact. If I hadn't moved, I would have been crushed. In the midst of this close call, my gaze fell upon the once pristine white fur of the ice claw bear, reminiscent of the untouched snow. Only now it was no longer pristine or snow-white anymore. Instead, it was now half-burnt, scorched from the earlier explosion triggered by my exploding arrow. I see, so its fur protected it, huh? I thought out loud to myself. Simultaneously, I raised my spear to counterattack as I saw the very same ice claw bear already coming at me again. Since the mana beast was already perilously close, I couldn't have pulled back my spear in time and used it to attack, so I made a quick decision. As the ice claw bear swung its claw at me again, I infused my spear with mana and raised it up to block its attack. Thwosh! Thack! However, despite the infusion of mana, as soon as the ice claw bear's claw collided with my spear, its sturdy shaft snapped in half like it was made of paper. In one fluid motion, the bear swiftly stepped in and yanked its arm up and struck me forcefully with the backside of that very same claw that it used to break my spear. Thwack! Kook! A groan escaped my lips as the impact of the ice claw bear's strike made me feel as if I had been struck by a speeding truck. The force of the attack flung me back into the air before my body violently crashed onto the snow-covered ground a few steps away in the next instant. I was momentarily blacked out when my body hit the ground, and it truly felt like I was going to die. For a second, it felt as if I had forgotten how to breathe. However, when I remembered that I was in the middle of a battle, I forced my body to move. I had to stand up. Being down for too long would only invite further trouble, and given that I was pitted against a fucking pack of mana beasts, I already had enough of it on my plate. Arg! Gritting my teeth, I stood up and materialized a protective coating of mana on my body, cloaking my figure in an azure hue. It was martial aura, something I had learned just today. Gorwa! Right then, a fierce roar erupted from my right, catching my attention. I quickly turned to witness another ice claw bear speeding toward me at breakneck speed. A few more ice claw bears followed closely behind it, their predatory instincts on full display as they charged at me. Firmly clenching my fist, I rushed forward, dashing toward the approaching ice claw bear that was leading the charge. Ha! I stepped into the striking range and let out a fierce battle cry as the ice claw bear swung down its claw at me. With lightning reflexes, I swiftly sidestepped and evaded the oncoming blow with precision. Thwam! Seizing the opportunity, I stepped in closer to the mana beast and dropped to my knees before seamlessly spinning on one foot. In a fluid motion, I aimed a quick, low reverse spinning kick at the giant bear's leg. Than! Argar! As soon as my leg hit the bear, the impact resonated throughout my body, sending shockwaves of force coursing through my muscles. It felt as if I had tried to hit a boulder. The sheer impact jarred my bones while the ice claw bear remained unscathed. Gritting my teeth, I endured the pain and channeled mana into my fists, causing them to illuminate in the brightest shade of azure. Without hesitation, I jumped back to my feet and unleashed a rapid onslaught of punches upon the bear's ribs. Thwack, 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 thwack! Gara! Against my relentless barrage of lightning-fast punches, the bear could only let out a pained groan. However, even though my attack managed to hurt the mana beast, it was clear that this alone wouldn't be enough to kill it. Just as I was about to change my strategy and use a different approach to kill it, a sudden movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. A second ice claw bear had appeared beside me. And with its arms stretched out, this one was trying to grab me and trap me in a bear hug. Reacting quickly, I shifted my focus to it and ducked beneath its grasp, eluding its clutches. Taking advantage of the opening, I swiftly circled behind the bear and willed mana into my right leg. Using my leg as a weapon, I delivered a forceful strike to the ice claw bear's right knee, disrupting its balance and causing it to crash down onto one knee. Without any delay, I jumped and clasped the bear's neck from behind using a single hand, locking it in a one-handed neck lock. In my other hand I summon an exploding arrow from my smart bracelet, aiming to use it to pierce the ice claw bear's eye and explode its head. But before I could do that, I felt a chill run down my spine. Instinctively, I turned my head around to the left and saw a flurry of huge ice shards hurtling towards me with alarming velocity. Widening my eyes, I bent my knees and pressed my legs against ice claw bear's back. Then, using its back as a springboard, I propelled myself backwards to evade the incoming ice shards. Thud, with a resounding thud, I landed a few steps back from my previous position and shifted my focus to my left once again. There, to my surprise, I spotted a remarkably different ice claw bear. This one appeared older and had a wooden shaft in its hand. It also wore a shoulder robe crafted from the hide of another ice claw bear. A mage? I exclaimed out loud, astonishment lacing my tone. While I knew ice claw bears could use a few ice magic spells, I never would have thought there to be an ice claw bear specializing solely in magic. Gah! Just then, a loud roar brought my focus back to my front. Fuck! I couldn't help but curse aloud as I saw yet another ice claw bear charging at me like a moving mountain. I willed mana into my legs and decided to jump over the incoming bear and then maybe hit it with an exploding arrow. However, to my horror, I wasn't able to move my legs. Eyes wide, I looked down to see my legs were frozen in place, trapped in crystal ice. It was that mage bear. While I was distracted, it used magic on me to hold me in place. But it was too late for me to figure that out now. The charging ice claw bear closed in on me as I crossed my arms over my chest, prepared to tank its attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the ice claw bear pressed forward and crashed into me with its shoulder, performing a crushing shoulder tackle. Thwack! Arguck! I really felt as if a mountain had run into me. A shockwave of pain reverberated through my body as the force of the bear's shoulder tackle flung me back the air with an uncontrollable momentum. Helplessly, I soared in the air before violently crashing on the ground, the impact jolting through my entire being. Pain seared through my body, leaving me disoriented and gasping for breath. My desperate attempts to regain my balance proved futile as I fiddled across the ground like a flat rock to a water surface, teetering dangerously close to the edge of the cliff. With a final lurch, I tumbled over the cliff. I tried to grab hold of something to save myself from falling down, but the bones in my hands were crushed from tanking that last attack. Finally, in the next moment, I found myself falling from the peak of the snow mountain. Chapter 171. In the snowy meadow, a man with a rather handsome face and long red hair tied into a bun sat atop a stool. Before him rested a fire blazing within a makeshift wooden grill crafted from the dry wood that he found in the surrounding forest. Atop the grill rested a cooking pot emitting delicious aroma, smoke, and occasional sizzling sounds. Despite the ferocious mana beasts lurking nearby in the woods, none of them dared to approach the man. It was because they instinctively knew that approaching the man would result in their deaths. Even though human flesh was a rarity in these mountains, it wasn't worth dying for. So all they could do was gulp down their mouth-watering saliva and walk away tearfully. Meanwhile, Leo sat idly, his gaze fixed on his cooking food as he absent-mindedly whistled a song with a bored face. Even though he didn't let it show on his face earlier, Leo was pleasantly surprised by Lucas' rapid growth. In just under a day, with the right guidance, Lucas managed to nearly grasp the essence and master the application of basic martial aura. In just a matter of a few days, he would undoubtedly attain flawless proficiency, a feat that typically requires weeks, if not months, for ordinary individuals to achieve. This confirms it, Leo murmured, his chin resting on his fingers. That boy truly possesses a natural gift for martial arts. But then the question remains the same, why did Lucas' father, General Reynold Morningstar, fail to recognize such talent? Should I talk to him about it? Leo pondered aloud, but he promptly dismissed the idea. After all these years, Leo refused to be the first one to initiate contact. He will not call Reynold first. In fact, he would never want to talk to him again. However, perhaps there was another option. Maybe he could try speaking with Yennefer, Lucas' mother, instead. No, but after giving it some thought, Leo shook his head again. Talking to Yennefer now, considering what happened last time, would definitely be awkward. Leo was the kind of person who preferred to avoid such uncomfortable situations. Then should he go ahead and talk to Lucas' sister, Yelena, instead? Nah. That girl is the spitting image of her father, Leo remarked, shaking his head in disagreement yet again. Indeed, it was undeniable. Yelena's arrogance and ego were on par, if not above, what Reynold possessed. If Leo were to engage in a conversation with her, he was certain to lose his composure. Moreover, rumors had reached Leo's ears that Yennefer held resentment towards Lucas. Thus, talking with her would be futile, as she would likely tell him her own biased perspective. In the end, Leo could only let out a sigh of defeat. Well, it didn't really matter. Regardless of the reasons that led Reynold to overlook Lucas' talent, it was no longer Leo's concern. He could never truly comprehend that man, to begin with, and there was no point in trying to decipher his mind now. Oh, he's about to fall off the cliff. Leo suddenly raised his head up, directing his gaze towards the snow-capped peak of the mountain. In truth, Leo had been closely observing Lucas's intense battle against the pack of ice claw bears all this time using his spatial perception. Spatial perception is a mana-infused martial arts technique that lets its user perceive the physical realm with a bird's-eye view. It's the same as omnidirectional vision. That, coupled with Leo's sixth sense honed far beyond human capabilities, allowed him to adept monitor every subtle movement that Lucas made, all the while effortlessly cooking his dinner. And at this very moment, Leo could see Lucas teetering on the brink of the cliff. Well, he held on for as long as he could, Leo muttered to himself, accompanied by a sigh. Shaking his head, he rose from his seat and channeled mana into his legs, tensing his calves' muscles. Right from the beginning, Leo knew that Lucas wouldn't be able to hunt down an entire pack of ice claw bears alone. It was an impossible feat at his level after all. In truth, Leo's intention was simply to assess Lucas's endurance and to witness how long he could endure in such a daunting situation. And, to his surprise, Lucas lasted for a long time, 10 minutes to be exact. While 10 minutes may not appear long, in a life-or-death battle, it could make all the difference. Of course, he made some rather foolish decisions during his fight, but all in all, he performed well. Through this and their earlier sparring session, Leo had gained enough idea of what Lucas' strengths and weaknesses were, so now he could help him work on them. Millimeter? Just as Leo was engrossed in such thoughts with a contemplating look plastered on his face, Lucas fell off the cliff. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Leo's figure blurred into thin air as he moved with a burst of speed to catch Lucas on time. Sizzle, 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 MNHH tilde. What disturbed my sweet slumber was the sizzling sound of food being cooked and the sweet aroma that it carried. Cling, cling, in the following instant, the harmonious melody of metal clashing against metal reached my ears. It was as if someone was indulging in their meal using steel utensils. That sharp sound caused a dull ache to shoot through my skull. I groaned again and rolled over, attempting to pull my pillow over my head to muffle the constant metal clashing sound. But instead of my pillow, I came away with a handful of damp leaves. Frowning, I tried to sit up straight, but that simple act triggered an agonizing pain in my ribs. Moving my body also caused the insides of my head to slosh, making it harder for me to focus or even open my eyes. After a long struggle, I did manage to open my bleary eyes and use them to scan my surroundings through a bottle glass blur. I recognized my surroundings after a little drowsy confusion. I remember now. I wasn't in my room but on the southern mountain range with that bastard of a Master Leo. I jerked my head from side to side to look for him. There he was. Sitting on a stool, eating stew directly from the bowl while looking at me with amused eyes. Only after he finished his stew and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief he put down the bowl, his eyes still on me. "Oh, you're awake?" he said, causing a nerve to bulge on my forehead. "Welcome back. Welcome back, my ass." I snapped. I could have died. No, I think I did die. How am I alive? "You fell off the cliff, and I dashed in to save you," Leo smugly explained. "I was also kind enough to make you a bed and use some healing potions on you." His words caused a frown to appear on my face as I glanced around. Sure enough, I was lying on a bed constructed from an arrangement of tree leaves. Although they were moist, they provided insulation against the cold emanating from the snowy ground. Remembering something, I quickly started touching my body, paying close attention to my rib area. With a sense of urgency, I lifted my t-shirt and discovered that my abdomen was covered in bandages. Did you see?" I asked, without meeting his gaze. The shoulder tackle from that ice claw bear ought to have broken some of my ribs. So it's obvious why I was covered in bandages. But if Leo was the one who applied these bandages, then that must mean he saw it. And since it's him, he should know what it is. If you're referring to the relic on your chest, which, in my opinion, can only be none other than the Phoenix's embrace, then I must admit that I didn't see it. What? You don't believe me? All right, fine. I did see it, Leo confessed, accompanied by a sigh. His eyes brimmed with curiosity as he continued, "You must be aware that many have searched for that relic throughout the years, right? While it may not be widely known among your generation, people in my time would have killed for it. And they still would. Its existence is documented in the Academy Records of Relics. So, I'm intrigued, how did you manage to obtain a lost relic?" "Academy Records of Relic?" I frowned. "What's that?" "Global Academy has a list of powerful relics. The central government and the United Military also maintain their own lists, although theirs are more detailed and expansive, of course." Leo answered. "Now answer my question." "I see," I replied while stroking my chin before meeting his gaze. "A talking tree gave it to me." What gave it to you?" Leo raised his eyebrows. "A talking tree," I replied like it was the most natural thing in the world. "A talking tree?" Leo looked at me skeptically. "A talking tree gave it to you? You mean as in the Tree of Desires?" "Yes," I replied. "Exactly that." Leo looked at me blankly for a few seconds before letting out a sigh. "Fine, don't tell me, but at least make some creative lies instead of using a fairy tale." "It's not a fairy tale," I shook my head. "The Tree of Desires really does exist. It's really not Leo's fault for not believing me. Many individuals in the past tried to look for the Tree of Desires, but none of them could ever find it. Those who did weren't able to pass all his tests. So, in short, no one ever saw the Tree of Desires, and those who did weren't left alive to tell the tale. Thus, it became a fairy tale, a folklore." Leo rubbed his face at my reply, expressing his exasperation before releasing another sigh. "Well, if you don't want to talk, then I guess it doesn't matter. Anyway, get up. It's time for you to resume your training," Leo stated. "Huh? Right now? Aren't you going to give me something to eat first?" I retorted, a hint of hunger evident in my voice. Leo raised an eyebrow in response. "Did you manage to hunt anything?" he inquired. "I could have if you had given me enough time to prepare." I argued defensively. "In certain situations, you won't have the luxury of time to prepare," Leo retorted. "What will you do then? Run from a fight? Or perhaps you'll die." I nearly took down one of them, I defended myself. "Indeed, you also almost died in the process," Leo reminded me sternly. "And how on earth did you not notice your legs freezing in place when the ice claw bear cast its spell?" I was already feeling cold. I offered an explanation. My feet were already immersed in the snow, so when the spell took effect, I didn't feel anything aside from the cold, which I was already feeling. "Ha," Leo pinched the bridge of his nose. "Well, I guess your usage of martial aura was good enough since you didn't die from that ice claw bear's shoulder tackle. Aside from buffing a person's strength to superhuman levels, martial aura also acts as a defensive barrier that protects the practitioner's body from attacks. If I wasn't using it, I would have seriously died." "That's good enough for your defense for now," Leo mentioned. "Let's start working on your offense." Chapter 172. It's been 2 days since my failed attempt to hunt the ice claw bear's pack. After continuously training for 2 days, I think I'm starting to get the hang of using martial aura now. You see, when I channel mana into a specific part of my body, it feels as if a surge of strength courses through it. However, when I use martial aura, it feels like I am encased in an exoskeleton that enhances both my defense and offense. Nevertheless, utilizing martial aura depletes my already small mana pool much more quickly than using spells or normal martial arts. If I'm cautious and refrain from casting heavy spells, then I guess I can keep using martial aura for around 20 minutes without needing to drink a mana potion. Although, Leo has pointed out that I'm still making excessive movements and wasting my mana. He says, since you were born with innate low mana core rank, you should strive to utilize the little mana you have with utmost mastery. In short, Leo means that even if the heavens haven't given me a big mana pool, I can still train hard and make the most out of what I've been given. I see his point. Even though I will soon break my mana core potential, it still won't hurt me to learn not to waste my mana in a fight. I mean, imagine a scenario where I am stuck in an extended fight lasting for several consecutive days. In such a situation, if I don't have any mana potions on me, then no matter how big my mana pool gets, I will sooner or later exhaust it and meet my end. Anyway, I haven't done anything but train these past 2 days, taking breaks only to freshen up or eat something. Well, only Leo would eat something while I could merely salivate at the sight of his delicious dinner every night. TSK. That bastard. Even after consuming mana and stamina potions whenever I feel like I'm on the brink of collapsing, the lack of food has left me exhausted for the past 2 days. To top it all off, we continue training even during the night, sleeping for only about 5 hours or so. Sleeping less in itself wouldn't have been a problem for me since I'm quite used to it, but getting nothing to eat is unbearable. I feel like I'm reaching my limits. Lucas, get up. Leo yelled, summoning his sheathed katana. Let's begin. It was the morning of the 3rd day, and I had just sat down after doing some light morning exercises before we resumed my training. Hardly 10 minutes had passed before Leo called me to my feet once again. Letting out a sigh, I did as I was told and stood upright attentively with my hands behind my back. Starting today, we will focus on weapon combat, Leo declared. Since fighting with weapons is my forte, don't expect me to hold back during instructions. You say that as if you were holding back until now, you scoundrel. Without revealing my inner thoughts on my face, I replied loudly, yes, master. Leo nodded and began speaking, I will guide you step by step. First step, take out your katana. Master, I don't use a katana, I responded blankly. As if expecting my answer, Leo quickly replied, second step, get a katana. Katanas are cool. And as my first, and most likely my last, disciple, you should always strive to look cool. I sighed, saying, I am a spearman, master. Don't worry. By the time I'm done with you, you'll be proficient with most, if not all, weapons just like me, Leo assured. But fine, for now, take out your spear. I don't have it, I replied, shaking my head. It broke while I was battling those ice claw bears. I see, Leo said, stroking his chin. He then infused mana into a dimensional ring on one of his fingers. In the blink of an eye, a spear materialized in Leo's hand, accompanied by a dazzling flash of white light. My eyes were immediately drawn to its mesmerizing presence. The blade was made of a crystal-like material, sparkling with a vibrant red hue that glistened under the sunlight. The blade was sharp and pointy, and I could see the redness extending down the shaft of the spear as well. Despite its slender design, I could sense the intense energy emanating from the weapon, even from a few steps away. What? What is that? I stammered, gulping down a mouthful of saliva in anticipation. Is it a legendary-ranked weapon? You have a keen eye, Leo affirmed with a smug nod. This is a spear crafted from the scale of the last dragon, forged in the flames of a dying phoenix, the bringer of lost flames. So cool. I exclaimed, my eyes sparkling with admiration. Yes, mythical ranked mana beasts like dragons and phoenix used to roam the world until a few years ago. They were normal animals who evolved from mana and turned into those creatures of legends. However, since they posed a threat to civilization, the United Military waged war against them. The top soldiers and formidable fighters worldwide participated in this grand subjugation. They drove these dangerous mythical mana beasts to the brink of extinction. In a remarkably short span of less than 2 months, creatures like phoenix, dragons, unicorns, and others were completely wiped out. In today's world, not a single mana beast of mythical rank is alive. Right? I participated in the subjugation of mana beasts 8 years ago. It was there that I killed the last dragon and obtained one of its scales. I brought it back to a world-famous weaponsmith who used the flames of a dying phoenix to make this weapon, Leo explained, frustration evident in his voice as he continued. I had requested a sword, but that old fool decided to create a spear instead. TSK. With that said, he threw the spear at me without any warning. A guck. I shrieked in surprise as I caught it and started inspecting it. Regardless, it is a fine weapon. I have wielded it on a few occasions myself, Leo admitted. Consider it your first gift from your master, a token of my appreciation for becoming my disciple. Besides, since you have an affinity for the fire element, you will be able to use its power to the fullest. Item, spear, relic, rank, legendary name, the bringer of lost flames description, a legendary rank spear made from a dragon's scale and forged in the last fiery breath of a dying phoenix. The wielder of this spear, if they possess an innate affinity for the fire element, will instantly learn a spell called Flame Lance, allowing the user to summon several flame lances and rain them down upon their target like missiles. The spear will also increase the damage and effectiveness of any and all the fire magic spells cast by the wielder. Thank you, master. As my gaze swept over the item description screen in front of me, I earnestly thanked Leo. He really just gave me a legendary rank spear possessing a special ability and a buff. If it weren't for the fact that it requires a wielder with an affinity for the fire element to unlock its full potential, this weapon could have easily been classified as a divine ranked relic. But that fact doesn't bother me since I already possess an affinity for the fire element. Which means I can use it to its full potential. Don't mention it, Leo waved his hand dismissively, a slight smile present on his face before his expression quickly got back to normal, and he yelled again. Now, ready your weapon. Following his instructions, I gripped the shaft of my new spear tightly and lifted it up, pointing its blade at Leo. No matter how exceptional your weapon may be, its true value only lies in its purpose, Leo stated. What's a weapon's purpose? I asked. To bring about death, of course. Leo answered. If you can't use your weapon to bring death, you may as well not wield it. Sheeing. With a swift motion, Leo drew his katana from its sheath, and the sound of steel slicing through the air resounded. Weapons are not the soul of a martial artist. Those who claim otherwise are fools. Weapons are mere instruments. Their sole purpose is to kill, whether physically taking a life or metaphorically slaying one's opponent's ego by defeating them. Weapons exist solely to end something. At Leo's words, I nodded and tightened my grip on my spear. I will teach you how to use a weapon like how it was taught to me by my master and to him by his master, Leo said, pointing his katana at me. I'll teach you how to wield a weapon with no mercy. Having expressed his thoughts, Leo flexed his knees, assuming a swordsman's stance. He then drew a circle around himself in the snow with his leg and said, start by attacking me head on. Don't hold back and don't use mana. Come at me with the intent to kill. If you can make me move from this circle, you might start getting dinner from today. Chapter 173. Cling, cling, cling. The entire snowy meadow resonated with the resounding clash of cold, hard steel as our weapons collided. Though the sun hung high in the sky, the air was still an icy chill in the snowy southern mountains. 4 hours had passed since we started going at each other with everything we've got. I used every ounce of my strength and unleashed an unrelenting barrage of spear thrusts upon Leo, determined to push him out of the circle he drew on the ground. Yet, with effortless and masterful movements, Leo redirected, parried, or blocked each of my spear strikes with his katana. It was frustrating, to channel every bit of strength I had in me into my strikes, only for them not to end up connecting. Finally, for the 5th time maybe, I ran out of patience. Cling. As soon as Leo deflected another one of my strikes, I flicked my right wrist twice and pulled my hidden blade before rushing in on him for close combat. Since he had used his sword to push my spear away, he wouldn't have enough time to bring it back to position and strike me with it. Basically, he is wide open right now. Although his left hand is free, if he uses it to strike me, I will stab it and use my body weight plus the momentum of my rush to propel him out of the circle. Yes, this is my victory attack. Argak. But right as I was in the middle of my thoughts, Leo swung his hand inward. With speed that shouldn't be possible for a human, he landed a strike on the side of my ribs with the blunt edge of his blade. Thwack. But he didn't stop there. With incredible agility, he raised his dominant leg, swiftly chambering his knee before launching a devastating front kick directly into my chest. As if I was a rag doll, the impact of his kick catapulted me into the air before I crashed and landed on the ground a few meters back. Kook! Kook! Gasping for breath and coughing violently, I clutched my chest in pain, gradually mustering the strength to rise to my feet. With labored breaths, I fixed my gaze upon Leo. Gar! Ha! I refuse to believe that you didn't use mana for that attack. I yelled. Leo arched his eyebrows confusingly. No, I just don't skip the leg day. Ha! Not that. I retorted before finally somewhat catching my breath and yelling again. The one before that of the sword strike. How did you swing back your sword so fast? How is that humanly possible? Oh, that? It's just pure weapon handling skills, Leo replied with a casual shrug. Weapon handling skills? My forehead wrinkled with a frown. The red-haired instructor elaborated, it refers to the way one wields their weapon in harmony with their body. You may have observed individuals who swing their swords with a graceful finesse, akin to a dance, while some exhibit a more brute force approach as if they are trying to cut through a boulder. It all comes down to their unique style of weapon handling. And through practice and real battle experience, when they hone their style, it becomes a skill. So, what you did just now? I trailed off, my hand gently touching my chin. Yes, it's my own style, Leo finished my sentence with a nod. I prefer to use a light grip on my sword. Doing that allows me to wield it with swiftness and react quickly to unexpected attacks. Of course, Leo continued, I can use hundreds of other styles. What you witnessed was merely one of the countless ways I can employ my sword in a situation similar to that. Whoa. I knew he was amazing, but still, I was stunned to hear that he could have blocked my attack in hundreds of different ways. And to think for even a moment that I had him. Pathetic. During our spar a few days ago at the academy, and even now, Leo deliberately allowed me to believe I could land a strike on him, only to swiftly snatch away that fleeting hope a few seconds later. It was to show me, to emphasize the vast discrepancy in our skill levels. He just wanted to make the hierarchy between us clear. He wanted me to know why he's my master, and I'm his disciple. If he actually wanted to end that spar between us that day, he could have done it with a single swing of his sword. I see it now. Even though I knew how strong his character was in the novel, I can see it now with my own eyes. From the very beginning, it should have been clear to me. Leo and I are in entirely different leagues. Will there ever come a day when I can surpass him? Okay, lost in my ruminations, I watched as Leo casually stepped out of the circle on the snow-covered ground and sheathed his katana. He then turned to face me. I observed this during our spar that day, but your basics leave much to be desired. My basics? A deeper frown etched itself across my face. Leo nodded, his tone matter-of-fact. Indeed. Your spear tip shakes a little when you thrust. Your swings aren't precise and clean. Your stance, albeit good for someone your age, leaves your right side wide open after you attack. I never noticed all that, I admitted, a bit taken aback. I can see. It's because those things have become your habits. I'll change them one by one, Leo let out a sigh. He channeled mana into one of the dimensional rings on his fingers and summoned a black spear in his hands. We'll start scratching away and rewriting your very foundation of spear handling, Leo declared. Do 1,000 thrusts right now. After that, I will thrust my spear at you, and you will use your spear to block my attack 1,000 times. Then you will parry my attacks 1,000 times. After that, finally, you will swing your spear 1,000 times. Why do I feel like I'm not going to get any food tonight either? Chapter 174. Day 3rd on the southern mountain range. Swish, swish, swish. It was just yesterday when Leo instructed me to perform 1,000 spear thrusts, blocks, parries, and swings. Afterwards, he meticulously pointed out my errors and instructed me to focus solely on executing spear thrusts until he deemed it sufficient, and so, for the past day, I had only been performing forward spear thrusts. And now, I think my spear tip is starting to shake less. Maybe I'm improving after all. But Leo's voice boomed from the sidelines as he keenly observed me. Your spear tip is still trembling just before you execute your thrust. Strengthen your footing and keep your thrust straight. Oh, fuck off. Day 5th on the southern mountain range. Thack, thack, thack. Having spent a full day and a half solely practicing spear thrusts, I was now permitted to advance to practicing my blocking techniques. Leo would thrust his spear towards me, and my task was to block each strike using only my weapon and coordinated movements. You're doing it wrong. He would also yell at me whenever I'd make a mistake. He would point out minute stuff like how my breathing was off or how my footwork was wrong. Right now, for instance, I was blocking wrong. When you block with a spear, your goal should be to immobilize my weapon, not push it away, he clarified. Nodding, I raised my spear once again, gripping it tightly. Catch my weapon in place with your block. Then, after successfully neutralizing my thrust, use your spear to bind or circle around my weapon with your blade to counterattack, he explained. His words prompted a frown to form on my face. Wait, master, I interjected. Isn't blocking intended for defense? If I bind or encircle your weapon with my blade, then wouldn't that be considered an offensive move? Leo's response was immediate. Indeed, it is. Haven't you heard? The best defense is a relentless offense. Well, that's fair, I guess. Day 6th on the southern mountain range. Tack, tack, tack. Today we finally moved on to practicing my parry techniques. Unlike when I was blocking, where the objective for me was to firmly hold the opponent's weapon in place, parrying required me to deflect and push their strikes away. Parrying consecutively with a spear proved to be harder than I had initially imagined. The reason? The weight of my spear, combined with the forceful clash against my opponent's weapon, exacted a toll on my wrists. Initially, performing a couple of parries wasn't a problem. However, as time passed, my wrists started hurting. Whenever the pain became unbearable, Leo would toss me a mid-grade healing potion. I would drink it, and we would then resume training. Day 7 on the southern mountain range. Swish, swish, swish. Performing swings came naturally to me. After all, it was something I had practiced the most after coming to this world. Leo had nothing much to correct in my execution aside from refining my stance and making some subtle adjustments to my movements. In a remarkably short span of time, my swings began to become more precise and cleaner than before. Yes, there was no denying it now. My skills were undeniably improving. No, no, no. You've got it all wrong. Oh, come on. What now? Leo walked up to me, casually munching on a piece of beef jerky while holding a whole packet of it in his hands. This bastard. I hadn't eaten a thing in the last 7 days, and here he was, relishing a snack. As he came to stand before me, Leo bellowed, "You're exerting too much strength in a single swing, causing a delay before you can transition into the next one." What does that mean? I inquired in a confused tone. Leo let out a weary sigh, tucking the packet of beef jerky into his pocket. He then summoned a sleek black spear into his hand. "Swing at me," Leo commanded, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Still confused, I complied with his instruction. Firmly gripping my spear, I raised it high before bringing it down in a powerful swing towards Leo. Swish! But with ease, Leo sidestepped, evading my attack effortlessly. Quish! Before I could even process what had occurred, I felt the cold edge of the blade pressed against my neck. My gaze followed the blade's path, tracing it back to the shaft and the hands that held it. It was Leo. In an instant, he had positioned the blade of his spear against my throat, leaving me no time to react. What the fuck? I exclaimed in disbelief as Leo retracted his spear. Do you see now? Leo stated matter-of-factly, taking a few steps back to create some distance between us. You exerted so much force in a single strike that you left yourself vulnerable and couldn't react in time to my counterattack, he explained calmly. Why, you were just insanely fast. I retorted, frustration evident in my voice. All right then, let's try it again. This time, you come at me. And to keep things fair, I'll replicate your level of spearmanship, Leo proposed, a hint of challenge in his voice. Even then, I couldn't move at your physical speed. I reasoned. Use mana, Leo said. But only use it to enhance your speed. Raising an eyebrow in response, I nodded in agreement. Fine, I said, channeling mana into my legs before I dashed towards him. Swish! In perfect synchronization, Leo mirrored my movements, raising his spear high and executing a slashing motion towards me as soon as I got close. But he was way too slow in my eyes. Effortlessly, I sidestepped and easily evaded his spear before countering with a powerful thrust of my own spear aimed at his neck. Tack! But before my spear could make contact, Leo deftly stepped back, simultaneously raising his spear in an upward swing and effectively deflecting my attack. Huh? I gasped in surprise. But before I could react, in one fluid motion, he swiftly brought his spear back down, pressing the blade against my neck once again. What the? I was at a loss for words. There was no denying it. Leo had flawlessly mimicked my spearmanship, replicating every aspect of my technique with uncanny precision. From the stance to the level of precision to the fluidity of movement, he copied everything. It was to the point where it felt like I was watching myself in the mirror. Even when I used mana to enhance my speed, he still effortlessly reacted to my attacks, countering with those seemingly sloppy slashes that he replicated. How, was all I could ask at that moment. I already told you, Leo said calmly. You're using too much force in each strike. It seems like you're fixated solely on strength. As his words reached my ears, a frown etched deeper on my face. What are you saying? I inquired. What else should I be focusing on? The technique, Lucas, Leo responded in an isn't it obvious tone. He continued, concentrate solely on the technique. The world around you is chaos, the technique is your sanctuary. I see, I said, understanding what he meant. But how should I do that? Leo answered, I'll beat it into you, I will teach you. Did he just say what I think he said? This bastard. All right then, I believe you've honed your fundamentals enough. Practice them daily. Do at least 1,000 swings, blocks, parries, and thrusts every day, Leo spoke. Starting now, we'll start working on your technique. Chapter 175. Right now, I was in the midst of training while being closely observed by Leo. I'm telling you again. Perform a down slash, followed by an up parry, a middle block, and finish off with a forward thrust, Leo instructed. It had been a week since our arrival on this southern mountain range. Having honed my fundamental spear skills to a satisfying degree, Leo now asked me to start connecting my thrusts, slashes, blocks, and parries. Basically, he said he wanted me to combine everything that I had practiced until now to perform combos attacks. Initially, I didn't understand what he meant by that, and I still don't. Why can't you understand? Leo yelled in exasperation. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? What does a down slash, up parry, middle block, and forward thrust even mean? I retorted, yelling back. And aren't you supposed to be a world-class fighter? Huh? Of course, I am. How is it my fault that you're too dense to comprehend what I'm saying? Leo replied, his frustration evident. Well, you know what they say, there are no bad students, only bad teachers. I shot back, maintaining the same tone. That last comeback of mine caused Leo's veins on Leo's forehead to bulge out as he clenched his teeth and struggled to contain his rising anger. Foo-oo! Just as I braced myself for what I thought would be the beating of a lifetime, Leo released a deep breath and cooled his head. Yeah, you're right, he said as he walked up to me, summoning the black spear into his hand. Here, I will demonstrate it to you myself. I instinctively took a step back, giving him the stage. Leo closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then swiftly opened his eyes again. In the next moment, he sprang into action. He took a step forward, bending one knee as he knelt on the ground. From that position, he executed a flawless horizontal slash. Continuing his motion, he gracefully rose from his kneeling stance, sweeping his spear upward in the air. With precision, he brought his spear back in front of his chest, gripping its shaft with his hands wide apart. Finally, he took another step forward, pulling his spear back to the side before thrusting it forward at lightning speed. I stood there with my eyes widened and my mouth hung open. In that instance, the world around me turned quiet. I could only see a man with his long red hair tied into a braid, moving so gracefully upon the snow in front of me. My gaze was fixed on him, and I couldn't look away, mesmerized by the masterpiece he created with every swing of his spear. It was so silent. His spear didn't make any noise as it moved in the air. Cass! Can I ever reach that level of mastery? Can I ever reach that level of precision? Can I ever recreate the masterpiece I'm seeing before me now? Lucas! The sharp sound of Leo's voice pierced through the silent haze that enveloped me. Startled, I turned my gaze towards him, still in a daze. Did you catch it? Leo asked. The urgency in his tone forced me to nod long before I could even realize what I was nodding to. Good, he said. Now, do exactly what I just did. Do exactly what he did. But how could I possibly replicate his masterful movements? His graceful command of the spear was mesmerizing. Can I even wield my own spear with such mastery? Can I swing it with such elegance that it wouldn't even make a sound? Lucas, what are you waiting for? Come on, perform the combo I just showed you, Leo urged, his voice cutting through my uncertainty. I instinctively nodded once again at his words. Tightening my grip on the spear, I began to mimic the steps and swings Leo had demonstrated to me moments ago. Swoosh, quish, swish. After I was done, Leo nodded in my direction. Good job, he said. Now, on to the next. Good job? No, it wasn't. What I did was nothing but a shallow imitation of how Leo wielded his spear. Today marks the 8th day since our arrival on this southern mountain range. Ha. 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 If it sounds like I was tired, it's because I really was tired. The reason, you ask? Well, I had been running up and down the mountain all day long. And as if that weren't enough, I had also subjected myself to perform 1,000 blocks, parries, thrusts, and slashes before doing this. My body ached, muscles screaming with every step I took. Fatigue seeped into my bones, and my eyes burned in this cold wind pressing against my face as I logged uphill. All I want to do is to return to my apartment and collapse onto my bed. I want to lie down and just sleep. And of course, I want to eat some hot, spicy instant ramen before that. Grrrr. Just the mere thought of food has triggered another hungry growl from my stomach. I haven't had a thing to eat in the past 7 days, and I doubt today will be any different. These days, our practice sessions have become an endless marathon. We don't even take that many breaks between training anymore. From dawn till dusk, all I do is swing my spear and exercise. If I happen to pass out, Leo would give me a stamina potion to revive my energy, and we would return to training again. If I run out of mana, he would give me a mana potion which would help me replenish my mana pool. And if I fall down due to thirst, he would offer me water. If my muscles refuse to move, he would give me a healing potion. If I fall because of mental fatigue, we take a break for a couple of hours and engage in deep meditation before recommencing the training. But no matter how many times I collapse from hunger, Leo never offers me anything to eat. Not even a snack. I truly believe that I'm on the brink of death. Death from hunger. How pitiful of a death would that be, huh? Ha ha. Initially, I feared I was going to be freezing to death when we came to this place, but the chilly temperature here no longer bothers me now. It's as if I'm gradually adapting. Yet, I can't adapt to hunger. Chapter 176. Growling. My stomach growled vehemently with hunger as I arrived at the snowy meadow where we were staying. You're back, Leo remarked, his voice calm and nonchalant. He sat on a stool with a crackling campfire in front of him, relishing a steaming bowl of chicken soup clasped in his hands. This guy. Here I am, on the verge of starvation, and he's eating chicken soup. Huh? Gah. I swear to God, no, not God. I swear to myself that I will kill him one day. Leo rose from his seat, extinguished the fire, and quickly finished the soup before stowing away the empty bowl in his dimensional ring. Then he summoned the black spear into his grasp and he turned to face me. Today, we will spar again, declared Leo. Again? I frowned in displeasure. We have been engaging in sparring sessions almost every single day since we came to this place. Though I learned so many things from sparring against him, his skills are on a completely different level than mine. Fighting him feels like trying to climb a wall that I know I can't ever climb in a lifetime. Going against him, I couldn't help but feel inferior. And I'm not good at dealing with inferiority complexes since I don't feel it much. Maybe Leo noticed my thoughts as he let out a sigh and said, I can see you don't like losing much, but as I've said before, martial arts can only be honed in combat. I guess he has a point. All right, I relented. Let's get started then. Good, Leo nodded. And don't worry, I will go easy on you this time. 15 minutes later. Thwack. A forceful kick slammed into my chest, propelling me back in the air until I collided with the ground, tumbling and rolling before coming to a halt. Freaking hell, I stammered, cursing softly under my breath. I gathered myself and rose to my feet, directing my gaze towards Leo. I will go easy on you this time, my ass. Leo stifled a chuckle, his tone filled with amusement. Believe me, this is me going easy. I rolled my eyes, frustration building within me. Gathering my strength, I charged forward with my spear poised for an attack. As soon as I closed the distance between us, with swift precision, I thrust my spear towards Leo. Cling. However, Leo effortlessly deflected my assault with his own spear, skillfully pushing me onto my back foot. Arg. Gritting my teeth, without missing a beat, I launched a rapid succession of spear thrusts at Leo. Cling, cling, cling. But once again, Leo deftly parried each and every one of my strikes, relentlessly forcing me backwards. Spear has a good range, Leo said while casually parrying my attacks. It's a low-risk, high-reward weapon. Keep yourself out of my reach and aim for my head or heart. Even if you miss, you will have the time to jump back to safety before I could punish you for missing. Come, I won't parry your next attack. I tried doing as he said and aimed my next thrust at his heart. True to his words, Leo didn't parry my attack with his spear. Swish. But instead, he just swirled his body to the side and let my spear meet nothing but air. Following up on it, he quickly tried to step in and probably land another kick on me. TSK. Frustrated, I clicked my tongue. Whoosh. To make some breathing space, I hopped a few steps back to safety. I refused to get kicked by him again. And I can't keep on attacking him blindly. I need to devise a strategy to gain an advantage, even if victory against him seems to be elusively far from my reach. I have to find a way to seize the upper hand. Alright, let's calm down and think. After all, my intellect is my greatest weapon. Leo is approximately 10 meters away from me. If I were to charge forward now, faking a reckless attempt to close the distance, he would likely respond with a forward spear thrust. At that moment, I will crouch and let his spear pass over my head. From that low position, I could surge forward, launching my own counterattack. That's the general plan. Yes, this should work. After coming to that conclusion in my head, I nodded and slightly bent my knees, tunneling my vision at Leo who was a few steps away. Swoosh! Yet, before I could put my plan into action, Leo appeared before me out of thin air. My eyes widened in disbelief as he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash with his spear, aimed directly at me. Thwoosh! Reacting quickly, I raised my own spear to block his attack, but the sheer force behind his strike flung me in the air, tumbling to the side. Performing a mid-air backflip, I managed to land on my feet, stumbling a few steps before regaining my stance. I looked back at Leo in front of me, my eyes still widened in shock. How did he manage to appear in front of me so suddenly? Was I zoning out? No, that couldn't be right. I am fairly certain that my gaze never wavered from him. Then how? When did he close the distance? He didn't use any mana, I'm certain of it. So was it purely his physical speed? But that's impossible. No human can move at such speed without using mana, relying solely on his physical prowess. Even if that human happens to be none other than Leo Kurogami. Shaking my head, I cleared my mind of the thoughts and focused up front. I couldn't afford to lose sight of him again, swish! But in an instant, Leo appeared before me once again, his presence both startling and disorienting. You think too much, he stated plainly. Before I could even react, he thrashed his knee into my abdomen, causing me to crumple to my knees. Consumed by intense pain, I started to cough fitfully. Kook! Kuark! Observing my agonized state, Leo tossed a healing potion in my direction and took a step back. As he moved away, he began to speak. Your mind is cluttered with strategies, endless possibilities, and countless doubts. He explained. You calculate every potential outcome, which is a good trait to have for a strategist, but not for a warrior. Circling around me, he continued, in the midst of battle, you mustn't burden yourself with overthinking. Each passing second should be dedicated to either hurting your opponent or ensuring your own survival. After consuming the healing potion, I gritted my teeth and pushed myself back onto my feet, the pain still coursing through my body. So, you're saying I shouldn't strategize anymore? I asked. Leo's response was swift and clear. No, strategizing is your greatest asset. Don't abandon it, he emphasized. However, cease the habit of endlessly calculating every possible outcome. Envision a single future, and make it a reality. Coming to a halt before me, he continued, how can you expect to find a clear path to defeating your opponent if you can't conquer your own thoughts? Raising his spear and assuming his stance, he urged me to do the same. Your focus should be on the present moment, not on your day before, not on what lies ahead. All that matters is the form, the technique. Master your mind, perfect your technique, and your opponent shall be vanquished. Chapter 177. 12th day since our arrival on the southern mountain range. Well, even I have to admit it now, you've been making rapid improvements. Your breathing is correct, your stance is more refined, and your other bad habits are now almost negligible. Good job. Hearing the red-haired jerk applauding me for my efforts, I felt a sense of satisfaction start building up in my chest. You say that, but all I've been doing for the past 12 days is getting my ass kicked by you, I rolled my eyes. It makes me wonder if I'm truly improving. Trust me, you are, Leo replied. By the end of the 4th week, you'll be twice, no, at least thrice, as strong as you were before coming here. Grr. Upon hearing a growl emanating from somewhere nearby, Leo's ears perked up and he looked towards the woods. Was that a beast? He asked aloud, frowning. But how could that be a beast? Every single one of them is too terrified by Leo's presence to even approach the area he's in. No. That was my stomach. I snapped, frustrated beyond reason. You say I'll become strong by the end of the 4th week? Well, I won't even survive until then. Oh, so you're hungry? Leo clapped his hands together in understanding. That's why you're sprawled on the ground. Due to sheer starvation, after completing my morning exercise of running uphill and downhill a few times and practicing my swings, thrusts, blocks, and parries 1,000 times, I collapsed on the ground. And this jerk, who's supposed to be my master, casually woke up a few minutes ago and devoured an entire red velvet cake right in front of my eyes for breakfast. One of Leo's many nicknames was the Red Devil. Now I can understand why he got that moniker. He's a devil all right. I can see it. You're being overly dramatic, oh dear disciple of mine, Leo playfully clicked his tongue. During my own training, my master starved me for 4 months. For you, it has only been 12 days. Bullshit. I call bullshit. I attempted to rise, but my legs lacked any strength, causing me to end up on my knees. You can't survive for more than 2 months without food. Yet, here I am, alive and kicking, Leo gestured to his own body. You will survive as well, I'm going to die, aren't I? Shot by a maniac author in my first life, and starved to death by a maniac master in my second life. Am I some kind of magnet for maniacs or something, huh? But hey, since you've completed my first challenge and made it through the first week in this mountain range, I suppose I can offer you a small reward. Upon hearing the word reward, anticipation surged within me. What could it possibly be? A sliver of red velvet cake? Some leftover chicken soup? The last piece of beef jerky? Heck, at this point, I'm even willing to eat leftover chicken bones. I allow you to now use mana while training and sparring, Leo declared. Huh? That's it? For reference, after I grasped the basics of martial aura and began my training with the spear, I was not allowed to use mana at all. Huh? How is that a reward? If you really want to give me something then just, for the love of God, give me something to eat. Not happening, Leo flashed an amused smile in my direction before he got up. Come on, let's start today's training, oh, yeah. I'm definitely going to die. Just wait for me a little more grandma, I'm on my way to you. I gave it my all during the spar with Leo, but even after tapping into my mana, he ruthlessly wiped the floor with my ass. I now found myself in the same defeated position I was in before the training, lying face flat on the ground. Good job, Leo's voice reached my ears. I didn't expect your mana control to be that impressive. Impressive, my ass. I couldn't even manage to land a scratch on this red-haired jerk. Get up, Leo said, poking me with the shaft of his spear. This time, try using martial aura and extend it onto your weapon. Groaning and whimpering, I forced myself to stand, extending it onto my weapon. I raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Yes, Leo nodded. Think of your weapon as an extension of your own limb. Then, cover it with martial aura. This technique is known as weapon chi or simply sword chi. Wouldn't that deplete my mana pool way faster than usual? I frowned. Yeah, that's why you need to use it carefully in real battles, Leo replied. If you learn to wield it effectively, it can become a formidable weapon in your arsenal. My frown deepened. Yes, perhaps for now. But when I face seasoned fighters in the future, exhausting my mana too soon will only lead to my death faster. Leo looked at me, an amused glint in his eyes. Don't worry about that. Even though I don't possess a massive mana pool myself, I can still use sword chi for a long period of time. Do you know why? I actually do know why. In the novel, although nothing was mentioned regarding the size or rank of Leo's mana core, something else caught my attention. Within the story, Leo possessed a highly lethal secret art that allowed him to surpass the potential limitations of his mana core. Upon employing this secret art, he could harness the ambient mana present in the atmosphere to effortlessly cast spells and perform advanced martial arts techniques. That's why everyone in the story assumed that he possessed a high-ranking mana core, even though his specific rank was never mentioned in the novel. Even I believed he had a formidable mana core. That's why I thought with his secret art, he was pretty much broken. But now I can see, since his mana core ranking wasn't high, the only option he had was to use that secret art. So in a sense, despite being overpowered, I don't think he was broken anymore. Of course, even after connecting those dots, I can't go ahead and answer him, so I decided to feign ignorance. How is that? I asked. I will tell you when the time comes, Leo answered. But until then, get the hell up and start training. Chapter 178. It has been around 20 days since we came to this godforsaken mountain. Throughout our entire stay here, I have not been given a single thing to eat. I am on the brink of death. This isn't an exaggeration. I really do feel like I could drop dead any moment now. But even then, the red-haired jerk isn't pitying me. If I collapse from starvation and refuse to move, Leo would beat me. If I refuse to train, Leo would beat me. If I do train and spar with him, Leo would beat me. I'm no lawyer or legal expert, but doesn't this qualify as some form of child abuse? Even though I'm 18 and considered an adult, it still can be called abuse, right? Well, on a positive note, Leo claims that my martial arts skills have lately been improving. However, I am too famished to notice any improvements or progress myself. It's a strange sensation. I never imagined anyone could feel this way, but here I am. Even when I'm hungry and depleted of energy, I can still keep moving because of the stamina recovery potions I consume. I feel drained of energy yet somehow still functional. I long for sleep, but I can't seem to sleep at the same time. It's as if I'm burning from head to toe, but I cannot even die. This experience is pure torment, a torture that I wouldn't even curse my enemies to experience. I never realized that hunger could cause such intense physical pain. Even though my stomach has stopped growling, I can feel my belly twisting and churning as if it's trying to eat itself. It hurts. It hurts so much. Maybe this is karma. Maybe this is the divine retribution I'm receiving for all the bad things I did in both my lives. Oi, get up, Leo's voice abruptly reached my ears. I opened my eyes and found him standing there upside down in front of me. In reality, it was I who was upside down. During my training, Leo delivered a punch that sent me flying through the air, only to crash onto the mountain slope in an inverted position. I'm exhausted. Tired from the constant beatings. I understand that this is supposed to be my training arc or something, but dear God, I've had enough. I can't do it. I snapped, my voice cracking as I yelled in a whimpering tone. Weakly, I rolled over and rose to my feet. I can't continue like this. It feels like I'm truly on the verge of death. Please, just give me something to eat. Or let me go on another hunt. I promise, this time I'll slay those ice claw bears. No, you're still not strong enough, Leo firmly shook his head. First, you must master your sword chi, and then I might consider sending you on another hunt. At that moment, I felt tears of frustration welling up. I really was on the brink of a complete breakdown. Leo responded by lifting his sleek black spear and aiming it at me. Come, he bellowed. I gritted my teeth and held back my tears. Frustrated more than ever as I felt my belly twisting in pain from hunger. Argar! I roared, launching myself forward. While charging towards Leo, I enveloped my body and weapon in a thick layer of azure mana. The surge of mana enhanced my physical abilities to the point where I closed the distance between us in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As soon as I stepped close to Leo, I swung my spear at his neck, aiming to cleave off his head with a clean slash. Of course, he evaded my attack easily by sidestepping to his right and countered with a swift spear thrust. Without hesitating for even a moment, I bent my knees and exerted force on the ground using my legs. Whoosh! Using my legs like a spring, I launched myself into the air, soaring directly over Leo's head. Nice one, Leo remarked as he gripped his spear tighter. But you've left yourself wide open in mid-air. As he said that, Leo launched his spear forward, aiming to stab a non-lethal area of my body. However, before his spear could connect, I swiftly twisted my body in mid-air and narrowly evaded the incoming blow as his spear brushed past me. Ho! Leo's eyes widened in surprise before I used the momentum of my spin to deliver a powerful downward vertical slash, putting all my weight behind it. Thack! But to my dismay, Leo casually lifted his spear, using its shaft to block my attack effortlessly. Fuck off! I yelled, my voice filled with irritation. Whore! Quite a rude thing to say to your master, Leo replied, visibly amused by my struggle, before easily pushing me away, sending me sprawling a few steps back. Arg! I landed in the distance, clenching my teeth even harder. Without delay, I once again launched myself at Leo with an explosive burst of speed. Whoosh! Rather than charging straight at him, I rushed at him in a zigzag pattern, swiftly maneuvering towards him. Once I entered striking range, I swiftly bent my knees, getting into a low crouched position. Since Leo thought I was going to jump, he readied himself for it. However, instead of jumping, I twisted my body to the left, executing a low spinning horizontal slash with my spear aimed at his legs. Thack! Nice! Leo acknowledged, swiftly blocking my low strike with his spear. TSK! I clicked my tongue in frustration. Raising my spear overhead, I executed a rapid and forceful downward slash towards him without giving him a chance to breathe. Thack! But yet again, Leo deftly parried my attack, using his spear to push mine aside. Good combo! Swiftly pulling back my spear close to my chest after it was deflected, I unleashed a relentless fury of thrusts with all my might, aiming to overwhelm Leo. Cling, 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 cling. However, Leo effortlessly blocked each and every one of my attacks, as if I posed no threat to him whatsoever. Like that, we continued to spar for the day. And then we resumed my training the next day. And the day after that. Then the day after that again. It had been nearly 4 weeks, precisely 25 days since Leo and Lucas set foot on the southern mountain range. At present, Leo sat leisurely on a stool amidst the snowy meadow, munching on a chicken lollipop. As he continued to enjoy his snack, from his vantage point, he spotted a figure running uphill in his direction. It was a young boy, approximately 17 or 18 years old. He had silver hair, resembling the moon and striking red eyes reminiscent of freshly spilled blood. His attire consisted of tattered black slacks, evidence of the hard training he had endured in the past few days. On his upper body, the marks of healed bruises and scars were visible. Despite consuming high-grade mana potions almost daily, concealing the aftermath of the abuse he had suffered proved impossible. As the young boy reached in front of Leo, the red-haired instructor gazed into his hollow eyes and flashed with a satisfied, yet warm smile. I believe the time has come, Leo declared, standing up from his stool. But before we proceed, let us spar once again. You can use magic, weapon arts, your unique abilities, and nearly everything in your arsenal. Come at me with the intention to kill. Chapter 179. In the tranquil snowy embrace of the southern continent's mountain range, two figures found themselves standing face to face in a lockdown. It was a showdown. A man, his fiery red hair neatly tied up in a high bun, locked his intense gaze with the individual standing before him. The one who stood before him was none other than his own disciple. The young man swept back his silver hair and summoned a crimson spear with a gleaming crystal blade in his hands. I can use anything, you said? The silver-haired boy spoke, his voice hoarse and exhausted. But in contrast to his exhausted demeanor, there was an unmistakable feeling of dread surrounding his figure, an aura of power and danger was constantly being exuded from him. Leo nodded. Yes, he said, his voice steady. Not only that, but if you impress me with your performance, I will also let you hunt that pack of ice claw bears again. So if you want to eat something, come. Upon hearing Leo's response, something snapped inside Lucas. Light returned to his previous hollow eyes. He can finally eat something? The agonizing pain he's been experiencing in his belly will go away? Will he be able to eat again? Without a moment's hesitation, he bent his knees and let out a mighty roar, mana burst. A small burst of mana explosion erupted beneath Lucas' feet, propelling him forward like a speeding bullet, aimed directly at Leo. In the blink of an eye, Lucas appeared before Leo with startling swiftness. Without missing a beat, he unleashed a furious onslaught of spear thrusts towards the red-haired instructor. Swish, swish, swish. However, Leo dodged every single one of his strikes skillfully and placed his hand on the hilt of his katana. As soon as he got the chance, in one fluid motion, Leo unsheathed his katana and used the swinging motion to carry out a slash towards Lucas. Cling. Lucas was quick to block Leo's blade with his spear. From that position, Lucas deftly circled his spear around Leo's sword and executed a rapid thrust towards his opponent's chest. Leo swiftly sidestepped, evading Lucas' spear thrust with a calculated movement. He countered with a lightning-fast spin, using the momentum to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Lucas' side. Argar. With a frustrated grunt, Lucas managed to deflect the kick with the shaft of his spear, but Leo didn't let up. He regained his footing and raised his other leg in the next moment, only to land a powerful front kick to Lucas' chest. The impact of the kick sent the silver-haired boy stumbling back several steps, clearly feeling the force behind it. However, Lucas quickly composed himself, standing upright and tightening his grip on his spear. It's just as he thought, he couldn't find an opening in Leo's defense. It's impossible to land a strike at him. Well, if he couldn't find an opening, then he would just have to create one. With that thought in his mind, Lucas locked his gaze on Leo and chanted, Rilis Lanceya. In an instant, around 5 blazing lances made entirely of scarlet flames swiftly materialized above Lucas' head. Their scarlet flames flickered with intense heat and crackled the cold air in the atmosphere. A glint of insanity flashed in Lucas' eyes as the blazing lances launched towards Leo like missiles locked onto their target. Nice one. Leo commented with an approving tone, impressed by Lucas's attack. Reacting swiftly, he shifted his weight and willed mana into his legs. With swift jumps and agile movements, the red-haired swordsman ran around the snowy meadow, deftly evading the fiery projectiles. Kaboom, boom, boom. 3 of the lances harmlessly met the ground and detonated upon impact, creating blasts akin to missiles exploding. But the assault wasn't over. There were still 2 flaming lances remaining. Without delay, one of the lances shot towards Leo at breakneck speed, leaving him with no time to catch his breath from the previous dodge. In a display of agility, Leo calmly leapt over the incoming lance, allowing it to meet the ground with a resounding explosion. Boom. However, just as Leo was in midair, he spotted another lance speeding towards him, aiming to catch him off guard. But without any hesitation, Leo channeled mana into his sword and swung his blade with precision. Sheen. In that fleeting moment, darkness momentarily shrouded the surroundings, and a single red line appeared, tracing a crescent arc that perfectly followed the path of Leo's blade. Boom. In a split second, when the light returned, Leo's blade had already sliced through the flaming lance that was coming at him. With a firm descent, Leo landed on the snow-covered ground beneath him, his footprints leaving imprints on the snow. However, once again, before he could even get a chance to breathe, another attack was launched at him. Argar. This time, it was Lucas himself who surged forward, his body and weapon enveloped in a brilliant azure aura of mana. Without wasting a breath, Lucas quickly started attacking Leo with combinations of spear thrusts and slashes, swiftly transitioning between them. Swish, thruck, swish. However, Leo continued to sidestep or twirl his body to avoid the incoming attacks. However, amidst the intense flurry of attacks carried out by his disciple, Leo couldn't help but notice a pattern. Lucas seemed to be using his spear thrusts as a setup. He was using them to create openings for his slashing attacks. Moreover, the force behind Lucas's slashes was immense. Even when Leo managed to dodge, Lucas would continue his follow-through, the blade of his spear striking the ground with tremendous impact. Thruck, thruck, thruck. The earth quivered beneath the force of Lucas' attacks each time his spear blade struck the ground. But why? Leo couldn't help but wonder. He was certain that he had taught Lucas the proper way to harness his power. He had taught him the importance of control and precision rather than using all his strength in a single attack like a barbarian. Maybe he was becoming desperate. After all, Lucas had been hungry for weeks. If Leo had even offered a glimmer of hope to him, it was only natural for Lucas to grow desperate. If that were truly the case, then Lucas had failed Leo's test. With a disappointed sigh, Leo dodged one of Lucas' horizontal slashes by crouching under it. From that low position, Leo stepped in and delivered a forceful punch to Lucas' sternum. Arg, the silver-haired boy gritted his teeth and staggered back in pain. But before Lucas could recover, Leo capitalized on the opening. Using the blunt edge of his katana, Leo struck Lucas in the abdomen with precision and strength. Kuwak. Lucas violently coughed up blood, unable to withstand the impact. He buckled under the force, collapsing onto his knees. Your technique has become more refined, Leo acknowledged. But you're still relying too much on blunt force. It's fine, we still have 2 more days. I will beat this habit out of you. Unfortunately, you're not getting any food today either. Of course I planned this from the start. This is my clear path to defeating you. Lucas roared. A confused frown appeared on Leo's face as he heard his disciple talk. Did he break him? Has he gone insane? Concern filled Leo's voice as he spoke. Lucas, are you okay? However, before Leo could finish his question, a sudden thought infiltrated his mind, causing him to look around his surroundings in a state of realization. Whipping his neck side to side, he saw craters and massive holes had marred the ground, remnants of Lucas's strikes and the impact from his flaming lances. Moreover, he noticed that both of them were dangerously close to the edge of the mountain cliff too. Wait! Leo's eyes widened as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, his gaze returning to Lucas. However, by then, the silver-haired boy had already let out a heaven-defying roar, mana burst. A colossal, bright azure explosion erupted, its sheer force reverberating through the surroundings. The ground beneath them trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the impact. The once stable terrain cracked and fissures formed, before long the ground itself shattered and Leo and Lucas found themselves free-falling. The rubble and debris of the shattered terrain cascaded around them, falling down with them. Trapped in an unstoppable descent, Leo's eyes met Lucas's as they both plummeted down dangerously. Did you plan this all from the start? Leo inquired, his clothes, tattered from the previous explosion, fluttering in the air. Of course I planned this from the start. This is my clear path to defeating you. Lucas roared. Heh. A grin spread across Leo's face, a mixture of surprise and amusement. This was the moment he realized that his disciple was insane. Downright insane. Lucas tightened his grip on his spear, channeling mana that swirled from the shaft to the tip of its blade. He knew that under normal circumstances, finding an opening in Leo's impregnable defense was nearly impossible. The skill difference was simply too huge. That's why he devised a plan, a desperate gambit to create a moment when Leo couldn't counterattack. He chose to engage him in mid-air, during their fall. Lucas knew that Leo would never let him die. Leo would catch him before they reached the ground. In that moment of catching him, Leo would be vulnerable. That is when Lucas would strike. This was his complete victory. Leo also understood this. And he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. After all this time, he was finally experiencing a thrill in combat. Of course, he was holding back almost all of his strength, but this was fun. This was so much fun. Ha! Leo scoffed as he used a fallen chunk of shattered ground to propel himself forward towards Lucas and catch him safely. I win! Lucas exclaimed triumphantly as Leo closed in to catch him. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his spear toward Leo. Swish! Huh? But Lucas could only widen his eyes as Leo kicked the air and changed the direction of his fall. You can walk on air, the silver-haired boy exclaimed in surprise. But before Lucas could react, Leo kicked the air once again, swiftly circling around him while still falling down in mid-air. Arc! Coming behind him, Leo hit the back of Lucas' neck with a chop, striking him unconscious as the latter could only gasp. Quickly, Leo then grabbed Lucas by the waist with one hand and kicked his legs again, and again as if walking on air before landing on the ground beneath them. With a safe landing, he evaded the perilous debris that rained down from the shattered landscape over them from above. Chapter 180. When I opened my eyes, it was already the afternoon of our 26th day here. Oh, you're finally awake. Leo was munching on a sandwich, relishing a snack while my stomach grumbled in hunger as usual. I groaned while trying to sit up straight. My vision was blurred, and it was clear from the throbbing headache I was feeling that I might have had a concussion. After my vision cleared, I glanced around and realized that we were currently in the middle of the woods. The tall trees stood proudly around us, covered in a thick coat of snow, much like the wintry ground beneath our feet. Surrounding us were huge boulders, which was a common sight since we were in the mountainous terrains. Naturally, taking shelter in the woods was dangerous since there were bound to be numerous vicious mana beasts hiding in the forest. However, I also knew that none of them would dare to approach us because of Leo's presence. After all, they were wild creatures. They will listen to their instincts, which would tell them to stay the fuck away from this red-haired jerk. Are you all right? Leo walked up to me with concern. Here, take this. He threw me a jacket. I glanced back at him, puzzled. Your clothes are in tatters. It's better to change out of them, Leo responded to my questioning gaze. Frowning, I looked down and discovered my t-shirt was in shreds. Although my slacks remained in better condition, the lack of upper body coverage left me feeling chilled. Nodding in understanding, I slipped on the jacket. Oh, it was so very warm, Tilda. I had been feeling cold for so long that I had almost forgotten the sensation of warmth. Feeling cozy now? Leo asked, an amused smile adorning his face. If only I could have a comforting bowl of chicken soup, I sighed dramatically. Suppressing a chuckle, Leo remarked, haven't I already told you that I'm not going to share my food? However, I guess it's about time. You can go on another hunt. Huh? I exclaimed in surprise, my eyes widening. Really? Yes, Leo affirmed. I must admit, I was genuinely impressed by your performance yesterday. Your technique alone was commendable, but what stood out was how you acted on a single plan and followed it through. You had a clear plan of defeating me in your mind. I'm impressed. Yeah, I replied, waving my hand dismissively, not interested in what he was talking about in the least. So, when can I start hunting again? Now, don't be impatient, my dear disciple, Leo teased. Before that, I have one more thing to teach you. I raised an eyebrow. What's that? Are you going to teach me how to walk on air like you did? Or perhaps how you made those illusionary clones when we first sparred? None of them, Leo replied with a blank expression. Do you have an interest in learning those arts? Leo inquired curiously. Yes. I eagerly responded to his offer. I would have practically jumped if I had the strength to do so. Learning even one of those things would prove to be a big help in my future fights. So yeah, of course I was excited. Alright, here's the deal. If you manage to successfully hunt down that pack of ice claw bears, I will teach you one of those arts, Leo proposed. Great. Can I go hunt them now? I asked. Not just yet, Leo chuckled. As I said earlier, there's something I need to teach you first. What would that be? I questioned. Will you teach me how to walk on air or create illusory clones similar to what you did in our very first sparring session? A frown appeared on Leo's face as he looked at me with concern-filled eyes. My dear disciple. Yes? I prompted. Is hunger affecting your brain? Leo questioned. You seem to be talking in circles. What? I blinked, confused. No, I'm not. Leo pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing. All right, get up. I'm going to teach you a weapon art. Taking a deep breath, I tried standing up but struggled to regain my balance, stumbling a few times before finally steadying myself. So, what will you be teaching me? I asked. Perhaps how to walk on air or maybe how to create. Leo quickly cut me off as soon as I began speaking. The technique I'll be teaching you is called the 12 Movements, Scarlet Demon Devouring Art. Whoa, that's a cool name. I exclaimed. Yes, it was a little chunny, but it sounded cool nonetheless. Indeed, Leo responded, running his fingers through his red hair which was neatly tied in a bun. As I mentioned before, since you're my disciple, it's important for you to look cool no matter the situation. Therefore, I will naturally only teach you weapon arts that are cool, he added in a dramatic tone. Oh. I clapped my hands excitedly. So, is it a spear technique? Actually, it can be performed with both polearms and longswords, Leo explained. Its effectiveness depends on the skill of the user, rather than the specific weapon used. I see, I nodded. So, how do I use it? In response to my question, Leo infused mana into one of the dimensional rings on his finger and summoned a Japanese-style scroll into his hand. Without wasting a second, he tossed the scroll to me and then quickly summoned a longsword from another one of his dimensional rings. As I caught the scroll, I couldn't help but wonder, just how many weapons does this guy carry with him? He's like a living, walking inventory. The key to executing this weapon art with utmost perfection is hunger, Leo declared while slowly channeling mana into his weapon. Hunger? I furrowed my brow in confusion. Yes, Leo affirmed. Embrace the sensation of hunger. Channel that feeling into your attacks and recreate it with your weapon. But how can I do that? I inquired skeptically. Hunger is an abstract feeling. How can I physically recreate it through my weapon in the real world? Understand the pain, Lucas, Leo replied almost instantly. Allow yourself to feel the chill and the pain that comes with hunger. Surrender to that pain and let it guide your movements. Stroking my chin thoughtfully, I attempted to comprehend the concept Leo was trying to convey, but I still couldn't understand it. Observing the visible confusion on my face, Leo strengthened his posture and raised his sword high above his head. Swish! With a decisive step forward, he brought his sword down in a powerful swing. I must have seen Leo swinging his sword countless times by now, and each time I found his technique and precision to be captivatingly beautiful. However, in all my time spent with him, I had never seen him swing his sword with such pain. His swing wasn't clean and precise like usual. Instead, it was now replaced by a much more raw and bold style. His technique was still there, but it carried a distinct alternation. His movements were cold, and he appeared to be in genuine pain. I don't know how to describe it, but it felt like he was hungry, desperate to find food, and ready to devour the very world itself. Ah, I see. So this is what he meant earlier. I have to imbue my weapon with the essence of hunger. As I reached that realization, Leo continued his relentless display of swordplay, executing a series of slashes, stabs, and skillful footwork. His each strike carried the unmistakable presence of pain and the chilling agony of hunger. After approximately 11 swings, Leo pulled back his sword and prepared for the final strike. Drawing in a deep breath, he stepped in front of a massive boulder. The mana surrounding his sword twisted and churned, crackling with energy as tendrils of scarlet electricity flickered around the blade. Even his sword looked like it was in hunger. After his preparations were done, Leo unleashed a horizontal slash with a step forward. Thruck! The boulder shattered into countless pieces as a visible crack split through its center. However, before those chunks could even fall and touch the ground, Leo swiftly raised his sword high and transitioned into a vertical slash, driving his sword downward. He then immediately followed it with a rapid succession of two cross-shaped slashes aimed at the boulder. Thruck, thruck, thruck. The swirling mana and the vivid scarlet lightning emanating from Leo's blade pulverized the boulder with each swing he performed with his sword. In the end, the previously huge boulder was reduced to nothing but fine dust, crushed by his sword. So cool. I couldn't contain my excitement and exclaimed aloud with stars in my eyes. That was so cool. I know, Leo responded with a smug grin. Do you understand now? I nodded eagerly. Can I give it a try? Of course, Leo granted permission. Study the scroll and attempt to replicate the movements you just observed. All right. I nodded once more and unfurled the scroll before starting to read its contents. After dedicating around an hour to reading and understanding the scroll, I grasped the basics of this weapon art. With determination, I picked up my spear, clutching it tightly, and closed my eyes. The essence required to execute this weapon art is hunger. But what exactly is hunger? Is it the exhaustion I feel due to lack of food? Is it the frustration and anger that builds within me when I witness others indulging in food while I starve? Or is it the gut-wrenching pain I feel when my belly twists and churns as if it were trying to eat itself? The answer is, all of the above and even more. Hunger is a driving force. It is a feeling that compels us to take action. After all, it is the fear of hunger that pushes us to work, earn a living, and secure food. Without hunger, we would have no purpose. Whether it be physical hunger for food or metaphorical hunger for revenge, power, or any other aspiration. Hunger is a path. A path that leads to empowerment. In hunger, I feel pain. And in pain, I find strength. Sway. Infusing my spear with a dense layer of mana, I fluttered open my eyes. The mana twisted and churned around my weapon, causing the surrounding air to crackle with intensity. This sensation mirrored the chilling emptiness I'd been feeling in my stomach, starvation. That's the way, Lucas, Leo's voice echoed in my ears, although my focus was somewhere else. Devour the world. Tendrils of scarlet electricity began to manifest around my spear as I raised my spear above my head. Let's go. Chapter 181. Tilda, yawning and rubbing his eyes before tying his long red hair into a bun, Leo trudged uphill, his boots sinking into the snow with each step he took. Climbing a snow mountain like this one wasn't a big deal for Leo. In fact, he could climb this entire snow mountain range in a heartbeat if he wanted to. But right now, it was early morning and he was sleepy. Being an early morning person had never been Leo's cup of tea. The thought of engaging in rigorous physical activity like climbing a mountain at the crack of dawn was nothing but a drag for him. He would much rather be inside his tent, wrapped in the warmth of his bed and relishing a few extra moments of blissful sleep. So, what drove him to climb this mountain at 7 a.m. in the morning? Well, obviously his disciple is to blame for everything. While Leo was peacefully dozing off, his disciple took it upon himself to sneak away and hunt the ice claw bear pack residing at the peak of this mountain. Basically, he wanted a revenge match with them. In reality, Leo was aware that his disciple was sneaking away, but he chose not to stop him for two reasons. Firstly, Leo believed that Lucas was now prepared to take those mana beasts on by himself. Within a single day, his silver-haired disciple had achieved a 20% mastery of the Scarlet Demon devouring art. While he still wasn't as strong as Leo would want him to be, this degree of proficiency was more than enough to vanquish those low-level mana beasts. And secondly, Leo simply didn't want to disturb his own sleep. Anyway, when Lucas ran off to hunt down those ice claw bears, the echoes of battle and explosions resonated throughout the tranquil morning in the mountain range. Naturally, Leo heard them and didn't give it much thought until now. Right now, all sounds had ceased. No screams, explosions, or sounds of combat could be heard. The southern mountain range was silent. Of course, from time to time, Leo checked on his disciple using his spatial perception to see if he was okay. And currently, Leo was on his way to check up on Lucas in person. After around 5 minutes, Leo reached the top of the mountain. Well, damn. There he saw a gruesome sight. Instead of seeing Lucas, all that lay before him were dead bodies sprawled on the ground and an eerie stillness. Dozens of ice claw bears lay scattered, their corpses displaying the aftermath of a merciless onslaught. It wasn't just death that they experienced, it was a massacre. Their bodies looked like they were pulverized by a crushing force. Some of them had severed limbs, while others had their guts spilling out. Some had their head burst open, while others weren't even recognizably. The previously moon-white snow was now tainted by the spilled blood and entrail remains. Leo casually walked through the carnage, making sure to avoid stepping on the gruesome remains of the beasts, guts, severed limbs, and lifeless bodies strewn across his path. He, of course, knew what happened here. How could he not? This gruesome sight was the result of the very weapon art that Leo taught Lucas just yesterday. There was no mistaking it. What happened to these ice claw bears could only be done by the Scarlet Demon devouring art. This specific weapon art requires the wielder to coat their weapon with mana, causing it to twitch and wrench it around the weapon violently. This can cause the air itself to crackle and manifest as tendrils of electricity around the weapon, a result of the surrounding air being compressed into plasma under intense mana pressure. When an attack is dealt from a weapon under that much mana pressure, it crushes whatever physical object it comes in contact with. Leo taught it to Lucas since this weapon art was very similar to Blossom Shattering Blast, which he has already learned. While the Blossom Shattering Blast emphasized speed and agility, the Scarlet Demon devouring art focused on power to deliver devastating blows that could leave a trail of destruction. However, what confused Leo was how Lucas managed to perform the Scarlet Demon devouring art with such remarkable proficiency. He was certain that this level of destruction couldn't have been achieved with a mere 20% mastery. It would at least require a mastery level of 40% or higher to be able to cause so much devastation. Did Lucas really make such significant progress in a single night? As I thought, Leo couldn't help but grin, mirth visible in his eyes. This kid truly is interesting. Reynold must have gone blind not to recognize such talent. Ha ha ha. Using his spatial perception, Leo found the boy he was searching for after walking for a few minutes. There he was. Atop a hill of ice claw bears, corpses that loomed high above Leo's head, sat a silver-haired boy. His mellow red eyes struggled to remain open, heavy with exhaustion. His arms rested on the hilt of his gleaming red spear, its red crystal blade shimmering dimly beneath the layer of blood that had come from the body of the ice claw bear it had been embedded in. Scattered amidst this mountain of carcasses lay even more lifeless bodies of ice claw bears. Some of those dead bodies were scorched, others looked as if they were crushed under intense pressure, and a few were impaled through their skulls or hearts by the silver-haired boy's spear. Lucas, Leo called out to his disciple. The boy slowly opened his heavy eyes and gazed at his master. Do I look cool? He asked with a smug grin. Yes, Leo replied with a chuckle. Are you injured anywhere? No, Lucas said, jumping down from his throne of corpses and landing in front of his master. But I'm feeling tired. It's mana exhaustion, Leo nodded, scrutinizing Lucas and lightly patting his body to check for any hidden or internal injuries. You've depleted your mana core to its limit. Leo summoned a few vials filled with green liquid in his hand and handed them to Lucas, instructing him to drink them. Yeah, Lucas waved his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in what Leo was saying. Can we eat them now? Can we? Lucas pointed at the corpses of the ice claw mana bears that he had hunted, or rather, massacred. Oh dear, Leo glanced between where Lucas was pointing and back at him, his expression troubled. He couldn't bring himself to tell the boy that none of the game he had hunted was in a condition to be properly skinned, cut, or cooked. Those that were usable were buried under other corpses, covered in guts, blood, and filth. Leo let out a sigh and redirected his attention to Lucas. How about we go to a restaurant instead? Chapter 182. Status name Lucas Morningstar race human ______. Strength 92, plus 30, endurance 108, plus 60, speed 99, plus 30, stamina 124, plus 50, accuracy 88, charm for 40, intelligence 188, mana capacity 322, 1000 _ mana core rank bronze 1, mana core potential gold 3, profession spearman LVL 3, plus 1, archer LVL 2 _ techniques weapon arts, 1000 falling lightning needle strike LVL 1, 98%, 6 movement lance style, blossom shattering blast, LVL 3, 87%, 12 movement Scarlet Demon devouring. Art, LVL 4, 42%, combat arts, soul smashing killer fist, LVL 2, 75%, breathing technique breath of vitality _ affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low fire lance high blessing mana burst possessions phoenix's embrace semi-divine editor's pen, divine the bringer of lost flames legendary edit points, 286 board. I interlocked my fingers and rested my chin on top of them while staring at my status screen. Undoubtedly, I had grown stronger. Leo not only taught me a level 4 weapon art, but he also gifted me a legendary ranked spear. I also acquired a high-tier magic spell and learned how to utilize basic martial aura. Even my spearman profession had leveled up. If I have to venture a guess, I might now be on par with main characters like William or Amelia in terms of physical stats and battle prowess alone. Soon, when my mana beast egg will hatch, I will surpass them and reach the same heights as Quinn and Anastasia, even without relying on embrace discard. Yes, no matter how I may look at it, agreeing to become this jerk's disciple and coming on this trip was a wise decision. Although I was almost starved to death, thrown off a cliff, beaten to death, and beaten to death again and again, the results were undoubtedly worth it. What are you looking at? Leo's voice startled me, pulling me out of my deep thoughts. I lifted my head and faced him. After climbing down the southern mountain range, we arrived at a nearby city. Following a bit of walking, and a lot of crying, yes, I was the one crying because of hunger, we stumbled upon a nice, cozy restaurant. We hurriedly entered it without wasting a second. Right now, we were occupying a seat near the wall, patiently waiting for our food to be prepared, while I ignored the curious and disgusted glances directed towards me. Yes, people were staring at me. Why were they staring at me, one might ask? Well, part of the reason was the smudges of blood on my clothes and face, which made me look like a murderer. Grr. The other reason was the loud growling noise coming from my stomach, which could very well be mistaken as the roar of a mana beast. Hey! These people had no right to judge me. They had no idea what kind of hell I had been through. They don't know how much sheer willpower it's taking for me to resist the temptation of delicious food. I can barely hold myself back from lunging at other people's plates. Oh, nothing. I'm just checking my status screen, I replied after staring back at some of the people who were looking at me. They quickly averted their eyes, probably scared by the way I looked at them with blood smeared on my face. I see, Leo nodded. Are you satisfied with your progress? Yes, I responded eagerly, offering a slight bow of respect. I couldn't have made such strides on my own in such a short time. I am truly grateful, Master. Leo chuckled in response. Don't give me all the credit. It was your resilience that allowed you to endure 4 weeks of starvation. I must admit, your mental strength surprised even me. Hearing him acknowledging my efforts, I grinned and rubbed the back of my neck. However, Leo's tone turned serious in the next moment. But don't get too comfortable, he said. By the end of your first academic year, I will shape you into an unparalleled fighter. To achieve that, you'll have to endure even more hellish trials than the one you've just passed. So be prepared. Even more hellish than this? Huh? Wait, is he actually planning to kill me? But then again, as weird as his methods may be, they had proven effective. If he hadn't starved me for so many weeks straight, I would have never mastered the Scarlet Demon devouring art. So after understanding that, I ultimately nodded back. Seeing this, a smile played on his lips. But that's a matter for later, Leo said, his tone returning to normal. For now, tell me, what reward would you like? Everything on the menu, I blurted out without hesitation. You've already ordered everything on the menu, Leo responded, a mixture of amusement and resignation on his face. That's why they're taking so long to prepare the food. Then let's order everything again, so they'll have to hurry, I suggested. I don't think that's how cooking works, Leo shook his head, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Anyway, I was referring to the reward I promised you upon your successful hunt. Oh, that. I exclaimed, clapping my hands together as I remembered. All right, I want to learn how you create those illusionary clones. Leo stifled another chuckle and said, it's called Mirage Walk. But are you sure you want to learn that? Yes, I affirmed. It seems like a good technique for disguising one's true body and movements. It would be a great help when I'll be facing multiple opponents. Leo raised an eyebrow. Are you planning to fight someone? Remember, I mentioned that I'll be facing someone during the King's tournament, I reminded him. Well, he happens to have a lot of friends. Leo frowned. And just who is this person, exactly? I hesitated for a moment. Should I disclose his identity? I thought. However, for some reason, I felt like I could trust him. Even if he is associated with Spider. Even if he may be an enemy I'll have to face in the future. Perhaps, for now, I could trust him. With a nod, I revealed, his name is Kai Wiseman. That guy? Leo frowned. Oh yeah, he's strong. You're aware of that? I raised my eyebrows. Yeah, Leo shrugged. I don't know how he managed to hide his rankings from Athena, but he can't fool my eyes. He hid his rankings? What? I frowned, visibly puzzled. Oh, yeah. I was suspicious of him, so I ordered the Academy AI to check his status and background. But the report I received didn't explain the strength he possesses, Leo responded. He's hiding his true strength. If I had to guess, he's only slightly weaker than that guy in your class in Nero. Huh? Only slightly weaker than Nero? Damn. I knew he was strong since he defeated Quinn, but I didn't expect Kai to be that strong. So, do I stand a chance against him? I asked, swallowing hard. In terms of pure physical strength? No, Leo replied bluntly. But you possess a divine rank armor, a legendary rank spear, a sharp strategic mind, and some good weapon arts. I'm willing to bet you have a few hidden aces up your sleeve as well. If you play your cards right, then yes, you can match him. Whether you can defeat him or not will depend on you. I see, I mused, rubbing my chin, lost in thoughts until Leo spoke up again. Remember, technique is always superior to brute strength, he emphasized. Not many individuals can successfully hunt a pack of mana beasts only a rank lower than their own without sustaining any injuries. You achieved that because your technique surpasses theirs. Remember what I taught you. The world around me is chaos, the technique is my sanctuary, I finished his sentence, reciting the words he ingrained in me. The only thing that should exist is the form, the technique. Excellent, Leo nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. And here comes our food. As the waiters arrived with our food, a sweet and spicy aroma filled the air, momentarily distracting me from our conversation. Plates upon plates of delicious dishes were placed before us, each one more tempting than the last. My stomach growled with anticipation, eager to indulge in this well-deserved feast. Leo observed my reaction with amusement, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Enjoy your meal, my dear disciple. You've earned it. With a nod of gratitude, I dug into the delectable spread before me, savoring every bite. The flavors exploded on my tongue, and I felt warm in my stomach, providing me relief from the pain and cold of hunger that I had grown accustomed to by now. After chuckling at the way I was stuffing my mouth like a squirrel, Leo also had a bite or two from the variety of dishes before us. As we continued to enjoy our meal, snippets of conversation from nearby tables caught our attention. By the way, have you heard? What? Rumor has it that a first-year cadet from the Global Military Academy has the gift that allows him to fully control the basic elements. What nonsense. Wouldn't a gift like that make you a god? Well, yeah. It's a godlike power, for real. According to the sources, he can summon a sword and control an element without any restrictions. The gossipers fell into a brief silence. The very thought of someone possessing such an incredible gift seemed almost unfathomable. Well, I don't believe it, but if it's true, then it'll surely be a wonder of the world. A gift like that could make him a national treasure. As I refocused my attention on the food before me, Leo interjected with a question. Are they referring to the same boy in your class? Nero, yes, I replied, nodding in affirmation. Leo, his hand resting on his chin, pondered aloud, how are these rumors spreading beyond the confines of the global city? I must address this matter to the academy. I wanted to stop Leo in his tracks. I wanted to tell him that it doesn't matter anymore. Don't waste your efforts. Why? Because these rumors must have already reached the ears of the vampires. And by now, they might even be preparing to launch an attack on the academy during the upcoming King's tournament. I don't have much time left. In a week, first semester exams will start. And after the exams, the King's tournament will commence. At most, I have around a month and a half. Chapter 183. We returned to the global city 2 days ago. I was tired, understandably so. After freshening up, I ate everything I could find in the apartment, even the junk and packaged food that I don't usually enjoy. After that, I fell asleep. That was a blunder. There's a term for what happened to me after that, digestive system shock. Essentially, when we eat a lot after a long period of starvation, our digestive system struggles to handle the sudden influx of food. It takes time for our digestive enzymes to adjust to the increased workload. This can lead to a lot of other things like cramping and pain in the belly, heartburn, nausea, vomiting, and even diarrhea. And naturally, since the shock to my digestive system was so big, I experienced every single thing mentioned above. That's the reason why when we went to the restaurant, Leo didn't let me finish everything I ordered. I knew why he was stopping me and what could happen if I suddenly ate a lot of food after being hungry for 4 weeks. However, after coming back to my apartment, where no one was to stop me, I succumbed to the temptation and ate everything I had. What else could have happened after that? My body forcefully pushed out the food I had stuffed into it, escaping through every possible exit. Sounds disgusting, right? Well, it was. It was disgusting. Believe me, it was absolutely revolting. I couldn't even go to the academy. Because of my absence, Leo personally made his way to my apartment to check on my well-being. Upon witnessing my pitiful state, he let out a disappointed sigh and shot me a glare that screamed, I told you so. He then threw me some quick health recovery potions. Just for reference, health recovery potions are incredibly expensive. They can cure almost any ailment. They can even temporarily suspend menstruation for women, which was its goal from the start since the United Military couldn't afford to have numerous female soldiers unable to perform at their peak for 7 days every month. Anyway, I'm digressing from the story. Right, so I gratefully took those potions and quickly consumed them. Almost instantly, I sensed my condition improving. While I could have created my own health recovery potions with the edit pen, I'm running low on edit points at the moment, so I need to save them up. Besides, an incident like this gave me a quick reminder that even though I'm in a different world, blessed with inhuman speed and supernatural strength fueled by mana, at the core, I'm still just a human. Anyway, Leo mentioned that he already submitted my leave application to the academy. He assured me that I won't face any repercussions for the days I was absent. When I asked him what reason he gave for my absence, Leo mentioned that he simply stated we had gone somewhere together. I snapped at him. I told him he shouldn't have said that, as it might lead to gossip, and someone might speculate that he has taken me as his disciple. If such rumors were to reach Kai's ears, my entire plan would veer off course. In response to my outburst, Leo calmly uttered but a single sentence. Would you rather prefer being subjected to a punitive training drill under Instructor Matterhorn's supervision? At those words, I was rendered speechless. Yeah, I'd rather have Kai know about my plan than endure training under that maniac. And that pretty much sums up the past 2 days, bringing me back to the present moment. Hey, there he is. Are the rumors true? Has Leo taken him as his disciple? Impossible. We're talking about Leo Kirogami here. Why would he choose someone like him, a talentless good-for-nothing, as his first disciple? Yeah, I mean, sure, he may have a high intelligence score, but his physical abilities are laughable. Leo, the brilliant fighter who has never taken on a disciple before, won't pick him. Well, you might be right, but my father once told me that Leo Kirogami and the Morningstar family were comrades. Maybe he took Lucas in because he's a Morningstar, you know? Oh? I had no idea about that. So that's why Lucas ended up under Leo's wing. Damn nepotism. These nobles. Arg, I can't stand them. Dude, relax. Even if he got in through nepotism, there's no way he can keep up with Leo's training. He'll never be able to match him. As I walked through the corridors of the academy after my absence of 4 weeks and 1 day, I couldn't help but notice the glaring looks and hushed conversations happening around me. Their reactions were expected. I would have been surprised if I hadn't garnered at least this much attention. For a seasoned fighter like Leo to take on a disciple is a big deal. Taking a disciple is different from just accepting students, it signifies something much more profound. A disciple is not merely a student, they are entrusted with carrying the torch of their master's legacy and keeping it alive even after their master passes away. It's a lifelong commitment and a sacred bond that surpasses mere instruction or teaching. Taking a disciple represents the passing of wisdom, knowledge, and skills from one generation to the next. The master becomes not only a teacher but also a mentor, guide, and a wellspring of inspiration. In return, the disciple becomes a vessel for the master's wisdom, a custodian of their techniques, and a source of pride. As I mentioned earlier, it's a big deal. That is especially the case for living legends like Liz Snyder, Leo Kirogami, or even my own father, Reynold Morningstar. So naturally, when the rumors about one of these revered legends taking someone like me as their disciple start to circulate, reactions like these are to be expected. But it wasn't their gossip that caught my attention. No, it was something else entirely. Among their murmurs, I overheard someone mentioning that the Morningstar family and Leo Kirogami were comrades. What's that all about? I'm not aware of anything like that based on my knowledge of the novel and the memories in my head, I muttered quietly to myself. I should talk to Leo about it as soon as I see him again. Is he really connected with the Morningstars? Perhaps it could be something connected to the false memories planted in my head. Lucreas. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, I heard someone calling out my name, stretching it out. Aik. Before I could even turn around, I felt someone leaping onto my back, wrapping their arms tightly around my neck and chest. Who else could it be but Kent? Get off me, you idiot. We'll both fall down like this, I exclaimed, trying to steady myself while attempting to pry him off. Where were you? Wah wah. What the? Are you crying? And sure enough, he was indeed crying. Tears streamed down his cheeks, his nose running as well. Disgusting, yet oddly amusing. Rolling my eyes, a smile tugged at the corners of my lips. I managed to get a hold of him and pulled him in front of me. There, I said, patting his head as he continued to sniffle like a puppy. If he had a tail, it would be wagging right now. This guy. Aren't elves supposed to be prideful? Shaking my head, I couldn't help but smile as I succeeded in calming Kent down. Where were you? Hick? Kent asked, stuttering through his sniffles. But suddenly, his eyes widened. Wait, have you heard? Rumor has it that you are Leo's disciple now. Is it true? He asked. I guess. I rubbed my chin, contemplating. But first, let me ask you something. How before I could proceed with my question, another voice, this one deeper and more commanding, called out to me. Lucas. Furrowing my brow and recognizing the voice, I turned around to face its source. It was Quinn. Why is he here? Kent grumbled, glaring daggers in Quinn's direction. I need to talk to him, I replied. About what? Kent inquired, curiosity evident in his expression. Don't worry about it for now, I waved my hand dismissively. Head to class. I'll catch up with you later and fill you in. Reluctantly, Kent nodded and left, leaving me to have my talk with Quinn. Chapter 184. I can sense that you've grown stronger, Quinn remarked. Huh? You can tell? I responded with a hint of surprise in my voice. Quinn looked at me for a few seconds, as if gauging me before replying, I've told you before. Shadows don't lie, yeah, whatever that means, weirdo. Currently, Quinn and I stood on the terrace of our academy tower. It was my first time visiting this place, and I must say, the terrace was huge. Since we were at so much height, we could see a breathtaking view of the sprawling global city from here. Since the class was about to start, not many people were here right now. Moi tilde god, you're so sexy tilde call me daddy. You, no. I'm not into that, you fatty. But you still want me to buy you that designer purse, right? Yes, daddy. Of course, the emphasis is on many. I could still clearly see, and unfortunately hear, a few individuals who were here right now. Most of them seemed to be couples who had a free first period, and had chosen to spend their time by coming here and doing the cringy stuff that couples do. So, why are we here? I asked, looking around. I highly doubt you've brought me to this terrace to propose. Ugh, curling up his upper lip, Quinn groaned and shot me a disgusted glare in response to my obvious joke. He took a few steps away from me to the boundary and turned to face the city view. Oh, come on. It was just obviously a joke. I don't swing that way. And even if I did, you're too ugly to be my type. Is what I wanted to say. But in the end, I decided to hold my tongue and not throw my life away today. He's become suspicious of you, you know? Quinn spoke up after a few seconds of awkward silence following my failed attempt at humor. Kai? I raised an eyebrow, urging him to continue. Yes, Quinn nodded, his gaze still fixed on the bustling city below us. Ever since the rumor about Leo taking you as his disciple started spreading, Kai has become increasingly wary of you. All right then, do something to stall him, I suggested casually. It's not that simple. Quinn snapped, turning to face me. He's on guard now. And Grace, with her habit of blabbering about you at every opportunity, isn't helping matters either. All right, then I'll redirect his attention towards someone else, I responded. I'll frame someone and expose them as the mastermind of our class to Kai. No, that won't help, Quinn shook his head. During the 4 weeks you were absent, Kai personally investigated every cadet in our class. He even instigated conflicts to gather information. If the mastermind were to reveal themselves now that you've returned, Kai's suspicions of you would only grow. He would ignore the decoy and come directly after you. He's not as foolish as you may think. I let out a sigh. Yeah, I had thought that would be the case. Well, it seems we're out of options, I shrugged. Huh? What do you mean? Quinn furrowed his brow, confused. I've done everything I could, I replied. Some unexpected variables emerged and ruined my plans of staying under Kai's radar. There's nothing more we can do about it. So what will you do now? Quinn inquired. What else can I do? In 4 days, our semester exams will begin. After that, it will be the King's tournament, that's when I will crush him. Basically, I just need to hide from him for 4 days. But still, Quinn raised his voice. That means you've lost the element of surprise. Your plan of attack failed. I turned to face Quinn. As I said, there's nothing more we can do about it. I'll face him head on. Quinn looked at me as if I were a madman planning to fight a pack of lions with bare hands. Are you out of your mind? Quinn snapped once again. You're speaking so confidently because you have no idea how strong and merciless Kai can be. I can see that you've grown stronger, and maybe the rumors about you being Leo's disciple are true. But you can still not defeat Kai. Suppressing a scoff, I replied, why don't you sit back and enjoy the show instead of making predictions about who will win, yeah? Quinn studied up and down me for a moment before stating, you know, if I were to call Kai right now and inform him about you, he might forgive me for my previous betrayal. Meeting his gaze, I asked, all right, so will you do it? I will do whatever I must to protect Shia, Quinn declared. Kai is aware of her existence. If I go against him, he will expose her existence to the academy. The only reason I chose to associate myself with you was because I gave you my word, I finished his sentence. I will keep your secret safe and make sure that no harm ever comes to Shia. I will also bring an end to the war. We locked eyes for a brief moment, and I assured him, and I will honor my word. I will do as I said. A troubled expression spread across Quinn's face as I pressed on. However, if you truly believe that betraying me and siding yourself with Kai, a person who couldn't care less about your goals, is a better choice, then go ahead. Having said what I wanted to say, I turned on my heels and started making my way towards the terrace door, leaving Quinn to sort out his thoughts and ponder over my words. But just as I was about to reach the door, I halted my steps and glanced back over my shoulder. Meeting Quinn's gaze with icy coldness, I spoke in a callous tone. Oh, and one more thing. It's not only Kai you should fear. As I've mentioned before, I possess concrete evidence of Shia's existence. If you dare to ever betray me, I will not hesitate to send it to the authorities myself. At that moment, Quinn's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at me as realization hit him. Now he understood the position he was in, caught between a rock and a hard place. It's his fault for not expecting something like this from the start in the first place. He can't lose Shia. If the Academy authorities were to know about her, they would make Quinn erase her. The only two people who know about her existence are at war with each other. If he were to make one wrong move, they would alert the authorities and Quinn would lose Shia again for the final time. Basically, he'll have to keep on playing from both sides, serving both Kai and me until we both clash. Before we both clash, he'll have to predict who'll win and bet on the winning horse. If he sides with the wrong person and they lose, the winner will call him out for his betrayal and punish him by unraveling his secret for the world. Not only that, but if it's found out by Kai that he's betraying him, his secret would be revealed. And if he triggers me like he almost did today or tries to double-cross me, I will also reveal his secret. Understood what I'm saying? I asked, my tone growing colder. Quinn responded with a silent nod. Yes, no matter how he may try to look at it, he's fucked. It all comes down to him predicting the winner and siding with him. And if he's as smart as I give him the credit for, he'll pick me. Chapter 185. With only around 4 days remaining until the commencement of our first semester exams, most of our class periods were free, except for the first one. Once Liz concluded her class, we were left to spend the second and third periods as we pleased. However, the air in Class 1A1 was filled with the sound of pencils scratching on paper, as everyone diligently tried to study as hard as they could. Some cadets headed to the library, while others with connections begged and cried in front of the upperclassmen to share their notes from their previous year. Amidst the mass panic, I remained seated calmly. In front of me, an open book about mana theory and its scientific applications was laying, though I wasn't actually reading it. In truth, my attention was elsewhere. Beneath the desk, I was tightly holding a sling bag in my grasp. One of my hands was inside the bag and I was channeling my mana into it. Yes, anyone could easily guess what was in the bag, right? My mythical mana beast egg. I had kept my mythical mana beast egg inside it and brought it with me to the academy. And right now, I was infusing it with my mana. I understand the risks involved, but I had no other choice. During my training sessions with Leo, the mana beast egg did not receive any mana from me. As a result, its hatching process has already been significantly delayed. Based on my earlier estimation, the egg would have hatched by now if I had been consistently supplying it with mana on a daily basis. However, I couldn't do it. My guess is that it would take approximately a month and a half to hatch it if I push myself to exhaustion every day. That means the egg will barely hatch around the time our semester exams are over. That's fine. It will be right around the time the King's tournament starts, and I can still manage that. Arg. This is so boring. Why do we even need to remember all this stuff anyway? As I was deep in my thoughts, from my right, a gorgeous brunette expressed her frustration with a groan. I stole a quick glance at her before looking away. It was Ella Bright. If that name doesn't ring a bell, then let me remind you that she's Grace Goodwill's best friend. Or at least she was until the mock war. I have no idea what transpired between them after that, but it appears their relationship is still rocky. Which works just fine for me. Sooner or later, being in isolation, being an outcast, and being without any comrades by her side would catch up to Grace. She would inevitably reach a breaking point. And that's when I would step in, acting as the big man, extending a helping hand to her out of the sheer kindness in my heart. I mean, I understand why it's important, but it's just way too much. I get why we need to study mana theory and all, but why on earth do we have to deal with math in it? We're going to be soldiers, not mana engineers, for heaven's sake. The brown-haired girl right next to me continued to mutter to herself. Interesting. I never knew she had a habit of talking to herself. It wasn't mentioned in the novel. I should make a note of it. Hey, why are you staring? Huh, me? Yeah, you. I glanced around to confirm if Ella was indeed talking to me, and indeed, she was. While she was lost in her self-dialogue, I had absent-mindedly started gazing at her. Right now, Ella occupied the seat right beside mine. We were sitting in the last row, with only a few cadets present around us. Most of the main characters, some unnamed extras, and even my blue-haired elven friend, Kent, were at the library to study. Considering the situation and my reputation, I must have come out as creepy. Quickly, I stood up, took a few steps to the side, and created some distance between us before settling back down. Sorry, it's just unusual to see someone talking to themselves so lively, I responded. PFTT, Ella stifled a chuckle. Well, it's become a habit of mine. Is that so? I replied, feeling perplexed as to why she was still talking to me. But why did you skip a seat and move over there? Ella inquired. I. Before I could conjure up an excuse, the brunette let out a brief laugh. Are you trying to avoid a situation here? She remarked, seemingly amused by something. I gazed at her, uncertain of what to say, until finally uttering, you're aware of my reputation, right? Haha, of course, Ella nodded, a smile playing on her lips. But I must admit, you're quite different in person than what those rumors make you out to be. Is that so? I raised an eyebrow. I've been trying to improve myself lately. I can see that, Ella replied. And you're doing a good job. You even risked your life to protect civilians during the vampire incident at the masquerade party. That's admirable. While it won't erase your past, the very fact that you're striving to improve and make amends is evidence enough that you deserve a second chance. So don't worry, Morningstar, I won't report you for staring, ha ha. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion, I let out a chuckle, still a bit puzzled. Once again, why was she talking so much? Wait, oh. Right. Now I remember. Ella Bright was called the goddess of justice in the novel on many occasions. She always sided with the cause of righteousness. She had a strict moral code and followed it to her utmost best. She strongly believed that justice should be served to all, regardless of their status or circumstances. In accordance with that, she also firmly stood by the notion that everyone deserves a second chance. If someone had committed a forgivable offense and was now sincerely repenting and making amends, they should not be crucified for their past actions. According to her, there was no greater justice than allowing someone the opportunity to change for the good. Perhaps this is why she has recognized my efforts to improve. Maybe that's why she is talking to me and engaging in a normal conversation. I see now. Oh, is that a mana theory book? Are you well versed in that subject? Ella peered at the textbook opened on my desk. Well, I guess, I shrugged. Ooh, great. Ella clapped her hands together and inched closer to me, displaying her notebook. Could you help me solve this confined pressure chamber mana equilibrium equation using trigonometric terms? She asked. Scratching the back of my neck, I examined the problem scribbled on her rough notebook and turned towards her. You're familiar with the basics of mana equilibrium theory, right? I inquired. Mana always returns to its natural form, whether it's used for spellcasting or energy creation. She gave me a questioning look to confirm her answer. In response, I stared at her blankly for a few seconds before shaking my head. No, that's the law of mana preservation. Eh? Aren't those the same thing? Ella pondered, touching her chin with her index finger. Thank goodness she's good at fighting because she's downright dumb in academics. Okay, listen, hey. Just as I was about to explain the concept to Ella, a booming voice interrupted us from behind. I turned to identify the source and came face to face with a boy of similar height, sporting slick-back golden hair and matching eyes. He glared at me with seething anger in his eyes. Is he bothering you? He directed his question to Ella. No, before she could answer, he swiftly turned his attention to me and grabbed my collar. How dare you, he roared. The few students present in the class diverted their attention to our commotion in the back row. What's your problem, dude? I scowled. Hey, I said he's not bothering me. Ella intervened, snatching the golden-haired boy's hand and forcibly removing it from my collar. I thought before the boy could utter another word, Ella cut him off. I don't care what you thought, she snapped. Besides, even if I had a problem, do you honestly believe I would need your help? You, who is weaker than me despite coming from the right family. Her words seemed to strike a nerve as the golden-haired boy gritted his teeth, eyeing the brunette beauty furiously. TSK. However, instead of further escalating the situation, the boy redirected his piercing gaze at me and then walked away, muttering something at me that I didn't bother to listen to. What's his problem? I voiced my confusion. As Ella settled back into her seat, she responded, Don't you remember? That's the guy from the Wright family whom you piss off on our introduction day. Oh. Right, Chris Wright. I exclaimed, slapping my hand against my palm. How could I have forgotten about the young master I had provoked? It's strange, as I'm not one to easily forget faces. Why did he slip from my memory? My memory was never so sloppy. I've been experiencing stuff like this a lot recently. Could it be because I'm exhausted, trying to solve larger and more pressing problems than him like saving the fucking world? Wait, is he still holding a grudge? I furrowed my brow. Apparently. Also, he's now part of Kai's group of young elites, Ella disclosed. His confidence skyrocketed after joining them. He even had some heated arguments with Nero, Anastasia, Amelia, Elijah, and William. Ah, yes. In the novel, he did cause trouble for the protagonist and his group after joining the young elites. It looks like I missed out on some events during my absence. Well, it doesn't matter since those events weren't connected to me anyway. So, be careful. Now that he's part of that group, he might come after you, Ella warned. I was about to break his arm. Thankfully, I didn't do it and restrained myself. I'm sure that he's reporting everything that happens in our class to Kai. If I had made a move like breaking his arm, he would have reported it as well. Even though Kai is now wary of me, I still want to keep him on edge until the very end of my plan. Anyway, I brought my focus back to Ella. This conversation was taking quite an interesting turn. Let's see if I can pull something here. Hey, sorry if I'm prying, but aren't you also part of the young elites? I questioned. Why do you ask? Ella furrowed her brow. Well, you seemed close to Grace. And since she's still a member of that group, I assumed. I trailed off as Ella shook her head. I did join initially. I thought it was just a regular friend group. And since most of us came from elite or noble backgrounds, it made sense to build connections. However, over time, I began to notice Kai's had some hidden agendas. I still stayed in it for a while because Grace didn't want to leave. But after the mock war, I realized that Kai had formed the group to get people who would do his bidding. I urged Grace to leave. I told her something wasn't right and that I had a bad feeling about Kai. But she didn't listen. Our fights escalated, and eventually, we stopped talking to each other. Ella let out a sigh. I see, I murmured, leaning back in my seat. So that's why Grace said that. She said what? Ella looked at me, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. Forget I mentioned it, I waved my hand dismissively. No, tell me. What did she say? Ella pressed. Well, I overheard Grace talking to Alberto once. She mentioned something about your sister, I confessed. Ella's face displayed a mixture of emotions after listening to me, shock, confusion, alarm, and bewilderment. After a brief pause lasting for a few seconds, Ella spoke in a quivering voice, her mouth agape and eyes widened. She said, what about my sister? I glanced around the classroom to see if anyone was near us, feeling uneasy. Do I have to say it? I hesitated. Just tell me, she insisted, her voice filled with anxiety. Taking a deep breath, I reluctantly started speaking. She mentioned that your sister is currently in a coma-like state, suffering from mana whiplash. Grace said that if Kai can obtain a petal of the ambrose flower and offer it to you, you would join the young elite since you'd feel indebted to him. Ella's eyes widened further, and her lips trembled in disbelief. The fact that I knew such private information and was sharing it with her meant that I must have heard it directly from Grace. Why? Because Grace was the only person aide from her in this academy who knew about this. Should she really told him that? Ella asked, her voice filled with shock. Why would I lie? I responded. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Although, I highly doubt she would admit to revealing such personal information. Ella sat there, lost in a state of denial and shock, before abruptly standing up. I'm sorry, I have to go somewhere. We'll talk later, Morningstar. Yeah, see you later, I waved my hand as Ella made her way out of the classroom. As I watched her retreating figure, a faint smile crept onto my face. It was done. I couldn't help but feel sorry for Grace, but I had no other choice. She forced me to completely isolate herself. With that task completed, I shifted my attention back to the textbook in front of me, while channeling mana into the beast egg under the desk. Chapter 186. The day came to an end, and the cadets made their way back to their apartments. As Ella was walking home, the words spoken by the silver-haired boy echoed constantly in her mind. She couldn't fathom how Grace could betray her like that. Even if they weren't talking these days, Ella still regarded Grace as a friend. Yet, Grace had the audacity to suggest using Ella's elder sister's illness as a bargaining tool. What kind of friend would stoop so low? Was Grace truly that desperate to gain favor with Kai? She was ready to betray her sister like to come into his good book. Shaking her head, Ella cleared her thoughts. It didn't matter. If their friendship held so little value to Grace, then Ella would stop caring about it herself. Ella. Just as the brunette beauty immersed herself in these thoughts, a familiar voice called out to her from behind. She swiftly turned her head to confirm the identity of the person calling her. And to no one's surprise, it was Grace. Turning her head back, Ella quickened her pace, purposefully ignoring the persistent calls of her name from behind. Ella. Wait up. Finally, the blonde-haired girl caught up to Ella and firmly grasped her shoulder. In response, Ella shrugged her shoulder forcefully and turned around, fixing a fierce gaze upon Grace. Observing that intense expression, Grace furrowed her brow, slightly puzzled. Why is she so angry today? Grace couldn't help but wonder. What do you want? Ella snarled. Taken aback by her tone, Grace responded, you know what? I've been apologizing for over 2 months now. Why are you still so angry? You know exactly why. Ella snapped. Oh, come on, Ella. It's my choice. You can't dictate who I should associate myself with. Grace snapped back. If that's how you see it, fine. I was only trying to watch out for you. Ella retorted. Watch out for me by forcing me to comply with your every demand. Grace questioned. Ella pinched the bridge of her nose. Look at yourself. You're covered in wounds and bruises. Even if you try to cover it up with makeup, it's clear that Kai is hurting you. I don't understand why you can't just leave that group if you're being treated this way. Is he blackmailing you? Is that what's happening? Hearing Ella's remark, Grace clenched her fists and lowered her gaze. She knew that her friend was right. Kai's temper was volatile. It wasn't just Grace who suffered his blows. Whenever he was angry, anyone within his sight became a target of his frustration. A few weeks ago, when Kai interrogated Lucas to confirm whether he was the one Kai was looking for, Grace let her words flow more freely than she should have. The result of that was a brutal beating from Kai. The scars and bruises from that abuse still littered her body, still visible even though she tried to conceal them using makeup and long-sleeve clothes. However, despite it all, she couldn't bring herself to leave Kai's group. She wanted a future where she wouldn't be forced to go into war, a future where she wouldn't have to fight. Kai had promised her a position in the military that would secure that safe future. Being by his side was to be her ticket to that life. She couldn't just throw away this ticket. With a deep breath, Grace looked back at Ella, letting on a vulnerable smile. Ella, she called out her best friend's name. I'm not being forced or blackmailed by anyone. I'm in the young elite because I choose to be. I don't want to leave. But that doesn't mean we have to stop talking. All I want is my best friend back. So can we please start talking again? Can you be my best friend again? Ella stared at Grace, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as she bluntly stated, no. Huh? Grace frowned, bewildered. What do you mean? I mean what I said, no. Ella reiterated firmly. Are you saying you don't want to be best friends with me anymore? Grace looked at Ella in disbelief. No, Grace, I'm saying I don't want to be friends with you anymore. Ella met Grace's gaze with cold indifference. Why? I've been apologizing every day. What have I done that you won't even talk to me? Have I committed some grave sin? Why are you treating me like this? I even stayed and fought during the masquerade party incident. You know how much I hate fighting, but I fought because you were there. I stood by your side. Grace snapped. Ella remained silent, watching her intently. Finally, when Grace finished her outburst, the brunette spoke, her voice calm yet cutting, I never asked you to do anything. I never asked you to fight alongside us. Besides, others fought as well. They risked their lives to protect the innocent, unlike you, who had her own selfish motives. I had selfish motives. And what might those be? I was there because I wanted to fight alongside you. I was concerned about your safety. Grace retorted. No, Ella shook her head, gritting her teeth. You were there so in future you could remind me that you stayed behind for me. So you could make me feel indebted to you. I figured you out now. I know what you did. What nonsense. Grace looked at Ella incredulously. What are you talking about? I know what you told Alberto. Don't try to deny it, Grace. You have broken my trust, Ella said, her voice filled with conviction, as she began to walk away. However, Grace grabbed her by the wrist, stopping her in her tracks. What are you saying? Explain. Yanking her hand free from Grace's grip, Ella turned around and shouted, You told him about my sister's situation. You said that if Kai could obtain the petal of ambrose flower, I would definitely join his little group. What? Grace tried to interject, confusion etched on her face, but Ella cut her off, not giving her a window to speak. You tried to use my sister as a bargaining chip. Ella slammed her hands against Grace's chest, pushing her backward. Ella. I don't understand. Before Grace could continue speaking, Ella pushed her again. You betrayed my trust like this. Well, you should have known that even if Kai were to bring me the petal, I would never accept it from him. Ella, there's a misunderstanding. I don't understand what you're saying. Grace tried to calm her friend down, but her efforts only further infuriated Ella. Lucas overheard your conversation with Alberto. There's no way he could have known about my sister if someone who knew about her situation hadn't told him. Ella yelled. And aside from me, you're the only person who knows about Ava. Lucas? Grace's eyes widened. Ella had an elder sister named Ava. She is the heiress of the Bright family and on the path to becoming her father's successor. Or at least she was until a few years ago. After completing her military training at the Ethereal Military Academy, Ava was deployed to the northern border. Her first mission was meant to be relatively safe, meant for rookie soldiers to handle with ease. However, something went terribly wrong. Ava and her team of 12 rookies, along with one supervisor, encountered a noble vampire. The supervisor sacrificed himself after a brief struggle, giving the rookies a chance to escape from the noble vampire. But after killing him, the noble vampire soon caught up to Ava's group. In the face of certain death, Ava made the decision to confront the noble vampire head-on, giving everything she had in the fight. During the intense battle, she pushed herself to the limits. Fortunately, with some luck and her top-notch skills, she managed to defeat the noble vampire in the end. However, the fight took a toll on her to the point where her mana core broke. As a result of that, Ava's body experienced a phenomenon known as mana whiplash, sending her into a deep comatose state. It had been around 3 years since that tragic incident, and the Bright family had managed to keep the news hidden from the public eye. Only a select few noble families in the Eastern continent are aware of the truth. Although Grace was from a noble family in the Western continent, she knew about this only because Ella had told her. They had been friends since childhood. They first met during one of the social gatherings attended by nobles when they were merely 5 years old. After that day, they continued their friendship online and started meeting in person as they grew older. By the time they turned 15, Grace would spend weeks at the Bright family's mansion. She forged a close friendship with Ella and also became intimately acquainted with their family affairs. She found the atmosphere at Ella's home much more pleasant compared to her own. In Grace's household, conversations between her family members were basically non-existent. However, in Ella's home, the atmosphere was light and welcoming. Over time, Grace started to view Ella's parents as her own and even began referring to Ava as Big Sis. So, when Ella told her about what happened to Ava, Grace was devastated. Why would she ever suggest using Ava as a bargaining chip for Ella? She thought of her as her own big sister. She didn't say anything like that to Alberto or anyone else. She didn't. But then, how did Lucas come to know about it? Yes, Lucas belonged to a ruling family, but even the Morningstars shouldn't be aware of this confidential information. However, thinking over this situation had to wait. Grace needed to clarify this misunderstanding with Ella. Ella. Grace tried to interject, but once again, Ella forcefully pushed her away. Tears started to stream down her face. Don't ever talk to me. Ella screamed, walking away with clenched teeth. No. Ella was not in a state to listen to reason right now. It was pointless to talk to her any further. As Ella walked away, Grace stood there, her shoulders slumped, her mind racing to explore every possible scenario that could explain how Lucas obtained this information. Fuck. Grace muttered under her breath, bringing her hand to her face in frustration. As I returned to my apartment, I couldn't help but hide the wide grin plastered on my face. Just as I thought, I mused out loud. The plan worked. On my way back, I overheard some people whispering about a drama unfolding between Grace and Ella. I didn't catch all the details, but it was clear that the two girls were fighting about something. This only meant that my plan was a success. Now, during the upcoming King's tournament, Grace would be left without a single ally by her side. Tilda, with a tired sigh, I fell onto my bed. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for causing a rift in their friendship. But as I said before, I had no other choice. Besides, if this is all it takes to tear them apart, then perhaps they weren't that close to begin with. Anyway. I sighed again, sitting up straight and slipping out of my uniform. Putting on slacks and an undershirt, I did a little stretching for a few seconds before finally musing out loud. I guess it's about time I should do something I've been putting off, I said, making my way to the cupboard. Opening the doors and reaching for the lowest drawer, I retrieved a collection of journal diaries that I had stored away. Let's start reading them. Chapter 187. A few months ago, I came to the realization that the memories I had inherited from Lucas cannot be trusted. The memories implanted in my mind are false. They do not align with the events told to me by the people around me. After this realization, I also began to notice that my memories had gaps and missing fragments, like an incomplete puzzle. It is as if someone shattered a glass slab and tried to tape it back together by adding and removing certain shards. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that someone tampered with Lucas' mind during his childhood. However, I don't know the identity of the person responsible for it. Neither do I know when did it happen. The logical course of action for me was to make my way to Wolfshire, the capital city of the Western continent. Wolfshire is the seat of power for one of the 4 ruling families, the Morningstars, who oversee the Western continent as its overlords. Once there, my next destination would be the Wolf's Den. It's the name of the Morningstar family mansion and Lucas' former residence. However, there was a little problem in my otherwise perfect plan. You see, I couldn't simply say, sayonara, and leave the global city. To exit this place, I need to have an academy-approved leave pass. To obtain a leave pass, I would have to formally request a leave, which, in turn, required me to have a valid reason for my absence. And obviously I don't have any valid reasons now, do I? I mean, after all, I couldn't just approach them and say, hey, I have reasons to believe that I have false memories planted in my head. Therefore, I wish to return home and investigate this matter. Rather than granting me permission for absence, they would likely call me insane and send me to a mental asylum. Moreover, the authority to sanction leave passes lies with the Cadet Council. My sister, the Queen of the Cadet Council, would never grant me a leave. While pondering over this problem, a brilliant idea came to my mind around a month and a half ago. I thought about reading the journals that Lucas used to write during his childhood. For now, my plan is to gather as much information as possible from Lucas' journals. Once we have our vacation after our semester exams and King's Tournament, I will head to Wolfshire to investigate what happened with Lucas. However, despite the fact that I came up with this idea quite some time ago, I just couldn't muster the courage to open those journals. For some inexplicable reason, I felt nervous, almost to the point where one might mistake it for fear. But why? Why in the world was I nervous? Honestly, I couldn't understand it either. I just don't know. It was simply an unsettling feeling in my gut, warning me to not open those journals. But after thinking about it for a while with a calm mind, I came to understand. It was just Lucas' body that was reacting to the traumatic experiences written in those pages. You see, after transmigrating into this world, I not only inherited Lucas' body but also his memories and muscle memory. Inheriting those memories made me feel as though I had personally lived through the events he had experienced. At first, I struggled to understand my true identity. Was I Lucas whose past life was Noah, or was I Noah inside Lucas' body? Yet, as time passed and I continued to exist in this world, I gradually started becoming Lucas Morningstar, and Noah Lambert began to fade away. Now, when someone shouts, Lucas, I instinctively turn to face them as if it's the most natural thing for me to do. I started referring to Reynold as my father and Lucas' family as my family. Over time, I became Lucas. So it is only natural for me to feel uncomfortable about opening the journals that have the traumas that Lucas endured as a child, trapped within them, traumas that I'd experienced as a child. But unfortunately, I have no other option. Once our semester exams start, I will become too busy to read them. Now is my chance. After mustering my courage for several days, I have finally made the decision to open them today. Futilda, letting out a deep sigh, I carefully placed the 3 journals on the table before me. Each journal had a red leather cover with a clasp and a fingerprint lock embedded within. The lock is designed in a manner that if anyone besides myself attempts to open it, the journals will self-destruct, going down in flames reducing to ashes. Without hesitation, I placed my thumb on the fingerprint sensor embedded within the leather clasp of one of the diaries. Ding! With a gentle chime, the clasp unlocked, and I quickly opened the journal, turning its pages to read the contents within. March 23, 2712, 9:30 p.m. Dear Diary, today, I met a girl. She was beautiful. She came to our mansion with her father, who works for my father. She seemed like a high-class commoner. I want to befriend her. I heard her mother passed away recently, so she doesn't talk much. I'll try my best to make her laugh, November 28, 2712, 9:30 p.m. Dear Diary, today was my birthday party. Actually, our birthday party since Adele and I share the same birthday. He always pinch my cheeks whenever I call it my birthday alone. I invited Amelia, and even though her father didn't want her to come at first, I convinced him. We had a lot of fun. I really like spending time with her. She started talking more compared to when we first met. Now she even laughs sometimes. Anyway, my sister and mother gave me some nice presents, but my favorite was the watch my father gave me. Yes, another is going to be added in my collection February 13th, 2713, 9:30 p.m. Dear Diary, I heard some classmates were bullying her, so I talked to my father and managed to have them all expelled. I also requested that they never gain admission into any reputable academy ever again. I hate people like them. I simply can't hate anyone who bothers her, October 17th, 2715, 9:30 p.m. Dear Diary, Adele has been growing distant from me since yesterday. I don't know what happened, but I don't like this feeling. I asked my sister about it, but she merely advised me to give him some time. On a completely unrelated note, I ranked first in my class yesterday. Also, I've been sneaking away to watch father's training sessions for the past few days. But he told me not to tell anyone, so let's keep it a secret. November 29th, 2717, 12:01 p.m. Dear Diary, today was my birthday, or technically yesterday. I awakened my mana core today, and I was revealed to have the gold rank. Father didn't say anything, but I could sense the disappointment in his eyes. Adele awakened the immortal rank, and he's filled with joy. I am happy for him, but he didn't even talk to me the whole day today. I thought I would be the happiest person under the sun today, and yet, I wasn't, November 12th, 2718 6:78 p.m. Dear Diary, today was just like any other day. My parents have been distant towards me, and it's been nearly a year since I awakened my mana core. Father has begun training Adele. There are rumors that he will replace me as father's successor. I don't want that. Becoming father's heir and making him proud was the sole purpose of my existence. What am I supposed to do now? Just what the hell am I supposed to do now, March 31st, 2719, for 32 p.m. I'm sick of it. Absolutely sick of it. Amelia tried to talk to me again today. She's as persistent as ever. But she won't understand. No one will. And those bastards, Adele and his gang, they've been bullying me for quite some time now. Father turns a blind eye, even though I've complained about it countless times. Sister and mother, as usual, won't listen to me either. For them I don't even exist anymore. So it's best if I just keep to myself, or else they'll become targets too, April 15th, 2719, 9:44 p.m. My heart is fucking hurting, and it won't stop. I've seen doctors and heart surgeons, but they just spout bullshit. I don't give a damn if no one in my family doesn't talk to me anymore. They threw a damn banquet in Adele's honor because he aced his practical exams or some shit. That stupid prick. By the way, I tried alcohol for the first time. Yeah, I know I'm only 14, but other noble kids do it too. At first I only did it because I thought doing that would stop them from ignoring me, but I genuinely don't care anymore. Oh, and guess what? I've decided to stop training. Why the hell should I give a shit about it when I'm not gonna succeed my father anyway? May 21st, 2719, 7:57 p.m. Fuck off, diary. Fuck off, world June 12th, 2719, 6:43 p.m. Seems like getting high is way more fun than I thought. I don't get why people have such a problem with drug users. Because honestly, in my opinion, they're the ones living life on easy mode. Ha ha ha. Oh, and today I bashed a glass bottle into the head of one of Adele's lackeys. Split it open like a damn watermelon. And you know what they did? They suspended me for it. Fucking bastards. They did jack shit when I was being bullied, but the moment I fought back, they suspended me? Those were the first 2 journals, covering the initial 14.5 years of Lucas' life. Rubbing my forehead as I read through their contents, a deep sigh escaped my lips. Some pages had tear stains on them, while others were torn from the forceful use of a pen. I remember most of what's written here since I have memories of writing them, but there are some clear variations. For example, as Amelia mentioned, it seems like we were indeed childhood friends. But I have no recollection of that or writing about her in these journals. This confirms it. Someone truly manipulated Lucas' memories. Amelia was telling the truth, not that I ever doubted her. Anyway, the story is unfolding more or less as I remembered. Lucas was happy. Then his mana core awakened. People started bullying and avoiding him. He spiraled out of control. So most likely, the next entries in the journals will detail how Lucas became the scum he was known to be in the novel. With that in mind, I nodded and opened the next and last journals on the table. However, the moment I turned the very first page, my breathing fastened, and my eyes widened in surprise. My heart slammed violently against my chest as I read the words written in the diary before me. Noah Lambert, I am well aware of your intentions. Don't you dare investigate my past just yet. You're not ready for it. You are not ready to understand anything yet. So close this journal, set it on fire, and refrain from prying into my life for now. Your focus should be solely on getting stronger and nothing else. Your time will come. I will grant you the answers you seek, but only when the time is right. And right now, it's not the time. Consider this your first and final warning. Tilda Lucas Morningstar, ____. Chapter 188. I couldn't sleep last night, or the 4 nights before that, for that matter. It's been 5 days since I read those journals and discovered what was written in the last diary. To say the least, it was a horrifying experience. Look, it's not every day that you find yourself transmigrated to a fantasy world. There are no instruction manuals for these types of things. It's my first time in a situation like this and I don't even know what to think now. That entry was definitely written by Lucas, the original Lucas. However, it was intended for me, Noah, to read. But what does that imply? Did Lucas know about everything that is happening? Did he know that I would be transmigrated into his body? But how could he have known? He was just a side villain in the novel. But then again, I can't even fully trust the novel. I also can't trust the memories I acquired from him. So, what can I trust? How can I solve this mystery? According to the entry, Lucas will answer all my questions when the time comes. Should I wait for that to happen? Nonsense. I can't wait after learning something like that. Besides, I don't even know if that entry was truly written by Lucas. I mean, if I really can't trust anything, how am I supposed to trust those journals? Fuck. One mystery after another. I hate this. I hate problem solving and uncovering mysteries. It was never my preferred genre. Okay, calm down. Every problem I have is related to uncovering Lucas' true identity. It's safe to say that much like Kai, Lucas was a character who wasn't fully portrayed in the novel. He had a deeper, hidden side to him that was never brought to light in the story because he managed to hide it somehow. Learning about Kai's origin and discovering how he managed to keep his real self hidden in the novel is easy. All I have to do is give him a good beating until he tells me everything. But unlike Kai, I can't beat Lucas to get my answers. Why? Because I am Lucas. Beating myself won't solve a damn thing. That leaves me with only one option. I must go to Wolfshire and personally investigate this matter there. Similar to the intuition I had about not opening those journals, I have a strong gut feeling that I'll find something significant if I go to Wolfshire. Call it this body's instinct or whatever. That's it then. I had already planned to go there, but after the King's tournament, I'm heading straight to Lucas' home. Once there, I'll closely investigate what led him to such a drastic change. I'll solve all the mysteries that have been pestering me since I arrived in this world, all at once. Thwack! Just as my mind was engulfed in such thoughts, a forceful kick slammed into my chest, launching me through the air. Thud. Cook! A pained groan escaped my lips as my body struck the matted floor, coming to a halt with a crash landing. Master! I grimaced, clutching my chest as I struggled to rise to my feet. I asked you to take it easy. My semester exams are starting today. What if I end up breaking my hand or something? I'll give you a healing potion, Leo retorted in an isn't that obvious tone. Once again, I was left utterly speechless by the sheer cruelty of his mindset. Just because he can fix me, he deems it acceptable to break my limbs. I'm not an expert on the subject of the master and disciple relationship, but isn't a master supposed to be gentle and nurturing toward their disciple? And besides, I was going easy on you, Leo stated matter-of-factly. It's your mind that's clouded with uneasy thoughts. Is something bothering you? I guess, I muttered, looking down at my feet. Right now, it was around 5:46 a.m., and I found myself in the training hall with Leo. We were engaged in unarmed combat, going through our routine training. These days, I've been with Leo on a daily basis. In fact, I sometimes train even when I'm not with him. It's strange, really. I'm starting to like training, which is rather concerning since my defining characteristic is laziness. If I'm not lazy anymore, then what am I? Aside from genius, rich, and handsome that is. Anyway, most of my time is now spent with Leo. He has been teaching me various things since we returned from our isolated mountain training. My understanding of him has also grown significantly. Apparently, he's not as indifferent and callous as he was depicted in the novel. I mean, he still is, but he doesn't treat me that way for whatever reason. He has a dry sense of humor, the kind that often leaves you questioning whether he's joking or being serious. He's also incredibly wise, intelligent, and sharp. He's obsessed with looking cool, and that vibe has started rubbing off on me. Plus, he absolutely despises early mornings. Sometimes, during our morning training sessions, he just falls asleep right in the middle of our training. It's pretty pathetic to admit, but even when he's sleeping right in front of me, I can't manage to land a hit on him. Tell me about it, Leo said, offering his assistance. Maybe I can help you out. I doubt it, Master, I replied, shaking my head. I don't think anyone can help me out of the predicament I currently find myself in. Leo stared at me with an incredulous expression. Yeah, okay, listen, my dear disciple, he said. I have slain a dragon, defeated armies single-handedly, split oceans, and torn apart mountains. They call me a god. Do you really think I can't help with whatever teenage problem you're having? Master, are you seriously bragging right now? I asked, with a look of disbelief on my face. No, he stammered, averting his gaze. He definitely was. He definitely was bragging. This bastard. But seriously, tell me about it, Leo pressed. I let out a sigh, contemplating whether or not to tell him about everything. After pondering about it for a moment, a thought crossed my mind. All right, I'll tell you, I agreed. But first, can you answer one question for me? Leo wiped his face with a towel and tossed one to me. Sure, go ahead, he said. Ask whatever you want. I hesitated before continuing. I overheard some people saying that you were once an ally of the Morningstar family. Is it true? A faint frown appeared on Leo's face as he looked at me. Yeah, it's true, he confirmed. But it's not some big secret or anything. I was your father's comrade. You should have known about it. No, I didn't, I shook my head. The frown deepened on Leo's face. Wait, don't tell me, your father never talks about me. He doesn't, I replied sincerely. Ha. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Leo's expression suddenly shifted and he burst into a fit of erratic laughter like a lunatic. Master, are you all right? I inquired, concerned. That bastard, Leo said, his laughter subsiding. I'll kill him. I'll definitely kill him when I see him again. Master, calm down a little, will you? If it helps, my father never really talked to me much anyway. I approached Leo, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Leo let out a deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. I see. It's all right. But when I meet that bastard again, you might lose a father. Sure, I shrugged. So, what's the story here? Leo hesitated for a moment after hearing my question before letting out another sigh. All right, he said. But let's go somewhere else first. Now? I frowned. It's almost 6 a.m., Master. I have my first semester exam in 6 hours. Perfect, Leo shrugged, making his way towards the exit of the training hall. That gives us 6 more hours to train. Huh? I exclaimed, following behind him. Master, I barely had any time to study because of our trip. Are you trying to make me fail the written exams? It's fine, he waved his hand dismissively. Written exams don't mean a damn thing in the real world. But they do in this academy. I want to improve my rank. Harsh gusts of wind whipped across my face, carrying with it a scorching heat that intensified under the blazing sun. The air itself seemed to waver and distort due to heat. As I scanned the horizon, my vision was met only with vast stretches of sand dunes. Not a single soul was in sight. Master, are we in the great deserts of the eastern continent? I inquired, seeking confirmation from the tall figure standing beside me. Yes, indeed we are, Leo responded, his voice carrying a tinge of excitement. Why? I couldn't help but ask. Leo, with his fiery red hair tied into a bun and contrasting against the desert backdrop, let out a snigger, as if finding amusement in what was about to come my way. Why else, he said, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he removed his doobie. Let's train. Chapter 189. Master, I called him. What exactly am I doing? Leo replied through his usual amused grin, you mentioned your desire to learn the Mirage Walk, right? Well, that's what I'm teaching you. I'm showing you how to do it. Ah, I see, I nodded, comprehending his words. So, I can learn it just by walking. There I was, merely walking in circles around him on the sandy ground, under the scorching sun in this hot desert. No, there's more to it than that, Leo said, shaking his index finger. First, you need to exude mana into the atmosphere around you. Then, slowly use that discharged mana to distort the air around you, creating a mirage-like effect, much like the wavering air in the heat of this desert. That will make it appear as though there are multiple versions of you. With a little practice, you'll be able to conjure even more illusions. The best part is, it doesn't take much mana. I hummed, my fingers gently pressed against my chin. So, the first step is to release mana into the atmosphere and then manipulate it to distort the air. Okay, got it. Indeed, Leo remarked with a smile. Unfortunately, there isn't a manual for this technique, as it is one of my original creations. I knew that already. Leo used the Mirage Walk when he fought against Nero in the War of Union, and the protagonist did mention that it was an original move of the God of War. This is also one of my signature moves that I used to spam when I was your age, so don't go teaching it to someone else, Leo said. I promise I won't, I replied earnestly. Now, tell me the story. Leo, who thought that I would forget about it, let out a defeated and bitter sigh when I asked him once again about his connection to the Morningstar family. Observing his reaction, I spoke, Master, if you don't want to share, then it's fine. Since I can always find some other way to know about it. No, it's not like that. I just don't like remembering those times, Leo shook his head. However, since you are so curious, I will tell you. All right, I said, as I gradually began to exude mana into my surroundings. As the mana left my body and merged with the atmosphere, I found it hard to control it effectively. However, considering the time I spent pouring my mana into the beast egg, my ability to manipulate it had strengthened. So as I tried to use the discharged mana to distort the air around me, and failed every time, Leo began. First, let me tell who I am, or rather, who I was before I became what I am now, Leo expressed. You may not be aware, but in the old world, prior to the influx of mana on Earth, there were many countries and continents. Yeah, it might be hard to believe for someone of this generation, but I come from that world. One of those nations was called Japan. My ancestors, going back generations, hailed from that land. When the rifts appeared and the aliens invaded, and when the landmasses converged into one big supercontinent, the Asian continent, including Japan, suffered the most. Yeah, that's also something I know. In the novel, it was mentioned how the initial onslaught of the demon race wreaked havoc primarily in Central and East Asia, inflicting immense damage. And after that, as the landmasses of the world collided, merging all the continents around the Asian continent, millions of people lost their lives due to tectonic impacts. That's one of the reasons why it's so rare to see someone of Asian heritage in this world. The majority of them were wiped out during the apocalypse. Leo continued, the central government rose to power and implemented a law that required everyone to serve in the united military for a period of time. The Asians, who had already suffered so many losses, resisted this law. But their voices were suppressed. Yeah, I know this too. The government enforced their orders, disregarding the already vulnerable Asian race. My father, a renowned warrior in his time, had a dream. He sought to resurrect the nation of Japan. He pleaded with the central government, and they granted him permission to take the western continent and name it New Japan. Upon hearing this, a frown etched itself onto my face. But that is impossible, I interjected. The West has always been a seat of power for the Morningstar family. Yes, Leo affirmed with a nod. You see, the central government presented a condition. To claim the West, my father, Kazuyo Kirigami, had to defeat the reigning overlord of the West at the time, Joseph Morningstar. I see, I responded, guessing what would have happened. Needless to say, my father challenged your grandfather and lost, Leo disclosed. Desperate, my father implored the central government for another opportunity, but his plea was denied. However, since he was one of the world's most formidable fighters, the central government did grant him a second chance, of sorts. They declared that if, in the future, his heir could defeat the next overlord of the West, our family would ascend to the position of ruling family, and the West would be renamed New Japan under our reign. However, there was a catch. If his heir were to fail, our family would be prohibited from making such a request again in the future. Basically, we were granted a single chance. Wait, I exclaimed, realizing where this story was going. That's when I was born. My father had high expectations for me. They believed I would fulfill his dream. However, much to his disappointment, I did not awaken a high-ranking mana core like him. Meanwhile, the next heir of the Morningstar lineage was said to have awakened an immortal, 3-ranked core. Leo gritted his teeth, still affected by his past. That can only mean. As you may have guessed, it was your father, Reynold Morningstar, Leo disclosed. Since I didn't stand up to my father's standards, he disowned me as his heir. Instead, he adopted one of my cousins, who possessed an immortal, 2-ranked core, and appointed him as his successor, instead of me, his own son. After experiencing bouts of severe depression at such a tender age, I eventually stopped caring about my father. When the time came for my military education, I stole his money and enrolled here at the Global Academy. It was here that I encountered your father. As Leo continued recounting his story, I listened intently. None of this information was ever mentioned in the novel, so I didn't know about any of this. Your father was a few years older than me, and back then he was the king of the academy. I hated him. He was the reason my own father never loved me. After I won the king's tournament, I couldn't bear it any longer. I challenged him to a duel. I wanted to make him suffer. Leo let out a sigh. Did you win? I asked eagerly. Leo's face twisted with bitterness as he shook his head. No, I lost. I was heartbroken. Since the day it was revealed that I possessed an average rank potential, I poured everything into my training to bridge the gap between myself and those fortunate enough to be gifted with high-ranked mana cores by the heavens, but hard work doesn't always pay off. Sometimes. No, most of the time, you give your all and still end up on the losing side. Did you give up then? I inquired further, my curiosity growing. I would have if it weren't for your father. Reynold came to me and told me not to quit. He was like those heroes you read about in stories and fairy tales, radiating with such brilliance that it blinds you. But my hatred for him only grew. I thought he pitied me. I pushed myself even harder, challenging the strongest opponents I could find, day in and day out. Sometimes I won and other times I lost. But my stubbornness to never stay down caught the attention of a certain man. He approached me and offered to become my master. He told me that if I trained under him, I might never reach the heights that Reynold would achieve, but I could still become stronger than most. It wasn't exactly what I had hoped for, but I accepted his offer. I wanted to grow stronger, after all. As for surpassing Reynold, I decided to figure that out later. So this man, my master, took me to his dojo, where there were other disciples. And among them, the most powerful individual I had ever encountered, second only to Reynold himself, was a girl named Yennefer. She was a master of spellcasting but also had impressive sword skills. Wait, I interjected, interrupting Leo's narrative. Did you just say Yennefer? But that's... Your mother, yes, Leo nodded. Naturally, like everyone else in the dojo, she became my primary target. I had to defeat her before I could even think about challenging Reynold. I faced her in numerous duels, and I was defeated each time. However, as we continued to train together we gradually became friends. We spent countless days together, training in the morning, stealing moments during classes, and sometimes gazing at the beauty of the night sky while laying on the grass field. She was the most remarkable person I knew. She also shined so brightly, yet it never blinded me. Instead, it inspired me to work harder. She taught me so many things, and my master also helped me a lot to grow. But I eventually reached my potential wall. I couldn't grow stronger. Everyone said that it was only natural and that I had known a day like this would come, but I wasn't satisfied. I still hadn't defeated Reynold. One day, frustrated, I challenged Reynold once again. I lost, obviously. The next day, I challenged him again, and the day after that. Slowly, it became a daily routine for me to challenge him. Surprisingly, I started enjoying those battles. And Reynold, in his own way, helped me greatly. Although I couldn't grow my mana core any further, he helped me refine my martial arts to an unbelievable degree. As we fought daily, we grew closer and our interactions extended beyond training sessions. I stopped trying to kill him eventually. I even brought him to our dojo, where we trained together. Yennefer would occasionally join us, and the three of us formed a tight-knit bond. Those years were the most cherished and fulfilling of my life. I loved that time. But alas, all things must come to an end. Both Yennefer and Reynold happened to be of the same age, older than me, and because of that, they were drafted into the military before I was. I was sad, but I didn't show it. I asked them to wait for me. My academic years flew by in the blink of an eye, and upon graduating, I was eager to reunite with my dear friends. However, upon meeting them, I discovered that Reynold had proposed to Yennefer. A heavy silence enveloped us as I instantly understood where this story was headed. After a brief pause, Leo finally spoke up. I never realized the depth of my love for that girl until that moment. And now, she was with my best friend. It was a realization that came too late, trivial as it may seem. All I could do was genuinely be happy for them. I buried my own feelings deep within my heart and served alongside them in the United Military. After our frontline duty, Reynold and Yennefer exchanged vows and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. They honored me by appointing me as her and all their future children's godfather. For several years, I dedicated myself to overseeing the Morningstar personal military unit. But being so close to them was agonizing. The way they shined together burned me. Chapter 190. As silence enveloped us, I gazed at Leo, my lips sealed shut. I found myself at a loss for words. I wasn't good at these kinds of situations since I never knew what to say. Amidst that fleeting silence, a single question escaped my lips. So, what happened? What did you do? I made the decision to leave, Leo responded. I handed my resignation letter to Reynold. At first, he rejected it and tore it apart. He inquired about the reason behind my sudden interest to leave, but I couldn't have just told him. Besides, there was no need to say anything. He was like a brother to me. He knew me inside out. It didn't take him long to realize my affection for Yennefer. He said that I should have told him. He claimed that he would have never pursued her had he known about my feelings. But those words angered me. So, you would have pitied me and forsaken your own love for my sake? I asked him. And like that, our conversation slowly escalated into a violent fight. We nearly destroyed the Morningstar mansion. But in the end, I lost to him once again. Reynold apologized for taking things too far, and I did the same. Yennefer scolded us for almost demolishing the mansion, and we both chuckled, just like the good old days. So, you two made up in the end? I inquired, though deep down I knew that was unlikely. In the end? Leo scoffed. That wasn't the end by any means. The day after our fight, I departed. Even though I didn't show it then, I was infatuated with myself for losing against Reynold even after all my hard work. He effortlessly overpowered me, yet I couldn't even draw a drop of his blood. I went on a journey across the world. I enrolled in numerous martial sects and schools. I honed my skills with countless weapons and learned thousands of weapon arts, even creating a few of my own. I faced off against some of the mightiest and toughest fighters the world had to offer. The dojos where I had trained were no exception. I challenged them and emerged victorious. I went to the United Military and fought on the front lines again. Soon, my name became known far and wide. But that wasn't enough for me. I wanted more. My hunger for strength didn't stop. That's when I started learning some of the forbidden weapon arts, the kind which was banned by the central government. Still, even with all my accomplishments, I knew it wasn't enough to defeat Reynold. I was still weak. No matter how many powerful weapon arts I learned, I struggled to use them consistently because of my small mana pool. I wasn't born with a naturally high-ranking mana core potential. So, after years of searching, trial, and error, I created a technique to surpass my limitations. If the world wasn't fair, then I would make it. If the heavens didn't bless me, then I would shatter them. Using that technique, I found a way to break my potential wall. It didn't take long before Reynold and Yennefer tracked me down. They pleaded for me to return home with them, but all I desired was to defeat Reynold. It had become an obsession at that point. My insatiable thirst for strength had driven me too far. I challenged him to a duel, but he refused to fight me. I asked him again and again, relentlessly provoking him, but he didn't accept my challenge. He said that he could feel if we fought again, it would be our last duel. But I was beyond any reason at that point. Defeating Reynold was my only goal. So, I forced him to fight me. I went back to my father and requested him to make me his heir again. Given my reputation, he readily agreed. In accordance with the rights bestowed upon us by the central government, I challenged Reynold for control of the Western continent. I knew that if I were to challenge him for his seat, he would have no choice but to fight me. Naturally, my actions left him feeling betrayed. I can't blame him, I would have felt the same in his position. But at that moment, such thoughts didn't come to my mind. Yennefer was in the midst of labor with twins that day, and Reynold asked for some time. But he didn't disclose the full reason, so I assumed he was trying to avoid the duel. I exercised my right to challenge the overlord of the West and called a member of the central government to enforce it. Naturally, Reynold had no choice but to comply. On that day, unexpected complications arose, and Yennefer's life was on the line while giving birth to you and your brother. When Reynold heard the news, he was furious. He blamed me for not being there for his wife when she was fighting between life and death. That's when he finally told me about it. I was taken aback. I tried to apologize and urged him to leave and be with Yennefer. I realized that I had made a mistake and decided to step back from the duel myself. I couldn't bear the thought of what might have happened to Yennefer if she had died alone that day, with Reynold not by her side because of me. I don't know how I would have lived with myself. But Reynold merely shook his head. He declared that it was time to end it all. He said that it was a mistake to befriend me. He said that I was jealous of him and I couldn't accept the fact that Yennefer chose him over me. His words pierced my heart like a dagger. Perhaps all he said was true, and that's what hurt the most. He was right. It was indeed time to bring an end to this. Yes, becoming friends with him had been a mistake from the beginning. Yes, I was always jealous of him and the way he shined so bright, like a star. Yes, I couldn't let go of the fact that Yennefer chose him instead of me. I was the one who introduced them. I was the reason they were together, so why couldn't she have been with me? Why did he have everything I wanted in life? He had loving parents, innate talent that was blessed by the heavens, and he even took the first girl I loved. Yes, how could I not be jealous of him? He was the protagonist of the story, while I remained a mere side character, destined to be the hero's faithful friend and nothing more. He was like a brother to me, and she was the girl I loved, while I slowly faded into the background, blinded by their light. We fought with no hold bars this time and with clear intentions to kill one another. With my strength, there was no way he could have defeated me. I was pushing him back this time. I was winning. So did you win? I asked, knowing full well that he wouldn't be sharing this story if he had emerged victorious. If Leo had won, he would be the one ruling over the Western continent. But since my father held that position, it was clear who had prevailed. A bitter smile formed on Leo's face as he shook his head. We clashed on a chain of islands in the Southern Ocean. After demolishing those islands, we knew that this fight could only be settled by going all out. I unleashed my most powerful weapon art, my heaven-splitting sword, while he wielded his Dawnbreaker. We poured every ounce of our strength into those strikes. And in the end, I lost again. I was just a split second too slow. Leo brushed his hand against the scar on the side of his face and spoke. He spared my life but banished me from ever setting foot in the West. He said that if I wanted his seat, I should have just asked for it. But before I could explain that I had no interest in his seat whatsoever, truth be told, I wouldn't have taken it even if I had one. He simply walked away. Leo chuckled. And just like that, my father disowned me once again. Since then, I haven't had any contact with Reynold or Yennefer. It seems Reynold was right. That was indeed the last time we fought. Wow, that was tough. What a twisted origin. I don't understand why it wasn't mentioned in the novel. It would have given Leo's character so much depth. He was just a child when his father abandoned him because he couldn't live up to his expectations. That must have traumatized him, driving his obsession to become stronger. But the person he aimed to surpass was far beyond his reach. Eventually, he became friends with his rival. However, the girl he liked chose his rival over him, reigniting his determination to grow stronger and overcome his rival. That led him to make a foolish decision, causing a misunderstanding that jeopardized their friendship. It was all because of his obsession. But in the end, even after all his struggles, he suffered defeat. A fate of a side character indeed. But now I understand why he took me as his disciple. Lucas and Leo share striking similarities in their origins. He must have felt a sense of empathy towards me. But it's hard to fathom. Leo Kurogami, one of the most renowned names in the world, fought numerous battles against Reynold Morningstar and never won once, I uttered, gently stroking my chin while deep in thought. If Leo's story is on point, then he must have been at the peak of his prime when he faced off against my father for the last time. And no one in this world, I repeat, no one in this world is capable of defeating Leo Kurogami in a one-on-one battle, apart from Nero in a few years' time. In fact, even if the world's top fighters were to band together against him, Leo would give them a run for their money, maybe even killing a few of them. So how exactly did Reynold manage to defeat him at the peak of his prime? Hey, Leo said, rising with a frown. Are you mocking your master? Let me tell you, it was a close battle. Your father had to use the Dawnbreaker. I'm the only person in history who survived after facing the might of that weapon art, you know. I nodded, knowing his feat was nothing to scoff at. So, if you were to fight each other again, who do you think would win? Leo furrowed his brows, contemplating for a few seconds before shrugging. Even though I'm not currently at the peak of my prime, if we were to fight again, my blade would be at his throat before he could even react. Of course. After all, in the novel, Nero had to utilize all 7 of his heavenly swords to defeat Leo. I know just how much of a monster he is. Well, enough reminiscing about my foolish youth. Leo patted my back and nudged me forward, urging me to continue practicing distorting the air with mana. Now, tell me what's bothering you. Chapter 191. After listening to Leo's story, which answered at least some of my questions, I decided to tell him what was troubling me. So you're saying you lost some of your memories? He asked. Yeah, I confirmed. Okay, I didn't completely tell him the truth, but I couldn't be blamed for not being entirely honest. As I mentioned earlier, I can't just tell him that I've come from another reality, where this world existed merely as a novel I had read in my past life. Right? Because you fell down a flight of stairs? Leo inquired. Yes, I replied, mixing a few lies with the truth. So what if I lied? At least I was being partially honest. But I have reasons to suspect that someone implanted false memories in my mind before I arrived in this city, I confessed. Leo let out a deep breath as he processed the information I gave him. I see, he finally responded. If you're right, then the most plausible course of action for you is to return home and investigate what happened there. Exactly, I nodded. That's my plan for the vacation. It feels unsettling to be unable to rely on my own memories. I need to get to the bottom of this. Indeed, Leo said, patting my back. But at least it explains everything. What do you mean? I frowned, seeking clarification. It clarifies why you underwent such a sudden change in behavior after coming here, Leo explained. It's not uncommon for people's personalities to undergo a complete transformation after losing their memories. Not to mention, if your suspicions are correct and someone did manipulate your memories, it's possible they also controlled your mind to make you behave, well, like a scum? I chimed in to complete his sentence with a blank face. I know that they called Lucas. There is no need to pull back. Leo let out a dry cough and nodded in affirmation. Whatever it is, I can confidently say this, something is amiss with the Morningstar family. I can't put my finger on it, but there's definitely something going on, he continued. I had known your parents for years. They won't just abandon their kid because he couldn't stand up to their expectations like my own father. I stroked my chin, comprehending his words. I couldn't help but think he was right. The fact that Reynolds would shun Lucas like that, and Lucas turning against her own friend and attempting to assault her. All those incidents don't flow. It breaks their character. Something must have happened, and I will find what it was. As I made my decision with a firm nod, Leo pushed me once more, urging me to continue my training. Come on, he said. Don't stop. Like I told you, keep trying to distort the air with mana. Huh? I exclaimed, glancing at my watch and then showing it to him. Master, it's 11:32 a.m. If we don't leave immediately for the teleportation gate now, I'll be late for my first exam. I'm not letting you go until you at least create one illusion of yourself, Leo shrugged. Huh? Can I come in? I asked. She gave me a cold glare. It's May. Is it? I frowned. I'm not good at remembering months. She face-palmed at my dumbness. It's May I come in? My eyebrows twitched in frustration as I corrected my question. May I come in? No, came the stern reply. But I have an exam in this class, I pleaded. You had an exam. It started 1 hour ago. You are late, Mr. Morningstar, she stated matter-of-factly. You see, my struggle to manipulate the air around me with mana took me far too long. True to Leo's words, he only released me once I accomplished what he told me. And now, because of the delay, I found myself late for my first semester exam. I stood at the doorway of the classroom, facing Liz, who was our invigilator for the day. And she flatly refused to grant me permission to enter. I have a valid reason for being late, I insisted. I don't want to hear it, Liz responded, nonchalantly perched on a desk, flipping through a book in her hands without even sparing me a glance. Despite my growing frustration, I managed to conceal my emotions, forcing a smile that tugged at my lips. If my tardiness is an issue, I suggest taking it up with Leo-sensei, I suggested. I'm late because of him. Silence filled the room as Liz and everyone present in the class turned their attention towards me, momentarily diverting their focus from their answer sheets. Why are you late? She inquired. I thought you didn't want to hear my reason, is what I wanted to say, but I held back. After all, I love my life. Sensei kidnapped me and took me to the great desert in the eastern continent, I replied with a straight face. He refused to release me until I managed to learn what he was teaching me. Teaching you? Liz muttered, her voice barely above a whisper as a frown creased her forehead. At the same time, I heard gasps of shock and surprise from some of the cadets, their whispers filling the air. What? So the rumors were true. Why? Why him? I'm far more talented than him. Why did Leo-sensei take someone like him under his wing? Damn it. It's just nepotism. Wait. What? No one seemed to care that I had mentioned being kidnapped. I mean, he practically forced me into following him without giving me a choice, and he didn't release me until I fulfilled his demands. That's definitely kidnapping, right? Silence. With a single word from Liz, a crushing pressure enveloped the classroom, and everyone fell silent. Some wore bitter or jealous expressions, while others still appeared bewildered by what I had just revealed before reluctantly returning their focus to their answer sheets. Liz glanced at me and let out a sigh. I will allow you to take the exam today. However, if you are late again for any of your remaining semester exams, regardless of the reason, not even Mr. Kirogami will be able to persuade me to grant you permission. Understood, I acknowledged, my left hand resting behind my back as I pressed my right fist against my chest, doing a salute before entering the classroom. Shaking her head, Liz handed me my answer sheet. I quickly took it and rushed to my seat, immediately scanning the question paper already placed on my desk. I had to hurry. I had already lost an entire hour due to my master's actions. I couldn't afford to fail this test. Improving my academic rank was crucial. Well, technically speaking, I was partly to blame for half of that lost hour since Leo had managed to bring me back to the global city half an hour ago. I used the remaining time to hurry back to my apartment and change into a fresh uniform. Why did I bother? Well, after training in the desert, my previous uniform was soaked in sweat, leaving me in a disheveled state. Certainly, a gentleman like myself couldn't present himself to the exam hall in such a condition, could he? It has been 3.5 weeks since our first semester exam started. Despite being 1 hour late. To the exam that day, I think I managed to pass it somehow. As for the rest of my written exams, I think I performed well enough to avoid failing. While I won't top the scoreboards, I'm certain that I will achieve a decent academic rank based on my written exam scores alone. We had only 4 written exams, but they were spread out over the course of 3.5 weeks due to several gaps between each one of them. Now, all that remains are the physical exams. If I can successfully pass them all, I should be able to secure a place within the top 50 to 80 academic rankings. Before we can proceed to the physical exams, we have one more test to take today, an additional class exam. Essentially, it's a test of the additional course each student chose at the beginning of the semester. Fortunately, I opted for cooking, so I have nothing to worry about. I didn't need to study anything for today, and with my cooking skills on par with top chefs in the world, I am confident I will breeze through this exam effortlessly and with outstanding results. Hee hee. Of course, it would be a help if I pair up with a good partner. Cadet rank 116969, Lucas Morningstar. Lost in my thoughts, I snapped back to reality upon hearing the instructor's voice. She was a beautiful ebony woman in her mid-30s, with luscious curly black hair tied up in a bun and wearing an apron over her dress. She called out my name and rank. Yes, I raised my hand in reply. You'll be partnering with Cadet rank 009 for 68, Amelia Black, ha. I knew this would happen. I just knew it. While most people would be taken aback or disappointed in this situation, I had foreseen such an outcome right from the beginning. If there is such a thing as fate, it certainly has a wicked sense of humor. But I already saw this coming. Ha 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 ha. But even still, although I already anticipated a situation like this happening, there is nothing I can do to change it. Ha tilde it is what it is, I guess. Chapter 192. I resigned myself to my fate with a shrug before walking up to an empty cooking station and standing there. Before long, a teenage beauty with her raven black hair tied back into a ponytail, and bright green eyes reminiscent of a calm forest on a sunny day walked up to me and stood right beside me. She spoke with a frown on her face. How are we paired together? Your name starts with L and mine does with A. Even our roll numbers are far apart. Beats me, I shrugged. But do not fret, my lady. We shall vanquish all our enemies and win this thing. Amelia looked at me blankly for a moment before saying, did you hit your head any time recently? No, why? Just because. While setting up utensils, she spoke again, it's fine, though. Just follow my lead, and as you said, we will ace this. Wait, I scoffed. Why would I, the best culinary artist to have walked on this planet, ever follow you? Lucas, Amelia looked at me blankly for a few seconds before finally speaking. I knew you were narcissistic, but are you delusional too? How dare thee? I squinted my eyes at her. Do you doubt my skills? You have no skill. Stifling a chuckle, Amelia exclaimed. Your cooking is terrible. That's why I didn't let you cook during the mock war. Not to mention, your utensil handling skills are terrible too. Blasphemy. I roared. Anyone who has tasted my cooking has gone silent from the sheer foodgasm they experience. If by foodgasm you mean retching sensation and food poisoning, then yes, Amelia nodded, still holding back herself from laughing. Why you? I gritted my teeth. Fine, instead of helping each other, let's do something else. Let's make a bet. Amelia raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'm listening. We will each prepare one dish and ask the instructor to rate them. Whoever scores the highest wins, I said. What will the winner get? She asked. Whatever the winner wants, I replied. Interesting, Amelia flashed a confident smirk and nodded. Okay, let's do it. With that, we started our preparation. Our task was to hunt a mana beast from the 5th District Forest, skin it, prepare it, and cook it. We were given a total of 3 hours to accomplish everything. Successfully creating a delectable dish within that allotted time would result in a passing grade. Naturally, those whose dishes stood out with excellence would be rewarded with higher scores. But since the time frame provided to us was too small for both hunting and cooking individually, everyone decided to divide the work among their partners. One member of each duo took on the task of going to the 5th District Forest for hunting, while the other person in the pair focused on preparing ingredients until then. Once the individual who went hunting returned with the game, the duo would then start cooking together. Yes, it was a perfect plan. But since Amelia and I decided to have a little competition of our own, we couldn't possibly work like that. So we came up with a plan of our own. We both would venture to the 5th District Forest to hunt there, and then we both returned back to cook our own dishes individually. Yes, we didn't have much time, but that's what made it more exciting. I'm starting to believe that we both are idiots. Fwoosh, fwoosh, currently, we were jumping from one tree branch to another while traversing across this dense 5th District Forest. From my right, Amelia spoke in a curious voice while hopping from one branch to another. So, what are you planning to cook? She asked. I'm thinking about Moonlit Rabbit, I answered, matching her pace. Amelia raised her eyebrows. Can you catch one? You do know that Moonlit Rabbits are fast. Quish. Bois. Before she could finish her sentence, from the cover of the woods, an ape jumped out on me, specifically. The ape was red and white in color, and fire seemed to be coming out from the top of its head. It was a firehead ape. It looked like a slightly larger gorilla from my world if they were red and they had fire coming out from their head. These firehead apes can spit fire from their mouth like a flamethrower, and they are physically very strong, to the point where they can crush a boulder with their bare hands. Thuck, as I was in midair, the firehead ape jumped on the branch in front of me, the one I was going to land on. It pulled back its hand and balled a fist, aiming to hit me in midair. Watch out! Amelia yelled and summoned her bow from her smart bracelet before quickly knocking an arrow on its taut bowstring. But before she could aim and shoot, the firehead ape threw his fist at me while I was still in midair. Swoosh! However, his fist met nothing but air as I twisted my body and dodged his attack before skillfully landing on his side. The ape was confused, but it reacted quickly and turned to face me. Unfortunately for the mana beast, I had already moved from there. I slipped under its legs and stood up behind it. From there, I placed my fingers on its back and channeled mana into every part of my body before directing it all to my hand and closing my fist. Thwack! Ultimately dealing the firehead ape a perfect 1-inch punch. Bara! The firehead ape fell to its knees before losing its balance and falling down to the ground. I had completely crushed its spine, so it had died long before hitting the ground. But still, in its last moments, the firehead ape let out a cry for help with its last breath. I fear its tribe would soon be here after hearing its death call, so we may want to start moving soon. I turned to Amelia and shouted, let's move before more of its tribe shows up here, Amelia. Why are you looking at me like that? The black-haired girl was staring at me, her eyes widened and her mouth agape to such an extent that it was practically touching the ground. What the fuck was that? She exclaimed. What was what? I responded hastily, my eyes darting around the woods, on the lookout for any sign of another firehead ape that might be creeping up on us. That way you moved. Amelia stammered in shock. I pressed a finger to my lips, signaling for her to lower her voice, but it seemed to have no effect on her. How was your reaction speed? How were you so fast? And how did you kill it with one blow of your hand at such a short distance? Sure. Can you please speak more quietly? I urged. And first, let's move from this spot before another firehead ape shows up. Finally coming back to her senses after hearing those words, Amelia hesitantly nodded her head. Why yeah, let's go. She placed her bow and arrow back into the dimensional storage of her smart bracelet and we both began our advance once again. As we moved, I turned my head to look at Amelia and questioned, oh, right. What were you saying before? Never mind that, Amelia looked back at me before averting her gaze. But as if she remembered something in the next instant, she cast a glance back at me. So is it true? Is what true? I asked. That Sensei Leo Kirigami has taken you as his disciple? She asked. More like I took him as my master, but yeah, that's right, I replied with a smug grin. Hey, one can hardly blame me for feeling a sense of pride after becoming the sole disciple of one of the strongest fighters in the world. Leo receives hundreds and thousands of emails and physical applications from individuals across the world, all begging for the opportunity to be his disciple. In fact, there were numerous individuals who had intended to enroll in the Ethereal Academy this year solely because a captain-ranked soldier from the United Military was slated to be an instructor there. However, once they learned that Leo Kirigami himself was also taking a break from military service and would be joining the Global Academy as an instructor, many of them promptly changed their plans and joined Global Academy instead. A significant number of people joined Global Academy simply to get close to Leo and flatter him, hoping to secure a place as his disciple. Under such fierce competition, I managed to secure that spot. So, can one blame me for feeling a tad smug? Shouldn't you lay low and not let people know about this until the King's tournament? Amelia asked. You will definitely become a target at the tournament now. I don't care, I said, looking directly into Amelia's eyes. It's already too late to hide it. Besides, if they think they can take on Leo Kirigami's sole disciple, then let them come. Chapter 193. 4 hours had passed, and the cooking exam had finally come to an end. I was currently standing in front of my apartment door, downright depressed by today's events. Although I'd rather not admit it openly, Amelia had truly saved me from failing the exam and potentially getting expelled. Ha! You see, while I was engrossed in cooking, my mind wandered elsewhere, and as my attention diverted, I made a mistake. Well, let's not dwell too much on the details, and let's say that I almost set the entire class on fire. How did something like that even happen, one may ask? You see, I always wear my hidden blade on my right wrist. By always, I mean all the time. And by all the time, I mean all the time. As a result, it's quite easy to forget it's even there sometimes. So, there I was, deep frying the skinned moonlit rabbit, holding myself from drooling over the mouth-watering aroma filling up the kitchen. Suddenly, I felt a tinge of sharp pain in my belly. Distracted by the pain, which I blamed on the sudden shift in my diet, I instinctively tried to grab my waist. But while moving my hands, I accidentally flicked my wrist twice, causing my hidden blade to spring forth. To my horror, the blade struck the gas line and punctured it, resulting in a dangerous gas leak. Thankfully, before an explosion could occur, Amelia, for reasons unknown, had been keeping a watchful eye on me. She reacted quickly, and with her wind magic, she created a vacuum to seal the cut in the pipeline. It was a foolish mistake on my part. But the worst part, however, was what happened after that. After everything settled down, Amelia looked at me and uttered, "That's why I said your utensil usage is not good," and gave me a look that screamed, "I told you so." As if that wasn't enough, Amelia also managed to complete her dish on time and ended up winning the bet we had made. And to make matters worse, I had to listen to an earful from our culinary instructor for jeopardizing the safety of my fellow cadets. She also deducted a huge chunk of my merit points. Usually, when I make blunders, they're intentional and meant to cause chaos or openings in my enemy's defense. But this time, it was a genuine, stupid mistake, which made it all the more frustrating since I was really looking forward to winning that bet with her. I should have taken out my hidden blade before coming anywhere near the cooking stove. I should be more concerned about the lives I put in danger rather than my bet with Amelia. Meh. No one was in any mortal danger since everyone present there was a mana user, after all. At worst, they might have suffered second-degree burns, but even that could have been easily healed with some healing potions from the Academy's stock. So, yeah, I was only disappointed from losing the bet with her. Well, it's fine. I trust that Amelia won't ask me to do anything weird. I hope that she won't. Shaking my head to clear such stray thoughts, I pressed my thumb against the biometric scanner on the wall beside my door. Ding! As the fingerprint scanner turned green, I quickly twisted the doorknob and swung open the door to my apartment. Be dumb. However, the moment I stepped inside, my breath quickened, and it felt as if my heart was about to burst out of my chest. Gah! I gasped for air, collapsing to my knees. My vision blurred, and my head felt light. Confusion washed over me as I scanned the room, until my eyes finally landed on the mana beast egg resting on top of the center table, radiating a bright golden glow. It's hatching. I managed to utter through ragged breaths, struggling to regain my composure and stand back up. Yet, no matter how hard I tried to rise to my feet, all I could manage was to crawl. So that's what I did. Down on my knees, with a frantic kick, I closed the front door of my apartment and propelled myself forward. I started crawling using every ounce of strength left in my muscles. The egg shouldn't be hatching right now. Based on my calculations, it should have taken at least a few more weeks. Did I make an error somewhere? No, that's impossible. I don't make mistakes. And I certainly couldn't have made such a big blunder. With each passing thought that only raised more questions in my mind, cold beads of sweat started to form on my forehead. I was trying my best to get to the egg as quickly as I could, but I was nearly not fast enough. All I could only manage to do was crawl a few steps before the blinding light coming from the egg grew brighter, and forced me to squint my eyes in discomfort. At that very moment, an excruciating pain pierced through my abdomen, centered around my solar plexus. I gritted my teeth, muffling a scream of agony as I clutched my stomach tightly, feeling the pain ripple throughout my entire body. My head grew lighter. An overwhelming fatigue washed over me. It felt as if my eyelids were suddenly made of lead now. The last thing I can remember before darkness shrouded my vision and I fell unconscious was a crack appearing on the surface of the egg. Tack, 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 I felt someone constantly poking me with something pointed like a pencil. Grhh. Groaning in frustration, I rubbed my eyes and tried sitting up straight. I was still feeling pain in my muscles, but due to my drowsiness, I paid it no heed. Sitting back up, I opened my eyes and blinked a few times to clear my vision before looking around. The fuck just happened? Confused, I touched my chin and tried to remember why I was sleeping on the floor before I suddenly remembered. I had come back from the academy when I opened the door and saw that the egg was already starting to hatch. I felt pain and lethargy before I finally passed out. The egg! I exclaimed and looked around. Did the mana beast come out? As soon as I thought that, something poked me again on my leg. Ouch! I yelped, jolting back on my legs and quickly looking at my feet. To my surprise, it wasn't a person wielding a pencil, it was a bird using its beak to poke me. Huh? Before I could even process any of this, the little baby bird flapped its wings and hopped on its legs. Crick! Crick! It came up to me and started rubbing its head against my leg while chirping merrily. Was it trying to wake me up? I knelt down, cupped my hands, and gently picked up the baby bird. Damn, as I looked at it closely and it took my breath away. Its feathers were a brilliant shade of red and were subtly glowing, like dancing flames that shimmered with a magical light. Around its delicate neck, its feathers transitioned from red to silver, adding an elegant touch to its fiery presence. Crip! Crip! The baby bird emitted soft chirping sounds, filling the air with a sweet melody. Its wings, though small, quivered with excitement, as if ready to take flight into the sky. I couldn't quite explain it, but there was an undeniable bond between us. If I remember correctly, in the novel, William experienced a similar connection upon meeting his cat, Rui. When Rui's egg hatched, yes, she was hatched despite being a cat, William felt an indescribable bond with her. Although I didn't understand it while reading, right now, I guess I'm feeling something similar, I mused. In simple terms, it felt as if we were deeply connected. William referred to this phenomenon as soul sync in the novel. When he poured his mana into the beast egg, he internally circulated it throughout his body. Consequently, as his mana flowed into the egg, it carried a tiny essence of his soul every time with it. As a result of that, when his mana beast egg hatched, Rui and William's soul were synced in a similar wavelength. Maybe the same thing was happening with me and this little baby bird. Essentially, it was like sharing the same soul with the mana beast. This process was the most effective way of taming the mana beasts. But what are you? I blurted out, my eyes fixed on the mesmerizing red baby bird in my hands. Yep, there was no mistaking it. One look at it and it's clear that this creature was anything but ordinary. After all, the egg it hatched from was of mythical rank. So, obviously, this beast ought to be special. But what is it? Let's see. A bird-type mana beast, adorned with feathers that resembled flickering fire. Could it be? Wait. I gasped, my mind racing to a startling realization. Could you be a phoenix? Creak. The baby bird chirped in response, almost as if affirming my suspicion. Chapter 194. A few weeks later, at Kai's apartment. A group of people gathered in the drawing room of an apartment. They were standing around a man with shoulder-length bluish-black hair who sat on a sofa, facing them all. The man had his legs crossed, and his teal eyes keenly scanned the entire room with an emotionless glint, carefully observing everyone. Standing beside him was a tall young man with a massive frame and dark skin. Despite being so massive and scary, he possessed a face which could only be described as handsome. It was Alberto. He stood with his arms crossed, exuding a bouncer-like aura, ready to strike down anyone who posed a threat. On the man's left stood another dark-skinned individual with sleek, combed-back raven-black hair. It was Quinn. His deep, hollow eyes were closed, giving the impression that he was asleep while standing. Amidst this assembly, all eyes focused on a young man who stood before Kai. His name was Zach. He was a big social media influencer and he had been assigned the task of spreading rumors about Nero. With a wide smile, he informed Kai of his success. And at this point, rumors about him are already circulating, Zach exclaimed. You don't have to worry about anything, young Master Kai. My followers trust every word I say. So these rumors will undoubtedly spread even further. Good, Kai responded, though his eyes still had a hint of disinterest. Our next task is to force Nero into using his gift during the King's tournament. Since numerous news channels will be present to telecast it as a live event, the rumor will transform into an undeniable fact. Understood, Zach nodded and took a step back, joining the rest of the crowd. Almost immediately, another young man stepped forward. He had blonde hair and stood slightly taller than the others. He pressed his hands together and displayed a smile so pleasing that it could even put the greatest politicians to shame. And you are? Kai inquired, raising an eyebrow. For a moment, the smile vanished from the young man's face, replaced by a frown, before quickly returning. I am Chris Wright, young Master Kai, he replied. You assigned me to keep an eye on Lucas. Ah, yes. That guy, Kai nodded. So, do you have anything to report? This time, Chris' smile disappeared for a few long seconds when Kai referred to him as that guy. After all, Chris was the youngest son of the prestigious Wright family. They are called the Lions who protect the North from vampires. Although his family mostly never gave him any respect, others never dared to treat him in such a manner. However, Chris suppressed his frustration and plastered his amiable smile once more. Yes, indeed, he nodded. It appears that the rumors about him are true. Lucas has truly become Leo Kurogami's disciple. He practically confirmed it himself when he arrived late for the first exam. I see, Kai mused, twirling the ends of his shoulder-long hair. He then glanced at Grace, who stood among the crowd with her eyes focused at her feet. So she was right about him, he pondered in his mind. But then, did I truly misjudge him? Kai could hardly believe that someone had managed to deceive him. He really did make a blunder, huh? But he couldn't afford to dwell on his mistake right now, since the King's tournament was about to start in 2 days. He needed to focus on coming up with a plan that could help him control the situation from this point onward. Nodding resolutely, he voiced his thoughts. All right, thank you for telling me this. I will personally handle Lucas. If you ever require a favor from me, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Chris replied, slightly bowing his head. I will keep that in mind. With a decisive nod, Kai declared, all right, thank you all for your efforts. You're free to leave now. Upon hearing this, everyone gave him a look of acknowledgement and exited his apartment. Only a select few individuals stayed behind, Grace, Alberto, and Quinn. Do you see now? Grace spoke up in a feeble tone as soon as everyone left. I told you to go after Lucas. I told you he was the mastermind from the start. Yeah, I still don't believe he's some sort of mastermind, Kai scoffed. At most, I think he's suspicious. He's hiding more than he's revealing. Again. Grace pinched the bridge of her nose and let out a frustrated cry. You're being foolish again. I'm telling you. He's deceiving you. He has already done it before, and as long as you continue like this, he'll always stay one step ahead of you. Grace. Kai raised his voice. His story checked out. He was at his headquarters, giving strategic commands to his troops when someone was fighting Quinn. Besides, he had a broken hand. How could that be Lucas? Tell me, how? Are you suggesting that a weakling like him defeated Quinn with a broken arm while managing his troops? Grace bit her lower lip in frustration. I don't know. All I know is that it was definitely Lucas. He told me about it. He said you wouldn't believe me, and you aren't. Everything is happening just as he predicted. Why can't you believe me, just this once? Kai furrowed his brow in confusion. He was about to respond when Quinn interjected. It wasn't Lucas, he stated. That guy is no match for me. Do you really think I was beaten by someone like him? I don't know. Maybe you were, I don't know. Grace snapped. That guy is beyond my understanding. He has done things I can't explain. It's as if he knows the future. He's aware of things that nobody should know. The frown on Kai's face deepened. What do you mean by that? Grace hesitated, swallowing a mouthful of saliva before continuing. He told Ella that I was using her sister as leverage to persuade her to join your group. Ella's sister? Kai leaned forward. You mean Ava Bright? Isn't she in a coma? Upon hearing those words, surprise and shock washed over Grace's face. How do you know about that? She asked, bewildered. It doesn't matter, Kai replied, averting his gaze and resting his chin on his hands. Kai was aware of Ava's condition through the Book of Prophecy. He had planned to cure her coma to gain favor from Ella. However, with Lucas making up a lie like that, Kai knew he couldn't pursue that plan anymore. It was no longer an option. But a new question arose, how did Lucas come to possess knowledge about Ava? It's not something that should be public knowledge right now. Does he have something like my Book of Prophecy? Kai thought. Something that lets him know about the future? And if that was the case, perhaps Lucas truly was the mastermind who had almost helped Nero from revealing his gift during the mock war. Regardless, Kai let out a heavy sigh. I will deal with him and make him answer all my questions. Upon hearing this, a faint smile flickered on Grace's face which did not go unnoticed by Kai. Observing her reaction, he simply shook his head. I don't know what her issue is with Lucas, but she has been more of a nuisance than a help to me, Kai remarked in his mind with another sigh. It's fine. All I need to do is win the King's tournament, and then I can throw her away. Chapter 195. Achoo. It seems like I've caught a cold or something. I really dislike the cold. It's not that I mind having a fever, but dealing with a sore throat and forcing food down is just unpleasant. Ironically, my favorite season is winter, mainly because of the snow and cozy sweater hoodies. Creak. Oh, right. Now is not the time to dwell on my likes and dislikes. In front of me, there sat a red baby bird on the table, chirping energetically. It almost felt like she was urging me to feed her, because she was. Oh, yes, in the past few weeks, I managed to determine the gender of the phoenix. She's a she. I mean, she's a girl. You see, I was under the illusion that phoenixes and dragons were genderless because I read somewhere that they could reproduce asexually. However, my master informed me that they can also reproduce through normal means. So, I decided to check the gender of my phoenix, and yeah, she's a girl. In just 3.5 weeks, she has already grown to the size of my hand. At this rate, in the time of 1 month, she will be the size of my arm. Her growth rate is astonishing. Upon doing some research and asking about it with my master, I found out that the most significant growth period for phoenixes is during their youth. Essentially, they mature rapidly. Once they reach their youth, their aging slows down considerably. They remain in their youthful state for years, only growing in size and power, gradually approaching adulthood until their aging process comes to a halt completely. If a phoenix is killed, they rise from their ashes and are reborn, hence they are said to be the symbol of immortality. The only way a phoenix can be hurt or killed is either by another phoenix or if they willingly choose to end their own life. Who are? As all these thoughts flashed in my mind, a tired yawn escaped my lips. Damn, I was sleepy. Creak. Creak. Her chirping snapped me back to reality, pulling me out of my drowsy state. Right, I let out a sleepy sigh and pushed a spoonful of berries towards her. Here you go. As she pecked at the berries with her beak, I observed her actions, feeling myself gradually drifting back into a doze. I knew she would wake me up again with her loud chirping or a gentle poke in no time. Now, don't blame me for not taking proper care of her. I assure you, I'm doing my best. It's just that I don't have any experience with pets. Besides, it's currently 4:56 a.m. It's barely morning, and here I am, sacrificing my precious sleep to feed her. It's only natural that I feel sleepy. Creak. Yeah, there you go. As I watched her gobble down the berries, I felt as if a sudden urge to pet her had overcome me. Without any particular reason, I gently started stroking her cute little head. Creak-a-keck-tilda, she seemed to enjoy it, as she rubbed her head against mine in response. Oh, you're cute, a smirk formed on my lips. However, my expression quickly shifted to a pensive one as I rested my chin on the hand that was previously petting her. When I took my hand off her, she let out a sad cry, but my mind was somewhere else as I let out a sigh and muttered, it feels weird. Creak? No, not you, I squinted my eyes as I looked at her, deep in thought. Referring to you as you or baby bird feels weird. I think it's time to give you a name. Not bothering to listen to my drowsy rambling, she continued to stuff the food in her mouth. But what should I name you? I pondered aloud. You're probably the last of your kind alive in the world right now. A name for the final phoenix, huh? Or perhaps a name for the first phoenix in years. As I observed her, noticing the subtle fiery glow emanating from her, only one name came into my head. Seraphina, I whispered quietly, then nodded decisively and declared it out loud. From this moment onward, I will name you Seraphina. Creak-tilda, oh, you like it? I grinned, my smile widening as I lovingly stroked her head again. How cute. After feeding and petting Serafina to my heart's content, I rose from my seat and began to put on my tracksuit. I had plans to meet up with Leo. The semester exams were finally over and we had a 2-day break. During this time, the instructors would be grading our exams and determining our scores based on both written and physical evaluations. Leo had already set plans for the next 2 days. He wanted me to perfect Mirage Walk and work on my techniques. So yeah, I'll be training day and night again. Of course, I'll come back from time to time to check up on Sarah and feed her. When I asked Leo when he was going to evaluate our scores for the weapon arts exam which he had overseen, he said that he had already done it. I was once again left speechless. That man is a monster, I'm telling you all. While the rest of the instructors had not even begun to grade us yet, he was already done with it. Ha! Moving on, only the cadets with a high academic ranking and high scores on the semester exams would be eligible to participate in the main event of the King's Tournament. The tournament would run 7 days and it would be broadcasted live on news channels worldwide. The main game, which would determine the next in line for the King's throne, or simply, the next Cadet Council President, would occur on the final day of the 7th day. Only those with the top 200 academic rankings or higher would be able to participate in the main game. Other cadets could only participate in side games if they so desired. The side games would offer various rewards, by the way. Since I was confident that I would easily secure a spot within the top 200, Leo said that I should be focusing on nothing but growing stronger. Sighing softly, I once again caressed Serafina's head. You stay here until I return, all right? Creak. Chapter 196. 2 days later, somewhere in the great deserts of the eastern continent, 2 men were engaged in an intense battle. One might wonder, who were these 2 individuals? Well, who else would be foolish enough to train in such a harsh environment and risk succumbing to a heat stroke? Of course, it was none other than Leo and his dear disciple, yours truly. You see, the King's Tournament was just a day away, and Leo had decided to put me through the most grueling training imaginable. I wasn't exaggerating this time. This was really hard mode training he was putting me through. I remember when we were training in the southern mountain range, Leo casually mentioned that he was taking it easy on me. At the time, I didn't believe him for a second. What could be harder than this? I remember myself thinking through the pain and cold. But now, after enduring daily sessions with him under the scorching desert sun, I have to admit, he wasn't kidding. He really was taking it easy on me. Why am I being so dramatic, one might ask? Well, I was ordered to walk the blistering sands barefoot while trying to perfect my Mirage Walk. At this point, I couldn't feel anything below my knees. My heels were scorched. Leo is a nut job, I'm telling you. A true nut job. And that's something coming from me? No matter how much I shriek or shed tears of agony, it doesn't seem to faze him in the slightest. Occasionally, he would toss me a healing potion with a smug grin. That was the extent of his sympathy. Ah, God. I hate him. Ha! I roared, unleashing a battle cry as I swung my spear at his foot. Fwoosh, but in a swift motion, he leaped into the air, dodging my attack. I quickly capitalized on this opportunity by retracting my spear and positioning it for a thrust. My plan was to land a blow as soon as he touched the ground, catching him off balance. Thwack! But he swiftly kicked his leg back in mid-jump and as if walking on air he lunged at me, thrashing his knee on my face. Thud-a-cook! I cried out in pain, collapsing onto my knees as he landed beside me with a resounding thud. That's cheating. I accused him, gasping for breath. You're Leo Kurogami. You shouldn't resort to such tricks against me. Yeah? Will you say the same to your opponents tomorrow? Leo retorted. I won't be fighting tomorrow, I replied, mustering the strength to rise as Leo tended to my bleeding nose with a healing potion. I will only participate in the main event on the 7th day. You do know you can join the side games even if your rank is above 200, right? Leo raised an eyebrow. I'd rather save my energy for the main event, I waved my hand dismissively. All right, Leo shrugged, finishing up the treatment and healing my nose like brand new. I suppose we'll have 7 more days to train, then. On second thought, maybe I'll take part in some side games, just for the thrill of it, I said, averting my gaze. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead at the thought of enduring 7 more days of this torture that Leo had named training. Ha ha ha. Leo burst into hearty laughter. Good. Win as many games as you can, and then emerge victorious in the main event too. Become the next Cadet Council President. Remember, you're now known as my disciple. I couldn't help but nod my head as I heaved a sigh. Shuri tilde, ha. Ha. Panting heavily, I approached my apartment door, hastening my steps. I had to get inside quickly and turn on the AC before crashing for a nap. Yeah, my plan was to sleep the entire day and wake up fresh tomorrow morning, ready for the King's Tournament. Huh? But all that planning came crashing down as I saw that my apartment door was slightly ajar. Fuck, I cursed under my breath, dashing inside. Did I forget to lock the damn door? I had been running back and forth between my apartment, the teleportation gate, and the training spot in the desert every 4 to 5 hours, so I was naturally exhausted. Maybe in my rush to get back, I left the door unlocked by mistake. Arg. I hope nothing's gone wrong. With that thought lingering in the back of my mind, I entered my apartment and spotted Sarah sitting on the center table, chirping away merrily. For a brief moment, relief washed over me. But it was short-lived, as my gaze fell upon a hand that was gently caressing the red baby bird's feathers. Ah. There stood a young woman in her late teens with dark black hair and eyes as green as the finest emeralds. And she was gently petting my Serafina. Oh, Lucas, you're back. Her eyes met mine, and she greeted me with a warm smile. How the hell did you break into my apartment? I politely asked, flashing a smile of my own. The door was open, she replied, the smile still lingering on her face. I see, I nodded, trying to process the situation. Lucas, she called out my name. I raised an eyebrow, knowing what she was going to say. The smile on her face vanished in an instant. Her eyes widened, and blue lines appeared on her forehead as she pointed at Sarah on the table, her voice filled with shock. Is this a phoenix? SHHHH. Calm the hell down. I pressed my index finger against my lips, signaling for her to speak in a lower tone. She took my reaction as a confirmation and had to cover her mouth with her hands to hold herself back from screaming in shock. I knew it, she whispered in a hushed tone after a few seconds, her eyes still fixated on Sarah. I knew from the way this bird was glowing. Unlike fully grown phoenixes, Sarah's body isn't engulfed in flames since she's still a baby. However, her red feathers emit a gentle glow, giving her a mystical aura that made it obvious she was a mythical creature. Okay, Amelia, you need to calm down, I said, approaching her cautiously. How in the world do you have a phoenix in your possession? She exclaimed urgently, her voice barely above a whisper. I thought mythical mana beasts like phoenixes were all eradicated 8 years ago. I found her somewhere, I replied, nervously scratching the back of my neck. You, ha. You found her somewhere? And it's her? Amelia's voice wavered with nervous laughter. Yeah, I managed to utter. Naturally, the black-haired beauty was clearly at a loss for words this time. And this time, she wasn't speechless because of my extreme handsomeness. You do realize the serious trouble you can get into if you're caught with a mythical ranked mana beast, right? Amelia fell back onto the couch behind her, her gaze fixed on me. Of course, I know. 8 years ago, the central government subjugated all mythical ranked mana beasts, considering them a threat to our civilization. They had also made it a crime to shelter or hide dangerous mana beasts like dragons, phoenixes, or bicorns from the watchful eyes of the government. If you're caught committing this crime, a sentence of at least 1 to 2 years in prison will be given to you. I know, I replied earnestly. That's why I'm asking you not to report this to the Academy or anyone else. You do realize that I could get into trouble for not reporting something like this, don't you? Amelia raised an eyebrow at my audacious request. I'm aware of that too, I responded. But please, do me this favor. If I ever get caught, I won't drag you into it. I give you my word. Ha, Amelia sighed, massaging her forehead. Fine. But in return, you're going to do me a favor as well. Absolutely, I nodded. It's only fair that I give her something in return for a favor like this. By the way, why are you here? Oh, right. We came because you weren't responding in the group chat, Amelia explained. Nero and Kent even tried calling you, but you didn't reply. Is that so? I furrowed my brow and glanced at my smart bracelet, turning it on. Ding, ding, ding. As soon as I switched it on, a barrage of chat messages and missed call notifications flooded the screen. I had kept my smart bracelet turned off because Leo wanted me to avoid any and all kinds of distractions during training. Sorry for causing you trouble, I began apologizing, but suddenly, something clicked in my mind. Wait, Amelia, I interrupted. You mentioned we came here. You're not alone? Yeah, Amelia confirmed. Since Kent and I live closest to your apartment building, we both decided to check up on you. My mouth fell open as her words registered. And just where is Kent? KRRZHSHHH. At that moment, the sound of a toilet flushing reached my ears. Soon after, the bathroom door clicked open, and Kent stepped out. Oh, hey, bro. Where have you been? We've been trying to get hold of you in the group chat. I even called you on your bracelet, Kent approached me, placing a hand on my shoulder. When you didn't respond to all the pings and the calls, we got worried and Amelia and I came over. We noticed your door was open, so we rushed in, worried that something had happened to you. But you weren't here. As he spoke, Kent's gaze shifted towards Sarah, who was still sitting on the table, chirping happily. Creak tilde, I was almost about to facepalm, realizing I had to ask Kent not to mention anything about Sarah and make him understand the severity of the situation. Instead, we found your pet parrot, but when he said that, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows in bafflement. Pet parrot? I repeated. She looks like a parrot to you? What else would she be? A canary? Kent blinked a few times. By the way, I have to say, you're taking great care of your bird, whatever species she is. Her feathers look like they're glowing by just how impeccably clean they are. I was rendered speechless. I turned to Amelia after hearing the words coming out of this goofball's mouth. In reply, Amelia simply shrugged with a helpless expression. Damn, I had always known it, but today I have to say it again, this guy is dumb. Well, at least I won't have to explain anything to him now. But why didn't you tell me you got a pet? Kent asked, his face creasing with a frown. You know we're not allowed to have pets in regular apartment buildings, right? To keep a pet, I'd have to submit an application to the cadet council and change my apartment, but I like this place, I explained. So I kept it a secret. I see, Kent nodded a few times before pouting in annoyance. But not even telling your best friend. That's hurtful. Wearing a helpless smile, I pulled him into a side hug. How about we make this our little secret, huh? No, I'm still mad, Kent responded, his pout still in place. His words made my eyebrow twitch, and I retorted, do you want me to cash in one of my remaining punches from our punch bet right now? Actually, secrets between friends can strengthen the bond, right? So yeah, I'll keep my mouth shut, Kent quickly switched gears, wearing a smile that could rival even the greatest negotiators. Meanwhile, Amelia had been observing us with a blank expression, probably astonished by the sheer professionalism of my lies. After a moment, she cleared her throat and spoke up, Anyway, Lucas, we were trying to reach you in the group chat because we wanted to know your new rank, but you weren't responding. We already got our new ranks. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Amelia confirmed with a nod. We received them this morning. That's why we were trying to reach you. We need to know where our unit stands. Yeah, let me see, I had stopped paying attention to her words, already focused on opening the Academy's online portal website. With a few swift keystrokes on the holographic keyboard being projected out from my smart bracelet, I entered my identity details and roll number, eager to find out my new rank. Our roll number is different from our academic ranking, and it's the same as our smart bracelet's model number, which is printed on the bottom of it. It serves as our personal identification number. Ding, after the Academy AI confirmed my details and checked my IP address, a text window appeared, revealing my new academic ranking. Upon seeing it, a smirk formed on my face. Heh. What the Lucas, bro, you told me you barely passed your written exams. Kent exclaimed, leaning over my shoulder to get a look at my smart bracelet screen. So then what the fuck is this? Meanwhile, Amelia shook her head and rubbed her temples. I shouldn't even be surprised anymore. Global Academy portal, cadet name, Lucas Morningstar Cadet Academy rank, previous 116969 cadet exam rank, first year written exam, first physical exam, 56th cadet academy rank, new 000192 . Chapter 197. Status name Lucas Morningstar race human, Phoenix gene, ______ strength 292, plus 200, endurance 308, plus 200, speed 299, plus 200, stamina 324, plus 200, accuracy 288, plus 200, charm 485, plus 45, intelligence 188 mana capacity 1500, plus 500, _____ mana core rank bronze 2, bronze 1, mana core potential mythical, gold 3, profession spearman LVL 3, plus 1, archer LVL. 2 ____ techniques weapon arts, 1000 falling lightning needle strike, LVL 1, 100%, 6 movement lance style, blossom. Shattering blast, LVL 3, 97%, 12 movement scarlet demon devouring art, LVL 4, 72%, combat arts, soul smashing killer fist, LVL 2, 75%, breathing technique, breath of vitality a movement art mirage walk, 87%, ____ affinity fire, lightning light spells fireball low zap touch low fire lance high blessing mana burst possessions phoenix's embrace semi-divine editor's pen, divine the bringer of lost flames legendary edit points, 435 == as I gazed. Upon my new status screen, a wide grin of excitement formed on my face. Over the past couple of days, I didn't have enough time to thoroughly inspect my status screen. I simply checked my mana core potential and moved on, training with my master, taking care of Sarah, and making plans for the King's tournament. You see, when Sarah hatched from her egg, the intense pain I experienced was due to my mana core breaking down in my body, only to rebuild itself anew. Once my soul wavelength synchronized with Sarah's, my mana core potential surged to match her mythical rank. Now I don't need to bother about cultivating my mana core anymore. As long as Sarah keeps growing, so will I. An additional advantage in all of this is the significant growth in my physical stats. I feel exceptionally strong and agile. All of these changes are because of the appearance of the Phoenix gene beside my human stat. You see, when a human syncs their soul with a mana beast, they acquire a beast factor. In essence, when their soul suddenly changes wavelength, it impacts the human body, leading to an abnormality in their genetic composition. This abnormality grants them a substantial boost in physical attributes, but that's not its sole power. By training and mastering the beast factor, humans can tap into their beast gene and draw out unfathomable power, a state known as beast mode. In beast mode, humans gain access to some of the abilities possessed by their respective beasts. For instance, as a user of the Phoenix gene like myself may possess the ability to create and manipulate fire without any limitations. Similarly, someone with the Shadow Cat gene, like William, would be able to control shadows in his beast mode. However, all of that is still ahead of me. Based on my calculations, I won't be able to use beast mode until next year, judging the rate at which Sarah is growing. Which is perfectly fine. At the moment, I don't have any immediate need for that level of strength. By this time next year, I'll already be 6 months into my second year, and that's when the real challenges and difficulties will begin to arise. What are you thinking, bro? Kent's voice interrupted my deep thoughts as he playfully nudged my stomach with his elbow. Startled, I was snapped back to reality. Nothing much. This blue-haired elven friend of mine had just returned from one of the food stalls, carrying 2 large tubs of popcorn and cold drinks. Where are we, you ask? Well, as I've mentioned before, the campus of the Global Academy has 5 towering skyscrapers. Right in the middle of the pentagon created by the arrangement of these skyscrapers is a grand castle. This castle is home for those in the Cadet Council and the Disciplinary Committee during their academy years. At the heart of this grand castle is a colossal stadium, known as the King's Arena. It is within this very arena that the annual King's Tournament takes place. And right now, that's precisely where we were at, in the King's Arena. You see, the King's Tournament is not just a competition to determine the next Cadet Council president. It's a little more than that. Today is the day of graduation for the third-year cadets. Yeah, I know it's not the end of the year yet, but the third-year course only lasts for 6 months. After graduation, they'll be sent off to different military units all over the world for the rest of the 6 months as a sort of internship. Then, at the end of the year, depending on how they perform during their time in their assigned military units, they'll either be deployed to the front lines or strategic divisions. So yeah, all the third-year cadets will be leaving the academy in 7 days, except for the Cadet Council and the Disciplinary Committee, of course. Those guys don't need to prove themselves anymore. They've already shown they're elites. They'll stay at the academy for the rest of the academic year and oversee the new cadets who are in line to take over their positions. That's why most cadets try to aim for a spot in the Cadet Council or the Disciplinary Committee. It's a way to delay their military service, even if it's just for a little while. So basically the King's Tournament is a grand event that marks the graduation of the third-year cadets. For a span of 7 days, various games are held to entertain the third-year cadets. It serves as a remarkable send-off as their time at the academy comes to a close. What's even more impressive is that the entire event is broadcasted live, reaching audiences all around the world. And right now, on the first day, the graduation ceremony was being held for the third-year cadets. In the vast stadium, the first and second-year cadets were seated, while the third-year cadets were being called forward one by their instructors to receive their passing certificates. The stadium itself is immense, with the capacity to accommodate thousands of cadets without any difficulty. To ensure optimal visibility for everyone, large holographic screens were hovering in the sky, broadcasting a live feed of the proceedings happening on the ground. This allowed cadets from all seating areas to easily view the event. Most of the cadets treated the event as a day off, and well, technically it was. They indulged in popcorn, fast food, cold drinks, and engaged in activities like taking selfies and such. In the next moment, Kent nudged me from my right. He excitedly pointed at the ground. "Oh, look! Aren't those two Drake and Emma?" he exclaimed, referring to two other third-year cadets who were being called forward. Sure enough, it was Drake and Emma, the very same third-year cadets who had supervised us during our trip. "Looks like his injuries are healed now," I remarked. "From back here, I can't even tell that he has a mechanical arm now." "Yeah. And you know what? I heard a rumor that those two are dating," Kent gossiped. "Huh?" I frowned. "To date the very girl who injured him? He certainly has an unusual taste." "In his defense, Emma is a hottie," Kent chimed in. "And in her defense, she stayed by his side day and night when he was in the hospital," a voice spoke up from behind me. Curious, I glanced over my shoulder and saw Amelia sitting behind our seats, munching on popcorn. Beside her sat a blue-haired elven girl and Amelia's close friend, Asta Aquaheart. "Why are you two defending them again?" I sighed, shaking my head. "Well, whatever, I guess. After all, they're just side characters. Their actions do not concern me." By the way, I redirected the conversation, turning my attention to Amelia. "Why am I here today?" Amelia raised an eyebrow. I suppose you're here to witness your sister's graduation, this girl." I scoffed dismissively. "Yeah, right. My sister isn't leaving the academy yet. And even if she was, I wouldn't have bothered sacrificing my sleep to send her off." Amelia chuckled. "Oh, such a good little brother you are." "Stop playing around," I said, narrowing my eyes at her. "Tell me why you called me here." Being present at this event wasn't necessary. Most of the cadets here were either participating in the side games or simply enjoying their day off, considering the King's Tournament was akin to a festive game event, like the Super Bowl. And what better place to enjoy your day off than the Super Bowl? Though I have to agree, even for that reason the crowd is too big for the first day. Anyway, since I had no interest in watching the games, my initial plan was to sleep in for today like usual. However, a certain someone texted me and asked me to be here. I didn't bother questioning the reason behind it and reluctantly complied, getting ready and coming to the stadium. To no one's surprise, the certain someone who had called me was none other than Amelia. "Did you have anything better to do?" she asked in an amused mocking tone. "You would have just slept the whole day, wouldn't you?" I used my right to remain silent. I can't argue if she bluntly shoves the truth in my face. "In a moment," I replied, "so what?" "I highly doubt you called me here just to spend time with me, right?" Amelia frowned and averted her gaze before speaking in a barely audible tone. "No, of course not. You two have stopped fighting?" The one who asked this question so innocently was Asta. "And no. That's never going to happen." Amelia quickly retorted, puffing her chest defiantly. Shaking my head and massaging my temples, I interrupted their banter. "All right, enough. Seriously, why did you call me here?" Amelia took a deep breath and hesitated for a moment. She then closed her fist tightly and spoke with determination. "Remember the favor I asked of you yesterday? I want to claim it today." A faint frown formed on my face. "All right," I replied, assessing her tone. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to participate in the main event game of today," she declared. Chapter 198. Apparently, something happened while I was absent. Chris Wright, a minor antagonist, caused some trouble with the protagonists, just like he was supposed to in the novel. His role in the story was to serve as Kai's lackey and act as a stepping stone for Nero and his friends, showcasing and hyping up their capabilities to the world before the main game. Just as it was written in the novel, after several days of intense confrontations, Chris and his gang challenged Nero and his group to a match at the King's Tournament. Also just like in the novel, Nero eagerly accepted the challenge, following the trope of an underdog protagonist putting an arrogant young master in his place. Both parties approached the academy staff, and their match was scheduled as the main event for the first day. Today was the day for their match, only it didn't go exactly as it was written in the novel. I think my involvement with the plot is partly to blame for that. What went wrong, one might ask? Well, Kai himself decided to join the game, which wasn't part of the original story. In fact, he never did anything to attract attention to himself. He was a formidable villain, but not overly powerful. He was ruthless, but not excessively so. He had big ambitions, but nothing extraordinary. He was simply a mediocre villain. That's all. Now I know he was actually hiding his true self, so his voluntary participation surprised me all the more. Anyway, after that happened, Nero and the main characters were at a disadvantage, as they were one member short in their team. While Nero and Chase didn't have a problem with that arrangement, the rest of the team believed that evening the odds would be a wiser decision. So Anastasia brought up my name and suggested, "I think we should ask Lucas to join us. He's not only incredibly strong but also irresistibly hot and handsome. I think with his charisma on our side, we'll win for sure." Okay, maybe she didn't say those exact words, but something along those lines. Ahem. Look, the point is, she mentioned me. Now naturally, and for reasons still beyond me, Chase had an issue with that idea. And even Nero said they shouldn't rely on any favors from me and that he could handle it alone. However, when Amelia saw an opportunity to recruit me to their side without any strings attached, she seized it. Quite cunning of her, I must admit. I had assumed she would take advantage of my body as payback for keeping Sarah's secret safe. Ha. Well, anyway, let's get back to the present. Currently, I was quietly sitting on one of the benches in the backstage pavilion on the east side of the stadium. Amelia, Nero, and Anastasia were arguing about something in the corner. They were likely debating whether or not to include me in the match. Meanwhile, Chase sat across from me, shooting me hostile glares. His best friend, Elijah, could only manage a feeble apologetic smile, expressing regret for his friend's behavior. Asta sat alone. She was watching cute cat videos on her smart bracelet. Out of all of them, I liked her vibe the most, perhaps because she, like me, was a cat person. Then there was William, happily playing with his cat, Rui. Ha, I envy him. Don't get me wrong, Sarah is an adorable bird, but I wouldn't mind having a cat like Rui too. Still, why did you think it was a good idea to make this decision without even consulting me? Nero's voice rose, interrupting my thoughts. Why do you have a problem with it? This fight isn't just about you, Amelia countered. Yeah, it's about all of us. Not him. Bringing in someone who has no connection to this doesn't seem wise. Nero fired back. You know he's part of our unit, right? You should understand better than anyone that his strategies guarantee our victory. Anastasia chimed in. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, I can take on Chris and his group alone. I don't need all of you. But since Chris has caused trouble for you all too, I'm willing to let you assist me, Nero replied. But why should we seek outside help? If you think he's doing you a favor by joining us, then rest assured. In fact, he's repaying one of my favors, so there's no debt involved, Amelia interjected. How can you even trust him? Nero asked. What? Amelia sounded confused. Hasn't he already betrayed your trust once? But before Nero could finish, Anastasia interrupted. Nero, she exclaimed. Stop it. And stop being so self-centered. Alberto is also in his group. Do you remember how much trouble you had defeating him last time? I have grown stronger, Nero tried to defend himself, but Anastasia didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. So you're confident that you can take on Alberto, his gift, and all the members of Chris' group alone, she questioned. Nero clenched his fist in silence. Just as he was about to respond, I spoke up. You guys do realize I can hear every word you're saying, right? I couldn't help but finally roll my eyes and yell out, my patience wearing thin. Can these people just shut up? I'm sorry, Lucas. Are you sure you don't mind helping us? Anastasia asked, raising her eyebrows and flashing a cute smile. Don't worry, I replied, waving my hands dismissively. I'll be repaying Amelia's favor, so assisting you guys will benefit me as well. Anastasia's smile brightened as she nodded and cheerfully exclaimed, great. Let's get ready, everyone. In response to her words, the girls headed to the adjacent room to change into their combat attire, while the boys quickly started undressing as they left. The atmosphere in the pavilion naturally turned awkward. It was evident that, aside from Elijah and William, my presence wasn't welcomed by anyone here. Nero, who had kept his hand pressed against his forehead until now, took a deep breath and approached me. Just to be clear, he said, coming face to face with me. This isn't a favor, okay? I let out a sigh and maintained an amicable smile as I replied, I've already made it clear that it isn't. But if you're still uncomfortable, think of it as repayment for when you stood up against Kai on my behalf. Nero looked at me for a few seconds before nodding. I didn't do it for you, though. I simply can't stand bullies. After saying his piece, he began to walk away. Thaki, however, before he could take a single step, I grabbed his arm, halting him in his tracks. The amicable smile faded from my face and was replaced by a cold gleam in my eyes. He turned to face me, and I met his gaze, the atmosphere growing heavy as my next words hung in the air. Oh, and by the way, whatever happened between me and her is our business, I stated firmly. So, if you don't mind, refrain from commenting on our past. As silence engulfed the pavilion and all eyes turned towards us, Nero took a step closer, his face inches away from mine. In a tone as cold as ice, he uttered, You believe that your past holds no value over you because the people involved in it have moved on. Well, you're mistaken. You may have changed, and I don't mind having you in our unit or occasionally hanging out with you. I appreciate your assistance during the mock war and now in this game, regardless of your motivations. However, I know as well as you do that you're not a good person. So don't pretend to be a knight in shining armor, understood? In the next moment, he brushed my hand off and wore a friendly smile, contradicting his earlier hostility, as he spoke in a cheerful tone. But who am I to judge you? So don't worry about it and get dressed, okay, he said before walking away. Okay, I officially can't stand him. I try to make peace with him, but I hate him. I hate him and his so-called morals. At the end of the main game on day 7, the academy was going to be attacked by vampires. I, just like always, had a plan to stop it. You see, in the novel, Nero wasn't in his best condition to fight against the vampires when the attack happened. He had a brutal battle with Quinn, leaving both of them heavily injured. Eventually, Nero emerged victorious, but not without some grueling injuries. Those injuries held him back from unleashing his full strength against the vampires, forcing him to use his gift in front of cameras. Because of that, the rumors about him having complete control over the basic elements solidified worldwide. Now, my plan was to take Quinn's place and face Nero in the finals. I would deliberately lose to him without putting up much of a fight. This way, he would be able to use his full strength against the vampires and he would not have to use his gift. As for me, well, I wasn't interested in the position of Cadet Council President from the start. It's too much work, and besides being lazy, I have other important matters to attend to in the future, leaving me with no time for Cadet Council responsibilities. But oh boy, screw all that now. I'll fuck this bastard. As for how to deal with those vampire attackers, I'll come up with another plan because Nero Dekrauf is going down. Chapter 199. After everyone finished changing, we waited in the pavilion, watching the ongoing games in the stadium on the holographic TV screen there. By evening, it was time for the main event of the day, and we were called to the stadium ground. As we walked onto the field, a thunderous round of applause and cheers greeted us. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, rumors about Nero were already spreading like wildfire, and people were eager to witness his skills in action. Secondly, it was uncommon for first-year cadets to participate in a main event game during the King's Tournament. Why? Well, because first years were generally not as strong as the second-year cadets. Naturally, it's more fun to watch two behemoths clash rather than two ants, right? In fact, it was rare to have more than a dozen first-year cadets in the top 200 rankings by the time of the King's Tournament. However, this time was different. Over 53 cadets managed to secure a spot in the top 200 academic rankings. Oh yeah, by the way, the reason why I was ranked 192 despite being first in the written exam and 56th in the physical exam is because those exams were specific to my batchy first year. There are definitely several second-year cadets ahead of me in the overall rankings. What's more is that the third-year cadets don't have rankings anymore, so the first and second-year cadets' rankings have jumped several thousand ranks. Yeah, I know that it may not seem fair to combine the rankings of all the batches, but that's just how it is. Anyway, exams alone can't accurately determine someone's ranking. That's why it's important for the top-ranked individuals to compete against each other during the main game of the King's Tournament. After the tournament ends, the rankings will change again. Since there are many second years ranked above me, if I defeat them all, I'll naturally move up. Please welcome the first team. They are first years and all of them are in the top 200. They are, from left to right, Amelia Black, Nero Deckrauf, Anastasia Bigod, William Sinoth, Elijah Steelforged, Chase Woods, Lucas Morningstar, and Aster Aquahart. Suddenly, the booming voice of the match announcer echoed from the numerous speakers placed throughout the arena. Dash, woo. Dash, bunch of nerds. They all are a bunch of nerds. I wanted the second years to fight in the main event today. Dash, fight. 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 The crowd's reaction was mixed, to say the least. I glanced over at the VIP corner where the cadet council was seated. Among them, my attention was drawn to a young man with long, dark blue hair tied back in a bun. His striking ruby blue eyes were fixed in our direction, a wide smile of excitement on his face. That was Ivan Smith, the current cadet council president. During the academy arc of the novel, he wasn't a prominent character. That's understandable since he was already nearing graduation when the main characters settled in the academy. However, he played a significant role in the final war arc. Well, there's nothing I can do about him right now. Maybe forming a connection with him wouldn't hurt, but I shouldn't focus on that, arg? Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of suffocation filled my chest, interrupting my thoughts. I glanced around and caught sight of a silver-haired elven beauty sitting right next to the person I had been looking at. She glared at me with her captivating mellow red eyes, as if shooting daggers at me. MHHH, I groaned uncomfortably. What's her problem? Well, actually, I knew exactly what her problem was. You see, our previous conversation didn't exactly end on what one might consider a positive note. Letting out a sigh, I shifted my gaze away from her. Strangely enough, diverting my eyes seemed to amplify the intensity of her hostile stare. I could feel sweat forming on my back, and a shiver ran down my spine. Nevertheless, I resisted the urge to look back. I refused to look back at her. If I simply pretend she isn't there, maybe she will disappear. That's what I do with all my problems, I ignore them until they go away. And now, please welcome the second team, everyone. They are also first-year cadets and a majority of them are ranked within the top 200. As the announcer made the announcement, a group of 8 cadets walked onto the field stood in front of us. From left to right, we have Nina Hoffins, Alberto Okoro, Rhea Spears, Chris Wright, Damian Johnson, Jake Stark, Kai Wiseman, and Sheena Yeniger. As we stood face to face, a heavy tension filled the air and the crowd fell silent. In that silence, only the faint buzz of camera drones capturing our every move for the live broadcast broke the stillness. Amidst the brooding atmosphere, Nero broke the silence. His gaze fixed on Chris as he uttered with a chilling seriousness, "I will make it painful for you." Chris couldn't help but gulp, overwhelmed by fear at the gravity of Nero's words. "All right, everyone, take at least 20 steps back from each other so I can start explaining the game rules." The announcer's voice boomed from the elevated announcer stand as he peered down at us. Following his instructions, we all turned and began walking away. Before I could even take a single step, someone seized my arm and forcefully spun me around. GHH? Startled, I found myself face to face with a tall young man. He had shoulder-length bluish-black hair and light teal eyes meeting my gaze. It was Kai Wiseman. "You really made a fool out of me, you know," he said. A playful smile graced my lips as I shrugged in response. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Cut the act," he scoffed. "The moment they heard an extra member was being added to Chris' team, they recruited you for theirs. No one but you. What does that prove, though?" I inquired. "It doesn't prove anything yet," he replied. "But when I beat the living hell out of you and you spill the beans on how you orchestrated everything, it will prove a whole lot more." With that, Kai turned on his heels and walked away. "Ha ha ha ha. You're in trouble." I heard another voice laughing from beside me. I whipped my head around and spotted a chubby, plain-looking guy pointing at me. "Who are you again?" I frowned, questioning. "Huh? Dude, it's me. Jake Stark. Your childhood friend," he responded. "Ah." I rubbed my head, appearing clueless. "You know, you made fun of me on the day of the weapon selection because my parents were going through a divorce," he attempted to jog my memory. Still wearing a blank expression, I shrugged and walked away, ignoring his continued screams in the background. "Huh? Hey. Don't do that. Lucas. Man, I was looking forward to getting my revenge. Come on, at least remember me. Hey. Hey." Paying no attention to his persistent babbling, I let out a deep breath and prepared myself for the upcoming game. Let's do this. Chapter 200. The rules of the game are simple. Players must reach the gate of the 5th District Forest, engage in a battle with a horde of mana beasts already positioned there, and locate a hidden flag within the outer forest. The announcer, who was a second-year cadet, stood on the elevated announcer stand, hovering in the air above the arena. His resounding voice reverberated through the stadium speakers, thundering throughout the vicinity. The role of the announcer is to make announcements regarding game participants, winners, and other relevant information. In addition to doing the announcements, the announcers are also responsible for setting up and managing the games. Hence, they are also sometimes called the Game Masters. Typically, 7 second-year cadets are chosen for this position, with each cadet managing one day of the King's Tournament. They are chosen because they are more responsible and educated on the matters of organizing the games compared to the first-year cadets who would be participating in the tournament for the first time. As the crowd eagerly awaited the start of the game, the announcer, adorned in a crisp uniform, exuded an air of confidence. He gazed down at the sprawling arena below, a vast expanse filled with anticipation. With an authoritative yet enthusiastic tone, he addressed the audience, saying, "All you need to do to secure victory is retrieve that flag and place it in the flagpole before you. Almost as if waiting for that cue, 2 second-year cadets clad in black uniforms approached us and positioned a flagpole in the center of the field, placing it between our team and Kai's group. In the following moment, the announcer resumed, the first individual to accomplish this task will secure victory for their team. The prize for this game will be 1,000 merit points individually credited to every participant's account. However, remember that while you can fight each other, killing is not allowed for obvious reasons. As anticipation reached its peak among the crowd, the announcer's grin grew wider. He brought the microphone closer to his mouth and raised his hand high in the air. May fortune favor the bold and fate challenge you to surpass your limits. Let the game commence. Boom, as soon as the announcer's words left his lips, fireworks erupted in the sky, marking the start of the day's main game. Fwoosh, fwoosh, immediately, both teams swiftly sprang into action. Kai's team rushed towards the western exit of the stadium, while we dashed towards the eastern one. A voice from the left reached my ears. Do you have a plan? It inquired. I turned my head to see the source of the voice, finding it to be Nero, who was running alongside me. Why are you asking me now, is what I wanted to retort, but I refrained from doing so. To be honest, I initially thought about sabotaging Nero's chances in this game. However, 2 things changed my mind. Firstly, I had given my word to Amelia that I would repay her favor of keeping the information about Sarah a secret. Secondly, I wanted those 1,000 merit points. That's why, when a fleeting expression of annoyance flickered across my face upon hearing Nero's question, I quickly took control of my emotions and wore a friendly smile. Of course I have a plan, I replied, maintaining our pace. This quickly, exclaimed William, who was running to my right. The game was just announced moments ago, and you already have a plan? Yeah, that's right. Even the participants don't get to know anything about the games they participate in until the game master makes the announcement. Naturally, we also had no prior knowledge about the game we would be playing until only a few moments ago. So, I understood why William found it surprising that I had already come up with a plan this quickly. No need to be shocked, I reassured him. The main games of the day are typically significant events that take place outside the stadium. That's why, when Amelia invited me to join, I began investigating any unusual activities within the academy grounds. Someone in our class chat mentioned that the second-year cadets were capturing low-level mana beasts alive in the 5th District Forest. I quickly deduced that this information must be relevant to our game. And if it was, then it meant we would be dealing with mana beasts and the 5th District Forest. Using that as a foundation, I devised a general plan. When the announcer disclosed the details of the game, I improvised and refined my plan of action on the spot. By the time I finished explaining, we had already exited the stadium. William stared at me in astonishment, his jaw dropped so low that it was practically touching the ground now. What's there not to be surprised about all of this again, he exclaimed. All right, William, you can be shocked later. Anastasia pushed William aside and took his place on my right. Without slowing down, she asked, what's the plan? We'll split up, I replied quickly. I know for a fact that they'll concentrate all their efforts on stopping Nero. So, we'll split up and reach the 5th District Forest using different routes. I turned to Nero and said, if you come across them, you'll alert the rest of us about their locations, but no backup will come for you. You'll have to fight alone and hold them off for as long as possible. So you're using me as bait? Nero raised an eyebrow as we dashed through the streets. Yes, I replied bluntly in a firm tone. Do you have a problem with that? Of course not, he replied. I'll enjoy taking them on with my own hands. What could be better? But then, why do you want me to inform you about their locations? So if they manage to escape from you, I can predict what routes they'll take and what moves they'll make next, I explained. You think I'm foolish enough to let any of them escape? Nero scoffed. I do, I shrugged. Nero narrowed his eyes at me as everyone fell silent again, but I paid no mind to it. Anyway, if they come after you, alert us. If they don't, we'll all rendezvous at the gate of the forest.